Anyone who's ever eaten a dung beetle knows that not only is it crunchy, it's also bursting with rich flavor and 6 times more protein than beef. My name is Huang Ting, and the first thing I did when I came back from my rebirth was to rush to an insect fair and splurge on a golden-shelled dung beetle. Then, without hesitation, I swallowed it in one gulp. Because I know that in 3 days the globe will change drastically, and the survivors will gradually awaken their native mecha and gain great power. And the form of this mech depends on what was eaten before the awakening. Some people eat pigeons and awaken biplane mechs that leap through the 9 heavens and get away with it. Some people eat shark fins and are transformed into deep-sea overlords with a mouth full of steel teeth, invincible. There are even whimsical guys who eat glass and awaken stealthy mechs that can hide without a trace at any time. As for me, due to the rebirth advantage in my previous life, I have obtained the super god level mech talent, Bug Master. I can continuously absorb the excellent genes by devouring bugs, transforming and strengthening the native mecha. For example, after swallowing the golden shell dung beetle raw, I can obtain the mega god mech. By eating the fastest insect on land, the tiger beetle, I can awaken the blast mecha. Just as I finished the golden shell dung beetle and was about to swallow another iron ingot beetle, an arrogant voice broke my plans. "Wait, I'll take this beetle!" A young man walked up with 2 strong men in black. The onlookers exclaimed, "It's the youngest master of the Fenghua group in Hongji." I narrowed my eyes and laughed coldly in my heart. He was the future #1 expert of Ning City, awakened the powerful Siphon Mecha, and had swept across a large mountain with his own strength. Just as I was thinking, a beep sounded in my ears. "Golden shell dung beetle gene absorption complete. Giant god mecha advanced successfully. Power increased by 50%. Seeing the attributes of the giant god mecha, I was overjoyed. Although the other values were average, the power boost alone was enough to boast. Just as I raised the iron spindle beetle and prepared to continue eating, An Hongjin sneered. "Friend, let me have the bug, I'll pay double the price." I responded coldly. "Sorry, I'm not short of money." Seeing that there are more and more people, An Hongji pressed forward, and his bodyguards stopped in front of me. The killing intent in my heart erupted steeply, shocking the bodyguards so much that they didn't dare to come forward. An Hongji's face was grim as he personally stepped forward to snatch it, while I gently slapped his hand away and turned away. The onlookers all sucked in a breath of cool air. This was no longer a matter of not giving face, but directly stepping on An Hongji's dignity underfoot. Just as An Hongji roared and ordered his bodyguard to make a move, a golden light appeared behind me and a 3-meter-tall black and gold cool mech appeared with a bang, surrounded by a chilling light, and the spikes on the mech made people's hearts skip a beat. The giant god mecha completely covered my body, releasing an ancient and thick aura that scared many people into weak legs. I turned back, smashed the legs of 2 of the bodyguards with 1 punch, and walked over to Yasuhiro Teach, looking down at him. Although An Hongji was flustered, he still pretended to be calm. "Friend, have a good conversation. My father is the chairman of the Fenghua group." I let out a light laugh, and the arm of the giant god mecha pressed down in vain. A horrible sense of oppression came to my face, scaring An Hongji to the point that he collapsed to the ground. "I didn't really do anything," I just said coldly. "Don't worry, I won't touch you now. See you later." After saying that, I stomped my feet, my figure rose up in the air like a spring, and disappeared in the crowd's line of sight in the twinkling of an eye. Looking at my departing back, An Hongji's face twisted and a hint of ferocity came out of his eyes. "I'll remember you. So what if you have organic armor? My family has a military background. When the army moves, not to mention a 3-meter-high mecha, 30 meters high is no big deal." But An Hongji did not know that once the mutation broke out, the vast majority of matter would be fundamentally altered, all weapons would be reduced to scrap metal, and only the awakened instinctive mech would be able to save his life. After leaving the exhibition, I disengaged my mecha form and returned home. The reason why I didn't immediately take action against An Hongji was solely for his mecha core. Although the giant god mecha is currently powerful, to upgrade it, not only do you need materials, you also need a mecha core. And An Hongji's Siphon Mech core is exactly what I'm aiming for in the future. I took out the iron ingot beetle that I just got and looked at it carefully. It was black in color, with a faint metallic luster emanating from its surface, and under the sunlight, there was a layer of copper-colored light, as if it was the armor of an ancient warrior, so it was no wonder that it was called the armored beetle. Just this shell, the defense is absolutely strong. So without any further hesitation, I immediately started a pan of oil, sprinkled it with cumin and chili powder, and devoured it in one bite. Just as he swallowed it, a translucent countdown screen surfaced in front of his eyes. Iron ingot beetle gene absorption in progress, transforming a first-order bug soldier general purpose mech, estimated time 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It seems that all the mech modifications in the early stages were done on general purpose mechs, and I wonder if more powerful mechs will appear in the future that can be modified. To think that after the outbreak of the calamity, the rate of evolution of living creatures was exceptionally rapid, and even later on, there was a massive invasion of races from other planets, and even the descent of the gods. I can't help but think back to that god called Quinton. In his previous life he was a human head and heavy body. If I can kill and absorb him, the transformed mech will be strong to an unknown extent. Maybe I still have a chance to slay the god. Putting aside the distractions, my sight returned to the successfully remodeled giant god mecha. Despite its immense power, defense and speed were still shortcomings. For defense I could replace it with the heavenly domain mech, but the agility attribute was in dire need of improvement. Although the calamity wouldn't officially begin until tomorrow, some creatures had already begun to mutate, and killing them could drop mech-enhancing materials. If you were lucky and acquired some agility-enhancing materials in advance, you would no longer have to worry about speed. Speaking of reinforcing materials, I think of my landlord, a woman. According to the memory of her previous life, she will mutate tomorrow, bite people all over the place, and eventually be taken away by soldiers. If I could kill her after she mutated, I might be able to pop out decent materials. After all, there were rumors in my previous life that killing mutated creatures before the cataclysm would increase the drop rate. Just as I was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door, and the first thing that caught my eye was a pair of straight, large white legs, and looking upwards, two towering masses intruded into view. "Where are you looking?" The woman glared at me with eyes full of disgust, and her body took a step back. "You must pay the rent tomorrow and then move out immediately, do you hear me?" I glanced at her and sneered. "Isn't tomorrow not here yet? What's the hurry?" I thought in my heart. "I'm afraid you have the life to collect the rent, but not the life to spend the money." When the woman saw that I was still looking straight at her, she became more and more amused and rambled on and on. My rent deposit had long since been deducted by her for various reasons, but at the moment, my mind was on the iron spindle beetle. Not long after, a voice rang in my ears. "Iron spindle beetle gene absorption complete. First order bug soldier general purpose mech advanced to heavenly domain mech. Physical resistance increased by 50%, elemental resistance increased by 20%, including mental damage." Seeing the tip that the advancement was complete, I was overjoyed in my heart. The defense of the heavenly domain mecha far exceeded expectations. Not only could it resist elemental attacks, it could also resist mental damage. The mental attacks of those monsters in my previous life had caused me a lot of suffering, but now, I finally had the strength to deal with them. Not waiting for my mood to calm down, another prompt sounded abruptly. "Continue absorbing 3 bug genes, you can complete the mecha form fusion." Mecha form fusion? I was taken aback, my heart thumping. Fusion means that all the weaknesses of my single form mechs will be compensated for, and there will be no more shortcomings then. It's really a super god level talent. It's unbelievable. "I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Dev?" Suddenly, an angry voice interrupted my thoughts. I saw the landlady throw away the pamphlet in her hand, her eyes red, her eyeballs almost bulging out, staring at me with a deadly stare. I was shocked that the woman had mutated early. But soon, the black and white heavens domain mecha automatically covered me. "Why won't you listen to me?" she shouted as she walked towards me, her flesh and blood proliferating at an unbelievable speed, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall flesh and blood giant with sharp claws. The next second, she swung her sharp claws at me. I quickly sidestepped and dodged as the sharp claws plunged straight into the concrete wall, slicing through it as easily as tofu. She lunged again, and I chose not to dodge this time, wanting to test the defensive properties of the heavenly domain mech. As the sharp claws slashed through, ear-piercing sounds rang out. The woman's hands were bloody and her nails were broken, while the heavenly domain mecha did not even have a single scratch, as if the attack just now had never happened. I secretly marveled in my heart. The defense of the heavenly domain mecha was really strong. My turn! I bellowed, slamming her against the wall, then switching to the Mega God Mech and crushing her skull with a single punch. Suddenly, a voice came to my ears. Kill a mutant blood master of the first rank and gain an agile blood core. Blood masters were the most common mutated monsters after the calamity, usually dropping blood cores with strength or defense attributes, while agility blood cores were extremely rare. I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to pop this rare item. I decided to use it on the Mega God Mech. The knowledge of mecha reinforcement is usually only mastered by mecha masters of great powers. In my previous life, I had groveled in front of mecha masters in order to strengthen my mecha, but this time I will never repeat those days of humiliation. Between thoughts, I gently crushed the agility blood core, and the dark red blood slowly dripped down onto the surface of the giant god mecha, and instantly a dark red light flashed with streams of light. System prompt: consuming agility blood core, agility attribute increased by 14 points. The agility has improved, but it's still not enough. To really solve the speed problem, you have to find the fastest insect. After looking around, I locked down 2 species, dragonflies and tiger beetles. Dragonflies are faster and have the ability to fly, but the aerial environment is more dangerous. Considering safety, I decided to go with the tiger armor for now. The tiger armor moves 171 times its body length per second, which translates to thousands of kilometers per hour when converted to humans, almost close to the speed of sound. After determining my next target, I was about to continue my research when my cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. I picked up the phone and a calm middle-aged man's voice came out. Is this Mr. Huang Ting? Something's up, I have limited time. I responded coldly. I'm Chu Jiazhen, the Chu Jiazhen of Ning City. I'm very interested in that thing you're carrying. Also, something strange has happened on our side, so perhaps you can explain a thing or two. Chu Jiazhen is the richest man in Ningqing, spanning the real estate and catering industries. In his previous life, Anhai was able to control Ningqing only because Chu Jiazhen was not there at that time. This person is too powerful than in Honghai. I would like to invite you to be my guest, I wonder what you think. Chu Jiazhen continued. I thought for a moment, and agreed. In the early stages of the mutation, fighting alone is ultimately weak, relying on a large force can better weather the storm. And Chu Jiazhen's botanical garden was said to have a large number of rare plants and insects, which was extremely beneficial to my current plan. Thus, I agreed to Chu Jiazhen's request. Then, Chu Jiazhen continued. The driver is already waiting for you downstairs. I'm very sorry, I'm too busy with my business to greet you personally. After hanging up the phone, I had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, in the giant botanical garden of Chu Family Town, dozens of bodyguards were scattered in various corners, and his daughter, Chu Hua, was puzzled. Dad, aren't you free? Why did you arrange for so many people? Chu Jiazhen laughed lightly. You've also seen that video and know the power of mecha. I'm doing this for safety. An hour later, I arrived at the botanical gardens. When Chu Jiazhen saw me come alone, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Facing his searching gaze, I didn't hide my intentions. Mr. Chu, I've come this time, firstly, to answer the strange incident you mentioned, and secondly, to borrow part of your power. Chu Jiazhen was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Mr. Huang Ting is really direct. It can't be helped, the end is near. I don't have time to waste. I looked around. The mech's attributes were synchronized with me at all times, even without wearing it. My strength was still not to be underestimated. Under subtle observation, I quickly realized the black-clad bodyguards hidden around me. Following my line of sight, Chu Jiazhen's heart was violently startled, secretly muttering, "What in the world is this young man in front of me, that he can easily detect these specially trained bodyguards? Ha ha, the end of the world? Mayan prophecy? You've watched too many movies, right?" Chu Hua on the side couldn't help but laugh, originally thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be so funny. I said lightly, "Is there a possibility that their prophecy is only wrong for one round, and the real doomsday is not 2012, but 2024? After saying that, I turned to Chu Jiazhen. Mr. Chu wants to test me, but don't be afraid. As long as you don't jeopardize my interests, I won't take action against you. On the contrary, we can even reach a cooperation." Chu Jiazhen's face showed embarrassment, obviously not expecting to be so directly demolished by me, and hastily changed the topic. What you said about the end of the world, is it true? Of course, if I'm not mistaken, those strange things you're talking about would be related to this plague, I replied calmly. Hearing my words, Chu Jiazhen's heart sank violently, and he looked at Chu Hua, wanting her to leave. Instead, I said, it's good for her to see it, because everyone goes through it in 2 days anyway. Seeing how certain I was, Chu Jiazhen hesitated a little, then led us towards a corner of the botanical garden. There was a peculiar building there, with 10 black-clad bodyguards with loaded guns and well-equipped guards guarding the entrance. The captain at the head of the group handed over a tablet displaying surveillance footage, divided into 4 zones. Most of the area in the first 3 screens was occupied by a strange mass of flesh and blood, and I instantly recognized those flesh and blood monsters as blood corpses. Blood corpses had no sanity, devouring whatever they saw, not even sparing their own kind. If they advance to the 4th rank, they will also form a blood corpse nest and create more blood corpses. In the last piece of footage, there was a woman who was 2 meters tall. She had originally lowered her head and seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at her when she suddenly raised her head violently and pounced on the camera like a wild animal, crushing it with one hand. Seeing this, the crowd all shuddered in fear. Chu Jiazhen explained. She is the leader of my bodyguard squad, named Lisa. She started acting abnormally yesterday, so I had to lock her up. Although I don't know what a mutant is, but looking at your reaction just now, it doesn't seem simple. I nodded my head in understanding, then pushed open the door and prepared to enter. These mutants are capable of dropping mech reinforcement materials, especially the captain of the bodyguard squad. There might even be accessory modules popping out. How can I miss it? Wait a minute! Entry is forbidden here! The captain of the bodyguards, Liang, sidestepped his gun and blocked in front of me. Chu Jiazhen's face changed and he hurriedly said, Liang, you must not be rude to the guests. He then turned to me. I'm sorry, he was concerned for your safety. I waved my hand to show that I didn't care, and with a movement of my mind, the giant god mecha instantly attached itself to me. Seeing that mighty mecha, Chu Jiazhen could no longer maintain his calmness. His face was shocked. Chu Hua was even more astonished. She majored in material science, but she could not see the origin and material of this mecha at all. Just then, gunshots, monster roars and curses came from the distance. Liang's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly looked at Chu Jiazhen. Boss, something's wrong! What's going on? Chu Jiazhen's face sank as he asked Liang. Liang hurriedly clicked on the surveillance. In the picture, the blood corpse that was originally locked up in room 2 suddenly rioted and rushed out of the room. It was massacring the guards. Many of them had already been torn into pieces by the blood corpse and merged into its body. As it fed, the blood corpse's aura became more and more berserk. Just then, my mech appeared in the frame, heading straight into the depths of the building against the fleeing crowd. Liang's face showed doubt. Boss, so many of us are no match for the blood corpse. Will your guest be okay? I trust him. He probably knows where these monsters come from, Chu Jiazhen said in a deep voice. On the screen, I collided head-on with the blood corpse that had fallen into a berserk state, and the blood corpse's huge fist grazed my body and smashed into the ground, instantly smashing out spiderweb-like cracks. Quite a lot of strength. I secretly thought to myself. Despite being strengthened by the agility blood core, the speed of the giant god mecha was still slightly lacking. In that case, a quick battle. I lunged forward and slammed into the blood corpse so hard that the 4-meter-tall blood corpse flew out backwards and slammed into the wall with a loud thud. Although Chu Jiazhen's few people were outside the building, they still felt the trembling of the ground. Liang gulped, his face full of shock. Is this still human? We used 2 10-ton cranes to move this monster in the first place. Seeing this scene, Chu Jiazhen's heart was more worried. The secret behind the monster is precisely the biggest motivation for him to be willing to befriend me. On the screen, I don't give the blood corpse a chance to catch its breath, rushing to it and slamming my iron fist into the blood corpse's chest, my fist going straight through its flesh, shattering it along with the wall. Kill the mutant blood corpse and obtain the power blood core. A red light emerged from the blood corpse's body, and then the power blood core emerged. I then scooped it up in one hand. From the surveillance footage, it can be seen that elite-level mutant transformed by Lisa is extremely fast. I definitely don't have much of a chance of winning if I do it now, so I might as well wait until I find the tiger beetle and transform a new type of mech before I do it. So I retrieved my mech and walked slowly out of the building. Chuhua was the first to rush over and stared at me. Strange, a mech that big, where the hell did you hide it? What kind of technology is this? I was slightly embarrassed by her question because I didn't know the exact answer. Luckily, Chu Jiajun stopped Chuhua's nonsense behavior in time, pulling her behind him with one hand. To be able to tackle such a monster, one is truly young and talented, Chu Jiajun complimented. Then Liang also stood out, lowered his head, and said respectfully, Sir, I'm convinced. It was my fault just now, you can do whatever you want with me. A small matter. In time you will see that cleaning up a tiny blood louse is nothing at all. I humbled myself. Afterwards I looked at Chu Jiajun and said, Mr. Chu, I have something I need your help with. Just tell me what it is, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Chu Jiajun responded. I wasn't polite, pulled out my cell phone and scratched out a picture and said, I'd like to ask Mr. Chu for help in finding this type of insect. Chu Jiajun swept a glance and laughed. Fox armor, I have plenty of them in this garden. Liang, go catch some fox beetles and come back. It didn't take long for Liang to return with a glass jar, in which lay the very fox armor I needed. Could it be that you are trying to eat it? Thinking of the scene at the exhibition, Chuhua was surprised. Without denying it, I took the jar, poured out the fox beetle inside, and with a pinch, threw it into my mouth for the fox beetle gene. At this time, the system prompted me that I was in the process of transforming the First Order Bug Soldier General Purpose Mecha, and the transformation time was 3 hours. What do you plan to do with the remaining monsters? Chu Jiajun opened his mouth to inquire. I'll personally solve that elite monster later. As for the remaining 2 blood corpses, I'll have to leave them to General Manager Chu and Miss Chuhua, I said indifferently. Chu Jiajun's brows tightened, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Is the fact that you asked us to make a move related to the mech you're wearing? He guessed that slaying monsters might be a knockout for joining the organization behind me. I laughed. Is Mr. Chu impressed? It's a lie to say that I'm not moved. Chu Jiajun's gaze blazed, but he also understood that with his current strength, he could not deal with these monsters. Mr. Chu doesn't have to rush to answer, you can think about it. But I can only give you 3 hours at most. I wasn't in a hurry, after all, the fox armor transformation would take a bit more time. Chu Jiajun took a deep breath and firmly said, There is no need to consider. I want this technology or ability. You set the conditions, I'll do my best to fulfill them, even if it means pouring out my family's wealth. After decades of drifting in the mall, Chu Jiajun knows the importance of opportunity. He stared tightly into my eyes, but realized that my eyes always rested on Chuhua. He misunderstood. If it's Chuhua, I can't agree. But I can help you persuade. Seeing Chu Jiajun's serious face and Chuhua's face slightly reddened, I reacted that he misunderstood. In fact, I was only staring at Chuhua because she had no impression in my previous life. Perhaps she was already gone before Chu Jiajun left Ningqing. Now that I've returned from my rebirth, I hope to rewrite this tragedy. Actually, I haven't thought of the conditions yet. In the future, if I need it, I hope that Mr. Chu will help me at any cost, I said slowly. This condition seemed simple, but unconditional assistance was enough to make people consider it carefully. Chu Jiajun was silent for a full 3 minutes before nodding solemnly. I promise you, even if it means life or death, but Chuhua is not bound by this condition. Yes. I smiled slightly, the offer more precious than any fortune. It was getting late, so I suggested, Mr. Chu, do you want to eat something? Eating? Chu Jiajun looked bewildered, obviously somewhat puzzled. Just as I was about to explain, a sudden palpitation struck me, and I had a premonition that the will of the universe would obliterate me as soon as I spoke that crucial piece of information. I raised my head to look at the sky and laughed coldly. The reason why the blue star has mutated is all the work of the cosmic will. In my previous life, I was not strong enough to reach this level, but now that I've been reborn and returned, I'd like to see what the so-called cosmic will really is. Taking a deep breath, I said with a calm demeanor, Just something nice to eat. Chu Jiajun was adept at observing words and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare. He then carefully asked, What exactly is the end of the world that you just mentioned? I was silent for a moment, and this time the will of the universe did not warn, so it seemed safe to speak. So, I said coldly, 2 days later, at 12 o'clock noon, the sun will turn blood red, and most of the creatures will undergo mutation, with blood corpses being one of the most common. And those who have not mutated will awaken their native Mecca. Instinctive Mecca? Chu Jiazhen and Chu Huo were both shocked. Chu Jiazhen suddenly realized that he had guessed wrong and asked busily, "The native mech can awaken early, right?" "Exactly." I nodded. It was easy to talk to smart people. The condition for early awakening was to kill mutant creatures. Chu Jiazhen muttered, "The native mech eats something good." Suddenly, his body trembled as if he realized something. Immediately, he ordered, "Ah Liang, go take out the pair of mammoth tusks and Argentine eagle fossils in the collection room and stew them." Shocked, Liang asked, "Eating fossils?" Realizing that it wasn't realistic, Chu Jiazhen added, "Grind it all into powder and stew it into the soup, keep an eye on it personally, and once it's done, send it over right away." Looking at Liang's distant figure, I nodded in my mind. It seems that Chu Jiazhen has already guessed. I can't be shirked by him. Both the mammoth and the Argentine giant eagle were extremely powerful creatures, which showed that Chu Jiazhen's strength still had to be improved. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise came from the entrance of the botanical garden. "Chu Hua, Chu Hua!" Immediately afterward, a figure holding flowers appeared in front of me. To my surprise, An Hongji jogged all the way to Chu Hua and said solicitously, "Are you really here? I told you they didn't have the guts to lie to me." Chu Hua responded coldly, "I've already said I don't like you, stop pestering me." And Hongji didn't care and smiled cheekily. But when his eyes shifted to me, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and became somber, as if a storm was coming. "Good boy, I haven't even looked for you yet, but you came to the door on your own," and Hongji said coldly. "That's my father's guest, don't mess around here," Chu Hua immediately retorted. "Guest?" and Hongji grunted. "Uncle Chu, don't be fooled by this guy. The mecha on his body is just a bluffing device with more power, it's not very useful in practice." And Hongji understands in his heart. He was shocked when he just saw my mech possessed, but when he thinks about it, that mech does have a lot of limitations, especially poor agility and slow speed, and it is very likely that a few randomly trained people will be able to defeat me. Thinking about this, An Hongji turned his head to look at the 5 bodyguards behind him and raised his voice. "Kid, if you're capable of doing so, just flash that rotten tin of yours and see if I can beat you into a sieve." An Hongji raised one hand, and the bodyguards immediately pulled out pistols from their arms and aimed them at me, and the atmosphere at the scene became tense and anxious. Chu Jiazhen's face showed displeasure. Clearly, An Hongji's actions displeased him. In his own territory, this kind of behavior was simply not putting him in his eyes. Chu Jiazhen was just about to reprimand, but I stopped him. I swept a glance at the countdown with half a minute left and revealed a bright smile. "Let's give it a try then." With the heavenly domain mech turned on, I can handle even missiles, not to mention pistols, but I'd rather test out the new form of the mech, a new mech designed for agility. Dodging bullets shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, a familiar prompt came from his ears. "Arc Beetle gene absorption is complete. The First Order Bug Soldier General Purpose Mecha advanced to Thunder Flash Mecha. Form name, Thunder Flash Mecha. Rank 1. Exclusive module, Thunder Flash. Burst speed increased by 30%. Agility increased by 20%. The mech attributes were as I expected, with the highest agility, and the exclusive modules also enhanced speed and agility, allowing me to perform more difficult maneuvers. With that thought in mind, I took a few steps forward and announced, "I'll show my mech, and if you hit me once, I'll lose." "That's too cheap." And Hongji immediately refused, an impish smile on his face. "If I hit you, then you'll crawl away from here. No one in this botanical garden will see your ugliness anyway." On his lips, An Hongji secretly signaled his bodyguard to turn on the miniature camera, ready to record my appearance later in its entirety. "Fine, if I win, you'll learn 5 barks. You're just a licking dog anyway. Back to your nature," I said back coldly. "Who's a licking dog?" And Hongji immediately defended himself, his gaze turning to Chu Hua as he chattered on. But I was too lazy to bother with him, thinking in my heart that if it wasn't for the fact that mech still needed mech cores for their advancement, I wouldn't have said so much nonsense. With a movement of my mind, a mecha with a greenish appearance and purple lightning patterns inscribed on its surface automatically attached itself to me. As soon as I landed, I felt that my body was as light as a feather, and I could fly out with just a breeze. The Thunder Flash mecha was even more powerful than I had expected. "Cut the crap and come on!" I yelled lowly, my body poised. And Hongji also stopped dawdling and swung his palm downward, and bang, 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 a series of gunshots rang out quickly. Accompanied by the explosion of gunshots, a dozen bullets flew from different directions, but as if time stood still at this moment, I could even clearly see the trajectory of each bullet. I dodged sideways and all the bullets instantly lodged into the wall behind me. Seeing this scene, and Hongji's eyes almost stared out in fear, and in his heart, he realized that he was going to lose. And Hongji thought in his heart, how could anyone dodge so many shots? Thinking that he would have to learn how to bark like a dog in front of so many people, his face reddened and he looked at me fiercely with a threat in his eyes. I didn't back down and spoke. "Young master, and since you've lost, then fulfill the bet." Chu Jiazhen wanted to ease the relationship between the two, but he hesitated when he met my cold and unfeeling eyes. At this moment, he had a few more scruples in his heart towards the young man in front of him. "Woof woof woof!" And Hongji roared a few times in a low voice and left in a mess with his men. He definitely wouldn't recognize the bet, but with Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hu present, he couldn't go against it. At this time, Ao Liang re-entered under the mushroom gazebo with the stewed delicacies, and Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hu ate a lot of things even though they were not hungry. Shortly after, two screams came from inside the peculiar building, and I quickly struck out to break the limbs of the two remaining blood corpses, blasting half of their bodies, their life breath fading. Seeing this, Chu Jiazhen lifted a sledgehammer half a man's height and walked into the room, and without hesitation smashed it down heavily, splattering blood in all directions. I stood beside me with my hands on my arms, secretly observing Chu Jiazhen's reaction. Although he was faced with the horrifying bloody corpse, he still did not hesitate, and every stroke he smashed down seemed decisive and resolute. So, I smiled and applauded. "Congratulations to Mr. Chu for awakening his mecha early and becoming a forerunner before the end." Chu Hu also gathered courage at this time and followed her father to strike out, picking up the blood cores that the two blood corpses had exploded. I then waited quietly for them to summon their mechs, and soon, after a flash of light, two imposing mechs appeared in the room. The mech on Chu Jiazhen's body was gray and white, with an exoskeleton-like shape, the most conspicuous thing being the huge ivory tusks on his shoulders. Chu Hu's mecha, on the other hand, appeared more petite, with smooth lines, a gray and red feathered exterior, and a pair of massive steel wings. My mind cleared. The genes absorbed by these two were clear at a glance. The genes absorbed by Chu Jiazhen were those of a mammoth, while the genes absorbed by Chu Hu were those of an Argentine giant eagle. The mech awakened early. Chu Jiazhen was no longer skeptical of what I said about the end of the world, and his goodwill was almost at its peak. "Alright, you guys familiarize yourselves with your respective mechs while I take care of Captain Lisa." I turned and walked towards the deepest part of the building, ready for the next challenge. Before she could mutate, Lisa realized that the situation was not right and took the initiative to enter the special room. Otherwise, Chu Jiazhen was afraid that there was really no way to control her. Just after opening the door of the room, a black shadow rushed over like lightning. I was shocked in my heart, and quickly twisted to avoid the impact of the black shadow. Then, my legs fired, and my whole body was like a spring compressed to the extreme, instantly bouncing to Lisa's side. As a security captain, Lisa's qualities were top-notch in every way, and the blood power that translated from that was even more difficult to deal with. Seeing me approaching, she quickly swung her leg in an attempt to take me down with a whip. I took a light breath, and my greenish-purple Thunder Flash mech instantly transformed into a black and white Heavenly Domain mech, raising my arm to stiffly block the strike. The moment the two came into contact, sharp air blasts exploded inside the building. Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hu, who were working on their mechs, heard the sound and their complexions tightened. The strength of an elite-level mutant is not trivial. In case I can't beat it, that would be bad. "I'll go help him, you get out of here first," Chu Jiazhen said, landing on all fours and rushing deeper into the building like a mammoth. I've at least awakened my innate mecha. How could I possibly leave first? Chuva slightly bristled before spreading her wings to catch up with the Chu family town. Originally, I thought I would have a tough fight, but when they arrived, they found that with the mech's high agility advantage, the mutated Lisa couldn't even touch me for a second. Instead, after a period of entanglement, large and small wounds appeared on Lisa's body, and dark red blood continued to flow out. She had already consumed about as much as she could, and if it weren't for the lack of attacks, I would have finished her off long ago. In a flash, I appeared behind Lisa so fast that she didn't even react. Taking this opportunity, I quickly switched back to the giant god mecha and smashed out with a heavy punch. Even though Lisa's body could withstand bullet attacks, under this punch, it was still easily pierced through by me like tofu. Kill a first-rank elite mutated blood corpse and obtain 2 agility blood cores, 1 defense blood core, 5 blood-colored bones, and a drawing of a standing palm form. As Lisa fell to the ground, a mass of differently colored drops surfaced. Scarlet bones can be used as a mech enhancement material or for building drawings. The pop rate isn't that high. I didn't think I'd be so smooth this time. What excited me more was the drawing. My mech has always lacked an effective means of attack, and the appearance of the sharp claw form solves this pressing problem. Drawing name, Sharp Claw Form, effect, expand an incredibly sharp claw to attack, required materials, 2 strength blood cores, 1 agility blood core, 3 blood-colored bones. I scanned the required materials and was thrilled that I happened to have all of them, and could build them on the spot. The mech comes with a small storage space to store some gadgets. The power blood cores scavenged from the blood corpse's body earlier were placed inside. I took out the power blood core and placed all the materials on the light blue drawing. A white light flashed and the drawing and materials instantly disappeared, replaced by a rectangular metal bar. I put the metal strip on my right hand and heard a click, and the strip became one with my right hand. With a flick of my mind, the metal bar unfolded openly, popping out the 3 sharp claws inside as if they were as sharp as Wolverine's. Next, I swung lightly at the wall, which was instantly scratched with 3 deep marks. If this was placed on a blood corpse's body, it would definitely be able to open up the body with 1 blow. Seeing such amazing power, Chu Jiajun was also shocked. He was most aware of the hardness of those walls, and had experimented that even using armor-piercing bullets could only leave minuscule shells on them. After having a visual understanding of the attack power of the sharp claws, I switched back to the Thunder Flash mech and crushed the defensive blood core, dropping the blood inside onto the mech. A human wearing a full set of defensive equipment has roughly 1 point of defense, while the Thunder Flash mech has only 3 points of defense, and it's not hard to see its vulnerability from that. Consuming a defense blood core, the defense attribute was increased by 1. Then, I strengthened the Giant God mech, which increased the agility attribute of the Giant God mech to 5 points, which was enough for the time being. As the familiar beeping in my ears dissipated, I exhaled lightly and disengaged my mech form. All the blood corpses around me resolved. Next, it was time to prepare for the global mutation. Huangting, what's that on the back of your hand? At this moment, Chuvua, who had also disarmed her mech, suddenly exclaimed in shock. I subconsciously looked towards the back of my hand, and a blood-red curved hook-like pattern suddenly appeared on the back of my originally white and jade-like hand, and upon closer inspection, I realized that the curved hook-like pattern very much resembled a protruding fang. The moment I saw this pattern, my pupils suddenly shrunk into pinpoints. This mark meant that I had killed an elite-level monster that possessed the mark of an alpha-level monster. Alpha-class monsters are born with the ability to manipulate their own kind, and are so intelligent that they are able to give their subordinates seals to be used for transmitting information. No wonder Lisa had turned into an elite-level monster, so she had gotten the mark of an alpha-level monster. Now that I killed Lisa myself, the mark was transferred to me. Looking at the marks on the back of my hand, I felt a headache. The evolutionary speed of an alpha-level monster was not at all reasonable. It might be able to advance 1 level in a few days. It was no wonder that I basically heard nothing about Ningqing afterward. Perhaps Ningqing was destroyed by the hands of this alpha-level monster at that time. Are you in trouble? If you need my help, just ask. Seeing that my face was embarrassed, Chu Jiajun immediately said. I do need your help with 2 things. First, help me find an abandoned building and transport some water and food into it, along with basic necessities. Second, find out if there have been any recent human disappearance cases in Ning City, where the area where the cases are most frequent is, and I need to find a relatively unique blood corpse," I said with a nervous face. Chu Ka-chun agreed in one breath and immediately sent Ao Liang down to deal with it. It didn't take long for a profile to be sent to my cell phone. Seeing the points marked on the map, I asked Chu Ka-jin to send people to investigate and check for anything unusual. Meanwhile, I was not idle myself, circling a few places where disappearances were most frequent, and going to check them out one by one. The following evening, I yawned and dragged my tired body back to the botanical garden. I checked several places and didn't find a single abnormality. The intelligence of the alpha-level monsters was really beyond my expectations, still no luck. Seeing my concern, Chu Jiazhen frowned and said, "I'll send more people out to investigate." "No need, tomorrow is the global mutation, it's better to prepare for this doomsday first. It's just an alpha-level monster, with a super god-level bug master talent. I don't believe I'm not an opponent," I said flatly. "That's good." Chu Jiazhen nodded. "By the way, the place you requested has already been set up, so I'll have Liang take you there later." Then, Chu Jiazhen asked with a few moments of doubt, "The building is so conspicuous, why didn't you choose a basement or some other defensive building?" I looked grave and explained. "After the mutation opens, the nature of most substances will change radically. Technological items will all lose their effect, underground buildings have a restricted field of view, and once they are besieged, the end is only death. The building has a wide field of view, although the target is large, but at the same time, it is also better to hide. What's more, the underground creatures are not less than the ground, and after the mutation, the underground defense building will only become a joke." I clearly remember that in my previous life, there was an underground shelter that was finally destroyed by mutated earthworms. For mutated creatures, you can't just think of avoiding them, you must take the initiative to have a chance of survival. "I've been taught, it looks like I still don't have enough knowledge about the end of days." Chu Jiazhen was still thinking of creating an underground shelter, but when he heard me say that, he directly gave up. Fortunately, he had done a double take in advance, or else he would have been dumbfounded at this point. Without much ado, with Liang leading the way, I quickly arrived in front of that abandoned building. 10 giant generators came into view, and next to them were 2 small sewage purifiers. Although I knew that these 2 things would be of little use after the mutation, I was still very satisfied with Chu Jiazhen's arrangement. I looked at Ao Liang and instructed, "Alright, you go back and get ready first. Remember, once someone around you appears abnormal, immediately step in to solve the problem without the slightest hesitation. This isn't a zombie, and there's no antidote. Once it mutates, it's certain death." Liang nodded heavily, an even more respectful look in his eyes. Time passes slowly. At this time only 10 minutes left from 12 o'clock, the original dazzling sun is now like a layer of red veil, so that people cannot really see. Little by little, time passed, and soon the sky was flooded with a red light, followed by a panoramic view. Ordinary people are oblivious to this apocalypse, clocking in and out of work with the sun as usual to start their busy day. Rather, it was Chu Jiazhen's actions that had attracted the attention of many, and multiple forces had sent out their inner circle to inquire about the situation. The entire Ning City was permeated with an aura of a storm coming. The time came to 11 o'clock, an hour before the official mutation. I took out my cell phone and dialed the number. "Hello, this is Fuin." The voice coming from the other end of the phone was majestic and calm, but even an ordinary person could hear the panic in his tone. "There's no need to say anything else. Notify down the line that the whole city is under martial law. I'm not being alarmist." My voice was light but firm. "I know I can't stop this disaster, but if I prepare for it, I might be able to reduce some of the casualties. The reason I didn't inform in advance was because I was worried that the entire Ning City would be thrown into a frenzy as a result." Inside the office, Fuan suddenly fell silent. If someone had told him 2 hours ago that the end of the world was coming, he would not have believed it. But when the one who said this was Chu Jiazhen, the weight was different. Coupled with the mysterious set of mechs that the other party had displayed, as well as the recent incidents of monsters injuring people, all the clues combined together made it useless even if he didn't believe them. "Your Excellency, since the end is approaching, it is all the more important for us to cooperate. I wonder if you would be willing to temporarily serve as Ning City's honorary inspector?" Fuan inquired. Although the title of Honorary Inspector Envoy is a bit of an exaggeration for me, the matter at hand is urgent, and Fu-en urgently needs to know everything about the end of the day, including what caused it, when it will end, and how much damage it will do to Ning City. Honorary Inspector? I smiled lightly, my heart rippling. In my previous life, I was a king who was in charge of a large domain, not to mention this kind of false title. Even if it was a real inspector, he didn't care. Inspector Fu, Ambassador, get ready, the world is about to change. After I finished speaking, I hung up the phone and casually threw it away. I had finished saying what I needed to say, and the rest could only be left to each his own. Hearing the sound of his cell phone hanging up, Fu-en was anxious in his mind to investigate Huang Ting's true identity, but there was an even bigger mess in front of him that needed to be dealt with. Command that the entire city be put on special level of combat readiness. Yes. A voice rang out from the door. Shortly thereafter, the air raid sirens sounded, and teams of soldiers took to the streets with their guns and began to take control. People walked out of the office building in a daze, not knowing what was happening. Some smart people started pulling out their cell phones to talk, their voices quivering with concern. Hello, may I ask what's going on? Someone boldly stopped a soldier and asked. I'm not sure, I just know that crowds are not allowed to gather and everyone is to return to their respective homes. The soldier finished his reply and quickly left. Buzzing, a line of helicopters suddenly flew overhead, hovering in midair. The scene was so disturbing that even the dumbest of people realized that things were not good. Everyone quickened their pace and returned home under the command of the army. They thought that it was other countries that were going to war with the Dragon Kingdom, but they didn't realize that what was about to happen was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Before long, the streets were empty, so quiet that even the sound of the wind blowing could be heard. There were only 10 minutes left before 12 o'clock. The originally dazzling sun was now like a red veil, making it impossible to see. 10 minutes passed in a flash, accompanied by a hissing sound. Great Alteration, officially opened. Little by little, time passed, and the entire Ning City remained in chaos. The blood corpses formed by the mutation rampaged through the streets, frantically attacking the defense line formed by the soldiers. I went to the topmost floor of the abandoned building, overlooking what was happening in the distance. The old Ning City was now devastated and in the midst of an apocalyptic panic. I remembered that the last time the apocalypse broke out, I was so busy running for my life that I didn't even get to observe properly. At this point, I see the destruction of human civilization, how many people have lost loved ones, and how many others have been forced to lay hands on those they love the most. This tragic tragedy all stemmed from an indifferent cosmic will. I must see what the cosmic will really is, I secretly swore. In this chaotic world, the worst thing is not to have no food, but to have no goal, to live all day long in a muddled way. The chaos continued into the afternoon, and still hasn't stopped. I pulled a can of red meat out of my pocket, heated it up slightly, and began to enjoy it. The generators and water purifiers have completely failed, but fortunately the food has not been affected much, which is a blessing in disguise. If even the nature of the food had changed, there would really be no way for humans to live. Suddenly, noisy clamor came from downstairs. Big brother, yesterday I saw so many people pulling things into this, and there's a steel plate covering it. There must be something good inside. A man's voice came into my ears. Not bad, I told you that you're the smartest among us, and the other ones can't match this resourcefulness. Another voice followed. What if there's someone up there? A third asked, concern in his tone. Stupid, we are lucky to have awakened that what's-his-name mech. We can smash a small car in one go. Who would be a match for our brothers? That big brother's voice was full of confidence. I gave a slight lurch, then continued to eat the canned food. It's the early days of the apocalypse, and with the giant god mecha and the heavenly domain mecha around, I'm not afraid of anyone, even if it's a group attack. If those people really didn't know how to mess with me, then they would have to regret it in their next life. Boss, there's a chick here, quite pretty. A little brother shouted excitedly. Let's see, it's still true, Missy is alone? It's so dangerous out there now, why don't you follow us? We'll definitely keep you safe. Big brother's voice was filled with greed. The chaotic sounds of fighting ensued, and the footsteps downstairs got closer and closer. My mind alerted, I stepped aside to observe quietly. It wasn't long before a pure white mech appeared at the stairway. It made a movement when it saw me, as if it didn't expect anyone to actually exist in this abandoned building. The white mech didn't stop, however, and froze for a moment before continuing its upward rampage. Shortly after it left, 5 mechs with a dark brown, hairy appearance appeared at the stairway. This kind of animal is a wild boar? I recognized the origin of these mechs at a glance, and was secretly wary. Oh, a chick turning into a man, this is a big change. The mecha in the lead muttered, listening to the voice. It should be the big brother from before. Big brother, there's food for just one person, a junior brother said in surprise. Bro, you can't eat all this food, how about we all enjoy it together? You share our food, we'll share your pussy, I'll be first later, you'll be second. The elder brother said with a smirk, the smile on his face was a bit sinister. I smiled coldly, these people in front of me were not worth my fear. Why should I enjoy my things with you guys? I said, my tone dripping with disdain. Since my brother refuses to share, then don't blame me as a big brother for being ruthless. After all, these brothers under me also need to eat. The big brother's smile instantly became fierce. He bent his legs in a half crouch and violently charged at me. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 tigers, 3 bears and 4 wolves. Once a boar charges, even a tiger, the king of all beasts, has to avoid the front for a while. I sidestepped slightly and easily dodged it. Boom! Losing his target, Big Brother crashed headfirst into the not yet painted concrete wall, and even the reinforced steel plate on the outside made a huge dent. The other 3 minions unleashed a charge at the same time, coming in like a herd of wild boars. I didn't slow down, my figure flashed repeatedly, easily avoiding the attacks of several people. Mud boy, is that all you do, run? Come fight your father me. The big brother adjusted his posture and charged again. I laughed, and the Thunder Flash mech instantly transformed into a giant god mech, bracing myself with one hand and blocking Big Brother's impact with just one hand. The 4 little brothers froze in unison. The big brother who couldn't even block a steel plate was actually stopped by one of my hands. Then, an even more frightening scene appeared. I only saw my arm steeply change into a sharp claw and slash towards my big brother's body. After the sparks splashed around, Big Brother directly collapsed to the ground, the mech on his body shattering with a loud bang and turning into a tiny ball of Rubik's Cube. Kill Mecha Manipulator Wang Hu, First Order, gained First Order Mecha Core. I retrieved the Mecha Core and turned my gaze to the remaining 4. Holy shit, run, this guy isn't human. Yellow Shoes let out a growl and ran outside in a panic. Where did I give them a chance, transforming the Thunder Flash mechs to solve them one by one? Although only 2 mech cores are needed to ascend to the 2nd rank, I now have 3 mechs, so I might need 6 mech cores. I can't let go of this good thing that was delivered to my door. After taking care of everyone, I slowly made my way up the stairs just in time to see the white mech poking its head out. It's okay, come on down! I shouted. Chapter 12, Guan Xilan, Mutant Pigeon Flock Attack, Request Golden Ticket. I'll give you 2 choices, either leave this place but not reveal its existence, or I'll kill you myself, or stay here and help me look after the house and do some odd jobs along the way, with the pay being all that food and water. Seeing the white mecha descending the stairs, Huang Ting opened his mouth. He sounded very calm, not at all like he had just killed someone. The fact is that no one who could survive for decades after the apocalypse came to the present without a little fear and worry. I would like to stay here. My name is Guan Xilan. Guan Xilan's eyes quickly recovered from the shock and regained their clarity. Whether it was the powerful fighting ability or the rich food reserves here, none of them were indicative of Huang Ting's power. Before the end of the world, her parents had already turned into unrecognizable monsters, and in order to survive, she could only rely on Huang Ting now. Guan Xilan? This name is familiar. I seem to have seen a paper on the study of insect habits before, in which the second author was named this. Just as he was thinking, Guan Xilan lifted his mecha form, revealing his original appearance. Seeing her appearance, Huang Ting snapped back to a photo he had seen. You're the second author of that article. Ecological Perspectives on the Impact of Urbanization on Native Insect Diversity. Aren't you? Yes, it's me, but that was me 3 years ago. Guan Xilan replied carefully, not knowing why Huang Ting suddenly asked about this. Sure enough, it's her, and it looks like one's next insect choice finally has a direction. Huang Ting's spirit was lifted. This harvest was much stronger than those few mecha cores. With Quan Xilan, the insects one could choose from were not even limited to those that existed in nature, and one could completely concentrate on cultivating special kinds of insects. Absorbing the genes of those peculiar insects was the true use of the super god level talent of the Bug Master. One must keep Quan Xilan for oneself. Now that the mysterious props hadn't appeared yet, it would be perfect if he waited for a while to find a copy of the demonic instrument, and then sign a contract with Quan Xilan at that time. After another 2 hours of waiting inside the abandoned building, Huang Ting got up, and the Thunder Flash mech automatically attached itself. Now that the situation had almost stabilized, it was time to go out and hunt monsters and obtain mecha strengthening materials. You wait here and don't make any noise, do you hear me? Good. Good. Quan Xilan didn't dare to say more and nodded repeatedly. Leaving the abandoned building, Huang Ting rushed towards the most crowded place in the city. The newly formed blood corpses were not strong in combat, and this was a good time to collect strengthening materials. He didn't get very far when he ran head-on into a bloody corpse. Without hesitation, the Thunder Flash mecha flashed behind the blood corpse, then transformed into the giant god mecha and probed out its sharp claws. Thumbs up! The blood corpse's head was instantly 2/3 missing. Kill mutant blood corpse, first level, get materials, power blood core *1, scarlet nail *1. Sure enough, after the mutation officially opened, the explosion rates of the blood corpses have all increased quite a bit. Picking up the drop, Huang Ting once again set his sights on another blood corpse. Kill mutant blood corpse, first level, obtain material, flesh and blood remnants. Material name, flesh and blood remnants. Quality, ordinary. Type, material. Effect, 100 copies of flesh and blood remnants can be synthesized into 1 copy of flesh and blood essence, and flesh and blood essence can increase the attributes of the mechs by a small margin. I take back what I said just now, I didn't realize that I actually don't even have a guaranteed blood core now. When the mutation hadn't officially opened, the burst rate of blood corpses had always stabilized at 1 blood core, and now that the upper limit had been raised, the lower limit had been lowered as well. However, a mosquito is still meat, so Huang Ting collected the remnants of the blood and flesh and continued to search for the blood corpse. Meanwhile, the abandoned building. Quan Xilan's emotions had not yet recovered from her fear, and her body was still trembling with an amplitude visible to the naked eye. Just now, she didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that Huang Ting would kill herself as well if he was unhappy. It's a good thing I was lucky and managed to survive. At that thought, she pulled out her cell phone, ready to contact the outside. She didn't dare expose the existence of this place, just wanted to see what was going on outside. Those horrible monsters, and the mech on her own body, it all weighed on her heart and took her breath away. When she touched her cell phone, she was completely dumbfounded that her good cell phone suddenly didn't work. Not to mention surfing the net, even lighting up is a luxury. Hesitating for a moment, she got up to walk over to the window and take a look, but remembering Huang Ting's warning, she sat back down again. The supporting characters in movies and TV shows who don't listen to advice tend to die early, and she's not stupid, she just wants to live right now. Coo coo coo. At that moment, she suddenly heard a pigeon cooing from outside the window. Boom! Immediately afterward, a loud noise appeared, and a piece of the steel plate sealed at the window bulged out steeply, as if something had hit it. Quan Xilan exclaimed in shock. Reacting, she hastily covered her mouth, but it was too late. Dang! Continuous crashing sounds rang out, and the entire steel plate looked like it had been struck by someone with the palm of the god of Rulai, making one mark after another. Hearing the terrible sound, she quietly picked up a sharp stone and held it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, the crash died down. Quan Xilan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was the danger that had left. Knock! Just then, the ceiling overhead shook violently. The gravel that hadn't been painted yet crackled down as if it were raining. Quan Xilan blanched. The thing couldn't break through the steel plate, so it found a way to break through the top of the head. The strength of concrete poured with cement and sand is mediocre compared to a hard steel plate. It didn't take long for a face-sized hollow to appear above his head. Through the hollow, Quan Xilan finally realized the true nature of those things. Pigeons. A flock of mutant pigeons. Ordinary pigeons weren't much bigger, you could hold them in one hand, but the flock overhead were each as big as an adult golden hare. One of the pigeons at the head was even the size of a calf, with a pair of scarlet eyes permeated with a hint of evil. It slapped the other mutant pigeons away with one wing, and reached out with a sharp claw, grabbing the edge of the hollow. With a cackle, a piece of concrete was easily crushed by it. Powder rustled down, bringing no less despair to Guancilan than being surrounded by 4 men just now. Those 4 men were craving her body, and the group of mutant pigeons in front of them might be craving her body as well. Get out! Get out! Guancilan shouted, picking up the stone on the ground and throwing it towards the hollow above his head. Coincidentally, the rock hit the alpha pigeon's paw just right. For a while, the pigeon leader's eyes became more and more scarlet, and the speed of breaking the stones increased a lot. Seeing this, Guancilan became even more desperate. Is he really going to die here today? Suddenly, she remembered the scene when Huang Ting had fought the 4 earlier. If Huang Ting was here, he might still be able to save himself. Just how was that possible? Out of nowhere, she noticed what looked like a black and gold figure flashing through the hollow above her head. Then, a mournful scream came, pulling Guancilan's thoughts back to reality in an instant. That's his mech! Yes, absolutely, that's his mech! Ecstasy welled up on Guancilan's face, and he hurriedly turned his body, trying to get a clear view of the battle taking place above his head. Penthouse. Huang Ting reached out and grabbed a mutant pigeon by the neck, yanking it violently. In a flash, the mutant pigeon's head and body separated, turning into a pile of lifeless flesh and blood. Kill mutant carrier pigeon, first level, obtain materials, gray feather *1, mutant blood drop *1. Collecting the dropped items, Huang Ting looked towards the leader pigeon in the group of mutated pigeons. Another elite level mutant, I wonder what can be popped out. Muttering to himself, he rushed straight over. Chapter 13, Attachment Module, Next Mecha Choice. The ferocious and brutal pigeons were just as tame in Huang Ting's hands as they were before they were mutated, and couldn't stir up a single storm. Soon, he killed all the other mutant pigeons, leaving only the last pigeon leader. The pigeon leader also knew at this time that Huang Ting was not to be messed with, and with the spread of his wings, he flew out of the abandoned building. It's too late to think about escaping. Huang Ting smoothly picked up a stone slab from the ground and threw it with all his might. The stone slab hit the pigeon leader, who was trying to spread his wings, just in time. With a whimper, the body of the pigeon leader slammed straight down. Huang Ting followed suit, jumping out of the building and stomping on its body. The weight of the mech itself, coupled with the powerful impact of the descent, directly stomped the body of the pigeon leader. Kill elite mutant carrier pigeon, first level, obtain materials, gray feather *5, mutant blood drop *3, attachment module, eye of detection, white bone bomb, drawing, *1. Seeing the reward, Huang Ting was first stunned, then laughed out loud. Material drops aside, gray feathers increase agility and mutated blood drops increase strength and defense, both of which need to be processed before they can be used. The eye of detection was a good thing. Not only could it check the basic information of mutant creatures, but it could also lower its own aura, and the hiding effect was outstanding. It was considered to be one of the pre-existing divine skills. The white bone bomb was no worse than the eye of detection, and the explosion was powerful enough to be used to clean up weak mutated blood corpses. If used properly, a single white bone bomb could easily kill several blood corpses. What's more, this drawing could be reused. With this, one would soon be able to complete the initial accumulation of wealth for mecha upgrading. He started by picking up the eye of detection. The eye of detection is, from the outside, a simple gray orb, and when pressed into the eye, the orb grows 8 long, thin, mechanical limbs that are rooted into the original eye structure. The moment he planted it, Huang Ting immediately felt that his eyesight had improved a lot. With a random sweep, he saw a mutated ant in the grass not far away. Name: Giant-jawed mutant ant. Level: General First Order. Degree of danger: very low. The giant-jawed mutant ant had a harmless white light emanating from its body, and at this moment, it was nibbling on grass stems, not even realizing that someone was observing it. Retracting his gaze, Huang Ting opened the attribute panel of the giant god mecha again. Name, Giant God Mecha. Rank First. Power 30. Defense 4. Agility 5. Mystery 0. Exclusive Module, Megatron. Subsidiary Module, Claw Form, Eye of Detection. Utilizing reinforcement materials can only raise it to a maximum of 10 points. If you want more attributes, you have to upgrade your mechs. Although the bug mastery talent is overbearing, the consumption isn't normally great. You have to have all the mechs fully upgraded before you can continue to raise them. Looking at the panel, Huang Ting had mixed feelings. Multiple forms switch back and forth, giving him no shortcomings and a powerful battlefield. But again, all mechs can't be left behind in their ascension. There's no such thing as ascending one type of mech to the highest rank before ascending the others. Good thing he has a killer app. Open the White Bone Bomb drawing. Name of drawing, White Bone Bomb. Quality, excellent. Type drawing. Effect, splash countless bone fragments for an explosive attack. Required material, Scarlet Bone *2, Mutant Blood Drop *2, Bloodstained Beast Skin *1. The quality level of the materials and drawings was similar to the mech talent level. The only difference was that there was an extra fine level above normal, and then excellent. Mutant Blood Drops and Bloodstained Beast Skin are both common materials, and although blood-colored bones are rare, they are not worth mentioning at all compared to the value of White Bone Bombs. The trading system will open tomorrow, so there's no need to rush now. Putting away the drawings, Huang Ting returned to the 5th floor. The roof of the building had been chiseled through quite a bit by the flock of mutant pigeons, but it was still reparable, which was a blessing in disguise. I didn't mess around, I didn't invite it. Guan Xilan explained warily. I know, it's not your fault, don't be afraid. The mutant monster's perception was incomparably sharp. Perhaps it happened to notice Guan Xilan's aura, which led to its frantic attack. He felt that Guan Xilan should be a smart person, and after experiencing that earlier incident, he would definitely not put himself in danger again. Looking at the large hole broken open above his head, Huang Ting couldn't help but lament. It's still not too safe here. It would be nice if it was like a snail that could carry a house on its back all over the world, but unfortunately, there shouldn't be too many such creatures. Besides snails, there's another insect that carries the house around on its back. Guan Xilan smoothly picked up the sentence. That's great. Suddenly, Huang Ting froze and jerked forward to grab Guan Xilan's arm. Guan Xilan's face changed as she subconsciously pulled out the previously prepared stone and ruthlessly smashed it towards the back of Huang Ting's hand. Huang Ting's eyes turned cold as he lifted his hand to knock the stone out of her hand. I'm not interested in you. I just want to know what that kind of insect that runs around with a house on its back is called. Seeing that Huang Ting did not make any next move, Guan Xilan was relieved and slowly lowered her arms. Then, a strong wave of unwillingness erupted. How could he be less important than a bug in the other party's eyes? That insect is called the demoiselle moth, and the demoiselle moth larvae can spit silk and use leaves or twigs to weave a nest and walk on their backs. Guan Xilan's explanation was very concise, but Huang Ting still saw the unusual nature of this insect in it. Is this demoiselle moth widely distributed? It's pretty widespread. It's basically distributed all over the country, and if you see a baggy thing on a branch, it might be the house of a demoiselle moth. Hearing this, Huang Ting's face showed embarrassment. He had grown up in a big city. Where had he seen such insects? I had seen a lot of them in my previous life, but those insects either had a bunch of eyes or had dozens of tentacles that made one's scalp numb. Today's bugs are as harmless and well-behaved as they are compared to them. Huang Ting revealed a smile. He really didn't remember it wrong. He didn't expect to save a random person and actually save the right one. Demoiselle Moth, in that case, the next mech transformation slot is yours. With a goal in mind, Huang Ting no longer hesitated. He picked up a tin box on his back and set off again. The reason why I came back early was to find a container to stow those materials. If it was the later stages of the apocalypse, there were countless space devices of all kinds, so naturally there was no need to go through so much trouble. But for now, he could only resort to this primitive and simple method of collection. Pulling out the map he had prepared long ago, Huang Ting headed towards the refuge created by Chu Jiajun. With insufficient manpower of his own, the task of searching for the demoiselle moth should still be left in Chu Jiajun's hands. Hopefully he still had plenty of manpower, or else I'm afraid I'll have to wait a long time for my own next mech. Perhaps it was also possible to find official cooperation, but unlike Chu Jiazhen, many factions existed in the officialdom before the end of the world opened, and now the relationship was even more intricate. He didn't want to get involved with the other side just yet if he didn't have to. Chapter 14, 600% Benefit, Seeking Golden Tickets. Instead of lessening, the fighting in the streets intensified. When it first began, humans were powerless against the blood corpses and other mutated creatures that hunted them. But now, after awakening their natal mecha, they finally had the power to resist. Whether it was to avenge the deaths of their loved ones or they wanted to obtain the strengthening advancement materials, the people all had reasons why they had to go and fight. Of course, those who can come forward are ultimately the minority, and most people still hide and choose to wait and see. As Huang Ting advanced, he recalled what had happened in his previous life. The first day's cataclysm was just the beginning, and other situations beyond people's imagination would appear later, such as the system mall that would open tomorrow. The appearance of the system mall was a perfect opportunity for Huang Ting. Originally, if you wanted to sell white bone bombs, you had to trade them one by one. Now that the system mall is open, transactions can be completed directly online, and the speed of earning money is greatly increased. The cost of a white bone bomb was around 50 energy points, and he was prepared to sell 300 energy points apiece. A six-fold difference in profit is enough for him to make a fortune. And that's just the first step. Having enough energy points meant enough strengthening materials. It's not like this is cultivating immortality, and the whole slow cultivation thing. As long as there were enough reinforcement materials, he would immediately be able to ascend to the second rank, ahead of everyone else. These low-grade materials might seem insignificant, but they were vital to the upgrading of the mech. In his previous life, he was greedy for immediate benefits, and sold a lot of low-ranked materials, and was dumbfounded when he needed them later. Quite a bit more time was wasted before the mech upgrade was completed. In this life, he was prophetic, and he must make a fortune on the lower-ranked materials, and then quickly upgrade his mecha class to become the first person in Ning City. With a plan in mind, Huang Ting's speed was even faster. The Thunder Flash mecha weaved through the streets, literally resembling a thunderbolt. Whether it was the blood corpses or the humans, they just felt a lightning flash beside them, and then they fell silent, making it so that they weren't even sure what was happening. Mountain River Sanctuary. Chu Jiazhen created the Shanhe group, and the shelters erected followed that name. Early in the mutation, some of his men mutated as well. However, Ao Liang remembered Huang Ting's advice to shoot as soon as he realized there was a problem. Coupled with the fact that Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hua, who had already awakened their mechs ahead of time, were sitting on the sidelines, their losses weren't too great. Like Huang Ting, Chu Jiazhen also chose a building, but not an abandoned building, but a building that was intact and had not yet been delivered. There were 8 tiny watchtowers on the topmost floor of the building, making it easy to see the movements of everyone within hundreds of meters. "We have a situation. A mech has appeared 300 meters away and it's going fast." Suddenly, a voice came from one of the watchtowers, followed by a rush of sound. "No good, it's rushing to the door, all hands on deck." "Wait, it seems to have stopped." The people up there didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly passed the message on. At the same time, Chu Jiazhen also learned of the news of an uninvited guest intruding, and came outside to take a look at a familiar, greenish-purple mech that caught his eye. "Well, don't be nervous, it's an old friend coming." "Is it the Yellow Court?" Chu Hua gave a surprised cry and stepped on a window and jumped straight out. In midair, the giant eagle mecha possessed her as she spread her wings and flew directly in front of Huang Ting. "It seems you have a pretty good grasp of your own mech, but remember, never fly too high, the dangers in the high air are no less than on land." Huang Ting retrieved his mech and smiled. Got it." Chu Hua also obediently disengaged her mecha form, very well behaved. In just half a day, she felt as if the sky had fallen. The people around you are either mutated or out of contact. Because of this, she was so surprised to see Huang Ting, an acquaintance. At that moment, Chu Jiazhen also walked out of the building. Seeing his own daughter chatting so happily with Huang Ting, he also smiled heartily. Huang Ting's mystery and power left an indelible impression on him, and coupled with his own outstanding height and looks, it would not be bad if the two of them could be together. It's really thanks to you this time, otherwise many people would have definitely died in Ningqiang. Chu Jiazhen walked forward and patted Huang Ting's shoulder and said. Seeing this scene, Liang, who was standing behind him, was shocked in his heart. It was the first time he had seen Chu Jiazhen attach such importance to a young man. However, it wouldn't be surprising at all if the other party was Huang Ting. Huang Ting made a few polite remarks before stating the purpose of his visit. Demoiselle moths? This used to be easy to find, now I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of a hassle. I'll have someone keep an eye out for it. Chu Jiazhen had long guessed that Huang Ting's mecha was related to insects, and as both sides were currently allies, the stronger Huang Ting was, the more secure his own interests would be, so he agreed in one breath. After finishing his business, Huang Ting opened the tin box he was carrying and took out 3 things from it. Mr. Chu, I don't know if your people have exploded these 3 materials. I'm willing to exchange them with a little secret. Oh? Let's see. Chu Jiazhen swept a glance at those 3 materials and smiled. Coincidentally, I have all 3 materials here. I wonder what secret you are willing to exchange. As long as you crush the blood core and let the blood inside flow onto the mech, you can boost the corresponding attributes. I wonder how much this little secret can be worth? Huang Ting didn't hide the usage of the blood core. Even if he didn't say it, the secret would still explode later. Rather than making it known by then, it would be better to exchange it for a little benefit now. Hearing this secret, Chu Jiazhen was shaken. He thought that the absorption of the blood core was very troublesome, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. The number of blood-colored bones is small. I'll give you 8 of them, 10 drops of mutated blood drops, and 6 blood-stained beast skins. Is that okay? Huang Ting calculated that with these materials plus his own accumulation, he could create 10 white bone bombs, which was almost enough. He also understood that it was the early stage of the mutation. There were not many materials that Chu Jiazhen could give. As for ordinary people, it would only be even less. Anyway, it was a no-cost deal. Give as much as you want. Furthermore, Chu Jiazhen was not one of his men, and he and the other party only had a cooperative relationship. Getting the materials, Huang Ting found a room and started making white bone bombs. White bone bomb belongs to props. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to make it. One is to use the drawing. Just need to put the material on top of the drawing, simple and fast. The other is hand-built, which is trickier and more difficult to build by hand, but often produces nice goodies. A lot of people in their previous lives were hand-rubbing bigots, and even if the mechs were relatively mediocre, the armed combat power wasn't bad at all. With a flash of white light, a white bone bomb resembling a scaled-down version of a skull was created. Huang Ting made all 9 remaining white bone bombs in one breath and once again found Chu Jiazhen. In order to demonstrate the power of the white bone bomb, he even pulled in 8 blood corpses. The white bone bomb was thrown, and after a loud boom, the 8-headed blood corpses were instantly turned into a pile of unrecognizable broken flesh. Chu Jiazhen instantly became excited. Huang Ting, I want as many of these white bone bombs as you have. As a business veteran, he could see at a glance the value of the white bone bomb. Now that the end of the world had just begun, even if they were wearing mechs, there were still many people who didn't dare to fight the blood corpses. In this way, the value of the white bone bomb is infinitely increased. Not having to fight the blood corpses face to face, and still being able to inflict huge kills was simply a godly weapon. I'm sure many people will buy some for self-defense, and even if they don't use them themselves, they can buy them for their family and friends. In short, the white bone bomb has no worries at all. Mr. Chu, don't worry first, I have a better method. Chapter 15, System Mall opens, and Hong Hai's great gift. The next day came right on time, and not surprisingly, in addition to the mech attribute page, there was now another system mall. The translucent light screen unfolded in front of Huang Ting, and when he tapped on the system mall, a wide array of goods instantly surfaced. Not only are there tons of food and household items on it, but there are also other gadgets, including drawings and accessory modules. It's also easy to buy, just sell items to the system mall in exchange for energy points. For example, 1 serving of flesh and blood remnants could be sold for 1 energy point, and 1 energy point could purchase a small gift pack of food, which contained enough supplies for one person to live for a day. It's not impossible to eat for 3 days if you save it. If you don't want to sell to the system mall, you can also create a stall of your own and use bartering. This approach is inefficient, but the only advantage is that you don't have to pay a stall fee. With a thought, Huang Ting placed the remaining 9 white bone bombs on the stall he had just created, and then spent another 100 energy points to purchase a top 10 minutes feature. The top function needs to be auctioned off to the highest bidder, except that the system mall has just been opened now and everyone is confused, so no one participates. $100 to buy a top, earn a fortune, if in the previous life, I'm afraid that 10,000 energy points cannot take. Watching his white bone bomb being topped to the top of all the merchandise, Huang Ting was satisfied. 300 energy points for a bomb, poor and crazy? I think so, isn't this playing people for fools? 30 energy points to buy a food pack is enough for me to eat for a month, 300 energy points is enough for me to eat for a year. Strange, how come his stuff is always in first place? I just saw an auction, and it looks like he auctioned off a top 10-minute item. Spending a large amount of money on a placeholder, this white bone bomb must not be simple or it wouldn't have cost so much. You get what you pay for, this white bone bomb is definitely something good, it's a pity that I only have 15 energy points after selling everything. That's all well and good for you, I haven't been out since yesterday, I've been hiding in my house, and my neighbor seems to have mutated. A couple of our brothers cashed in and bought one, when we tried the effects. Is this the time to talk about this stuff? My neighborhood is full of monsters, someone help me. Upstairs is hopeless, wait for death. The system mall is divided into 2 parts, the upper part is a product page and the lower part is a chat box. At this moment, a message flew by. There was talk of white bone bombs and constant cries for help from the outside world, and the whole chat box was a mess. Huang Ting just casually swept a glance and stopped paying attention. The system mall appears today and the chat system will open tomorrow. But this is not good news. The more new features that appear, the faster the rate of biological mutation and evolution, which means more danger. In less than 3 minutes, the white bone bomb was snapped up. There are a lot of people without money and a lot of people with money. The cost of the white bone bomb was around 50 points. Huang Ting didn't price it too high, 300 energy points. It was nothing to some big powers, even ordinary people could scrape together the money to buy one. Xiqing District, an old neighborhood. Ran Zijing had just defaulted to making sure, when his hand suddenly sank. Lifting it up, a strange bomb the size of a normal human skull appeared in his hand. Is this that 300 worth of white bone bombs? The brothers on the sidelines came up and asked curiously. There were 6 of them in total, all in one dorm room. I thought I'd come out for a couple of days while I was on vacation, but I didn't expect to be stuck here. Outside were hordes of blood corpses, and even though each of them had awakened their natal mechs, they still didn't dare to act rashly. Yes, but I don't hold out hope for its power, as long as the commotion is loud enough to draw away the blood corpses in our neighborhood. Ran Zijing took a deep breath, and the silver-white mecha automatically attached itself to his body. Several others summoned their mechs as well. There are not many people in this neighborhood, and even fewer mutated people. The entire upstairs blood corpses have long been purged by them, and now the only tricky thing is the group of blood corpses surrounding the outside. A few people didn't expect the white bone bomb to be able to exert much power. As Ran Zijing said, it could only be able to lure those blood corpses away, or lure away some of them. The group of 6 arrived at the top floor of the neighborhood, and Ran Zijing observed for a while, then selected a larger group of blood corpses and threw out the white bone bomb. The white bone bomb traced a graceful arc in the air before falling into the group of blood corpses. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound rang out, and all the blood corpses instantly rioted, frantically surging towards the location of the explosion. Seeing this scene, instead of being happy, a strong shock rose on the faces of several people. This bomb power! This is a bit big! They could see clearly that the instant the white bone bomb exploded, at least 8 or 9 blood corpses were torn into pieces, and the other blood corpses were also damaged to varying degrees. This is not a cannonball that you can only hear ringing, but a real bomb. Buy more, blow the fuckers up. A few people looked frenzied. With this kind of good stuff around, who would think of escaping? Of course, they would blow up all the blood corpses and harvest the good stuff. They weren't the only ones experimenting with the white bone bomb, as other forces similarly realized the white bone bomb's great potential and contacted Huang Ting to request additional purchases. Huang Ting wasn't idle either. He first used his energy points to make a big purchase of the materials needed to make the white bone bomb, and then marked out the drawings and accessory modules he needed. Compared to food, drawings and accessory modules were incredibly expensive, with any one of them requiring thousands of energy points, and the better ones even in the tens of thousands. He simply can't afford it at the moment, and will have to put it down for now. A white light flashed, and soon, Huang Ting produced another 50 white bone bombs and stuffed them into the stall. Almost instantly, 50 white bone bombs disappeared, and in their place, 15,000 energy points. Without delay, excluding a few that were marked up too outrageously, Huang Ting swept away all the low-ranked materials he could see on the market. White bone bomb drawings burst rate is not low. This is also the pre-apocalyptic period. After a while it cannot be worth it. No, maybe it might not be worth it by tomorrow. So he's going to sell as many as he can while he still has a price. At the same time, the Windward Refuge. Despite a bit of chaos in the early stages, Windward managed to survive. Of course, this also had nothing to do with In Hong Hai's Red Rhino mecha. Without his help, there was a real possibility that Feng Hua would have disappeared into history. In the midst of the doomsday, the strongest is honored, and at this moment, he has become the uncrowned king of Feng Hua by virtue of his powerful strength, and even the several brothers who usually look down on him have been trampled under his feet for him to drive. It's this Huang Ting again, how come it's him every time? Seeing the traitor's name, In Hong Hai instantly became furious. He was sure that this Huang Ting who sold white bone bombs was definitely the same Huang Ting who had once humiliated himself in the fair and the botanical garden. At that time, it was inconvenient for him to take a shot at Huang Ting, but it was different now. Huang Ting, humph, let me give you a big gift first. And Hong Hai's eyes rolled, waved his hand and recruited one of his men, whispering a few words. Chapter 16, Mecha Upgrade. I want to get involved in my business. Huang Ting was still burying his head in crafting white bone bombs, but the system mall chat bar had already exploded. There are so many monsters out there, and that Huang Ting's only trying to make a disaster fortune. It's simply shameful. That's right, why don't you publicize the recipe for the white bone bomb, so that everyone can make it together and fight those monsters as well? Even if we don't disclose the recipe, we still need to lower the price. I think 30 energy points apiece is more fair. Support upstairs. I only earn 30 energy points after a hard day of monster hunting. I can't even afford a bomb. Reject the monopoly and hand over the formula. A message was sent out, and the content on it either asked Huang Ting to disclose the formula or asked him to sell it at a reduced price. Chu Jiazhen soon realized this phenomenon, and quickly asked Liang to find Huang Ting. Something wrong? Faced with Liang's arrival, Huang Ting was still a bit confused. Although the white bone bomb could be accomplished by utilizing the drawings, he needed to keep an eye on it, or it wouldn't work. This causes him to be completely unaware of what is happening in the outside world. Just take a look at the chat bar. So many people are asking you to hand over the recipe for the white bone bomb. Liang spoke angrily, a little bit of righteous indignation. Huang Ting immediately expanded the chat area upon hearing this, and sure enough, he saw a lot of anticlimactic remarks. One of them even made him shell out all the energy points he had previously sold. Don't worry about that, you guys just need to help me keep an eye on the top without any reinforcement materials that haven't been missed, and don't worry about anything else. How is it possible to want the formula for the white bone bomb? Huang Ting ignored this group of jumping clowns and shelved all the white bone bombs he had just made. In the blink of an eye, half of the 100 white bone bombs were sold. See, their actions are more honest than their mouths. Huang Ting laughed and transferred all the 30,000 energy points that had just arrived to Liang. Continue to keep an eye on those materials for me, as long as the price isn't too high, buy them all. Yes. In the face of Huang Ting's order, Liang didn't half resist. By the way, I realize that the ones spreading the news have some familiar faces. They should be from Feng Hua's side. Before leaving, Liang gave another reminder. Feng Hua and Ha Hai, this guy still won't die. I know about this, you go down first. When he left, Huang Ting materialized the strengthening materials he had just purchased. The assortment of materials stacked on top of each other exudes an unspeakable allure. These materials should be able to push the attributes of the giant god mecha to the first order limit. Buying low and selling high is really one of the most lucrative ways to make money. A black and gold light flashed as the mega god mech appeared in the room. Huang Ting sat down on his knees and began to absorb the pile of strengthening materials on the ground. Strength +1, defense +1, defense +1, defense +2, agility +2, agility +1. With all the reinforcement materials gone, the attributes of the Mega God Mecha were refreshed. Name: Giant God Mecha. Rank 1st. Power 35. Defense 10. Agility 10. Mystery 0. Exclusive module: Megatron. Subsidiary module: Claw Form, Eye of Detection. The attribute boost has reached its limit. The next step is Mech Ascension. The so-called Ascension was actually a mech that had been strengthened to its upper limit, and if it didn't break through, there was no way to continue to ascend. If you wanted to break through the upper limit, the first thing you needed was a mecha core, and thanks to Big Brother and the 4 yellow shoes, Huang Ting didn't have to worry about that at all. Taking out a bunch of materials once again, plus a Rubik's Cube style mech core, he sank his heart and officially opened the Ascension. Mecha upgrading is open. Time required for this upgrading, 28H. Just as Huang Ting was performing his mecha upgrades, Anhai was furious inside the shelter. He thought that he could find someone to discuss Huang Ting with a wave, but he didn't expect the other party to pay no attention at all, which made him feel like he had punched the air, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "Boss!" Just then, a junior suddenly ran in from outside, panicking with surprise. "Boss, we seem to have found an elite monster." "Elite monsters?" And Hong Hai instantly became interested. "The things popped out by elite monsters must be better than ordinary monsters. Go, take me over there to take a look." Led by his little brother, he soon arrived inside a park. Calamity opened. The mutation is not only animals, even plants did not escape. Just the grass can grow to more than 2 meters high. As for those big trees, now is crazy to grow to dozens of meters, shading the sky, usually available for recreation in the park, at the moment, and the hell of not much difference. "That elite monster is a merganser. Before it mutated, it would bow whenever given a mouthful of food. It's quite cute." Walking along, my little brother briefly introduced himself. As the weeds in front of him were plucked away, a giant Sika deer that was over 5 meters tall and had 2 deformed faces appeared in front of Hong Hai's eyes. "Hiss, is that the cuteness that comes out of your mouth?" Seeing this terrifying monster, Hong Hai sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. But seeing the help he had brought with him, his heart was certain. With so many people around, the wheel could wheel that monster to death. "Brothers, come with me!" The red rhino mecha let out a roar, and Hong Hai was the first to charge up. Like the boar, the rhinoceros charges with the same extraordinary force. The sudden attack directly toppled the giant merganser out. Other minions took the opportunity to rush up and attack. Although Hong Hai had an arrogant and domineering personality, he fought very bravely, and with his own advantage he soon pressed the giant plumed deer to retreat back and forth. 10 minutes later, the giant plumed deer fell to the ground with a bang, and a large amount of materials burst out. In this, a drawing-like style attracted Hong Hai's attention. "This is the drawing of the White Bone Bomb! Ha ha ha, I have the drawings too, Huang Ting. There's nothing you can do about it now, is there?" Putting away the drawings, he immediately asked his little brother to go to the market to collect materials. Soon, the first batch of white bone bombs, made by Hong Hai, came out. As for the price, he set it at 200 points. Once this white bone bomb was released, the entire market was instantly triggered. Many people who chose to wait and see did not hesitate to come to Hong Hai to buy. As for those who had purchased earlier, they regretted it at this time and cursed Huang Ting for being a crooked businessman. And Hong Hai's previous ploy didn't work, but he didn't expect that selling a small white bone bomb would inadvertently achieve results. Sure enough, humans still put profit first. Seeing that the sales of the white bone bomb were getting better and better, Hong Hai started hoarding raw materials moment by moment, even at prices 2 or 3 times higher than the market price. Anyway, the white bone bomb was profitable enough that he wasn't worried at all about losing money. Huang Ting, who was waiting for his mech to complete his ascension, saw someone acquiring scarlet bones and mutant blood drops and instantly realized that someone had already exploded the drawings for the white bone bomb. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the name of the white bone bomb maker. Anhai, you asked for it this time. Huang Ting called for Liang and asked him to sell the raw materials of the white bone bomb that he had purchased earlier. The profit of this white bone bomb is not bad. Let's lower the price a little, we can still sell it. Liang was very puzzled by Huang Ting's decision. My reputation is rotten because of this white bone bomb, so I wanted to do something about it. Huang Ting didn't explain and smiled. Liang's eyes were odd. He didn't believe that Huang Ting was someone who could give up profits for the sake of fame. Huang Ting could see what Liang meant and shook his head helplessly. Clearly he was a great guy. He found a piece of paper, wrote a few small lines on it, and handed it to Liang. Seeing the contents of the note, Liang's pupils quaked, and he looked at Huang Ting with an incredulous face. Now I should be a good person after all. Good man, you are a great man. Liang clutched the note tightly, which was clearly a simple version of a white bone bomb that could be made without drawings. Chapter 17: Simple White Bone Bomb, and Hong Hai's Blood Loss. The power of the simple version of the white bone bomb was a bit weaker, but it won out because the materials were easy to obtain and no drawings were needed. In a previous life, but anyone who lived a few more years would have made it. From the very beginning, Huang Ting had never thought of getting rich with the white bone bomb. He just wanted to seize the opportunity to harvest a wave of low-ranking materials and finish upgrading his mech. Now that the goal was accomplished, it didn't matter if the white bone bomb continued to be made or not. If no one pops out, he'll make a little more money for a while. If someone pops out a drawing, then he'll just go along and take out the simplified version of the drawing, which will be a help to the others. I didn't expect Hong Hai to mess up and dive in head first. Since they were enemies, Huang Ting didn't need to be polite. Windward Shelter. A junior brother couldn't help but do a double take after counting the contents of the warehouse. Boss, there's enough material here for us to make 300 white bone bombs. One sells for 200 energy points. That's 60,000 energy points. We're rich! And Hong Hai laughed, and couldn't help but look forward to it inwardly. This was his entire family fortune. Huang Ting was just an ordinary man. How could he possibly fight him? He was stronger than Huang Ting before Doomsday happened, and he was the same after Doomsday happened. The bottom of society is after all the bottom of society. The social class has been solidified. Even if there is an external force to carry out a great shuffle, his energy is still unimaginable to ordinary people. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to break through this shackle, and they will eventually become objects for the rich to make use of. Isn't the so-called laborer, by any other name, a slave? This is the depth of a great power. Boss, another batch of raw materials appeared in the mall, but the price is a bit high. Should we buy in? At this point, the little brother inquired. And Hong Hai scanned the price and realized that it was indeed very high, more than twice as expensive as the materials he had previously purchased. In this way, the white bone bomb made using this batch of materials would only earn 60 or 70 energy points on its own. After a little thought, he made up his mind. Buy them all. On the one hand, he still has something to earn, and it's a bit of hard work at best. On the other hand, it was disgusting Huang Ting, not wanting the other party to get these materials. The little brother got his orders and immediately started buying. If you don't have the money, sell some white bone bombs and keep buying. Soon, large batches of materials appeared in the warehouse. Seeing this scene, and Hong Hai became even more complacent. This time, he wanted to see if Chu Hu would still agree to his pursuit when he had so many white bone bombs and energy points. If he still didn't agree, he had long been looking at that old man Chu Jiazhen anyway. He didn't mind using force if it really pissed him off. If he and Hong Hai can't get a woman, no one else can. For all of this, Huang Ting was naturally unaware. However, he knew that even if he raised the price of the bloody bones and other raw materials, and Hong Hai still acquired all of them. Between one and the other, his energy points had come to the 30,000 mark. With the last bit of material being purchased by Hong Hai, Huang Ting once again spent 100 energy points to auction off a top message. How to make a simple version of the white bone bomb, price, 1 energy point. The moment this message appeared, the chat area was first silent, and no one sent a message for a full 10 seconds or so. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask out loud. True or false? Really, buy one and see if you don't know, it's not expensive anyway. There was an immediate reply at the bottom. Some people are asking if it's true, and some people have already acted. Crap, 1 energy point. Did Big Brother Huang Ting have a kind heart? I'm going to go ahead and test the drugs, and if I'm not back in half an hour, please call the police for me. Go upstairs in peace and I'll help you time it. A message kept brushing by, and soon tens of thousands of messages had accumulated. For that matter, there's still a speaking limit, otherwise it would be easy to swipe hundreds of thousands of posts. While people were chatting away, another merchandise message hit the top. The simplified version of the white bone bomb is less powerful than the original, but it is true, and the materials to make it are easier to obtain, so it is recommended that everyone purchase a copy. Ningxing Wartime Committee, price, 1 energy point. Boom! The chat channel exploded. I can't believe it's true, the officials have come out and endorsed it. It's true, I love doing crafts in my spare time, I just tried to do it, and it really blew up, it was more powerful than a grenade. Handmade? It's so powerful, will it explode when you make it? No, this bomb is rather peculiar, there is no gunpowder or anything like that inside, it seems to have a kind of mysterious power. If it fails to be made, it's just a pile of ordinary raw materials, and only at the moment of its success will it be infused with that energy inside. Huang Ting, Big Brother Bull, really I'm crying my eyes out. Humph, before you guys were calling him a traitor, and now he's sharing such a good thing. I'm sorry, Big Brother Huang Ting, I was wrong, please accept my knee. With the appearance of the simple version of the white bone bomb, Huang Ting's reputation began to reverse, and many people rushed to stand up for him and put in a good word for him. But there are those who are not convinced and want to do things in secret. So what? It's not like you're sharing it for free, and since you want people to know, you should share it out for free. Upstairs the brain is not sick, right? 1 energy point you cannot pull out. You go and try, well, want to shelve goods, the minimum is 1 energy point. If not for this limitation, Huang Ting Big Brother is sure to share without compensation. I remember him, he's the one who's been bad-mouthing the big yellow court guide before, just pure black, I think. There was no keyword blocking in the chat area, and all sorts of greetings appeared, quickly scaring the man from continuing. Still at the Fenghua Refuge, An Hauhai ghostly purchased the simple version of the white bone bomb's production method, and when he saw the materials inside, he only felt his brain swoon. Go get someone to experiment with the power of this bomb. With a last glimmer of hope, he handed the drawings to his little brother. As an explosion passed, the youngest brother ran to follow with gusto. Boss, the power of this simple version of the white bone bomb is pretty good. It killed 3 blood corpses at once and even exploded a power blood core. At those words, An Hauhai's eyes turned crimson as he raised his hand and snapped it on his little brother's face. If it wasn't for the fact that my little brother had previously drunk turtle soup and had outstanding attributes in terms of defense, this slap alone would have made him unable to get up for half a day. Stupid, if this bomb works, what about all the raw materials we've been stockpiling? Upon hearing this, the little brother also realized that this was a problem and hurriedly opened the system mall. It's just that the materials that were strangely high in price before have all returned to their original prices at this time, and there's no way to bid on them if you want to. They had a blood loss this wave. Not only had the money from the previous sale of white bone bombs not been saved, but everything in the warehouse had been consumed. The only consolation is that they still have the raw materials and people to produce their own. Chapter 18. The Demoiselle Moth arrives, almost dies, requesting golden tickets. Time came to the next day, and with a buzz, the chat system was officially opened. Meanwhile, the growth rate of blood corpses and other monsters had once again accelerated, and second-order monsters had already appeared in certain places, thus making them off-limits. Huang Ting lightly opened the chat system. The chat system is divided into 3 sections: private chat, group chat, area chat, and world chat. World chat isn't open yet, so don't worry about it. What really made Huang Ting care was the group chat feature. That's the fundamental guarantee of forming a power. Creating a group chat requires 2 or more people, plus 1,000 energy points. Energy points were nothing to Huang Ting, it was just that those who entered the group chat needed to think about it. Putting down the group chat system, Huang Ting once again summoned the Giant God Mecha. Name: Giant God Mecha. Rank 2nd. Power 40. Defense 12. Agility 11. Mystery 0. Exclusive module, Megatron. Subsidiary module, Claw Form, Eye of Detection. After ascending to the 2nd rank, the 3 major basic attributes of the Giant God Mecha had all increased to varying degrees, with the strength column almost reaching the critical value of a 2nd rank mecha. The attribute limit of a 1st order mech is 10, and the attribute limit of a 2nd order mech is 50. With 40 points of strength, this could be considered top of the line even among 2nd order mechs. The Giant God Mecha's ascension is complete. Next is the Heavenly Royal Mecha, and the Demoiselle Moth. I wonder if they've found it yet. As he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hua, as well as Liang, who was carrying a transparent box. The chat system is on. Shouldn't we add a friend? I wonder if you'd like to enter our group chat? Chu Jiazhen warmly invited. He really didn't want to let go of a talent like Huang Ting, who had great battle power and knew a lot about the end of days. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I have my own plans. Huang Ting balked. He had a lot of things to do in the future and didn't want to chain himself to the Chu family Jin's warship. In that case, let's add a friend. We'll contact each other often in the future. And also, the Mountain River Group is gone. Don't call me General Manager Chu in the future. You can call me Uncle Chu. Chu Jiazhen didn't force it and said smoothly. This? Good Uncle Chu. He was now about the same age as Chu Hua, so it wasn't a shame to call out to an uncle. By the way, Liang's men caught a little one. See if it's the kind of Demoiselle Moth you're looking for. Chu Jiazhen waved his hand and Liang stepped forward carrying a transparent box. A palm-sized tower-shaped object in the box, built with steel and glass all over, looked a little confused at Huang Ting. Bugs are evolving so fast now that they're building houses out of rebar? Whether it was or not, he decided to take it and go back to let Guan Silan take a look at it. Adding the 3 friends, Huang Ting transferred another 10,000 energy points to Chu Jiazhen as payment for this time, then turned around and left. Hail Mary Mall. As Ningcheng's premier large shopping mall, there was a lot of traffic here, and after the calamity opened, the originally bustling and lively mall was instantly reduced to a hell. Blood corpses of all sizes were entrenched here, and on top of that, there were quite a few powerful monsters that had mutated from pets. Ran Zijing and a few of his brothers quietly felt their way to the entrance of the mall, then picked up a stone from the ground and threw it. They used the white bone bomb to take care of most of the blood corpses in the old neighborhood and managed to escape. However, several people were game freaks and knew that they couldn't just sit around and wait for death. They had to hurry up and practice leveling and become strong in order to survive in such a post-apocalyptic world. They treated the Hail Mary Mall as a copy and prepared to group up to brush the copy, thus the scene above. The stone traced a graceful arc in the air and dropped with a bang in front of the mall. Sensing movement, a deformed-looking monster rushed out. Its lower body was normal, its thick legs were no different from the average blood corpse, but it was the upper body that was frightening. Starting from the waist, the upper body split into 2 parts, one part looking like a woman's mold and the other part a mutated teddy dog. It looks like something stitched the 2 together. Yu Lang held back his vomiting and sighed. Cam, this kind of ghost stuff is much stronger than Resident Evil, and in the past it would definitely have to be harmonized. Ran Zijing held the white bone giant sword in his hand. His face under the mecha cover was unusually grave. We can't deal with this monster, we better run. If we don't run, we'll be harmonized. With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. But the moment he turned around, a huge mouth violently appeared to his left. Click! The thick mech's left arm was easily bitten off by the giant mouth. Ran Zijing's body lurched and almost fell to his knees. Cam, Ran Zijing, wait for me, your father is coming to save you! Seeing that Ran Zijing had been traumatized, Yu Lang did not hesitate to charge up. But the woman's side of the 2-headed monster just swung out her palm, and he was sent flying backwards. The body mech flickered a few times before turning into a ball of light and dissipating completely. Yu Lang fell into a coma. The other 4 did the same, instantly being heavily injured by the two-headed monster, and although the mech didn't disappear, they didn't have the strength to continue fighting. Just as the two-headed monster was about to eat them, a cloudy voice rang out. The current you guys are not yet its match. Remember, everything is based on saving your little life. Don't choose to take risks so easily. In the line of sight, a black and gold mech slowly appeared. Mysterious, cold, and powerful. Huang Ting's gaze swept, and information about the two-headed blood corpse appeared as the attached module detecting eye was activated. Name: Two-headed fusion blood corpse. Rank: Elite First Order. Degree of danger: low. Obviously, the two-headed monster was an elite-level mutant and on the verge of ascending, otherwise the danger level must be extremely low, not low. Such a powerful monster could easily tear apart an ordinary first-order mecha. If it wasn't for the fact that Ran Zijing and the others' mechs weren't ordinary goods, I'm afraid that Huang Ting, who only arrived now, would only be able to collect their corpses. Seeing another enemy appear, the two-headed monster hissed and quickly rushed to Huang Ting, followed by a large mouth that bit down hard. Look out! Ran Zijing reminded loudly. He knew the power of that big mouth. The thick and sturdy iron skin of the mech was no different from paper mache under that big mouth. In the next second, his pupils quake. The black and gold mech unexpectedly grabbed that big mouth with incredible speed. Then, the black and gold mech exerted force with both hands. Rip! The big mouth on the dog's head was actually torn in half by him hard. Such a brutal and bloody scene shocked Ran Zijing and several people who sucked in a breath of cold air. KM, this picture will pass muster? Yu Lang, who had just woken up from his stupor, was almost stunned into fainting again. Granted, he used to love playing those banned games, but games are games, and reality is reality. He can face even the ugliest monsters in the game with a straight face, but in reality, any random blood corpse can give him a good scare. One side of her body was attacked and the woman on the other side of her body suddenly howled. The sharp sound shook Huang Ting's head. He probed his sharp claws and slashed through the two-headed monster. Snort. The two-headed monster was then split in half by the sharp claws, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Kill Elite Two-Headed Fused Blood Corpse, First Level. Obtain Bloodstained Beast Skin *4, Sharp Fangs *3, Scarlet Bones *3, Howling Long Hair, Props, *1, Attachment Module, Canine's Teeth. The names of a large number of dropped items floated before his eyes, and Huang Ting habitually saw the end. Chapter 19, Harvest Mecha Transformation Stopped. Golden Tickets Requested. The effect of the teeth of the vicious dog is very unique, and when loaded, it can grow a special tattoo shaped like a dog's head on the chest. This tattoo defends against attacks from the front, while also changing into a large mouth to attack the enemy in close combat. There are 6 accessory modules that can be loaded: head, torso, hands, and feet. The sharp claw form takes up a right hand slot, and the malignant hound's tooth occupies the torso, so that means I can load 4 more accessory modules. Attachment modules are equivalent to the extension of the mech's ability, although it looks similar to skills, but it can't be loaded infinitely. Normally only 6 can be loaded, and if you want other attachments, you can only replace them. Grabbing the teeth of the evil dog and pressing them to his chest, a dog's head pattern appeared on it. Huang Ting looked at Howling Longhair again. Name: Howling Longhair. Quality: excellent. Type: prop. Effect: may emit a shrill howl when damaged, affecting other creatures. Interesting, a little bit at a critical moment should work well. Putting away the Howling Longhair, Huang Ting picked up the other materials that popped out. Hello, big brother, my name is Ran Zijing. They're all my roommates. Ran Zijing, who had just stepped into university life, came to Huang Ting with a clear folly and introduced himself. Ran Zijing? Hearing this name, Huang Ting froze for a moment before remembering that one of the first purchasers of the White Bone Bomb was named Ran Zijing. Surveying Ran Zijing's mecha, Huang Ting slowly spat out 2 words. Huang Ting. You're the seller of that White Bone Bomb, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to actually meet you here, and you saved our lives. Ran Zijing was excited. Huang Ting looked around at the several people who had fallen to the ground and smiled faintly. Consider it compensation for the premium price of the White Bone Bomb. By the way, The mechs have durability and will recover on their own once the time is up, don't worry. After saying that, he left without looking back. Cam, is this the style of a strong man? It would be great if I could be like this in the future. Looking at his departing back, Yulang's eyes were filled with envy. You didn't wait to grow to that level before you died of a wave. Ren Zijing nonchalantly punctured his fond fantasy and grabbed him in his hands, heading towards the old neighborhood. This time, if it wasn't for Huang Ting's intervention, they were afraid that they would really have to die here as a group. Sure enough, this wasn't a game after all, and you couldn't just wave even if you had a tailwind. Not long after bidding farewell to a few people and turning a street corner, Huang Ting's footsteps lurched. In the line of sight, a spider the size of an average car was feasting on a bloody corpse, eating it with gusto. Noticing another creature approaching, it snapped up its scarlet compound eyes and hissed as it charged. Huang Ting was just about to dodge, but he realized that a suction force came from under his feet and he almost fell to the ground. He looked down and it turned out to be a puddle of white liquid sticking to his legs. Spider silk? A thought had just flashed through his mind, and in the next second, he was knocked to the ground by the sprinting spider. Immediately afterward, his limbs were pressed to the ground by the spider's 8 legs in death. Huang Ting just wanted to make a push, but he realized that all his limbs were stuck by that white liquid, and he couldn't use his strength for a while. Seeing that its prey was bound by itself and had no way to escape, the giant spider hissed happily, then opened its mouth, revealing 2 huge double jaws that were like sharp scissors, and biting fiercely towards Huang Ting's abdomen. It knows that it is there that the meat is the most tender. Teeth of the evil dog! Huang Ting roared. In an instant, his abdomen rose high, followed by a vicious dog's head burrowing out. The dog's head struggled to open its mouth wide, revealing an inner row of crisscrossing teeth. Kaboom! The giant spider's head was unexpectedly bitten off a small half by this sudden bite. The pained spider retreated backward, taking this opportunity. Huang Ting broke free of his bonds and slashed his sharp claws through its abdomen. Along with a large puddle of unknown liquid flowing out, splashing Huang Ting all over, the giant spider died completely. It's a good thing an evil dog's tooth popped out just now, or else we'd be in trouble this time. Huang Ting celebrated as he tried to wipe off the unknown liquid from his body. It was just that this liquid also seemed to possess a viscous nature, and he couldn't wipe it off at all when he tried. It's better to quickly go back and change clothes. This demoiselle moth on your hand is also a bit strange, and needs to be identified by Guan Xilan. He muttered, collected the materials that had exploded, and continued on. Back to the abandoned building. After a day and night of recovery, Guan Xilan was in a much better state, and her native mech had also recovered. To Huang Ting's surprise, Guan Xilan's mecha was actually related to plants. I'm a vegetarian and only ate a little bit of mushrooms the day of the disaster. That's right, Guan Xilan's mecha evolved from the very mushrooms. Her core exclusive module is also related to mushrooms and is called Spore Parasite. The moment he heard this name, Huang Ting realized that Guan Xilan's talent was not simple. I haven't heard of such a perverted talent appearing in my previous life. It seems that in the last life, Guan Xilan died in the hands of those 4 men, which made her reputation not visible, and he himself happened to save her in this life, and the legend that will be passed down in the future is definitely going to be one more. Calming down, Huang Ting carried out the demoiselle moth that seemed to have mutated for Guan Xilan to check. Although the material and shape of the house has changed, I can be sure that this is the demoiselle moth. And even if it is affected by the mutation, it has not eliminated its obsession with the house. Getting Guan Xilan's affirmation, Huang Ting no longer hesitated, found an empty room and summoned the giant god mecha, crushing that tower-shaped building with a hand and picking out the bugs inside. Fortunately, even after mutation, the demoiselle moth at this point was only the size of a thumb. Disarming the mech, he threw it straight into his mouth, crunching and chewing a few times. Fatty juices splash around in your mouth, and the sensation is like biting into a grilled, sizzling sausage. The casing of the sausage ruptures and the grease spills out in an instant. Luckily, this scene wasn't seen by Guan Xilan, otherwise she would have thought that Huang Ting was a big pervert. We have acquired the mutant demoiselle moth gene and are transforming the First Order Bug Soldier General Purpose Mecha. Transformation time, 7 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Reinforcement material is insufficient. Remodeling has been stopped. Missing reinforcement materials are as follows: Flesh and Blood Essence *10, Beast Soul Stone *10, Blood Redstone *10, Obsidian Moon Flower *10, Blood Spirit Root *10, any epic reinforcement material *1. The prompt sounded again, only this time the prompt that appeared was a bit out of Huang Ting's expectation. It seems that this Demoiselle Moss genes are really special, and it even needs strengthening materials. The blood essence is synthesized from the remnants of blood and flesh, and this should be able to be bought in the system mall, but the remaining 4 materials are either mutated beasts that drop or mutated plants that drop, and which one of them is not easy to mess up. Not to mention that there is also an epic level strengthening material. Seeing these materials, Huang Ting muttered in his heart. Chapter 20, Ningqing Zoo, Seeking Golden Tickets. Thinking about it, a familiar place name came to Huang Ting's mind. Ningqing Zoo. There was already a lot of flora and fauna there, and after the mutation, both the quality and the grade were far more than outside. Going there to pop materials might be a good option. The night was silent, and the next day, Huang Ting ate a little something and prepared to leave for Ningqing Zoo. Ningqing Zoo was a good 40 kilometers away from the abandoned building, although it was a bit far, but with the chat system in place, he didn't have to worry about what danger Guan Silan would encounter. There were still blood corpses roaming the streets from time to time, but the number was much less compared to before. Lower-order blood corpses are not contagious per se, and only when they reach the 4th order and form a nest of blood corpses will they transform people or other animals into blood corpses. By then, the various forms of blood corpses would be the biggest trouble. Thinking of this, Huang Ting looked again at the Fong pattern on the back of his hand. While he was getting stronger, that alpha-level monster certainly wasn't idle. I hope we can find that monster's trail sooner. It does feel a bit bad to be stared at like that all day. With the Thunder Flash mecha attached, Huang Ting's speed soared to its maximum. With 30 points of agility at full power, no one could really whisk him away nowadays. Many people could just vaguely see a shadow flashing past them, never to be seen again. Half an hour later, Huang Ting smoothly arrived at Ningqing Zoo. Surprisingly, the place wasn't empty. Instead, a reasonably strong squad occupied it. It seemed that they, like Ran Zijing and the others, were painting this zoo as a side project. Only they were more cautious than Ran Zijing and the others. Even if there were a dozen of them, at the moment, they were just circling the entrance of the zoo, not going deeper in. Huang Ting walked around the zoo and realized that there were high walls covering all around. If he wanted to jump over, he would definitely have to make a lot of noise. The best choice was still the gate. Hesitating for a moment, he switched into the giant god mech and slowly walked towards the crowd at the door. Get lost! This is our Illuminati territory! Before he could walk in, a red mecha stopped in front of Huang Ting. The Illuminati? Good lord, it's only been a few days since the end of the world opened up, and there are such middle-aged organizations popping up. Huang Ting smiled. The zoo is so big, you guys shouldn't be able to take up all of it, so I'll just go in and look for something, and leave when I find it. No, I told you, this is our Illuminati territory. The red mech still refused to get out of the way. Alright, Li, we're all humans, don't be so harsh. Just as Huang Ting was about to make a hard breakthrough, a voice rang out. A white mech then stepped out. Huang Ting's eyes showed a few moments of remembrance when he saw the white mech. This white mech was the very same mech he had once awakened in his previous life. He named it the Duck Mech. The Duck Mech is average in battle, and without any better talents, is a pure cannon fodder. For the person in front of him to be the leader of so many people, his mecha talent surely wouldn't be as bad as his own. Yes, Jean. The red mech moved out of the way and the white mech stepped forward. Brother, I'm not unreasonable. We've cleared most of the dangers in this zoo. It's not that easy for you to just go in. Ghost cleaned up most of it. Huang Ting didn't take the white mech's words to heart at all. A zoo of this size would surely end up developing into a forbidden place. To clean it up, it would have to be the entire Ning City's experts all coming together. Trying to clean up with just the man's duck mech and the rabble in front of him was laughable. Other than that, Ran Zijing and the 6 of them in the dormitory teamed up and could easily defeat these people, and the level of danger in the zoo would definitely not be lower than encountering a 2-headed fused blood corpse. So, how do I get in? Huang Ting was in no hurry to make a move. Any resource was valuable in the doomsday, including people as well. This is simple. Let's set up a small ring. 2 out of 3 games. As long as you can win, you'll have the qualification to go in. How about it? The white mech responded cheerfully. No problem, come on. Huang Ting was dumbfounded, not expecting this chief to actually come up with such a solution. He didn't think it was a letdown. If he were an ordinary person, after 3 rounds of the match, even if the mech wasn't broken up, the physical exertion would definitely not be small. When the crowd surrounded them then, there was no chance of surviving. So, these 3 matches may seem simple, but they are loaded with killers. In the first match, Huang Ting faced off against the red mech from earlier. Do you guys think Rico can win? That's for sure. Brother Li is a master of sparring, an existence ranked in the top 5 in Ningqing. Is it not simple to beat an ordinary person like him? It seems to me that the mech on that guy is better than ours. It couldn't be some kind of advanced mech, could it? So what if it's a high-level mecha? It still depends on the level of the manipulator. In the case of a child, even if you give him a high-level mecha, it's useless. Also, look, Li's attack is entering its state. I bet this guy is going to be unlucky. Huang Ting ignored the whispers of the others and focused all his attention on the red mech in front of him. The red mech attacked harshly, and seemed to have learned a bit of boxing. Its moves were very structured. It was a pity that all his boxing skills were practiced under peaceful times, and although Huang Ting hadn't properly learned boxing, he had honed his skills for many years in his previous life, and had learned all the killing techniques. The opponent's moves weren't even worth mentioning in his eyes. Seeing his opponent's fist blasted at him, he spread out his palm and grabbed it with one hand, while the other hand was clenched into the shape of a fist, striking the red mecha where its chin connected to its torso in a smooth motion. Dang! The red mech took a heavy hit and was immediately incapacitated. Rico lost? Seeing the red mecha fall, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Who's next? Retracting his fist, Huang Ting's gaze fell through the mech and onto the white mech opposite him. Song Xian, you're on for the second game! The white mech pointed in the crowd and a gray mech stepped out. The gray mech was small, at most around 1.7 meters, and compared to Huang Ting's giant god mech, it was just like a child. Song Xian stepped in and definitely won this time. His teeth and claws can't even stop the mech with the highest defense among us. That's right, I just observed carefully. I don't know if you guys have noticed, although he has a lot of strength, he's not fast, and an agile type like Song Xian just restrains him. Hurry up and do it, I can't wait to see the results. Song Xian's speed was indeed very fast, and as soon as he appeared, he immediately tried to go around to Huang Ting's back to attack. But just as he ran to Huang Ting's side, a scalp-numbing scene appeared. Huang Ting, who had been standing still, suddenly turned his head to look at him. Chapter 21. The koala who went back on his word and guarded the treasure. Although the speed of the giant god mecha was not as good as the Thunder Flash mecha, after the ascension, it also came to 11 points, which was naturally a descending blow-like existence to the average mecha. At this moment, Huang Ting could also see the origin of the opposite mecha. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the other side would have eaten rats on the day of the plague. No wonder it's small in size and still so fast. With a chokehold on Song Xian's neck, Huang Ting slammed him down hard on the ground. The force that was as strong as Tarzan pressed down heavily, directly dispersing the mech on Song Xian's body. The others were stunned. They didn't expect Song Xian to lose, nor did they expect him to lose so crisply. 2 out of 3, now I can get in, right? Retracting his palm, Huang Ting looked at the white mech. After an eerie silence, the white mech then slowly spoke. That was originally correct, but you injured my brother, so this should be resolved as well, right? How does it work out? Huang Ting's patience was running a little low, but he still wanted to see what tricks his opponent was trying to pull. This? The white mech hesitated. Finally fight with one more game, lose, you take out 100 energy points, and then get lost, this is over, win, let's write it off, you can also go in. Okay, strike. Huang Ting was also very curious about the white mech's talent. In his last life, he only had 1 power increase, but a duck, even if it had more power, how big could it be? This white mech in front of him must not be simple, or else he wouldn't have gathered so many people. As he was thinking, there was a change in the white mech in front of him. The mech as a whole grew larger, and a spike as sharp as an arrow began to appear on its body, and those spikes were stacked in layers, just like the feathers on a duck. In the next second, the spikes all sprang up and fiercely stabbed at Huang Ting. The feathers are able to turn into spikes, so that does make up for the duck mech's lack of killing power. I just don't know if there are any subsequent changes to these spikes. With the incoming spikes in front of him, Huang Ting just wanted to sidestep and dodge, but just at the moment when the spikes came close. Boom! The white spikes suddenly turned red and then exploded violently. In an instant, smoke rose in all directions, firmly enveloping Huang Ting inside. Bingo! Jin's trick is so tried and true that anyone who comes along has to be hit. That idiot must have thought he'd be fine if he dodged it, but he didn't realize that those spikes were just a front, and the really powerful thing was the explosion behind it. Dare to make a move against Jin, don't even look at what level you are at. But it's time to say no, this guy's strength is still there, otherwise he wouldn't have defeated Li and Song Xian. There is no room for complacency in the strong, but in the end, you still get down? The murmurs were like ocean waves, coming in waves. Slowly, the smoke cleared, and the voices of the crowd grew louder and quieter until they finally disappeared. In the line of sight, the original black and gold mech disappeared, and in its place was a tall mech with black and white colors. Strongest defense form heavenly defense. Huang Ting also didn't expect the white mech, or Jin's talent as the crowd called him, to be so perverse. The last-minute explosion did cause him a lot of trouble. It wasn't that the giant god mecha couldn't block it, but it would definitely deplete its durability value when it was attacked so violently. Once the endurance value dropped out, the mech would undergo a recuperative state, and there was no way around it, which was why he wanted to convert into the heavenly royal form. With 20 points of defense that was already riding high, coupled with the damage reduction effect of the exclusive module, this set of small combos seemed to be powerful, but in reality it didn't cause any damage to him. How is this possible? Jin was already confused at this time. His spike explosion was infinitely powerful and could easily blow through 2 walls. How could this guy in front of him not have anything at all? 3 games to 3, can I get in this time? Facing Huang Ting's inquiry, Jin turned his back on one hand, made a secret gesture and laughed. Yes, of course. The other minions instantly understood and moved out of the way to the zoo. Huang Ting took in everyone's movements, and a small smile appeared on his face under the mech. He really didn't want to make a move without making a move. Unfortunately, there are always those who don't know how to die. Just the moment Huang Ting was about to step into the zoo, a blazing attack landed on the heavenly royal mecha. I just want to go make a material, why do you have to make me? As the words fell, Huang Ting's figure moved. He took the lead against the many attacks and charged at a green mech, then switched forms and probed his sharp claws. Jabla! After a spark, the green mech was scrapped on the spot. The crowd was completely stunned by this scene and no longer had any desire to attack. One by one they scattered and fled. Huang Ting smiled as he caught up to one and extended his sharp claws once more. The others were so fast that he had no desire to continue to catch up and set his sights on Jin. Jin said 2 out of 3, and he agreed. Jin says he'll fight him again, and he agrees again. One must always be true to one's word. Please let me go, just go in, I'll never stop you again. Upon realizing there was no hope of escape, Jin decisively fell to his knees and begged for mercy in agony. Actually, I'm not mad at you for stopping me, I'm more mad at you for going back on your word, understand? A cold voice rang out, and Jin's body subconsciously trembled. Got it, I got it, I'll be true to my word and be an honest person in the future. Again, he uttered a plea. Very well, I hope you remember that in your next life too. A cold light flashed before his eyes, and Jin's consciousness completely dissipated. Kill Mecha Manipulator Chenrui Jin, first level, obtain first level Mecha Core. The Rubik's Cube style Mecha Core appeared, and Huang Ting fished it into his hand. This time no one stopped him and he entered the zoo without incident. He hadn't gone far, and as he passed the security post, he suddenly froze. The small post was cleared out and filled with all sorts of strengthening materials. This can't be their warehouse. To be able to hide the strengthening materials in such a dangerous place, Huang Ting didn't even know whether to say that they had brains or no brains at all. No wonder they're dead set on not letting me in, so the family fortune is all in here. After sweeping through the materials, he found that they were all low-grade materials, so he didn't pay any more attention to them. It's a hassle to bring so many things with you, so it's not too late to bring them back when you go back. After a moment's thought, he felt something was wrong. Even though that Jean is dead, it's possible that others know about this place. Wouldn't you lose out if you let them take these materials away quietly? Looking around, an animal sign came into view. Cow. Koala? Following the signs forward, a horrible creature 3 or 4 stories tall appeared. The koala is still vaguely visible in it. At the moment, the monster was sleeping with its arms around a giant tree branch. Even with mutation, it takes a long time for a creature's habits to change, just so I can have this mutated koala watch over these materials for me. Chapter 22, Mutant Feather, Chimpanzee with a Flying Spear. Afraid of waking up the sleeping koala, Huang Ting quietly stepped forward, snatched the giant tree branch in its hand, and placed it next to the security booth. Perhaps sensing the food being taken away, the koala yawned sleepily, then slowly walked over to the giant branch and continued to cuddle and sleep. Perfect! With this big guy watching, no one else could get in even if they wanted to. The koalas were weak in combat, but they were more than capable of guarding these things. Continuing forward, a mutant peacock soon appeared in Huang Ting's line of sight. The eye of detection was activated and a red light was released from the eye, brushing past the mutant peacock. Name: Mutant Peacock. Rank: Ordinary Second Order. Degree of danger: Medium. Seeing the ordinary second order rank, and the medium level of danger, Huang Ting's heart and mind were in awe. This meant that the mutant peacock was capable of bringing him no small amount of trouble, and if he was careless, he would most likely lose. He looked toward the other man. The mutant peacock grows 2 pairs of wings, one pair about the same as the original, with a multicolored glow on them. The other pair were more like bone wings, minus the main bone parts, which were connected by a thin membrane of flesh, with some scraps of meat hanging vaguely from it. Seeing an outsider invading the territory, the mutant peacock waved its wings and opened its large beak to terrorize. When it opened its mouth, Huang Ting then saw that its rows of fine teeth covered the entire mouth, and even its tongue had tooth-like things present. Phew! In a daze, the mutant peacock spread its wings and flew into midair, then fell straight down as if it were a sharp sword. Huang Ting's body twisted and disappeared in place. In the next second, the originally sturdy and incomparable concrete floor was chiseled out by the mutant peacock into a huge deep pit. It could be imagined that if this move landed on top of a mecha, I'm afraid that other than Heavenly Royal, the other mechs would only have the fate of dissipating. Miso! Without waiting for Huang Ting to react, the mutant peacock popped out of the deep pit, transformed into a sharp arrow, and charged again. This time, Huang Ting wasn't so lucky. His right arm was grazed and directly paralyzed. What a fast speed! No martial arts in the world is indestructible. Only fast is unbreakable. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Huang Ting's mind moved, and the sharp claw form detached itself from the giant god mecha, followed by a lightning pattern slowly surfacing on the black and gold-colored giant god mecha. The Thunder Flash mech appears. With the ultra-high speed movement of the Thunder Flash mech, he could finally dodge the mutant peacock's attacks. Coupled with the reinstalled sharp claws, the lack of attack power was made up for, and he gradually began to gain the upper hand. After another collision, he probed his sharp claws and severed one of the mutant peacock's bony wings. The speed of the mutant peacock that lost one of its bone wings finally slowed down. Huang Ting then cut off 3 more wings underneath his body as he had done. Without the wing bonus, the mutant peacock was reduced to a walking chicken, and its speed plummeted. Huang Ting leapt forward, his sharp claws heading towards the mutant peacock's slender neck. There was a loud poof. The mutant peacock's head fell off in response. Kill mutant peacock, second order, obtain materials, colorful feather *10, mutant blood drops *20, flesh and blood essence *2, beast soul stone *1, attachment module, mutant feather. The 7-colored feather is a second order strengthening material. The Beast Soul Stone is just the material needed for the next mech transformation, and there's also an accessory module, a rich harvest. Huang Ting put away all the materials and looked at the feather of change again. Name, Feather of Mutation. Quality, excellent. Type, Torso Module. Effect 1, Special Torso Module, does not conflict with Torso Module. Effect 2, Flight, can fly at low altitude, flight speed and time is related to mental power. Effect 3, Agility +2 when loaded. Description: this is the last gift of the lucky bird. All three effects are very useful, especially Effect 1, where the Feather of Mutation turns out to be a special torso module that doesn't take up its original position. That means he can load 2 torso modules at once. Huang Ting gleefully thrust the black feather towards his back. In an instant, a feeling of blood and flesh came over him. Then, with a movement of his mind, a pair of fleshy wings automatically grew behind his back. These wings are somewhere between feather wings and bone wings, sort of like bat wings, but thicker than bat wings. He tried flapping his wings, and in the next second, he actually wobbled and flew. In his previous life, he had quite a few flight props and flight-type accessory modules, but in this life, it was the first time he had ever flown. In a few minutes, he familiarized himself with the new wings and continued on towards the depths of the zoo. Taking care of a few mutated creatures that couldn't see their original appearance in passing, Huang Ting once again harvested 2 blood and flesh extracts, plus 2 beast soul stones and 1 blood red stone. Whoosh! It didn't go far when a cracking sound came from the air. Huang Ting raised his eyes to see that a sharpened wooden spear was heading straight for him. Sensing the powerful force carried on the wooden spear, he did not have the idea to take it hard and smoothly hid behind a stone wall. But even so, Huang Ting could see the wooden spear's constantly quivering tail pull, seemingly wanting to pierce the wigwam along with it. This kind of power is only slightly inferior to my giant god mecha. Before Huang Ting had time to think about it, he suddenly heard a strange cry. Looking up, a strange-looking mutant gorilla with green hair appeared in front of him. He quickly switched giant god mechs to take a look. Name, Wooden Chimpanzee. Rank, Ordinary Second Order. Degree of Danger, Medium. Wooden? Huang Ting's face changed slightly. Only mutated plants could possess the ability to woodify, and it seemed that an extremely powerful mutated plant had appeared in this zoo. Otherwise, such a powerful chimpanzee would not have been lignified. Huang Ting raised his head to look up. The embodiment of the wooded chimpanzee wasn't huge, but a large number of vines could be seen twisting around his body. On top of that, clusters of green shoots grew from its nostrils, ear holes, and even the hollows of its eyes. Those green buds intertwined with each other, looking vibrant, but in reality, it sent a chill through Huang Ting's heart. A fight between mutated animals could only be described as bloody. Mutated plants were different. Bizarre was their most apt synonym. Whoosh! Another wooden spear flew. Huang Ting dodged again. Luckily, although the power carried on top of the wooden spear was large, he was fast enough to dodge the wooden spear before it reached him. Without waiting to catch his breath, another wooden spear attacked. Under this succession of blows, Huang Ting could only flee in a sorry state. Strange, how many wooden spears has this gorilla sharpened, and is it ever going to end? Suddenly, the chimpanzee's attack stopped, and he jumped to a large tree not far away. Huang Ting had thought that the wooden spear was the product of a chimpanzee. After all, chimpanzees weren't bad at all in terms of intelligence, and it's not surprising that they can make simple tools after mutation. But it wasn't until then that he realized that the wooden spears were not made by chimpanzees, but grew naturally. Not far away was a giant tree with something like a wooden spear growing out of it. It is from there that the chimpanzees take their material, which allows for a constant stream of attacks. Chapter 23 Chief Monster, Wooden Golem. Finding his target, Huang Ting no longer hesitated. The feather of alteration behind his back stretched out and headed straight for the wooden-eyed chimpanzee. Seeing Huang Ting fly up, the wooded chimpanzee visibly froze for a split second. Silly me, I can fly! The feather of alteration flapped repeatedly. Huang Ting's speed wasn't slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the wooden-eyed chimpanzee. Seeing this, the woodified chimpanzee pulled out a slightly larger wooden spear and showed his teeth in a threatening manner. Huang Ting wasn't going to be intimidated by it as he reached out and yanked, trying to pull off a wooden spear as well. Click! The wooden spear snapped in response and shattered into several pieces. The wooded chimpanzee beats his chest with one hand, as if mocking mercilessly. Looking at the broken wooden spear, Huang Ting similarly smiled. It's the same wooden spear, there's no reason why a chimpanzee can pull it off with his hands and he can't. That tells us one thing, the lignified chimpanzee and the owner of this wooden spear are in cahoots. Is it this tree? He reached out with his sharp claws and severed a bucket-thick branch. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! The call of the wooded chimpanzees became urgent, followed by the appearance of two more wooded chimpanzees of relatively small size. Chimpanzees are group creatures, and there exists a monkey king, who is bound to be an alpha-level monster, and it's a good thing they're all being lumbered by the plants under their feet, or else it would be tricky. Huang Ting observed the two later woodified chimps with his eyes, and said a fluke in his heart. The emergence of alpha-level monsters was not a coincidence. Generally speaking, the monkey king in a monkey group, the lion king in a lion, or the queen bee of a bee or the queen ant of an ant had a greater possibility of becoming an alpha-level monster. The former would become stronger, easily crushing the rest of their kind, while certain aspects of the latter's traits would be infinitely more prominent, such as fertility. Normally, a queen ant lays 500,000 eggs a day, and even a termite queen lays only tens of thousands of eggs a day. But if it becomes an alpha-level monster, the amount of spawn will surge. With enough food, laying hundreds of thousands of eggs a day is simple. If it wasn't for the other mutations that happened later on in Blue Star, these ant armies alone would have been able to bulldoze the entire Blue Star. Hoo-hoo-hoo! At that moment, a relatively small chimpanzee rushed up with a wooden spear in his hand. Huang Ting didn't tangle with it, and quickly flew to another branch. Looking closely, it wasn't hard to realize that the branch was much thinner than the one he had stepped on earlier. If it wasn't for the mutant feather lending strength in the air, with his weight, he would have definitely fallen. The chimpanzee didn't think so much about it, and when he saw Huang Ting fleeing, he immediately swung over with one hand grasping a tree branch. Hoo-hoo! Just as soon as it came over, the branch snapped because it couldn't handle the gravity. The young chimpanzee sensed the branch breaking under his feet and screamed in panic. Unexpected things come up. The trees under Huang Ting's feet looked like they had come to life, poking out a branch and blocking the small chimpanzee that was falling. Name: blood-sucking acacia. Rank: Chief First Order. Degree of danger: high. A message slowly emerged. So it's an acacia. Those wooden spears should be the spikes on the acacia. Previously, the acacia hadn't been moving, so the eye of detection hadn't been able to tell what it was up to. Now that it had moved, the eye of detection immediately came into play and detected some basic information about it. Knowing who his opponent was, Huang Ting finally stopped obsessing. Generally speaking, mutant plants are weirder than mutant animals, but they also have the benefit of being generally mobile. Especially now that it was in the early stages of mutation, even if it became an alpha-level monster, this blood-sucking acacia's main battle power came from the wooded chimpanzees, and it didn't have much resistance itself. Thinking clearly about this layer, Huang Ting no longer hesitated and directly struck out to finish off the two relatively small-sized woodinized chimpanzees. This angered the woodinized chimpanzee that appeared first, and it beat its chest with one hand and howled loudly, as if venting its anger. Huang Ting didn't bother with it. The two wooded chimpanzees that he killed earlier didn't burst out any materials, which meant that they and the blood-sucking acacia had long since become one, or rather, they had long been the puppets of the blood-sucking acacia. It's only really over when the blood-sucking acacia is taken care of. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't take long for them to be reborn again with the help of the acacia's body. Without the feather of mutation, Huang Ting would definitely run as far away as he could when he encountered this blood-sucking acacia. But now, even though the woodinized chimpanzee swung around, it still couldn't grab the winged Huang Ting. The air-to-ground advantage is on full display. Huang Ting waved his sharp claws, dodging the wooden spear attack of the woodified chimpanzee while pawing away the bark of the blood-sucking acacia. The dark brown bark was peeled back, revealing not a white heart, but a blood-red one. At the same time, a stream of what looked like blood splattered out and sprayed Huang Ting. Zigzag. A puff of white smoke rose from the Thunderflash mech. I didn't realize this stuff was corrosive. Huang Ting clasped his hands on the trunk of the tree and quickly switched the Heavenly Royalty mecha and then switched it back. After a few operations, the red liquid that had been clinging to the mech was cleared away. Huang Ting used his sharp claws to attack again. The acacia in front of me was about 60 meters in height and almost 3 meters in diameter. It looked thick, but under Huang Ting's sharp claws, a big hole was quickly hollowed out in the trunk. The sound of shattering was heard vaguely coming from the trunk of the tree. Huang Ting switched to the giant god mecha, then stored up his strength and threw a punch. The 40 points of power had been augmented by the Mega God module, and at this moment, the power exerted was already no less than a third-order mecha. With a click, the blood-sucking acacia fell to the ground with a loud thud. Kill Chieftain Blood-sucking Acacia, First Order, get Counterattack Tree Heart *1, Flesh and Blood Essence *3, Blood Spirit Root 5, Blood-sucking Wooden Spear, Props, 20, Wooden Golem, Props, *2. Is the heart of the counterattack tree incorporated into the Demoiselle Moth genetic modification? Before Huang Ting could inspect the loot, a line of small words suddenly popped up in front of him. Yes. He chose yes straight away. Counterattack Tree Heart is an excellent grade strengthening material. As the name suggests, it has a certain counterattack effect, which can be used as a reinforcement for mechs to achieve the effect of surprise. Huang Ting had wanted to use it on the reinforcement of the Heaven's Royal Mecha, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to use it on the next mecha. At that time, one might even be able to obtain a residence that can automatically counterattack. The counterattack tree heart disappeared into thin air, and Huang Ting looked at the blood-sucking wooden spear and Wadinai's puppet again. The former is an attack prop with decent power. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can leave it to someone else or sell it. As for the Wooden Golem, that's a good one. Name, Wooden Golem. Quality, excellent. Type, prop. Effect, used on first-level creatures to cause them to be lumbered. Upon completion of the lumbering, the lumbered creature completely obeys the user's commands. This kind of prop, if used well, might even make 2 more good helpers. Chapter 24, The Squirrels and the Elephants. Putting away the Wadinai's puppet, Huang Ting continued on. The mutant creatures in the zoo are on the whole a tier above the outside world. But if you think about it, it's true, most of the outside world is filled with social animals with extremely poor health, or pampered pets, so how many ferocious exist? Even if the creatures in here were tamed and docile, there was ultimately a wildness present in them. You can't see them on a normal day, each one of them waving their hands and being cute, but when the end comes, they are the first and most dangerous killers. Bypassing the chimpanzee park, another park appears. Suddenly, Huang Ting's footsteps lurched as he looked at the mutated creature in front of him. Is this kangaroo? Name, Yuki Kangaroo. Rank, ordinary second order. Degree of danger, high. The creature in front of him did have a slight resemblance to a kangaroo, the most noticeable thing about it being the large pocket on its abdomen. Only the pocket that used to hold the baby kangaroo is now occupied by another adult kangaroo. The kangaroo in his pocket emerged, a pair of scarlet eyes staring straight at Huang Ting, sticky saliva continuously flowing from his mouth. It looked a little impatient with its constant writhing. The sight was elevated and the pocket twisted back and forth like a giant sarcoma, causing the sanity value to drop wildly. It was also that Huang Ting had long been baptized by all kinds of weird creatures. If an ordinary person were here, he would have to go crazy with fear. I don't blame you for being ugly, but it's your fault for coming out and scaring people. For insurance purposes, Huang Ting switched to the Heaven's Royal Mecha. With the high defense and damage reduction attributes of the Heavenly Royalty Mecha, he would be able to cope even if there was an unexpected situation. Just as he converted his mech form, the mutant kangaroo leapt forward and jumped to his heels. It used its tail as a support, and its 2 thick and powerful thighs kicked fiercely at Huang Ting. Huang Ting also reacted extremely quickly and immediately raised his arms to block. As the saying goes, you can't twist an arm, let alone the arm of a mutant kangaroo. He stumbled and was almost kicked to the ground. Good thing I blocked it. Huang Ting was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly noticed a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Looking down, it turned out to be a giant kangaroo hiding in a nursery bag giving itself a punch. In general, kangaroos have the strongest thighs and habitually use them when attacking. But the power in their fists should not be underestimated as well. Certain kangaroos can even go toe-to-toe with professional boxers when they put on their fists. If that's the case, that's fine. But I don't know if it was due to hiding in the nursery bag. The kangaroo's arms were unusually thick, even catching up with the thickness of its thighs. With this heavy punch, even Huang Ting was a bit overwhelmed. Dodging and pulling away, his mech form changed once again into a giant god mech. The Mega God Mech is loaded with the teeth of the evil dog, and with this module, there is no need to fear a sneak attack. The black and gold giant god mecha appeared, and Huang Ting once again rushed to his heels. The Yukari kangaroo didn't even realize what was happening as it once again did its old trick and kicked out both feet violently. Huang Ting blocked with both arms as he did earlier. Taking a break from blocking, he looked to his chest. Sure enough, there was an extra kangaroo fist there, and it was pounding away at the moment. But the moment the fist landed on his body, the dog head pattern on the chest of the giant god mecha looked like it was coming to life, and a dog head grew out of it. The dog's head is portrayed somewhat like a bully dog, with canine teeth growing in a crisscross pattern, with bright red blood vaguely visible on them. Click! The dog's head opened its mouth wide and took a bite out of the kangaroo's arm, just a little bit of force, and a horrifying sound of cracking bone followed. True to the teeth of a vicious dog, the bite went straight through an arm of a kangaroo hiding in a brood pouch. Taking advantage of his opponent's pain, Huang Ting grabbed the head of the kangaroo that had broken its arm with both hands. Pull hard towards the outside. The kangaroo with the thick upper limbs and weak lower limbs gave him a hard yank out. This behavior was like touching the scales, and the Yukari kangaroo hissed frantically. Huang Ting ignored it and blasted the kangaroo's head with a punch, then transformed his Thunder Flash mecha and cut off the yucky kangaroo's head with another claw. Kill breeding kangaroo, second order, get materials, Beast Soul Stone *1, Mutant Blood Drop *12, Flesh and Blood Essence *5, Blood Redstone *3, Small Breeding Bag, Props. The materials in front of them weren't really surprising, and Huang Ting caught a glimpse of the small nursery bag at the end of the row. Name, Small Nursery Bag. Quality, excellent. Type, prop. Effect, contains a 1 cubic meter piece of space that can store objects. Note, no living things can be stored. Surprisingly, its excellence level. Huang Ting's eyes lit up. Ordinary, fine, excellent, and only after that, exceptional. What was even more rare was that it was also a space prop. Huang Ting picked it up and scrutinized it. The small nursery bag is about the size of a regular plastic bag and is easy to use, just stick it to your body and access things freely. And it's not limited by mech form. In other words, even when he was attached to the mech and not summoning it, he could use the space in the small nursery bag. 1 cubic meter may not seem like much, but it already holds so much. At the very least, all those materials he had gotten before, including the blood-sucking wooden spear, could be stuffed inside. All the materials were stuffed into a small nursery bag, and Huang Ting felt a sudden sense of relief. Without this small nursery bag, it would have been inconvenient to collect the next loot. Signage, just to see which animal is next in the park. Huang Ting walked over to the abandoned iron gate and held up a huge signboard. The signage has a brief description of each park and the corresponding routes. The next park is elephants? An elephantine sound came, and immediately afterward, the entire earth began to shake. With this kind of might, at the very least it's a second-order elite. It seems like the strongest in this zoo is that mutated elephant. Huang Ting's face changed. The strength of some second-rank elite monsters could even be comparable to third-rank monsters, and the mutated elephant not far away was clearly one of them. He didn't want to take a shot at it for the time being if he didn't have to. But the mecha transformation was in a quagmire. All the other materials were fine, only this epic material gave him a big headache. Go ahead and give it a try. The big deal is to directly escape with the help of the Thunderflash mech. After thinking about it for a while, Huang Ting decided to go forward to meet this mutated elephant. The Ningcheng Zoo was not small, and after walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the elephant park. Just as he arrived nearby, he saw the mutated elephant feeding. Its food turned out to be a giant python over 10 meters long. Only to see the mutant elephant stomping dead center on the giant python's body with one leg, and then using the other leg to keep tearing it. The python's body twisted back and forth in pain, but it was no match for the mutated elephant, and there was no way to escape. After stomping down a piece of meat with his leg, the mutant elephant probed his trunk and rolled it, and the huge chunk of meat was brought into his mouth. Crunching and chewing a few times, the blood immediately rustled down. Such a ferocious scene made Huang Ting's scalp darken as he watched. Chapter 25: Howling Long Hair, Savage Elephant Armor, Seeking Golden Tickets. Fizzle! At that moment, the giant python realized Huang Ting's presence, and hastily spat out its tongue for help. The mutated creature looked to the human for help, and it looked like the python was in a real hurry. There was no rush to strike. Huang Ting continued to wait. The giant python was an ordinary second order. Although it was no match for an elite-level mutated elephant, it had a strong vitality and couldn't die for a while. If he made a move now, he would most likely be attacked by the two mutated creatures in a joint effort. Might as well wait a while to see what happens. Half an hour later, most of the giant python's body was eaten, with only a breath left to languish. The mutant elephant looked like it had had enough and lay down on its side and began to rest. Huang Ting reached out and wiped his hand on his stomach. A blood-sucking wooden spear appeared. Mutant elephant's strength was not to be underestimated, so it was better to consume it with the blood-sucking wooden spear first. Whoosh! The 1-meter-long wooden spear was thrown out quickly, and after drawing an arc in the air, it straightly disappeared into the mutant elephant's body. Anon! The mutant elephant, in pain, rose from the ground in a flash and flicked his trunk around. Only due to the presence of the Eye of Detection, Huang Ting's own aura was restrained to the extreme. Coupled with the fact that the neighborhood was filled with the blood of the giant python, the mutant elephant turned around and didn't notice Huang Ting's presence. Seeing the giant elephant lying down again, Huang Ting once again fished out a blood-sucking wooden spear and projected it. The blood-sucking wooden spear is hollow overall, with a 3-pronged blood slot at the tip. Once inside the organism, blood flows continuously down the hollow tube. By now the mutated elephant was dripping with blood, not only from the python but also from it at the same time. The mutant elephant roared, utilizing its trunk to roll up a thick tree trunk and violently threw it. However, it didn't notice Huang Ting and was just venting its anger. This time the mutant elephant didn't lie down and flung his trunk around. Taking advantage of its back, Huang Ting threw out 3 wooden spears in one hand. But this time it didn't work. The 3 wooden spears stuck to the mutant elephant and snapped. It was then that Huang Ting realized that he had stabbed the mutant elephant's abdomen the previous 2 times, where the weak point of its entire body was located. It was also because of this that the blood-sucking wooden spear was able to penetrate. Now in a different place, the blood-sucking wooden spear simply couldn't do anything with that hard elephant skin. The blood-sucking wooden spear can't break through the defense, so it can only use its sharp claws. I didn't expect to end up in a physical fight. Luckily this guy's speed isn't fast, or else it would be troublesome. Huang Ting got up and switched to the Thunderflash mech. It's still more convenient to have a Thunderflash mech for a big, bulky guy like that. With sharp claw form in place, there was no need to worry about not breaking defense. At most it would take longer and require slow blood grinding. It was also fortunate that this wasn't a game, or else the mutant elephant would have come with a blood return operation. Then Huang Ting would have been really dumbfounded. The mutant elephant finally realized the guy who had been attacking him at this time, and was furious as he immediately came running wildly. The entire zoo seemed to tremble as it ran wildly. Meanwhile, in a small building not far from the elephant district, a somewhat balding, middle-aged man wearing dark blue overalls looked at the scene with fear on his face. Encountering this kind of big guy hurry up and run is, how dare he go up and mess with it, really not afraid of death? He muttered in a small voice, not daring to make too much noise. He, who had been in the zoo ever since the Doomsday opened, knew the terror of that mutated elephant better than anyone else. In his opinion, daring to provoke such a terrifying fellow was basically equated with death already. But in his heart, he didn't want Huang Ting to die so easily. After all, Huang Ting was the first living person he had seen in the past 2 days. He was counting on Huang Ting to take himself out. Inside the elephant zone, the Thunderflash mech constantly maneuvers around the mutated elephant, while creating wounds. Soon, the blood of the mutated elephants dyed the nearby area red. The ground looked like it was covered in a thick layer of plasma. Following this trend, It shouldn't take long to drain the blood of this mutant elephant. Even mutated creatures have to be logical. With this much blood released, the mutant elephant will be crippled if not dead. But right at this moment, the mutant elephant that had been trying to grab Huang Ting suddenly stopped moving. It then raised its front legs and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! An invisible fluctuation was transmitted, directly fixing the Thunder Flash mecha in place. Gifted skills! Huang Ting was shocked in his heart. Humans have organic armor modules, and mutant creatures naturally have natural skills. By all rights, he should have been defending himself against the appearance of talented skills all along. But rejoining the pre-apocalyptic period had loosened his vigilance, and coupled with the fact that none of the monsters he encountered in front of him had talent skills, he had naturally forgotten about it. I didn't expect to actually meet here. Mutant Elephant uses a very common skill called Trample, which has a stasis effect and can be perfectly avoided by completing a jump the moment it steps on you. But Huang Ting had missed the best time, and now it was too late to jump even if he wanted to. Transforming the Sky Royalty Mecha? But even if he transformed the Heavenly Royal Mecha, he was still in a fixed state. Under this kind of attack, the Heavens Royal Mecha that didn't have the slightest defense would definitely be instantly stomped into a pile of pieces. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. For a while, Huang Ting's thoughts were racing, thinking of all feasible ways. Suddenly, he was struck by an idea and a black hair appeared in his hand. You can't move under the immobilization effect, but moving your fingers is perfectly fine. Huang Ting's fingers crushed it, and the black hair immediately twisted wildly. At the same time, an invisible howl spread out. On the other side, the mutant elephant was just about to stomp on this thing in front of him that didn't know how to die, when a weird howling sound suddenly rang in his ears. Affected by the howl, it gave a lurch in its movements. With a pause, the stasis effect applied to Huang Ting disappeared. He stomped his feet and his body left the spot. In the next second, an incredibly thick elephant leg stepped on the spot where he had just stood. Boom! The flat ground was instantly stomped out with a huge depression, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out a long way. Seeing the power of this kick, Huang Ting was secretly glad. If it weren't for this long howling hair, I'm afraid I would have been in a bad way. Dodging the attack of the mutated elephant, Huang Ting became more and more careful. Soon the mutant elephant dies under his torture. Kill elite bloodthirsty giant elephant, second order, obtain materials, Beast Soul Stone *1, Mutant Blood Drop *2, Flesh and Blood Essence *6, Blood Redstone *2, Savage Elephant Armor *1. Name, Savage Elephant Armor. Quality Epic. Type Material. Effects, a reinforced material with superb defense and toughness, as well as self-repairing properties. Sure enough, it's epic material. Huang Ting was overjoyed. With this, he would have his next mech. Going up to collect them all, Huang Ting was just about to leave when he suddenly realized that there was a silhouette not far away that was spying on him. Chapter 26, Su Hai Hai, The Dawn of Humanity, requesting golden tickets. Who, come out! Huang Ting twisted his head to look at a stone wall. Behind the stone wall, the bald man let out a dark breath and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Don! Kill me, one of our own. Upon hearing this, Huang Ting couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who's on your own with you? Tell me, who are you and why are you here? Despite the question on his lips, he had already guessed 7 times from the clothes on the man's body. If nothing else, this person should be the animal keeper of the Ningqing Zoo. My name is Su Dehai, a keeper in the tiger area. Su Dehai answered honestly. To show that he was safe, he didn't even summon his mech. Tiger Zone. Huang Ting's gaze was slightly condensed. Reasonably speaking, the tiger's fighting strength was not weak. Even the peacock had produced a mutation and become so powerful. The tiger's strength after mutation must be extraordinary. But after wandering around the zoo for such a long time by myself, I didn't even hear a tiger whistle, not to mention seeing a tiger. What the hell is going on here? His eyes fell on Su Dehai as he asked in a deep voice. Where have all the tigers in the zoo gone? Su Dehai saw that Huang Ting didn't look like he wanted to make a move. His heart was slightly relieved, then he let out a long sigh. Dead, all dead. Half a month ago, all 3 of those tigers died in the park. 3 dead at once, poisoning? Huang Ting wondered. That's a tiger that's known as the king of all beasts. Who can kill that, and 3 of them at once? He couldn't think of any other reason than poisoning. As for whether or not there was abuse at the zoo, that can be dismissed outright. When he used to come to the zoo, all 3 tigers were kept white and chubby and didn't look like they had been abused at all. No. I wasn't supposed to say anything about this, but the way things are going, it doesn't matter if it's kept secret or not. Su Dehai's eyes were terrified, as if he had thought of something terrible. All 3 of those tigers were torn to pieces, even the carcasses were pulled away by something. I'm pretty sure it definitely wasn't a human. There's a weird row of teeth marks on the remaining chunks of meat. Whoever killed the tigers must not have been a human being, but some kind of unknown creature. Huang Ting listened and fell into deep thought. Su Dehai's dormitory should not be far from the tiger area, and it is simply impossible that he could kill 3 tigers and drag away the carcasses in a short period of time. Unless... Suddenly, he had a very bold guess. It was a man who killed the tiger, but not an ordinary man, but a bloody corpse. It's that alpha blood corpse. It was the only one that could be so powerful that it could kill 3 tigers in a short period of time. When something of this magnitude happens, your zoo doesn't investigate. It was investigated, but all that could be found was that the blood was headed in a northerly direction, and there were no more clues. Su Dehai's eyelids drooped. If the tiger hadn't been killed and the director had gotten angry and punished him for being on duty for half a year, how could he have been stuck in this hellhole? Huang Ting didn't pursue the matter further and turned his head to ask about another matter. You want me to take you out? Want to dream about it? Su Dehai nodded his head in a hurry. It's not impossible to take you out. You said earlier that we're on our own, so from now on, you'll listen to me, okay? All right, I'll go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for you, and I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. It doesn't really have to be like that. I'm not that harsh, by the way. Put your mech out to see what you can do and show off what you can do. Su Dehai sniffed and honestly summoned his mech. In the blink of an eye, an earth-colored mech took shape. Then, Su Dehai made a move with one hand, and a ball of dirt on the ground flew into his hand and began to change shape continuously. Wait! Huang Ting froze for a moment and asked busily. What did you eat on the day of the cataclysm? Su Dehai was a bit puzzled, but still answered honestly. I ate a bit of the specialties brought by my friends. It seems to be called something like fried earth buns. Fried buns? Huang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. That's all right. In comparison, the roast duck he ate in his previous life was simply weak. It seemed that Su Dehai's mecha should have been derived from a bit of dirt left on a fried dirt bun, and from that, he evolved the talent of being able to manipulate dirt. This talent can fight and resist and is destined to shine in the future. Well, you qualify as one of your own. Follow me. I still have a bit of material to fight, and when I'm done, I'll take you out. Good luck. Su Dehai's tone of voice lightened a lot. By the way, we have no organization whatsoever. What's the name? Organization name? Huang Ting swept a glance at the dilapidated zoo and looked into the distance again. This apocalypse will last for a long time. Each of us lives in the darkness and looks forward to a glimmer of light. Since this is the case, we'll be called Aurora. Aurora, that's a good name. I'll be an Aurora from now on. Su Dehai quickly got into a state and said in a proud voice. Ignoring the excited Su Dehai, Huang Ting continued to search for traces of mutated creatures. In the evening, Huang Ting exchanged some food from the system mall, not the basic set meal of 1 energy point, but a luxurious meal of 100 energy points apiece. Although energy points are precious, you can't suffer any more than you have to. Moreover, with tens of thousands of dollars in hand, Huang Ting spends no pain at all. Such delicious food instantly made Su Dehai crave for it. Huang Ting smoothly shared some with him. Being a lone wolf in the end times is not a good option. Su Dehai has good talent and can be completely absorbed. Taking advantage of the break, Huang Ting set up a chat group with the name Aurora, then sent another invitation to Guan Xilan. In the next second, Guan Xilan agreed and successfully entered the group chat. In this way, there were 3 people in the group chat, him, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai, who had just joined. Hello. Su Dehai was the first to send a message. Ignoring this living treasure, Huang Ting eyed Huan Xilan. Is everything alright over there in the building? It's okay, it's quiet here. Huang Ting was relieved to learn that the side of the abandoned building was fine. The supplies in the building were secondary, the key was that the talent of Guan Xilan could not be compromised in any way. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to find another one studying insects. You two get to know each other. Huang Ting finished sending a message, closed his eyes and began to rest. 3 days later, Huang Ting finally finished collecting all the materials and began his return journey. Crap, why is this guy here? Arriving at the security booth, Su Dehai was startled by the sleeping koala. At this moment, after 2 days of evolution, the koala's appearance was even more terrifying than before. You recognize? Huang Ting clenched his fists, and 3 sharp blades popped out between his fingers. Recognize, before there was a group of people also wanted to enter the garden to rob things by virtue of awakening mechs, but ended up being slapped one by this thing, directly slapped into a meat cake. Here, they're all there. Saying that, Su Dehai stretched out his trembling fingers and pointed to a puddle of black objects not far away. Wait, you're not going to kill the big guy, are you? Su Dehai suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Huang Ting with a horrified expression. Chapter 27, Hunting Alone. Huang Ting, who is so excited that he goes crazy. That's right, back up a bit and get out of the way. He was just about to go forward, but was stopped by Su Dehai. The koala is gentle, so as long as we don't bother it, it won't attack us, so let's sneak out quietly. Huang Ting was helpless. After the mutation, all creatures will have a drastic change in temperament, and even the most docile animals will become brutal and bloodthirsty. If you don't kill it now, it might strike out at you later. Besides, the pile of materials was still sitting in the security booth, so we couldn't just give up on it. Don't worry about it. As powerful as it is, can it still be more powerful than that mutated elephant? Su Dehai froze at his words. Indeed, adult male koalas weigh about 14 kilograms at most, which, to put it mildly, isn't as heavy as a turd taken by an elephant. In the middle of his thoughts, Huang Ting had already arrived in front of the koala. Whoosh! He had just raised his sharp claws when a cold wind snapped above his head. Huang Ting didn't have time to think about it, and easily dodged it with a roll. However, the stone slabs under his feet were not so lucky, and were hardened by the koala's claw. With such a fast speed, it sure has mutated a lot. With a relaxed breath, Huang Ting's figure flickered and appeared behind the koala. Sensing someone behind her, the koala quickly turned around. Just before it could turn its head, the sharp, narrow blade sliced through its neck. Pfft! A large amount of blood spattered, and the koala's limbs twitched rapidly for a few moments before it lost its breath. Killed? That's a kill? Su Dehai's mouth was so big that he could stuff a duck egg in it. With a sliding knee, he rushed to Huang Ting's side and hugged his thighs and shouted. Boss is awesome, Su Dehai, will follow you from now on. If you don't want to draw the other mutant monsters to you, you keep howling. Su Dehai immediately shut up at his words. However, the admiration for Huang Ting in his eyes had not diminished at all. The materials in the security booth remained intact. Either those people didn't show up, or they chose to leave after seeing the horrible koala. But no matter what, these materials now belong to Huang Ting. All the materials are stuffed into small nursery bags. The originally somewhat empty space was suddenly filled with various materials. The space is still a bit small, at least 100 cubic meters would be enough. Huang Ting muttered to himself, and shook his head again. Before obtaining a small nursery bag, one simply didn't want to obtain space equipment now. Now you're lucky to have one, but you're thinking about getting a bigger one. Sure enough, there is no end to man's desires. The two soon returned to the abandoned building. Just as he was about to go in, the sound of a scuffle came. The two of them quickly approached to see that it turned out to be Guan Xilan wrestling with a mutated rat. Creatures like rats were already not very good looking, and after the mutation they were even uglier looking. What Huang Ting didn't expect was that although Guan Xilan's fighting style was still a bit clumsy, her progress could be clearly seen. This showed that during his absence, Guan Xilan hadn't been idle and had been strengthening his workout. Su Dehai, from now on, Guan Xilan is your role model, learn from others. Huang Ting admonished. Although he was able to finish off the mutated rat with a single move, this was Guan Xilan's fight, and he did not choose to intervene. 5 minutes later, the battle finally came to an end as a strand of eerie white silk gushed out of the mutant rat's mouth. Seeing the rat, which was a head taller than his own height, being tackled by Guan Xilan, Su Dehai was also in admiration. "Well done, it looks like you're gradually adapting to the world." Huang Ting walked up and complimented. Guan Xilan disarmed her mech, a slight flush on her face. Hearing Huang Ting's praise, she blushed even more. "Actually, I just want to live. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone wants to live in this world. I just hope you don't forget that you were once a human being while pursuing your goals." As the end of the world develops into the later stages, many people's hearts and minds will be transformed, and some of them can no longer even be called human. When Huang Ting said this, he was also taking a precaution in advance. "By the way, in the next few days I won't continue to shelter you guys so much. You'll have to go out and hunt monsters on your own, and at the same time surrender a certain amount of reinforcing materials to Aurora. I don't know if you have any opinions about that." "No." Guan Xilan and Su Dehai spoke in unison. They understood Huang Ting's potential better than anyone else, and naturally wouldn't choose to give up on hugging this thick leg. After simply eating something, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai went out to hunt mutated creatures in pairs, while Huang Ting took out the materials he had painstakingly exploded to prepare for the mecha transformation. One hand was placed on the savage elephant armor, and along with a flash of white light, the savage elephant armor disappeared. At the same time, a progress bar appeared in front of him. Put in a beast soul stone and the progress bar grows by a sliver, put in another one and it grows by another sliver. When all the materials were put in, the countdown, which had been suspended, finally pulsed again. In 8 hours, that's when the new mecha will be born. For the rest of the day, Huang Ting didn't go out, but instead found a piece of paper on which he listed what he was going to do next. Undoubtedly, gathering resources to become stronger was the first priority, followed by the alpha-level blood corpse whose exact location was unknown. One had to rush to get rid of it before the third order. Once that blood corpse was allowed to enter the third stage, it would form a blood cocoon to firmly encase itself, and within the cocoon it would move towards the fourth stage. The blood cocoon was extremely strong in defense, and there were quite a few blood corpses guarding the outside, so if it really came to that, one would be passive. The last thing you need to do is make money, which means energy points. The use of energy points is not just to buy food, but will be of great use in the future. Time passes slowly like water. More than 7 hours later, a familiar beep sounded. Demoiselle Moth gene absorption complete. First order bug soldier general purpose mech advances to mustard seed mech form. With the height and breadth of Sumra within the mustard seed, there is no increase or decrease. The name is quite apartment. Huang Ting's mind moved and summoned the mustard seed mecha. Only when the mustard seed mech was summoned did he realize that the mustard seed mech could actually exist on its own. In other words, he could summon both the mustard seed mech and any other set of mechs. Moreover, the mustard seed mech wasn't what he thought it would be, and when he said it was a mech, it was actually more like an ornate door with no door panels. Behind the door was darkness that let in not a single ray of light. Stunned for a moment, Huang Ting slowly put his hand inside the door, then cocked his head to see if his hand appeared from behind. As it turned out, not to his surprise, there was peace behind the door, and no hand of his own. Could it be another space? He strides into the darkness, and the scene opens up before him. Trees abound, and mountains and rocks tower. This mustard seed mech actually really hid an alien space. Until then, he hadn't thought to take a look at the mustard seed mech's attributes. Name: Giant God Mecha. Rank: First. Exclusive module: Mustard Seed Space. Mustard Seed Space. A piece of alien space 100 meters long, 100 meters wide and 50 meters high, which can hold living things, and the range of the alien space can be expanded by completing the upgrading of the mech. There are no attributes such as power displayed, there are just exclusive module descriptions. But it was such a short introduction that almost drove Huang Ting crazy with excitement. Chapter 28. The Force is beginning to take shape. Chu Jiazhen invites again. The space inside the mustard seed mech was very large, enough for one to complete the pre-transition, and the space would be expanded again in the future, as one ascended. This efficacy can even be comparable to mythic props. The only downside was that once a mustard mech was placed down, it could not be recalled at will. Each recall takes at least an hour, and no living thing can exist inside. If there were living things inside when one recalled, the pervasive power of space would place all living things into the unknown space. With a bit of luck, one might be able to teleport to some habitable planet, but the probability of that was less than 1 in a trillion, and the overwhelming probability was that one would be torn to pieces by the spatial fluctuations. It wouldn't be bad as a space prop if it could be retrieved immediately. Huang Ting couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In this way, the positioning of the mustard seed mech was quite obvious, a large base that could be moved at any time. The people of Aurora were still small now, and when there were more people in the future, they could proceed with the construction, and at that time, the role of the mustard seed mecha would truly manifest itself. An hour later, Huang Ting retrieved the mustard seed mech. Giant God, Heaven's Royalty, Thunder Flash, and Mustard Seed. Currently, only the last one was missing, and he would be able to gather all 5 mechs and complete the mech form fusion. He was very much looking forward to the fused mecha form. However, in line with the idea that it was better to have nothing than nothing, Huang Ting didn't want to find just any kind of insect to incorporate into it. After all, the more you incorporate, the more resources you need to upgrade your mech. In the pre-apocalyptic period, it's still all about practicality. Boss, it's changing out there. Not far away, Su Dehai's voice rang out. Obviously, Huang Ting was a lot smaller than Su Dehai, but Su Dehai froze without any sense of contradiction when he called out to the boss. In his words, don't look at Huang Ting's young age, but he was born with an air of being the boss. For this statement, Huang Ting could not be denied. After all, no matter how miserable he was in his previous life, he was at least the boss of an organization with a size of 2,000 people. A person with a high position is powerful, and this may be the reason why Su Dehai shouted boss. Hasn't it changed a long time ago out there? Huang Ting said faintly. Other survivors gathered with each other, formalized their forces, and began recruiting. Compared to the unreliable Su Dehai, Guan Xilan was much more decent. Initially, there are a total of 5 major forces, and the entire Ning City has been roughly divided into 5 parts, namely the Eastern Ning City base as well as the Collegiate Alliance, with the former being established by the officials, and the latter being established by the 5 colleges and universities gathered in the East in conjunction with other schools. Next is the Fenghua base in the West. It's said to have been established by Fenghua's 3rd youngest, Anhong Hai, who led the establishment. His mechs are extraordinary, ordinary mutated creatures aren't his match at all, and they've previously decimated an elite-level mutated plum deer. Then there's the Southern Congregation of Stars, which gathers all the major dispersed people within it, and even though the organization is relatively loosely organized, the strength isn't bad either. Lastly, there's the Mountain River base established by the original richest man in Ning City, Chu Jiazhen, who, according to the rumors of the grapevine, also has a very unusual mecha and seems to have known that the end was coming and had already made preparations in advance. I think that Mountain River base will definitely be a formidable enemy for us in the future, and their threat may be even greater than that of Ningqing base. Hearing Guan Xilan's analysis, Huang Ting laughed. Much like in his own memories, Ning City was also divided into 5 major parts in his previous life. Only back then he was in no position to get involved at that level and had to go with the flow. But now, seeing that Guan Xilan looked as if she was on the verge of an attack, Huang Ting secretly laughed. Don't worry about the Mountain River base, that's our ally. Allies? Guan Xilan hesitated and did not speak again. Instead, it was Su Dehai who had a surprised look on his face. That's the founder of Mountain River Group, the richest man in Ning City. I didn't think that you still know him, boss. I heard that he also has a quite beautiful daughter. Come on, your hair will fall out soon, and you're still thinking about other people's daughters? At your age, you're almost someone's uncle. Huang Ting showed no mercy. It's called being smart. Besides, I'm only 28 this year and his daughter is 18, just 10 years apart, so why not? Su Dehai hurriedly defended himself. Are you sure it's 28? Not 38? This time it was Guan Xilan's turn to be surprised. Su Dehai, that face of the vicissitudes of appearance, so that she once thought the other side is at least 35 up, so for his attentiveness always guard, always feel that the other side looks old, play flowers, did not think he actually only 28. Only 2 years older than myself. Su Dehai was so depressed that he couldn't speak after being hit by the two of them. Huang Ting felt something in his heart, glanced outside and said, "People are here, you're not going up to say hello?" As he spoke, Liang's voice rang out. "Mr. Huang Ting, we're here!" Inside the abandoned building. As for the two, they sat opposite each other. The social order fell apart after the apocalypse, but the speed of recovery was just as astonishing. It's only been a few days, and a stable order has already been initially established, and to put it mildly, it's all thanks to your reminder and help. Chu Jiazhen's complexion was better than before. The native mech is bound to the human body, and while the mech becomes stronger, the manipulator is also nourished in some way. Obviously Chu Jiazhen had already perceived the benefits, which was why he was so refreshed. "I'm just giving a heads up, too. You're still so modest, I still want to invite you to join us this time. I can promise you to have the same authority as me, how about it? This condition is generous enough, right?" Hearing that Chu Jiazhen was going to co-manage the Mountain River Group with Huang Ting, Guan Xilan could not see any expression on her face. She knew how powerful Huang Ting was, and in her opinion, Chu Jiazhen should have handed over all of the Mountain River base to Huang Ting, and as it was now, there wasn't even the slightest bit of sincerity. Su Dehai, whose information is lacking and whose thoughts are still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic period, thinks otherwise. Who is Chu Jiazhen? That's the real richest man in Ningqing, a big shot with his hands in the air. He can personally invite and promise such a great power. What are you waiting for if you don't hurry up and say yes? Huang Ting, just say yes, okay. Seeing that Huang Ting still had hesitation, Chu Hua stepped forward and grabbed his hand and pampered him. Chu Jiazhen smiled faintly at the sight, his gaze looking around. Rio similarly looked up at the ceiling, trying to make out flowers in the concrete ceiling. Although Guan Xilan didn't have much of an expression, there was a slight hint of jealousy in her eyes. For his part, Su Dehai heard the sound of a broken heart. "Sorry!" Huang Ting still chose to refuse and introduced Guan Xilan and Su Dehai to the three. After learning that Huang Ting had already set up his own force and had begun to absorb talents, Chu Jiazhen stopped dwelling on it and turned his head to ask. "If the organization has been formed, why not announce the news and recruit people?" Chapter 29, Nanshan Prison, Yulang's mind breaks down. "I'm going to go the elite route for now, too many people are trouble," Huang Ting replied casually. "That's one reason, and the other is that in the future Blue Star will stretch infinitely in size. This will cause the terrain to change. It is possible that today the two are sleeping bed to bed and tomorrow they will be meters apart. For the average person, it's undoubtedly a matter of the journey becoming longer and walking a little more. But for the big powers, a small change is enough to affect the whole picture. So it's not a good time for a big expansion." Although he himself had the mustard seed mech in place and didn't have to worry about being affected, he still preferred to stay out of the way. Those who were able to join Aurora had to have at least one skill, and he wanted an elite, not a rabble. After sending the three away, Huang Ting suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, the reason why Honghai was able to become the number one in Ning City, forcing away Chu Jiazhen and overpowering the officials, besides the fact that the Red Rhinoceros mecha was powerful in its own right, he had also obtained a crucial prop. Material synthesizer. The efficacy of this prop was very simple and very counterintuitive, and that was to transform low-grade materials into high-grade materials. Cherished high-grade materials often had a price, and synthesizing high-grade materials with low-grade materials was obviously a surefire deal. In his previous life, Anhonghai was able to quickly gain a foothold in Ning City and become the final overlord by virtue of this material synthesizer. If I hadn't thought about it, I would have been fine, but now that I think about it myself, I definitely want to get my hands on it. But before that, it's important to improve your strength. The reinforcement materials are almost accumulated, so next we'll start the mech ascension. Last time, by selling white bone bombs and buying low and selling high, he had hoarded quite a few reinforcement materials. Together with the previous Zuro, the materials he had on hand now were enough for Tian Yu and Thunder Flash to ascend to the second rank. After another submission, it was another long 18 hours. During those 18 hours, the two mechs were inoperable, and only the Mega God mech and the Mustard Seed mech were unaffected. Idle and bored, Huang Ting opened up the area chat. At this time, the area chat was just like the chat channel in the game. Everywhere was buying or selling materials, and there were also people who wanted to hunt mutant creatures and find people to team up with. The most conspicuous among them were those with some prefix on their heads: Ningqing, College League, Mountain River, Windward, and Star Club. Obviously, these were the handiwork of the 5 major powers. Huang Ting browsed through the information on it while waiting for the mech's ascension to be completed. Meanwhile, Nanshan Prison in Ningqing. Ran Zijing and his group of 6 were carefully avoiding the prison entrance and heading off to the side toward the main road. They had been roaming around for the past 2 days, hunting mutated creatures. If they hadn't seen the news of the formation of the College League on regional chat today, the 6 would probably still be sleeping in a hotel somewhere right now. "We finally found the organization. It's not easy," Yu Lang, with a few moments of excitement, could not help but say. "Sure, keep it down until we get around this prison. If you want to reach the area where the College Union is located, you have to go through this South Mountain prison in front of you. Blood corpses transformed by ordinary people already gave them a headache. Don't think that blood corpses mutated by criminals would be even more ferocious. What's more, all the inmates inside Nanshan prison are felons, who are either murderers and arsonists or involved in blackmail. If this group of people mutated into blood corpses, it would be a headache to think about." That was why the 6 were so careful. Luckily, they were experienced and soon traveled half the distance. They would be safe as soon as they finished this remaining distance. But at that moment, a mecha suddenly rushed from the distance. The moment he saw these mechs, Yu Lang's face suddenly changed. "Cam, where did the Yakuza come from? Don't want to die." Those mechs were so fast that they rushed to the prison entrance in the blink of an eye. "Boss, this is Nanshan Prison. There must be quite a few elite monsters inside." Little brother Ho Rinzhong pointed at the prison gate with a cheeky smile. "Not bad, and it's kind of you to find this place." And Ho Hai gave 2 salty compliments, then couldn't hold back his inner excitement and rushed over. As Ho Rinzhong had said, there must be quite a few elite monsters in this prison, and as long as they were resolved, it would be enough to upgrade one's mech. With that thought, he pulled back on one foot and bowed slightly as the surface of his mech began to glow with an eerie red light. "No good, these idiots are trying to open the prison gates, let's run!" Ran Zijing's face changed and he hurriedly greeted the other few people to leave. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the red mech ride out. Dang! In the next second, the red mech crashed fearlessly against the iron gate. Smoke billowed up and the iron door was instantly in pieces. "Boss is mighty!" Ho Rinzhong applauded hard. But then, it was as if he had been strangled, and he couldn't say a word. South Mountain Prison, behind the iron gate, hordes of blood corpses heard the sound and turned their heads, staring at the crowd with fierce faces. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they instantly rioted, turning into a red ocean current that surged towards the crowd. Even Ran Zijing and the others in the distance didn't escape and were caught in the red current. "It's not my wave this time, what should I do?" Yu Lang asked as he ran. Ran Zijing was also caught off guard by this scene. If it weren't for these people, one could definitely avoid this big trouble unharmed. He looked around quickly, and an idea suddenly came to him. "Come on, let's go to jail together." "Huh! The prison is full of bloody corpses now. Aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot by going in? Besides, he's just a little bit of a prodigal, so he's not going to jail. The blood corpses in the prison should have all flushed out, and the house there is stronger than the one outside, so we can guard it and take our time to figure out what to do. If you think of escaping in this situation, you will surely die," Ran Zijing calmly analyzed. So many blood corpses rushing out together would tear apart every living thing in sight. The speed of their escape couldn't even keep up with the speed of the blood corpses' charge. The only way to survive is to swim against the current and use the prison room as a defense. "What do you think?" The crowd was unanimous. When playing the game, Ran Zijing was the team's military advisor, and his analysis wasn't always completely accurate, but there wasn't much better to do at the moment. The 6 men gathered their strength and charged toward the prison. On the other side, Ho Rinzhong also discovered the movements of Ran Zijing and the others. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people in his group, he finally realized Ran Zijing's intentions and shouted, "Boss, prison, let's go to the prison!" And Hong Hai also reacted at this point that the seemingly dangerous prison was indeed safer than the outside. They retreated towards the prison in a hurry. Ran Zijing's 6 were small targets, and didn't make much of a fuss when they returned to the prison. But in Hong Hai's side was different. With more than 30 people gathered together, even a blind man could feel the difference. Their retreat immediately attracted a large group of blood corpses. At this time, Yu Lang, who had already retreated to the prison, saw this scene and couldn't help but curse. "Cam, these fools have attracted the blood corpses again." Yu Lang was almost so exasperated by Hong Hai's maneuvering that his mind collapsed. Ran Zijing's heart sank. The result was completely unexpected. With so many blood corpses gathered together, they seemed to have become a turtle in a jar. What to do? What do we do? Chapter 30 Material Synthesizer, Emergency Rescue, Golden Ticket. 2 days passed in a flash, and the number of blood corpses outside had decreased a lot. But it's not a good thing. After so many days had passed, the energy within the blood corpses had long been depleted, and without food to replenish them, they began to kill each other. The weak blood corpses were killed, and the ones that remained were not simple goods. For Ran Zijing, the situation has deteriorated badly now. "So many blood corpses, we should be dying here." The room was filled with a pessimistic little fat man wearing glasses. The others sniffed and became even more silent. Indeed, if there were no accidents, the odds were that they were going to die here. "Cam, it's all because of that group of guys. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be reduced to this state." Yu Lang cursed in a low voice. Ran Zijing smiled helplessly when he heard Yu Lang's curses. Suddenly, he had a flash of light and quickly opened the trading interface. After a bit of rummaging, one of the initial trade messages came into view. "Do you add Huang Ting as a friend?" Seeing the small line of words that flashed across the top, Ran Zijing was inwardly thrilled. "Yes. The other party has turned on friend verification. Please give a reason for adding a friend." A light blue input box appears. "Big Brother Huang Ting, I'm Ran Zijing, the one who bought the first batch of white bone bombs. My roommate and I are stuck over here in Nanshan prison. Can you come and save us? We're willing to use all of the proceeds we've gained in the past few days as an exchange, and if it's not enough, we can work for you as well." A message was sent out, and only then did Ran Zijing breathe a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. "What, there's a solution?" Seeing this, Yu Lang asked curiously. "Try it." Ran Zijing wasn't too sure, and he didn't know what Huang Ting was planning. Abandoned building. Huang Ting had long since finished upgrading the Heavenly Imperial Mecha. Name, Tianwu Mecha. Rank 2nd. Power 11. Defense 35. Agility 11. Mystery 0. Exclusive module, Mikado. Heavenly Royalty, enhances physical resistance by 55% and elemental resistance by 25%, including psychic damage, and can continue to be enhanced after completing mech advancement. The defense attribute increased to 35 points, 15 more than before, and physical resistance and elemental resistance each increased by 5%. Such a boost would definitely be considered heaven-defying for ordinary mechs, but after experiencing the upgrade of the giant god mech, Huang Ting actually had a feeling that it was nothing more than that. Just as he was about to go out to hunt mutant creatures, a message suddenly flashed under his eyes. Seeing the content of the message, Huang Ting froze. South Hill Prison? Yeah, how did I forget about that? In his previous life, Hong Hai was besieged in Nanshan Prison, and only later, at great cost, did he move reinforcements and escape. Later on, Hong Hai became enraged and was determined to raze the South Mountain Prison to the ground, thus triggering Ning Cheng's first battle with an alpha-level monster. Ever since that battle, Hong Hai had grown faster and faster, eventually becoming a true overlord that unified the entire Ning city. Perhaps the drawings for the material synthesizer are in South Hill Prison. Thinking of this, he passed Ran Zijing's friend request. Although Ran Zijing's 6 people were young, they had a good relationship with each other. Plus they had brains and dared to fight, so as long as they survived, they would definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Such a potential stock can't afford to fold early. Big Brother Huang Ting, we're right here in the North District of South Mountain Prison. Each of the 4 districts here, Southeast, West, North, and West, is guarded by a powerful monster. You must be careful. A few of us are not in danger for the time being, but our spirits are greatly depleted, so I'm afraid we won't be able to help you. Ran Zijing didn't talk nonsense, and directly explained his current situation. Although it was a stronghold and defended, the blood corpses would not give them time to rest, attacking in waves. The attack never stopped from the beginning to the end. The 6 of them took turns on guard duty to barely hold on. However, the consumption of food and water was fine. There were big gift packs for sale in the system mall, but only the spirit was not good for recovery. After 2 days, everyone was so groggy that they could only barely summon their mechs to fight. After a while, I'm afraid that they won't even be able to summon their original mechs, and they'll be finished then. I know, you guys hold on for a while, I'll be right there. Getting the basic information, Huang Ting took Guan Xilan and Su Dehai along with him. After these few days of training, both of them had greatly improved their fighting abilities. Especially Guan Xilan, this soft and weak-looking girl had given Huang Ting quite a surprise, already able to face the siege of 5 blood corpses alone without losing the wind. This is much better than Su Dehai. To this day, Su Dehai can only deal with 1 head, and if there is 1 more, he will immediately be in a mess and squeal in fear. On the other side, Ran Zijing finally let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing the crowd's eyes fall on him, he scratched his head. Big Brother Huang Ting promised to come over to help. Let's hold on for a little while longer. Hearing that it was Huang Ting, Yu Lang was excited. The impression that Huang Ting had left on him before was deeply imprinted in his mind to this day, and now that he could see his idol strike again, it would be strange if he wasn't excited. The other 4 were not as excited as he was. If it was 1 or 2 monsters, then they believed in Huang Ting's strength. But with so many blood corpses out there, I'm afraid 10 Huang Tings wouldn't be of any use, right? Little by little, time passed, and soon the sun was setting and a hint of darkness began to envelop the land. I don't suppose Big Brother Huang Ting is not coming, is he? The chubby little man in glasses muttered. Wait a little longer. After waiting for such a long time, Ran Zijing was also a bit confused, but right now he could only trust Huang Ting. Look, you guys! At that moment, Yu Lang pointed through the window and suddenly shouted outside. The others followed the sound of the street corner that was gradually shrouded in darkness, and at that moment, there were 3 mechs slowly walking towards them. The black and gold colors of the leading mecha intertwined with each other, glittering under the setting sun, as if they were gods. It's Big Brother Huang Ting, it's… Yu Lang wanted to say something else, but was held down by a quick-eyed Yu Lang. Boom! Yu Lang then realized that his voice had attracted the blood corpses peering outside, and now they were frantically launching an attack. Not good, Lu Ting's mech has shattered. Lu Ting is none other than the chubby little guy with the glasses. His rout was like a signal, and several others quickly summoned their mechs, but were immediately torn apart by the swarming blood corpses. No, Lu Ting! Seeing that Lu Ting was about to lose his life to the blood corpses, Yu Lang subconsciously blocked in front of him. Yu Lang was now incomparably regretful. If he hadn't been so loud, he wouldn't have found so many blood corpses. Everything was his own fault. If one had to die, it would be himself first. He closed his eyes and waited quietly for death to come. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yu Lang curiously opened his eyes and looked behind him, only to see that the blood corpse that had originally lunged at him had been cut in half. Ran Zijing and the others were looking at themselves with flirtatious faces. Brother Wave, hurry up and get up, the pressure is hurting my flesh, Lu Ting said helplessly. Yu Lang reacted at that moment, and immediately rolled over and stood up. It wasn't until then that he realized that the blood corpses at the entrance had already been decimated, and the ground was full of various scattered reinforcement materials. Seeing that familiar black and gold mecha, he instantly understood that it was the Big Brother Huang Ting who had arrived. Chapter 31 Meat Mountain, my boss Ugh. I'm begging for golden tickets. Huang Ting hadn't been to Nezhan prison in his previous life and had only heard about the place. It was dangerous here, but it was nothing to him who had completed the ascension of both mechs. Even if he couldn't beat them, with the high movement speed of the Thunderflash mech, it would be simple to leave. After killing another blood corpse, the two of them, Guan Xilan and Su Haihai, finally arrived late. Huang Ting first asked the two of them to protect Ran Zijing and the others from leaving, and then looked toward a mountain of flesh, not far away. Name: Blood-Eating Corpse. Rank: Elite First Order. Degree of danger: medium. The tyrannical Eclipse blood corpse lived up to its name, eating heavily, making its body immensely large, even comparable to a side building. If nothing else, this tyrannical Eclipse blood corpse should be the toughest monster in the Northern District. Don't look at its rank, but this belonged to the mutant blood corpse, and with such a huge size, it was extremely rare even among the mutant blood corpse. Huang Ting estimated that its true grade should be fine second order. You guys stay here and keep watch, I'm going to meet that monster. In order to save time, Huang Ting directly switched into the Thunderflash mecha and flew out. Arriving at the head of the meat mountain, he realized that the size of this meat mountain was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Flying behind the mountain of flesh, he probed his sharp claws and slashed at the back of the tyrannical Eclipse blood corpse. Instantly, 3 bloody wounds appeared. But in less than half a minute, all of that wound was all recovered again. The defense is no different from a normal blood corpse, but the recovery ability is amazing, and with such a large size, normal attacks basically have no effect. Surveying the mountain of flesh in front of him, Huang Ting actually had a feeling that he had nowhere to start. He could grind it to death even if he took his time, but he didn't want to waste too much time here. In case An Haihai contacted other people and let those forces get involved, it would be troublesome for him to obtain the material synthesizer again. With this level of props, he didn't believe that other forces wouldn't be moved. By then I'm afraid the fight will be a brain fart. It's not good to cast here, what if we draw it out? Huang Ting suddenly remembered that he had come across a gas station on his way here. The blood corpses there had taken care of themselves, the gas pumps were all intact, and there was a tanker full of gasoline parked nearby. With the power of the gasoline explosion, it should be possible to take care of this tyrannical blood eater. With that in mind, landed on the ground and began to seduce the tyrannical blood corpse to move outward. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and perhaps smelling the smell of fresh flesh and blood, the tyrannical blood corpse slowly squirmed under Huang Ting's seduction and slowly headed towards the gas station. Seeing this, Guan Xilan, who was protecting Ran Zijing's few people, immediately made a decision. Come on, let's get out of here fast. Ran Zijing also realized that there were a lot fewer bloody corpses outside, and as soon as he scooped up Lu Ting, he rushed out after Guan Xilan and Su Haihai. Hey, help! Help us! Ho Rinzhong, who was on the other side of the cell block, shouted at the top of his voice. No, save them! If it wasn't for them we wouldn't be in this situation. Yu Lang was the first to object. Ran Zijing frowned and secretly pulled him back. The core of the team was now Huang Ting, and in Huang Ting's absence, the ones with the most power were the two people in front of them. Their own side is in no position to make decisions for them. Save them all together, by the way, after all, we're all human. Su Dehai said with a quick heart and a quick mouth. Being able to work at a zoo carries some kindness of its own. He didn't want to see those people from An Haihai fall into the hands of the blood corpses. Guan Xilan glanced at it and whispered. The distance is too far, if we go over to rescue it, we may also be in danger inside. If you can fight 10 by yourself, then you go. Su Dehai instantly stopped making a sound. It was hard enough for him to fight 1, let alone 10. Besides, the president didn't say he wanted to save that group of people. If I'm not wrong, those people should be people from Fenghua. I've seen them posting distress messages on the regional chat. It's ridiculous. Who would save them if they want someone to rescue them and don't want to pay the price? Guan Xilan snorted, not taking Ho Rinzhong's plea for help seriously at all. Her goodwill had pretty much dissipated when she confronted the 5. Nowadays, she only wanted to repay Huang Ting properly and, by the way, try to live. Ho Rinzhong watched a few people leave, a little dumbfounded, and turned his head to be greeted by a flying kick from An Haihai. Death, all of them, why don't they come over here? At this point, An Haihai had fallen into a state of insanity, and the others spontaneously moved away from him. It's a well-known fact that when the young master is sick, you should never go near him. After a flurry of venting, Anhai calmed down and began to seek help. He knew that his presence must have upset a lot of people. But with the red rhinoceros mecha around, those people would have to hold back and beg for their lives. After all, one more point of battle is one more point of hope to live. In order to bring in help, Anhai has bled a lot this time. Seeing that several other powers had agreed to help, he looked stern. South Mountain Prison, I must raze this place to the ground, as well as those people. Don't let me encounter them, or else, all of them will have to die. While Anhai was going crazy, Huang Ting had already lured the meat mountain-like tyrannical eclipse blood corpses to the side of the gas station. But at that moment he suddenly realized the problem. He didn't seem to have anything to light the gasoline with. After the end of the world, even the most commonly used lighters can't be used, and as for electronic lighters, it's even more impossible. Since there is no fire, I will ignite it myself. Huang Ting's face was fierce. Being able to survive the apocalyptic world, he wasn't as easygoing as he looked, and there was naturally a ferocious aura present in his bones. It didn't show before, and that's because it wasn't necessary. Now, he decided to give it a try. Converting the Heaven's Royal Mecha and looking at the slowly approaching tyrannical eclipse blood corpse, Huang Ting slapped his hand on the refueling machine. In an instant, gasoline flowed out and soon gathered in a large puddle. Then he broke off another piece of tin and scratched it on the ground. Jabla! Boom! A series of sparks ignited the gasoline, which burned rapidly, first surging wildly into the dispenser and then toward the tanker. Boom! There was another loud bang. In the distance, Yu Lang, who had just escaped from Nanshan prison, subconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he saw this scene. Ran Zijing always said that he was a prodigal. Compared to the big man of Huang Ting, this was all a small fight for him. Crimson flames rose up to the sky, instantly coloring the entire night sky red. Almost a small half of Ning City saw the rushing fire, and everyone opened the area to chat, wanting to see the action. The boss shouldn't still be in here, should he? Dawang Su looked at the burning gas station and suddenly asked. Guan Xilan's body stiffened. With such a violent explosion, Huang Ting would definitely be affected even if he wasn't inside. Thinking of this, she immediately rushed forward. Wait for me, I'm going to check it out too. Su Dehai also rushed over, completely ignoring the flames that were rushing into the sky. Ran Zijing and Yu Lang first settled Lu Ting to the others, then followed along. Huang Ting had come over to rescue them, and if he died for this, the two would definitely feel bad in their hearts. President! President! Guan Xilan called out to Huang Ting in a hoarse voice like he was crazy. She wasn't like Su Dehai, who could easily call out a title like boss, so she switched it up and addressed Huang Ting as president. At this moment, the word president had all but taken over her mind, and she couldn't think of any other words other than those two. Boss Ugh, boss, where are you? Boss, how did you just leave us behind? Ugh, my boss Ugh. Su Dehai also ghostly wailed. Without waiting for him to finish shouting, he suddenly noticed a huge force coming from his waist. Immediately afterward, his entire body fell to the ground on his knees in a position like a dog's shit. Don't be a crybaby here, I'm not dead yet. Huang Ting opened the small nursery bag and stuffed the harvest from earlier inside. Just as he thought, the flames looked like a bluff, but they didn't hurt the Sky Royal Mecha at all. It was just a little too smoky and blackened the whole mech. Chapter 32, The Chief of the Southern District, The Five Forces in Action. Although the mountain of meat was resolved, the only unfortunate thing was that the tyrannical blood corpse didn't burst out the drawings for the material synthesizer. There were still 3 major monsters left in South Mountain Prison, and if nothing else, the drawings were on one of them. After making such a big commotion, other forces will most likely come over to check it out. I don't have much time left. Huang Ting quickly switched mechs, and his body was as shiny as ever. You guys find a place to hide for now. I have some things I need to work out. Okay, boss, then you have to be careful. Understood, President. Su Dehai and Guan Xilan understood Huang Ting's meaning and left with Ran Zijing and the others. Seeing the silhouettes of several people disappear, Huang Ting took a deep breath and returned to Nanshan prison once again. This time, he's targeting the south side. South Hill Prison South. Huang Ting searched each room minutely. The room was empty, but he always felt as if there was a sight peering at him from the shadows. Still not enough information. I paid too little attention to this area in my previous life. Suddenly, he was on his feet. There was an inexplicable rustling in the walls around them. Huang Ting's gaze condensed slightly as he blasted his fist upwards. After the heavenly royal mecha advanced, the power attribute was also greatly improved, although it was not as good as the giant god mecha, but it was easy to blast through a wall. The immense iron fist directly shattered half of the wall, and after seeing the situation inside the wall, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Skeletons of all sorts filled them, covered with rodent gnawing marks. No wonder he had searched for so long, but he hadn't seen a single blood corpse, so they had all been eaten up and stuffed into the walls. There weren't many that could do this, and it just so happened that Huang Ting's memories had a record of it. Rats! He spat out 2 dark words. As if triggering some kind of alarm, a rat frantically surged out from the dark corners, and in an instant, black-gray, the 2 colors intertwined like hell. Seeing this, Huang Ting secretly took a step back. Unlike ordinary rats, every rat here is the size of a golden hare, and a few can grow to the size of a calf. They are extremely destructive, with sharp incisors that gnaw on everything in sight. Huang Ting was a little hairy in his heart, but he had to fight with his head. He could tell that the rats weren't attacking in an unorganized fashion. In other words, there must be something behind the scenes that was manipulating them, most likely an alpha-level monster. Since it was an alpha-level monster, there was a possibility that it would burst out the drawings for the material synthesizer. For the sake of that artifact, Huang Ting had to fight once more. After thinking about it, he switched to the Thunder Flash mech, took out the sharp claws, and loaded them onto the Skyguard mech. This was followed by loading up the teeth of the vicious dog and the eye of detection as well. So many rats, whether it's Giant God or Thunder Flash, in this kind of narrow space cannot play a big role. Only the Sky Royal Mecha can rely on the strong defense ability to fight bitterly. Snort! Sharp claws quickly slashed through the abdomen of a rat, and dark red viscous blood was instantly scattered all over the place. Inside the Heavenly Imperial Mecha, Huang Ting grinned. Come on, just in time for me to kill all of you. The rushing fire did attract a lot of attention. If it had been daytime, the sensation created might not have been so great. But it was nighttime now, and the blazing flames almost lit up half of the sky, so it could be said that all the survivors of Ningqing had seen this scene. The other 4 major forces compared the place where the fire appeared and realized that it wasn't too far away from Nanshan Prison, and they sent their men to check it out. They had been thinking of going back to the rescue during the day, but now it seemed that the situation had changed. Ningqing Base, in front of a long mahogany table. Fu Wen and Zhang Yiliang sat at the first place, and all the other seats were filled. If it was before the end of days, these people getting together would be enough to terrify the entire Ning city. But now, they are also just managers of a party's power. Major General Zhang, regarding In Honghai's plea for help and the explosion over at Nanshan Prison, what do you think? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Fu Wen had to be the first to inquire. Zhang Yiliang is a middle-aged man with dark and shiny skin, somewhat unsmiling. When he heard Fu Wen ask a question, he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "In Honghai's mecha is powerful. We cannot afford to lack this kind of high-end combat power in Ning City. For him, we must carry out a rescue." The others sniffed and nodded silently. Same as they thought, even though In Honghai was arrogant and domineering and had an unpleasant character. But now they could only pick the general inside the dwarf and temporarily tolerate the other party for a while. As for the explosion, over there. Zhang Yiliang paused for a moment, a cold light steeply bursting out from his gaze. Nanshan Prison has a special geographic location. That place can definitely not be occupied by monsters, and news has just come in from the front. The giant meat mountain that was coiled there has disappeared, suspected to have been resolved by others, and the blood corpses have been reduced to varying degrees. Therefore, we should strike right away to snatch back Nanshan Prison and use it as one of our sub-strongholds, gradually mastering the entire Ningqing city from the outside in. At this comment, Fu Wen also nodded his head in affirmation. Ningqing was the country's Ningqing, not some people's Ningqing, and it was indeed necessary for them to take the entire situation of Ningqing into their hands. But did you find the mysterious phone call that signaled the end of days in the first place? As soon as this question came up, the whole meeting was plunged into silence. Fu Wen sighed and asked no more questions. He had the intention to find Xu Jiajun and ask for clarification, but the other party was just an old fox who couldn't get a single bit of useful information. Sometimes he would think that if that mysterious person had appeared earlier, perhaps the situation in Ningqing would be better now. As soon as the two matters were finalized, Fu Wen and Zhang Yiliang immediately began to contact the other three major power players. Xu Jiajun was powerful and knew that Huang Ting was also in South Mountain Prison, so he naturally wanted to go and get a piece of the pie. There were many factions within the Star Association, and everyone wanted to go over and join in the fun, plus the official and in Honghai's side had offered a large price, and likewise refused to lag behind. As for the Collegiate Alliance, their position was originally blocked by the Nanshan prison, and they were unable to establish a deeper connection with Ningqing, so it could be said that it was extremely awkward. Now that there was an opportunity to address this great scourge, a number of people were immediately dispatched. Together with the reinforcements from within Fenghua, the 5 major forces acted together. Speaking of which, this was the first time they had worked together since the end of the world opened. At the same time that the 5 major forces were acting together, the southern district of Nanshan Prison. Dark red blood covered the ground, walking on it had a sticky feel to it, and in some places the blood had even been able to be drawn. Huang Ting reached down and pulled off one of the curtains, wiping away the blood spattered on his body. In front of him was a monstrous monster with the head of a man and the body of a mouse. "Looks like you're the Alpha." Name: Mutant Piranha. Rank: Chief First Order. Degree of risk: high medium. Chapter 33, Sneak Attack in the Dark, Half Mutant, requesting golden tickets. The reason why the danger level had changed from high to medium was that Huang Ting guessed that it was because the other mutated rats had already been killed by himself. The leader who had lost the protection of his minions was naturally in much less danger. Z. The mutant ogre gave a strange cry and turned to run. Huang Ting froze for a moment, then followed. Even mutated creatures have brains. The higher the rank, the higher the IQ level. Perhaps the deaths of the other mutant rats had spurred this mutant man-eater to be so scared that it ran away without a second thought. The speed of the mutant ogre was so fast that Huang Ting had to convert his Thunderflash mech to barely keep up. He suspected that this mutated ogre was the same monster that was able to burst out the drawings of the material synthesizer. The speed picked up again, and finally, at a corner intersection, he kicked the mutant ogre in the back. The mutant ogre made a flying lunge and crashed solidly into a barred door. Squeak! After getting up, the mutant man-eating rat stared at Huang Ting with a pair of scarlet eyes in death, its mouth letting out a gurgling low growl. Huang Ting let out a light laugh, and with a flash of his body, he appeared behind the mutant man-eater rat and heavily stomped on its tail. The kick broke the tail right off. The mutant ogre hissed in pain, picking at its claws twice, and violently twisting its head to bite down hard. Fortunately, Huang Ting had already predicted its movements, and in the moment it turned around, his body drifted out 5 or 6 meters away. The strongest thing about this mutant ogre was the group of rat minions. Its own strength wasn't really outstanding, and the only thing it had going for it was its speed. It was just that no matter how fast it was, it couldn't escape the Thunderflash mech. From the time Huang Ting came to the southern district, its end had come. A punch shattered the mutant ogre's head, and the kill alert sounded in his ears. Kill Chieftain Mutant Ogre, first level, get materials, Beast Soul Stone *1, Mutant Blood Drop *5, Flesh and Blood Essence *1, Dirty Rat Teeth *4, Dirty Rat Skin *2, Plague Blade, Drawing *1. Name, Plague Blade. Quality, excellent. Type, Drawing. Effect, contains toxins that can cause great damage to living things, even mechs will be corrupted. Required materials, Dirty Rat Skin *10, Dirty Rat Teeth *20, Blood Spirit Root *5, Unknown Toxin *5. After killing so many mutated rats, Dirty Rat Skin and Dirty Rat Teeth had quite a lot in stock, and Blood Spirit Root had some left over from the last time he modified the mustard seed mech, but this unknown toxin was more rare. Any creature has a chance of popping an unknown toxin, only the probability is so small that it's just a matter of luck. Huang Ting put it all away and waited to see if there was any inside the system mall when he went back. The effect of the plague blade was good, but compared to the material synthesizer, it was still much worse. Nothing in the south end either, so we'll check out the west end next. The reason why they didn't go to the western district at the beginning was purely because of the special construction of the South Mountain Prison, and if they wanted to reach the western district, they had to come to the southern district first. Passing through the layer upon layer of barred gates inside the southern district, Huang Ting officially stepped into the western district of Nanshan Prison. As an iron door slowly pulled open, warning signs sprang up in his mind, and he immediately switched into his heavenly royal mecha form. Boo! In the next second, Huang Ting flew heavily backwards, crashing through several high-strength concrete walls one after another before coming to a stop. Before he could stand up, a huge iron dining table came crashing down on him. Huang Ting raised his arms to block his chest, and his entire body was pushed out by the dining table, not stopping his retreat until he was against the wall behind him. Then another giant freezer flew in. It's not over yet! Normal monsters wouldn't think of using these things to attack, and Huang Ting was sure that there must be a lot of people behind the iron door. This is a prison block. There are more inmates than guards. Behind the iron door is most likely the criminal who escaped from the cell. They were the only ones who would attack as soon as they met. Huang Ting threw out the dining table in his hands and scurried out sideways. There were indeed quite a few mechs behind the iron gate, and they were currently poking their heads out to keep surveying. That guy's still alive! Suddenly, a sharp-eyed mecha noticed Huang Ting rushing out and shouted, "Wow!" The surrounding people quickly surrounded and blocked in front of Huang Ting with a murderous aura. Huang Ting frowned as the sharp blade popped out of his hand. "Get out of the way! Death to those who stand in the way!" The others were unimpressed and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, laugh me to death! Do you think this is your home? Not a big man, not a small temper, and death to those who stand in the way. Do you want me to help you vent your anger? Catch him and you'll have your tribute for the day. Come on, hurry up and get him, I don't want to go to confession. Glasses, I didn't think you'd be so lucky as to run in a rash when it's your turn to testify. Cut the crap and get it together." I don't know who gave the order, but the other mechs immediately looked like they were pumped up with chicken blood as they madly rushed towards Huang Ting. Huang Ting was also not polite. His arms slid quickly, directly amongst the slicing mech. Thumbs up! Blood splattered everywhere, startling the others. Although this was a prison, this was the first time they had seen such a tyrannical killing method. Huang Ting once again beheaded one person, completely shocking everyone. Compared to him, the group in front of him was a bit younger. Back then, when the blood corpses surrounded the city, he alone had killed over 10,000 of them, and that blood stuck to his body, pressuring the mech to slow down quite a bit. Snap! The sound of applause rang out, and the people around them immediately looked like they had seen a ghost and backed away. Even the mechs on their bodies were all disarmed. They were roughly divided into 2 rows, kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Soon, a 2-meter-tall, shirtless, gray-haired man with a bizarre skull tattooed on his chest came out from the other end. Half-mutant? A brilliant light flashed in Huang Ting's eyes. Some people may be affected by other factors during the mutation process and become semi-mutants. This kind of semi-mutant not only possessed great strength, but also retained memories of its life, making it extremely difficult to deal with. In previous lives, some people even believed that semi-mutants were the final form of human development. It was a pity that such a semi-mutant was extremely unstable and could fully mutate at any time. Once fully mutated, the damage they cause is incalculable. Because of this, semi-mutants are likewise one of humanity's enemies. In the later stages of the apocalypse, they usually called themselves neo-humans and brought a lot of trouble to humanity. "Warden, this guy is the one who broke into our prison," someone in the kneeling crowd said respectfully. The warden followed the sound and his sharp eyes landed on Huang Ting. "Someone from outside, interesting. No one has come for so long. I'm afraid it's a mess out there, right?" His voice was hoarse and low, like 2 pieces of iron put together and rubbing against each other. "Fortunately, it has stabilized over the past few days," Huang Ting replied and looked at the warden. Since you're the warden, why are you staying with these criminals? Criminals? Oh, no, 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 they're not criminals, they're my best food. Food? Huang Ting's mind was in awe as he opened his eye of detection and looked at the prison warden. Chapter 34, Fighting the Warden, Subsidiary Module, Alienated Flesh. Name, Cold-Blooded Warden. Rank, Chieftain 2. Degree of danger, extremely high. Chieftain class, Second Order. Huang Ting was secretly on guard. It was the first time he had encountered a mutated creature with such a high rank. What's even scarier is that the other side has brains. Warden, this guy is too arrogant. Hurry up and eat him. The voice from before sounded again in the crowd. Hmm? The warden let out a soft hum, and countless tentacles sprouted steeply from his right arm. Those tentacles intertwined with each other, forming a bloody mouth that came down from above, completely engulfing one of the people in the crowd. When the surrounding prisoners saw this scene, they were all scared into silence. Some people even become incontinent out of fear. But those people didn't dare to show the liquid for fear of upsetting the warden, so they used their clothes to wipe it off in a hurry. What a mouthful! That's enough refreshments for today, kid. You're lucky you stayed here honestly until I come back tomorrow to savor your taste. With that, the warden dragged his tentacle-like right hand and prepared to leave. Ridiculous! You're more of a criminal than the criminals here. One could even say that you're inhuman. A faint voice echoed through the prison. For a while, the atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Everyone looked at Huang Ting with horrified faces. They felt that Huang Ting must be crazy, or else he wouldn't have said such words. Many have pondered how to slip away. It was conceivable that once the prison warden became angry, I was afraid that the people here would not end up well. Interesting, it seems that life outside has made you confident in your current strength. The warden turned around and red whisker-like tentacles began to emerge from his body in a steady stream. Those whisker-like tentacles spread all over the surface of the warden's body, and in the blink of an eye, the warden's body became like a monstrous man with exploding muscles. It seems that the comfortable life inside the prison has made you lose the most basic fear of the strong. Huang Ting's gaze sharpened as his black and gold giant god mecha emerged. In such a small space, the fight is hard. He was going to use absolute power to blow up the inhuman monster in front of him. Whoosh! The two were strangely fast, and in an instant, they rushed together. The warden's body staggered and fell back several steps in succession. On the contrary, Huang Ting was still standing firmly in place, his position not moving at all. What? What this? How is this possible? Your power, why is your power so big? The warden couldn't figure out that he was able to notify the Western District of Nanshan Prison, and he was able to do so not just by virtue of his status as warden, but by virtue of his real hard power. Without convincing and scaring all these people, he simply wouldn't have the position he has now. But the power that he had been so proud of before now suffered defeat for the first time, which was a bit unacceptable to him. The other inmates also looked at the scene in surprise. It's a first that the impenetrable warden has been repulsed. Does it mean that the warden is not impossible to defeat? Shocked, they became even more curious about Huang Ting's strength. To be able to repel the prison warden head-on, what exactly was the origin of the person in front of him? Is it really as messed up out there as he said? The warden struggled to prod the red tentacles, still trying to restrict Huang Ting's movements. The sky was filled with whisker-like tentacles coming up in the air, and a nightmare-like fear once again gripped the hearts of the others. The crowd backed up, their bodies pressed against the wall. They're just ruthless, not unafraid of death. On the contrary, they valued their lives more than anything else, or else they would not have groveled so much under the lustful authority of the prison warden and lived like dogs. Huang Ting grabbed the whisker-like tentacle and yanked hard. The warden was subjected to inertia and his body rushed over uncontrollably. Boom! Waiting until he was almost close, Huang Ting threw out a punch, directly smashing half of his body. The warden was still undeterred and still wanted to urge his whisker-like tentacles to recover from his bodily injuries, but Huang Ting simply didn't give it half a chance. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Only after hammering the prison warden into a pile of minced meat that could not be seen in its original form did he stop. Kill Chieftain Cold-Blooded Prisoner, Second Order, obtain materials, Flesh and Blood Essence *10, Blood Redstone *2, Alienated Flesh Mass, Attachment Module, *1, Low Order Material Synthesizer, Drawing, *1. The material synthesizer finally popped. Huang Ting breathed a light sigh of relief. Name: Low Order Material Synthesizer. Quality: Epic. Type: Drawing. Effect: can synthesize lower-ranked materials to high-ranked ones, but even so, those materials are still crap. Required materials: Ore of Fire *10, Blood Redstone *10, Dirty Rat Skin *10, Magic Powder *10, Flesh and Blood Essence *10, Universal Gel *10, Heart of Gathering *1. Seeing the required materials on it, he frowned slightly. The Ore of Fire comes from second-order common mutant creatures, and while it's rare, it's not difficult to get 10 copies for a little extra money. As for the magic powder, it was a bit more peculiar, and only those mutated creatures that often lived in the shadows could pop it, such as mutated cockroaches, mutated rats, and the like. Now he had 6 copies on hand, for to go, and the difficulty of completing them was simple. Needless to say, the other things were all ordinary materials, only the last gathering heart left him a bit puzzled. I've never heard of it in my previous life either. After thinking about it, he first put away the drawings, then opened the system mall and tapped a top message slot. Acquisition of the Gathering of Hearts, price and private chat. The bounty system wasn't out yet, so he could only use this stupid method. Putting away the low-rank material synthesizer, Huang Ting looked again at the subsidiary module called Alienated Meatball. Name: Alienated Meatballs. Quality: Excellent. Type: Upper Limb Module / Lower Limb Module. Effect 1. When loaded as an upper limb module, slightly increase arm strength, strength +2, defense +1. Effect 2. When loaded as a lower limb module, slightly increases movement speed, agility +2, defense +1. Description: Behold, a mass of living flesh. The increased attributes of the alienated meat block are not much, but the way of using it is extremely flexible. Either upper or lower limbs can be loaded, and it can play a good role in critical moments. In the previous life, this kind of accessory module is also called Universal Accessory Module. Some accessory modules can even be all universal. Utilizing the different loading effects of the attached modules so as to build different combat styles, this style of combat was extremely popular in the previous world. Seeing that Huang Ting had been silent, the remaining criminals finally got scared. They fell to their knees, their brains pressed to the ground. Even though the ground was unusually cold, no one dared to look up. Get up, I'm not that kind of monster. Collecting all the drops, Huang Ting swept a glance at the crowd and said in an unsavory manner. Only after receiving his affirmation did these people dare to slowly raise their heads. However, their knees remained on the ground, as if they found it easier to save their lives. Those who can survive in this kind of environment are not ordinary people. If we release this group of people in front of us, the consequences will be unimaginable. But we can't kill them all ourselves and waste our battle power for nothing. We have to think of a way to place them down. Huang Ting fell into deep thought. Seeing how scared they are, they should be impressed with me, so why don't I use this to subdue them and become an assassination blade in my hands, so that they and Aurora can watch each other's backs, one light and one dark. Chapter 35, Strongly Conquering People's Hearts and Minds, Opening the Guild in Advance. Want to live? Huang Ting's voice was low, and he used a little bit of the mystical aspect of the trick. These techniques originated from an evil god's doppelganger that he had slain. Even if he didn't have mystical energy, it would be easy to scare the group with his ears. Sure enough, everyone was instantly busy putting their heads down and shouting, "Live! Want to live! Great!" Huang Ting scrutinized the circle and his eyes fell on a fierce-looking man. Even though the crowd was gathered, there was still a large blank space around the men. It means no one else wants to be with him. But the man's body wasn't strong, and his fighting ability should be average. The reason the others avoided him so much was either that he was honorable, or that he was more vicious than the others. Perverted flavor? Just in time for an experiment. After the doomsday happened, many people had mental breakdowns and did all sorts of strange things. Of course, there's no shortage of super perverts who take pleasure in torturing people. He smelled it on the man. Seeing Huang Ting keep staring at him, the man humbly smiled. However, the madness in his eyes was still captured by Huang Ting. Huh! Huang Ting laughed and took out a small wooden ball. The wooden ball came from the Ningqing Zoo, and another name for it was Woodinized Puppet. He came to the man's side and directly pressed the Woodinized puppet to the man's brow. In a flash, many slender vines grew inside the wooden ball. Those vines were like veins, densely spread all over the man's body. Then, the originally emerald green vines began to slowly turn red, and in the end, they really did look like blood vessels and didn't enter the man's body. Get up and turn around twice. Huang Ting's mind moved, and the man instantly got up and spun around twice. Wow! The others retreated at light speed. The surrounding area cleared instantly. At this moment, Huang Ting's weirdness had far exceeded that of the prison warden. Not bad, not bad. From now on you'll be called Mu Yi. Remember your name. Yes, Mu Yi knows. Mu Yi nodded his head in a respectful manner. The control of the wooded golem wasn't rigid. In fact, it manipulated its body through tiny vines, and then used its internal core to convey various commands. Therefore, the IQ of the Woodinized golem would not be too high, but there was no problem in using it in the early stages. If you want to survive, you'll have to listen to me from now on. Huang Ting once again reinforced the fear within them before letting the crowd leave. With Mu Yi watching, I'm sure those people won't play any other tricks. Nanshan Prison's 4 monster kings were solved 3 by Huang Ting alone, and he didn't want to get involved again with the material synthesizer that was already in his hands. Leave the rest of that monster for the other powers to have a headache. Leaving Nanshan Prison, Huang Ting quickly identified Guan Xilan and Ran Zijing and the others. The people from the College League will be here later, just follow them out. Huang Ting had wanted to take Ran Zijing and the others under his wing as well, but then it suddenly occurred to him that it might be better to let them develop on their own. Such talents can only take up important responsibilities after continuous training. Without chatting for a few sentences, someone from the 5 major forces had already arrived, and Huang Ting stopped talking nonsense and quietly left with Guan Xilan and Su Dehai. Next, he had more important things to do. Returning to the abandoned building, Huang Ting opened the system mall in passing to take a look. I thought that there would be no gains, but I didn't expect someone to actually get the Gathering Heart, and the price offered wasn't too high. A Gathering Heart only costs 1,500 energy points. The wealthy Huang Ting didn't hesitate and directly chose to take it. Then he purchased other materials inside the mall. In this way, most of the materials for creating the material synthesizer had been prepared, and the only thing missing was the ore of fire. Tonight was a sleepless night for Ningqing. On the second morning of the following day, the official announcement was made of the capture of Nanshan Prison. Ningqing's contact channel with the outside world opened. The news certainly cheered up the survivors a lot. The officials even took this opportunity to recruit a lot of strong people who hadn't joined the forces yet. Of course, the other forces also received quite a lot of benefits, which could be seen from the large amount of extra low-grade materials in the mall. I'm afraid that the only thing left to lose from last night was in Honghai's Fenghua. Thank you all for sending in your gifts. Huang Ting went on a rampage, scavenging for low-grade materials. To be honest, if it wasn't for the 5 major powers joining forces last night to capture Nanshan Prison, he would have had to wait at least a week if he wanted to get this much material. With large quantities of lower-order materials purchased, the material synthesizer worked at full power. One by one, high-grade materials were produced and thrown inside the mall by Huang Ting again. If it wasn't for the time needed for the synthesis and transformation, I'm afraid that the system mall at this time would already be in an uproar. Even so, Huang Ting still attracted a lot of attention. Among them was in Honghai. The 5 powers acted together, on their own losses, and Honghai Heart has been unable to swallow this breath. Now that he saw Huang Ting earning a lot of money, he was even more angry. Find me Huang Ting's location, I will definitely not let him live. The men sniffed and left, going out to look for signs of Huang Ting. 2 days later, nearly 60% of the low-grade materials in the mall flowed into Huang Ting's hands. At the same time, his energy point reserves had come to 200,000. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a large pile of low-ranked materials waiting to be synthesized, his energy points would surely have to be multiplied several times more. The second round of mutations will begin soon. It's time to help them get stronger. But before that, a function needs to be turned on. Huang Ting opened the panel. The top of the panel at this point was divided into three major sections, namely the mecha properties, the chat channel, and the system mall. With the movement of his mind, the characters on it changed for a while, and then a new section was formed. Power. Create a level 1 guild, name Aurora, open the guild warehouse. With his intention, a strange page with a dark purple pattern appeared. On the page were the two big words Aurora, and under Aurora, Huang Ting was the president, while Guan Xilan and Su Dehai were ordinary members. It wasn't that he didn't want to give the two men power, but Aurora was only 3 people in total, and it was the same with or without a position. The power section is divided into 3 subsections: guild announcements, guild members, and guild warehouse. Huang Ting opened the guild warehouse, and in the next second, a huge circular space appeared in his mind. This was the guild warehouse, and every time the guild was raised a level, the warehouse space would be twice as large. The guild warehouse can be deposited without limit, but it can only be a dead item, and there are restrictions on withdrawals, or else it would be just right to use it as a space prop. It costs 100,000 energy points to form the force, and another 100,000 to open the guild warehouse. In the blink of an eye, Huang Ting's energy points were down to a pitiful few thousand. He didn't dwell on it too much. He could still earn more when the energy points were gone, and it was imperative to raise his strength. After stuffing some strengthening materials into the guild's warehouse, Huang Ting sought out both Guan Xilan and Su Dehai. The two of them have been doing well lately, and even Su Dehai is a lot bolder than before. Your mechs are pretty much reinforced to the limit, aren't they? Almost there, just a few last ingredients left. Guan Xilan nodded her head. After many days of hunting, a hint of ferocious aura was already hidden in her body. I'm almost about 70% strengthened, and I guess it'll take another 2 weeks before I can strengthen to the limit. Su Dehai replied with a less than adequate bottom, a little heartfelt. Chapter 36, Tide of Blood Corpses, Time and Fate, Request Golden Ticket. Huang Ting didn't care. Generally speaking, being able to ascend to the second rank within a month after Doomfall could already be considered first tier. Guan Xilan and Su Dehai's reinforcement speed wasn't slow, and although it wasn't comparable to his own, it was already far ahead of at least 90% of the people. I created a guild, you guys should have gotten the message, right? We did receive a message just now. I didn't realize there was actually a guild. It's the same game as the one I'm playing. Su Dehai's eyes were a bit out of focus, and he should have been checking the guild interface. It is indeed a game, but we are not players. Huang Ting looked up at the dim sky without saying much. I've opened the guild function in advance for your convenience. Inside the warehouse there are some reinforcement materials I've stored. There's no extraction limit. You guys see how much you're still short of ascending, and strive to enter the second rank in the next 2 days. Boss Mighty, I love you so much. Su Dehai laughed out loud. His eyes, once again losing focus, should be going to look for materials. Guan Xilan wasn't as optimistic as he was, his tone tinged with worry. Is there going to be another change? If I'm not mistaken, the second round of mutations should start soon. Huang Ting didn't hide it. The second round of mutations is not as dangerous as the first mutation, and can even be considered a minor benefit. Of course, benefits required strong strength to earn, which was why he was so anxious to push the two to complete their mech ascension. Understood, then I'll go ahead and get ready. Su Dehai seemed to have finished picking at this time as well, rubbing the back of his head with a hefty smile, and leaving with a smile on his face. The following days were quiet. The 4 major powers digested the harvest from the trip to South Mountain Prison. The casuals, on the other hand, gathered into small groups and cooperated to kill monsters. The only one who made some noise was Windward. They were like mad dogs, looking around for information about Huang Ting's whereabouts. It was only that Huang Ting himself was very low profile, coupled with Chu Jiazhen's intentional protection. For several days, Feng Hua's people did not gain anything at all. They were also scolded by Hong Hai for it. The time came a week later. Huang Ting smashed the head of a mutated rat with his fist, and a message suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. I've encountered a tide of blood corpses besieging me here. The situation is very dangerous. There may be second-order alpha-level monsters behind me. I wonder if it's convenient for you to make a move? The message sender is Chu Ka-jin. To be able to make Chu Jiazhen so anxious, it seemed that the scale of this blood corpse tide must not be small. Strange, with so many people hunting together, the number of blood corpses hasn't increased. How could there be a wave of blood corpses there? Suddenly, Huang Ting had a flash of light. When we were at the zoo earlier, Su Dehai had said that there were traces of blood heading north. The mountain river base established by Chu Jiazhen happened to be in the northern part of Ning City. Could it be that alpha-level blood corpse? Well, it's really a long way to look for it, but I didn't expect to look back and see it in the tide of blood corpses. Coming right up! The blood-colored mark on the back of his hand had been bothering him for a long time, and this time he could finally fix it. Picking up the exploded materials, Huang Ting switched into the Thunder Flash mecha, and with a display of flying feathers on his back, he headed straight for the mountain river base in the north. Meanwhile, Mountain River Base. The base of Mountain River is a large shopping area that has not yet been started. Originally, Chu Jiazhen intended to build a mega business district here, but he didn't expect that it would end up being built as a refuge base. Dad, will he come, Huang Ting? Chu Vo was worried, with worry in her voice. I believe in him, he will come. But Chu Hui looked down from his height, glancing at the tide of blood corpses outside like ocean waves, a little less sure. Even if he came, there's nothing he can do in the face of so many blood corpses. No, he's an amazing person who can definitely work miracles. Chu Jiazhen threw his weight around. Right now, he could only choose to believe Huang Ting. It was no secret that the mountain river base was under siege, and the other forces had gotten word of it long ago. Old man, letting you stop me, letting you look up to that Huang Ting guy, this is bad luck. In the Fenghua base, Anhahai laughed out loud. Since awakening the Red Rhino mecha, it was the first time he had been so unimpeded. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Chu Jiazhen. He could send troops to support the Shanha base, but he had to give enough payment, and in addition, he had to propose to Chu Hua, and Chu Jiazhen had to say yes. It didn't take long for Chu Ka-jin's reply to arrive. When he saw what was on it, his face turned ironic. Well, this is your own death, can't blame me. I want to see if that Huang Ting will step in to help you guys if he appears. Thinking that Huang Ting would most likely reveal his whereabouts, Anhahai contacted another person. Zhuilong Zhua Vice President, I have a big deal here. I wonder if you're interested? In the congregation of stars, Zhuilong was heartened to see the message sent by Anhahai. He naturally knew what kind of person Huang Ting was, and he was also clear about the wealth in Huang Ting's hands. As Anhahai said, this time it was a big deal. I'll take this. I'll prepare the manpower first. Just let me know when it's time. The two men conferred briefly, then each went down to prepare. At the same time that Anhahai was plotting, within the Ningqing base, Fu An also found Zhang Yiliang and held a meeting once again. This meeting was not as harmonious as the previous one, and although many people supported sending troops to aid Chu Jiazhen, the asking price was very high. The other part of the group suggested staying out of the way for the time being, and waiting for the strength of the mountain river base to wear down to about the same extent before sending troops to assist. It wasn't that they were ruthless, but the development of the mountain river base had gone beyond their expectations. With this one incident, it's just enough to hammer home the point. If possible, it would be a happy occasion for all to have the mountain river base in their pockets. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Fu An had his own plans. Reinforcement materials or territories and the like were secondary. What he really wanted was the true identity of the person who made the mysterious call. As long as he got the man's true identity, he would be happy to send troops to aid him even if it was without compensation. Zhang Yiliang thought much the same as he did. Material is easy to find, talent is hard to come by. This time, they must know the true identity of that person. By contrast, the idea of a college league is pure. Everyone understands that the lips are not as good as the teeth, and since this is an excellent opportunity for exercise, the union executives have decided to let the students give it a try. But as good as their ideas were, they lost at the first hurdle. A number of soldiers have been stationed at Nanshan Prison since it was recovered. They are centered on the prison, with layers of barricades. To get through, you have to get permission from the base headquarters side. But the officials were already inefficient, and now they are using the Doomsday as an excuse to delay the approval procedures indefinitely. This practice triggered a lot of resentment, and almost led to a confrontation with the soldiers stationed there. Although the top management of the Alliance was anxious, there was nothing they could do but wait in silence. Numerous factors are superimposed on each other. Chu Jiazhen realized that he had become a loner. Inside the Shanhe base, Chu Jiazhen silently lit a cigar smoke. Void of smoke around the perimeter of the body. He was thinking that this might be the time when all heaven and earth come with the same force, and the heroes are not free after transportation. As he was contemplating, a familiar mech appeared. "Uncle Chu, I'm coming!" Chapter 37 Massacre, Shocking Strength, Request Golden Ticket. Hearing this voice, a trace of blood finally appeared on Chu Jiazhen's face that had been gray. It doesn't seem like a bad mix for yourself. With Huang Ting around, it was truly the same power of heaven and earth. The periphery of the mountain river base. Huang Ting scrutinized the bloody corpse in front of him with a grave expression. Most of these blood corpses were mutated from various creatures, with humans only occupying a very small portion. So many blood corpses, it seems like that blood corpse leader should be in this area. We'll investigate after we finish solving the tide of blood corpses here. With a decision in his heart, Huang Ting stopped and took out the feather of mutation. Then, he successively took down other subsidiary modules and loaded them all onto the giant god mecha. The head wears the eye of detection, the torso is the teeth of the vicious dog and the feather of alteration, the arms are sharp claws, and the alienated flesh masses are loaded into his legs to boost the agility attribute. In this way, the battle power of the giant god mecha was suddenly at the top. Name: Giant God Mecha. Rank 2nd. Power 40. Defense 16. Agility 17. Mystery 0. Exclusive module, Megatron. Subsidiary modules: Eye of Detection, Teeth of the Hound, Feather of Mutation, Sharp Claw Form, Alienated Flesh Mass. Seeing such magnificent attributes, Huang Ting's confidence soared. At this time, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai, who had already ascended to the 2nd rank, also arrived in time. "Boss, we're here to help you," Su Dehai said with a big grin. "Scared shitless, and you have the nerve to say you're helping?" Taking a look at his violently trembling legs, Guan Xilan showed contempt. "Being scared and helping are two different things." Su Dehai, who has the toughest mouth in his entire body, immediately retorted. "Okay, you two just follow me." The corners of Huang Ting's mouth curved, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. The gathering of so many blood corpses surprisingly gave him a thrill of excitement. In fact, what man is not crazy in the Doomsday, only he is crazy in a different place. Without hesitation, Huang Ting directly rushed into the group of blood corpses. Each swing of the sharp claws represented the fall of a blood corpse. In the blink of an eye, he killed his way out. Behind them, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai looked at this scene in disbelief. It seemed like it was the first time they had seen Huang Ting this crazy. The killing continues. Super strength coupled with not-so-weak agility made Huang Ting seem like he was transformed into a mobile heavenly disaster. Wherever he passed, all the blood corpses were torn apart by his midst, without exception. This scene caused Chu Jiazhen to look completely dumbfounded. Only after reacting did he realize why Huang Ting hadn't agreed to his invitation. All the beasts walk alone, but only the cattle and sheep are in herds. Huang Ting is not only a beast, but the king of beasts. How could such a man ever stoop to the level of a man? The mech with close to third-order attributes crushing a bunch of blood corpses would have been effortless, and coupled with Huang Ting's superb combat skills, he soon killed the blood corpses and sent them fleeing in all directions. Chu Jiazhen was also incredibly bold, finding the right opportunity to immediately have his men launch a counterattack. His own mammoth mecha was like a bulldozer in disguise, rushing the blood corpses in all directions. Chu Wu wasn't bad either, his sharp claws taking away a portion of the blood corpse's body every time he slashed through it. In the end, the massive tide of blood corpses was wiped out, leaving only scattered blood corpses still dying around. "So many strengthening materials, boss, we're rich this time." After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Su Dehai ran his ass to Huang Ting's side to claim credit. He didn't leave any of those strengthening materials behind and stuffed them into the guild warehouse. Seeing the piles of low-grade materials, Huang Ting also nodded in satisfaction. Normally it wasn't easy to gather so many blood corpses. With these materials, one's energy points would immediately be filled up again. The blood corpse tide crisis was resolved, and Chu Jiazhen breathed a sigh of relief and invited Huang Ting to enter the mountain river base for a visit. The eyeballs of the major powers who witnessed the whole scene have reported it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone would be able to take care of so many blood corpses single-handedly. Although there were other people assisting throughout the process, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the only one who was truly powerful was that black and gold mech. Higher Education Alliance. After learning the outcome of this battle, the top brass were the first to disbelieve. They simply don't believe that anyone is capable of such a feat. Ran Zijing and the others who knew the inside story were not surprised. There were 4 major monsters in South Mountain Prison, and Huang Ting solved 3 of them alone. With this strength, wouldn't it be easy to solve a small tide of blood corpses? It's a pity that we have to keep the strength of the Yellow Court bigwigs a secret, otherwise, I'd really like to brag to them. Yu Lang looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, his face despondent. All right, why don't you go fight some more monsters if you have this time, and try to rise to the 2nd rank within this week? Ran Zijing was not as lively as Yu Lang, and his intuition told him that he had to get stronger as soon as possible. Ningqing Base. Fu Wen and Zhang Yiliang rose from their chairs in an expansive manner. Mystic! Out! To be able to solve such a powerful tide of blood corpses by himself, even if it wasn't the mystic, it couldn't be separated from the mystic. The main thing is Chu Kajin. It would be fine if he was rescuing someone else, but he was rescuing Chu Jiazhen. The two dropped everything they were working on, summoned their mechs, and headed straight for the mountain river base. Fenghua Base. And Ha Hai smiled coldly. Shrinking head turtle, finally coming out. He contacted Zhui Long again. My men are already on him, remember to be ready on your end. On the other end, Shui Long's face showed a few moments of hesitation. He tentatively asked, Huang Ting is so strong that he wiped out the tide of blood corpses all by himself. Do we have any hope? It's because he's so high profile that we have a chance. I bet he's exhausted by now. Shui Long sniffed. The color of hesitation on his face was gone. It's impossible for him not to have consumed. Now is the right time to make a move. After this village, there will be no more this store. The two of them smiled cheekily, each other's hearts bursting with joy. Mojin, who was the president, knew nothing about the machinations of Vice President Shui Long. The strength Huang Ting had displayed shocked him as well, and without much thought, he rushed to send someone to get acquainted with Huang Ting, trying to pull the other party into the Gunstar Society. But he wasn't the only one with this kind of thinking. The college union had likewise sent a special person to the mountain river base. Together with the Ningqing base side, the 5 major forces were once again miraculously brought together. I'm afraid that even Chu Jiazhen himself didn't expect that he had waited so long for other people's rescue, but he hadn't seen a single person. Now that the crisis has been resolved, each one of them is sticking up like a dog's skin. Regarding these people's solicitations, Huang Ting naturally balked. He didn't stay at the base of Mountain River for too long. After all, there was still an alpha-level monster nearby waiting for him to take care of it. This time, he could finally get rid of that mark on the back of his hand. Leaving the Mountain River base, Huang Ting made his way north. At the same time, and Hong Hai's men and the people from the Star Club quietly followed. Chapter 38, Third Order Blood Cocoon, Fearful Shui Long. Huang Ting's pace slowed. The sense of crisis he had developed over the years told him something was definitely not right around him. Without waiting for him to stop and take a closer look, a yellow barbed orb rolled to his feet. Durian Bomb? His face changed and he stepped backward. With no mystic energy out in the early stages, attacks like Durian Bomb are simply unstoppable. Durian Bombs are not too powerful, the only point of damage is the foul odor inside. As it happens, Huang Ting falls into the category of those who feel a deep aversion to durian. Backing up dozens of meters at a time, the stench was still unavoidable. Huang Ting turned his head to look, and in his line of sight, a strange mech with a shit yellow body and spikes appeared. The properties of the natal mech are related to the food eaten on the day of the mutation. There is no doubt that what this man ate that day must have been durian, and he also awakened the talent of durian bomb. A strong, foul odor rushed into his nostrils, causing Huang Ting's brain to swoon. As he froze, a white object flew in. Huang Ting subconsciously raised his arm to block. When the white object was near him, he realized that it was actually a mass of white spider webs capable of high-strength stretching. It seems to be that I've been having a bit too good of a time lately, and I've been careless with myself. Slightly sidestepping to avoid the spider web attack, Huang Ting let out a long sigh. If it were in the past, these people would have been detected the moment they followed him, not to mention launching an attack. Gentlemen, we have no grudges in the past and no enmity today, so there's no need to fight to the death as soon as we meet, right? Seeing the crowd that had gathered around him, Huang Ting said helplessly. That is, there are so many people now that people don't care. By the time the later stages, the major alien races invade, it will be hard to see a purebred human by then. It was precisely for this reason that Huang Ting was always thinking of leaving the others alive. If it were a foreigner, he would have been chopped up and served with wine long ago. Cut the crap, hand over the energy points, and spare your life. A low cry came from the besieging crowd. So it's for wealth, but unfortunately, the energy points can't be given to you. With 200,000 energy points spent, Huang Ting only had a few thousand spare on hand, and there was no surplus at all. Then there's nothing more to say, everyone. The crowd stopped talking nonsense and swarmed up. Oh, I'm afraid you're looking for more than just money. Let me guess who you are. Huang Ting thought as he dodged the attack. To be able to send out so many people at once, and with obvious coordination between the different mechs, it's basically impossible to make it this far without a major power backing it up, so you guys must come from some major power. But while you work well together, you're clearly two groups of people. Official? Not like that. If it was official, it would have been polite first, wouldn't have done things so brown, and wouldn't have thought of putting me to death. The Collegiate Alliance can likewise be ruled out. I don't have any disputes of interest with them, and besides, with the South Mountain prison around, it's unlikely that they'll waltz over here. Then the only ones left are Fenghua and the Stars Association. Speaking of which, is that kid in Honghai okay? The besieged man didn't say a word. Huang Ting's analysis is good, every sentence is reasonable and straight to the point. But so what if he guessed, as long as he was killed, no one would know that Fenghua and the Stars would join forces. Alright, I have things to do. I don't have time to keep playing with you guys. Let's make this quick. Huang Ting quickly dodged behind one person, then struck out with a heavy fist. Boom! The man's mech dissipated instantly, and his entire body fell from midair, grimacing from the fall. Next, he crushed 4 more mechs in a row and said in a cold voice, I just don't want to kill anyone. It doesn't mean I won't kill anyone. All of you get the hell away from me. No longer paying attention to a few people, Huang Ting quickly moved away. The remaining few people looked at me and I looked at you, and no one mentioned the pursuit, as if they had reached a tacit agreement. No one blocked the way. Huang Ting was fast and soon arrived at an abandoned factory in the north. Noticing the group of blood corpses on the periphery of the factory, Huang Ting's heart sank. The quality of the blood corpses here is much better than the ones that besieged the mountain river base. The eye of detection swept over. Most of them were second-order mutated creatures, and a small portion of them had even reached the third order, exuding an incomparably horrifying aura. Third rank, if one of the mutated creatures here were to go out, it would definitely be able to create huge waves in Ningqing. But now, they were gathered as if they were guarding something. Bad! The only one who can make the blood corpse guard like this is the chief. That chief-level monster should have already reached the third rank, and is now forming a blood cocoon and heading towards the fourth rank. Once it waits for its advancement to be completed, it will be completely finished. Huang Ting was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. With so many blood corpses gathered together, it was impossible for him to break in hard at the moment. Even if he broke in, without enough destructive power, it would be difficult for him to break through the layer of blood cocoon. Third order, you have to reach the third order to do that. With a plan in mind, Huang Ting took note of the surroundings and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his mind stirred as he surveyed the group of blood corpses in front of him and had a bold idea. A few hours later, the Stars Club and Fenghua Base encountered a siege of blood corpses, and although there weren't many casualties, the props and materials lost were not in the small numbers. The Stars Club, Zhuilong was so angry that he could almost spit fire out of his eyes. "And Hai, what do you mean? Didn't you say that Huang Ting was too consumed to fight back? Look at this, does this look like he can't fight back? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a killing intent, I'm afraid that none of these brothers of mine would be able to return." Facing Zhuilong's questioning, and Hong Hai was also depressed to the core. Who'd have thought Huang Ting would last so long? "No, you have to give me a statement on this." Zhuilong was still aggressive. "Also, the Stars Guild, will no longer make a move against Huang Ting in the future, so you'd better find someone else." "Argument? What claim do you want?" If it wasn't for your people being greedy and afraid of death, we would have taken down Huang Ting long ago, and you still have the face to ask me for an argument. I'm lucky I didn't ask you for it." And Hong Hai didn't take Zhuilong seriously. A salted fish seller, if it weren't for the end of days, such a person wouldn't even be qualified to talk to himself. The two of them completely fell out, and never mentioned the matter of joining forces against Huang Ting again. Meanwhile, the eastern part of Ning City. "Come on, there's a gap in the B defense, Team 3, hurry up and fill it." "Yes." "The D block defense has been breached, we can't hold it back." "Block it even if you can't, and if you let one in, I'll hold you all accountable." A mech shuttled back and forth, constantly building a defense line. In front of them was a herd of huge boars with sharp tusks. Finally, after another defense, the boars grunted twice and retreated with reluctance. "Mom, this group of wild boars is finally gone. If they attack for a little while longer, we really won't be able to hold out." "Alas, who says otherwise? Being tricked like a monkey by a group of wild boars day after day, there's not even time to rest." "Quit your whining, it's been confirmed up there that they're going to take on this group of boars, and they're probably working on a battle plan right now." "That's great, I've long looked at this group of wild boars with disdain. I don't know if you've noticed, but this group of wild boars has become more and more difficult to deal with. That's why, the top is trying to solve this group of boars ahead of time. If we wait for them to evolve a few more times, it'll be too late." Several soldiers withdrew their mechs and lay on the ground discussing in whispers. Chapter 39, Mutated Boar, Fuin's Plea for Help. The battle plan was developed very quickly indeed. After all, they weren't dealing with people, but a bunch of brainless boars. However, the regular army had to carefully formulate a battle plan in order to deal with a group of wild boars, which was really embarrassing to talk about. Even if that herd of boars was mutated. The plan was very simple. The wild boar herd lived in the mountains to the east on weekdays, and they all traveled in packs. They were going to send their faster soldiers forward to scout first. Once the location of the boar herd is determined, the rest of the group will set out to round it up again. Nice idea, but unfortunately plans don't add up. The preliminary reconnaissance work was not bad, and the Ningqing base side quickly grasped the details of that wild boar herd, and also touched the other side's lair. It's logical that things are pretty much over at this point. Who knew that the wild boar herd's habitat was connected to an underground passage? When the siege was launched, all the boars ran into the underground passage and disappeared into thin air. In order to completely wipe out this group of wild boars, the captain in charge directly ordered a chase. When they first entered the passage, everything went well, and they strangled 4 boars straight away. The 4 boars were small, so they should have been the smaller ones in the boar herd. The crowd then continued down the passage. That's when the dramatic scene appeared. Somehow the herd of wild boars came to their rear and blocked the way of retreat. The soldiers who had wanted to get rid of them all in one fell swoop were suddenly caught in a jar and were in an extremely dangerous situation. After such a big incident, the Ningqing base side would definitely need to send reinforcements. But when they went around, they realized that the powerful people in the base all had extremely important jobs that they couldn't get out of for the time being. Ordinary soldiers were idle, but in the face of this level of mutated creatures, even if they went to more ordinary soldiers, they were just sending them to their deaths. With no choice but to join forces with Zhang Yiliang, Fuin sent a letter of help to the major powers. Windward and the Stars will balk. And Hong Hai essentially didn't think the officials were that powerful, and thus refused to be summoned. The Blood Corpse Society has people who are eager to move, but the blood corpses within their forces have just been removed, and the different factions have taken advantage of this incident to seize power from each other, and now it is a time when people's hearts are unstable, so how can they possibly send out their troops to help the officialdom? Chu Jiazhen likewise did not agree. Earlier, when he had encountered a siege of blood corpses, the Ningqing base side had not sent troops to help him. Now that they're in trouble, it's ridiculous to expect them to come to the rescue. The same reasoning applies to the Collegiate Alliance. It was hard for his side to gather enough people to support the Mountain River base, but he didn't expect that the officials froze and stuck themselves, preventing them from taking action. This sulk they had been forcing, and now they could finally release it with impunity. After circling around, Fu An sat down and waxed. He also didn't expect the team to be blocked into the underground passage, and he didn't expect the other forces to be willing to help at all. But removing the other forces, where was he going to find the power that could save that squad? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Perhaps he was the only one who could afford to step in and help himself. Thinking for a moment, Fu An revealed a bitter smile. 2 hours later, Mountain River Base. Inspector Fu An, you are a rare guest. Chu Jiazhen strides forward and takes Fu An's hands in his, a professional fake smile on his face. He could probably guess Fu An's purpose for coming here, and now that the offense and defense were swapped, he didn't think that the hand of Ning City would actually have a day when he begged for his head. This could make him happy in his heart, and even his smile became a bit more sincere. Fu An let out a bitter smile and immediately made his intentions known. Every minute of delay now puts the team in the underpass at more risk. Oh, that senior, please wait a moment for Inspector Fu An, I'll go and try to make contact. Chu Jiazhen intentionally used the word senior to confuse Fu An, and then came to a secluded place to start contacting Huang Ting. No wonder he was a successful businessman, he managed to divert Fu An's perception with just 2 words. Senior? The person who can make even Chu Jiazhen think that he is a senior is definitely not simple. Looking at that mecha's sharp hands, could it be a hermit in some big mountain? Well, Fu An had been successfully sidetracked by Chu Jiazhen, and name after name of big mountains came to his mind. On the other hand, Huang Ting offered a shockingly high price. It's fine to want him to make a move, but not for nothing. Everything in the world has a price. Fu An saw the conditions and, after further hesitation, finally agreed. It had to be said that these things Huang Ting wanted were just stuck on his bottom line. Acceptable, but heartbreaking. They're just nothing compared to those in the ground. For Fu An to be able to sit in the position of Inspector General, he naturally had some vigor and ability. The two sides talked, and next Fu An sent a position to Huang Ting. Based on the principle of helping others with money and eliminating disasters, Huang Ting didn't delay and went straight to the underground passage. Snort! Huang Ting's sharp claws sliced through the mutated boar's body, lighting up a string of sparks. The originally invincible sharp claws at this point merely scratched out 3 bloody marks on the boar's body. The normal level sharp claw form is a bit unable to keep up with the evolutionary speed after all. He let out a dark sigh of some regret. Right now drawings and accessory modules are scarce. Don't see that he was on the verge of putting together a complete set, that was because his opponents were at least elite level. If he were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he could be happy for a long time if he got an ordinary level of subsidiary modules. This is easy to see with the white bone bombs that are selling like hotcakes. Such a common prop, and still a lot of people love it. The only difference was that the white bone bomb that Huang Ting had sold for a high price of 300 was now only 70 energy points, and at most, it could only earn a crafting fee. The second round of mutations will open soon, and by then the various drawings and accessory modules won't be in such short supply. Seeing the opportunity, Huang Ting's sharp claws plunged into the mutated boar's eye sockets with precision and viciousness. Moon, moon, moon! The boar squealed in pain. Huang Ting's expression remained unchanged as he forcefully turned his wrist a few times. Blood mixed with white liquid gushed out, and the mutated boar instantly fell to the ground without breath. Behind them, a group of soldiers from Ningqing base looked at this scene in shock, with both fear and admiration in their eyes. Love and hate, this is perhaps the truest portrayal of the weak for the strong. Follow me! After another 10 minutes or so of walking, a glimmer of light finally appeared in front of us. Everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Being able to see the light meant they weren't far from the ground. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and everyone managed to drill their way out of the underground passage. This is... Suddenly, someone exclaimed, realizing that there were dead bodies all over the ground in front of them. All those dead bodies were still wearing the same uniform as themselves. The receivers are dead? Huang Ting was secretly on guard and reminded. All be careful. Vin. Suddenly, a giant boar that looked like a small mountain with 2 thick tusks scurried out of the dense forest and came straight at the crowd. Chapter 40. The Will of the Boar, Honorable Mention. Sure enough, with such a large scale of the mutant boar herd, there must be an alpha-level monster leading the way behind it. Unsurprisingly, the mutated boar in front of him was the king of them all. Opening the eye of detection, specific information was revealed. Name, Mutant Boar King. Rank, Chieftain 2. Degree of danger, high. The boar that was like a small mountain rushed up with an astonishing power. Even without getting close, the crowd could feel a tremor in the earth under their feet through their mechs. You guys go ahead, I'll hold it off, Huang Ting said in a deep voice. He certainly wasn't being kind, but he was afraid that the crowd would stay here and become a liability. Elder, if you want to go together, the captain in the squad said sadly. Such a big boar, at first glance, was not good to be messed with, and if he had not rashly gone deeper, he would not have encountered such a crisis. Now that Huang Ting was letting them go first, he really felt bad in his heart. Get out of here! Huang Ting didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him, stretching out his hands and deadening them against the boar's tusks. Thumbs up! Even though the giant god mecha had outstanding strength, it was subject to inertia and still fell back a dozen meters. The legs went deep into the dirt, making a clear imprint. Seeing this, the captain immediately greeted the others and retreated. Although on the surface, Huang Ting didn't have the advantage, his years of fighting experience told him that Huang Ting would definitely win this fight. Since he couldn't die, there was no need for him to continue to stay. It was better to hurry and leave to avoid Huang Ting's distraction. Seeing the squad leave, Huang Ting also breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people here, fighting on your own does get a bit in the way. Now that they've left, it's your time to die next. Huang Ting sneered, his figure flickered and appeared above the mutant boar king's head, then with both fists together, he heavily smashed down. The tremendous force penetrated through the layers of armor, hitting the mutant boar king with a stumble in his footsteps. It was the first time since the mutation that it had encountered someone who could beat itself up like this. But little did it know that it would also be its last. Under the continuous hammering, the mutant boar king's skull finally shattered. After slamming out a punch again, its brain instantly turned into a pile of paste, like a bowl of tofu brain that had been tossed around and dug into countless times. Kill Chieftain Mutant Boar King, Second Order, get Large Beast Soul Stone *1, Large Blood Red Stone *6, Tough Beast Skin *3, Delicious Small Meat Pieces *2, Tusk Gloves, Attachment Module, 1, Will of the Boar, Props, 1. The Great Beast Soul Stone and the Great Blood Red Stone both correspond to the progression of materials, and there will be 2 grades of Extra and Extreme on them. Delicious little meat cubes are considered a common ingredient, and an edible common ingredient, which can slowly increase physical fitness when taken over a long period of time. Huang Ting's eyes were mainly drawn to the last 2 items. First up are the Fang Gloves, which are surprisingly an excellent level accessory module, and the ability to use both hands at the same time. Name, Fang's Gloves. Quality, excellent. Type upper limb module, both hands. Effect 1, slightly increased strength, strength plus 2. Effect 2, sharp spikes that can penetrate most objects, increased sharpness. Effect 3, when dealing damage to flesh and blood creatures, it can cause a blood loss effect, and when dealing damage to other solid creatures, it can cause a damage deepening effect, which does not take effect on insubstantial creatures. Description: this used to be a king's tooth, but now it's been made into a boxing glove, and it's good to see that it still retains a trace of the king's dignity. Loading his fang gloves, a black light flashed across Huang Ting's fists, followed by the appearance of a pair of gloves with hideous spikes, each of which carried another spike on top. He poked gently into a boulder off to the side. The spikes felt like they were poking into tofu, easily puncturing a small hole in the boulder. Not bad, the Fong gloves are just the right replacement for the sharpshooter form. Now I won't be lacking in attack power for a while. Putting away the Fong gloves, Huang Ting looked at the last item. Usually, the good stuff comes last, so this Boar's Will must be good too. Name Boar's Will. Quality Epic. Type Prop. Effects: 2 chances per day to summon a second-order elite-level mutant boar, which is killed or disappears after 1 hour of existence. Hiss. Mystery Props. Huang Ting's eyes lit up. Props or accessory modules with special effects can be categorized under the mystery category, which is actually the mystery side category. He had thought that something related to mystery would not appear at all at this stage, at least after the second round of mutation, but he did not expect that he would actually burst out with one. From the outside, the will of the boar is actually a badge engraved with the image of a boar. Picking up the badge, Huang Ting's mind moved. A flash of invisible energy precipitated from within the emblem, building a boar body in the blink of an eye. In the next second, the boar opened its eyes and growled. The size of this mutated boar wasn't too big, it was just like an ordinary buffalo. However, the ferocious aura exuding from it was not bad at all. Elite second-order strength. At the moment, I'm afraid that 99.99% of the people in Ning City aren't its opponents, and it can be summoned twice a day. It's a big earner. Sensing the solid thread of connection between himself and the mutant boar, Huang Ting smiled faintly. If such a good thing were to be circulated, it would definitely make the 5 major powers grab their heads. But now wasn't the best time to take off. Huang Ting put away the Boar's Will badge and made up his mind. It didn't take much effort for him to find the squad that had taken a step forward. Seeing Huang Ting return safely, the captain was shocked at his strength while at the same time gaining a lot more goodwill. The fact that Huang Ting could let them go first in that situation spoke volumes about his nature. The other soldiers thought the same way as the captain, and they all felt good about what Huang Ting had just done. Under Huang Ting's escort, the squad returned safely to Ningqing base. Fu Wen didn't give him a hard time and paid him cheerfully. After 2 days in a row, Chu Jiazhen's side suddenly sent a small box. There was only one thing in the box, and that was a Medal of Honor representing the rank of Colonel. Blue Star's rank system was similar to that of the previous world, roughly divided into 4 tiers: Soldier, Lieutenant, Colonel, and General. Among the school officers are majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels. It's easy to see the value of this medal. Regarding Fu Wen's gesture of goodwill, Huang Ting was not polite and directly accepted it. Rescuing a small team obviously didn't deserve such a great merit. What Fu Wen wanted, I'm afraid, was still news related to the end times coming. On the other side, and Hong Hai, who had suffered blows one after another, finally realized that he was not strong enough to defeat Huang Ting head-on. Under the calming thought, he took out some good things, plus the operation of his family relations, and was very lucky to pass the Ningqing base examination and become a lieutenant. Because of the special situation now, he belonged to a special establishment, not to mention a low position, but he could directly listen to the orders of Fu Wen and Zhang Yiliang. Huang Ting, this time when I have this identity, let's see if you still dare to make a move against me. Changing into a black uniform, and Hong Hai borrowed the official power and quickly locked the exact location where Huang Ting was. Chapter 41: A New Use of Mustard Seed Space, The Officer's Controversy. Abandoned Building. Huang Ting had just finished upgrading his mustard seed mech. Name: Giant God Mecha. Rank 2nd. Exclusive module: Mustard Seed Space. Mustard Seed Space, a piece of alien space 200 meters long, 200 meters wide and 700 meters high, can hold living things. Completing the mech upgrade can expand the range of alien space. The interior space of the upgraded mech was much larger again, except that it was still bare and lacking in life. He didn't have the energy to fiddle with the space here right now, and for the time being, he could only use it as a simple internal refuge. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of Huang Ting's eyes. Mustard Seed Mecha upgraded to 2nd stage. Internal space can be shielded from the effects of catastrophe. Note: non-living matter only. Shielded from the effects of the plague? He was a little confused at first, but soon realized what the words meant. Getting up and coming downstairs to the 10 generators, Huang Ting's eyes were excited. When the cataclysm opened, Blue Star technology was instantly destroyed. The 10 generators were not immune to this, as the nature of some of the materials changed, rendering the machines inoperable. He had thought that these 10 generators were going to be kept here to eat dust, but he hadn't expected that the upgraded mustard seed mecha would actually be so powerful that it would be able to directly shield the effects of the calamity. He flashed his Mega God mech, picked up a generator with both hands, and slowly walked inside the black hole-like door. The space behind the door was dead silent, but with a hint of relaxation and peace. Putting the generator in place, Huang Ting pressed the start button with excitement. Buzz off! The machine sprang into action, and the electric lights attached to it came on together. This is the light that used to look the worst. Confirming that the diesel generator worked, Huang Ting moved the remaining 9 units, along with the 2 sewage purifiers, in. In any case, these things represented the development of human technology, and he would never just throw them away if he could use them. Besides, the mustard seed space was huge, and this little thing didn't take up much space at all. All the mechs have risen to the 2nd rank, next it's time to prepare for the 3rd rank. After all, that blood cocoon still needs to be disposed of. For now, there were 2 paths in front of Huang Ting. One was to look for another kind of bug, draw on the genes and change it into a new mech. Giant God, Heavenly Royal, Thunder Flash, Mustard Seed, and with the last mech, he would be able to put together 5 mechs and complete the mech form fusion. It was just that the bug master talent didn't explicitly tell him what would happen after the fusion of the mecha forms, so he had to give up in order to deal with the upcoming 2nd round of mutations. If you can't get the new mechs, you have to upgrade the old ones. Is it possible to upgrade the Mega God mecha to the 3rd level? Materials required for ascending to the 3rd level: Great Beast Soul Stone *100, Great Blood Red Stone *100, Great Scarlet Bone *100, Tough Beast Skin *100, Strange Tree Root *100. There's a long list of material in the forest. Some of these materials were easy to obtain, such as the Great Beast Soul Stone and the monstrous tree roots, but there were also some materials that were not easy to obtain, and encountering them could only depend on luck. The requirements are different from one mech to another, even though they are up to the 3rd rank. If Huang Ting hadn't scooped up the first bucket of gold with the white bone bomb, I'm afraid that he would have only been able to collect the materials for the first mecha to ascend to the next level in this moment. Boss, there's a group of people coming outside. They say they're old friends of Fenghua. Do you want to meet them? Su Dehai walked in from outside, his eyes fluttering and full of gossip. Fenghua? It can't be that Enhohai guy, right? What's he doing as a demon again? Huang Ting was a bit speechless. He didn't go looking for his business, but he was good, coming to look for his trouble twice in 3 days. If it wasn't for the mech core in his body, how could he himself have let him live until now? Walking out of the abandoned building, what met his eyes was indeed Enhohai's beaten face. TSK, this shitty place of yours isn't much better. Otherwise, hang out with me and I'll give you a nice apartment. Enhohai didn't look Huang Ting squarely in the eye, but first surveyed the abandoned building and mocked. Even if I hang out with you, I don't have much of a future, and I have to be used like a dog by you. These should all be your loyal dogs. They're not bad, each one of them is oily and shiny. Noticing the uniform on Enhohai's body, Huang Ting smiled with a little more interest. I don't think the other party would hold their status against them, right? It would be so much fun if that were true. Not bothering to talk nonsense with you, I am now formally informing you as a lieutenant officer of Ningqing Base that in order to protect Ningqing, the reinforcing materials in your possession are now being levied without compensation, and I hope that you will cooperate obediently. Enhohai lifted his hand to dust off a bit of dust that had spilled on his collar, and toed the line. The moment these words came out, not to mention Huang Ting, even the most out-of-tune Su Dehai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Expropriation, and also trampled on without compensation. This brain is not kicked by a donkey, I'm afraid. Seeing the 2 men's disdain, Enhohai pulled out his officer's license and waved it in front of Huang Ting's eyes. Do you want to go against Ningqing Base? Or do you think there's an opportunity when the end comes and you want to rebel? Then of course I wouldn't dare, just are you qualified? Huang Ting didn't spoil him either, pulling out the Medal of Honor he had just received and hanging it on his chest. Doing so would expose him early. But unlike at the beginning, today he has the strength to face those dangers that may come at any time. Therefore, it has become irrelevant whether or not one continues to conceal one's identity. Go to, Colonel. The little brother beside in Hong Hai stammered. The colonel is further up in the rank of general officer. That's a much better status than lieutenant. It is said that a big official is a big man, and this is not even known how many levels bigger. It seems that this time again, we will return without any success. How is that possible? How could you possibly have the colonel's medal? And Hong Hai lost his voice. He assumed that Huang Ting was an ordinary person and then flashed his lieutenant's license. I didn't expect Huang Ting to backhandedly light up the school officer's medal, directly snapping his face. The current him was no longer in the mood to recognize the authenticity of the medallion, and only wanted to know how exactly Huang Ting had obtained this medallion. You can ask Fuan. If there's nothing else, then please leave this place. Huang Ting gave his expulsion order. Boss, let's just get out of here. The colonel can't afford to mess with us. The little brother pulled in Hong Hai's arm and muttered in a low voice. You wait, we're not done with this. And Hong Hai's face reddened and he left without forgetting a stiff upper lip. The little episode passed quickly, and Huang Ting didn't take it to heart. He had more important things he needed to do. The next day, the sun hanging in the sky became blood red once again. This phenomenon triggered countless people to panic for fear of a more powerful monster. Luckily, the red sun only lasted for 2 hours, and no particularly powerful monsters appeared during that time. President, do you know what the red sun represents this time? In the abandoned building, Guan Xilan asked curiously. You know about replicas. After the end of this red sun, replicas will appear all over the globe. The monsters inside the replicas are abundant, dropping more props and accessory modules, and the quality will be better as well. Wouldn't that be better for us? Su Dehai interjected. Chapter 42, Quick Pass Copy, Source of Plague, Request Golden Ticket. Favorable? Huang Ting was just about to explain, but he realized that the intimidation he experienced last time had reappeared. He stopped talking, his thoughts going back in time. When the replica first appeared, people did think it was the only hope for saving humanity. But as time slowly passes, the crowd realizes that the original copy does not exist to save humanity, but is yet another layer of deep despair. It wasn't a copy, it was a small area of the other world. It's like two bubbles stuck together, with the bordering part in the middle being the copy. As the bordering parts grew, disaster struck. The creatures in the replica could actually break through the replica restrictions and come directly to the blue planet. When tens of thousands of monsters poured out of the major copies, it was the crowd that was scared to death. For now, it does work in our favor. Come on, I'll take you guys to brush up on a 4-man copy first. Following his memory, Huang Ting brought the two of them to an ancient tree with a strange appearance. This ancient tree had no leaves, and its branches twisted and diverged from each other, like the bones of human hands without flesh and blood intertwined together, causing a trace of absurdity to rise in one's heart. Each person can enter the copy once a day for free. There is no limit to the size and type. If you want to enter again, you have to use the otherworldly pass. Now that the copy has appeared, that thing should be popped out by someone soon. If you guys find it, remember to buy it. The two of them, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai, nodded in agreement. Then with a flash of light, the three of them disappeared into thin air. Copy about to start. Welcome to the other world. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over him. When the three of them came back to their senses, they realized that they had come to another space. It looked like an ancient battlefield, surrounded by piles of dead bodies. Current location, Plague Battlefield, Outer. Area, Periphery. Difficulty Easy. Description: something called the source of the plague has suddenly appeared on the corpse-strewn battlefield, and it seems to have disturbed some beings that should have fallen into a deep sleep. The replica areas are divided into peripheral, internal, core, and the extremely rare Rai world. Every time you go deeper, the danger will increase by 1 point, and accordingly, the difficulty of the copy will also increase. The difficulty of Plague Battlefield is only easy, and that's because they're still on the periphery at the moment. The difficulty will surely increase again if we continue to go deeper. Difficulties are categorized as easy, normal, hard, nightmare, purgatory, and abyss. Starting with hard, each level of difficulty increases the gain by 100%, so it can be said that the more windy the waves, the more expensive the fish. Boss, what are we going to do? Su Dehai was a bit confused. There's no rush, it'll be out soon. As soon as Huang Ting's words fell, an illusory screen immediately popped up in front of the three of them. Mission details. I. Hunting and killing 30 plague soldiers, difficulty easy. 2. Hunting and killing 50 plague soldiers and 5 plague generals, difficulty medium. Just 2 quests. Boss is so strong, we definitely need to take the second quest, right? Su Dehai leaped forward and said. No. Huang Ting shook his head. Sometimes quest details don't mean everything. Take a good look at the copy description, that's our goal. Could it be the source of the plague? Guan Silan, who had always remained unperturbed, was equally shocked. Good lord, copies can still be played like this? She'd played the game, but had honestly followed the game's guidelines, so who'd ever thought about this level? Seeing the two of them so shocked, Huang Ting smiled faintly. This was just the beginning. Next, he was going to speed through this copy. Follow me! According to the memories of his previous life, Huang Ting led the two of them through the battlefield. In addition to the dead bodies on the battlefield, there were also a number of wandering plague soldiers. However, they apparently didn't notice the trio's presence, and continued to wander around aimlessly. After skirting around a large number of plague soldiers, a slightly dilapidated tent appeared in front of the trio. In front of the tent were 2 imposing plague soldiers, which looked like elite monsters. Other than that, it was just an old horse so thin you could see his ribs. This is the tent where the Supreme Commander resides, isn't it? It seems that the source of that plague must be possessing some big official. Su Dehai rested his chin on one hand, his voice drawn out extremely long. That's right. Huang Ting nodded his head and stepped forward, fanged gloves quickly emerging on his hands. Just when the two thought that he was going to rush into the tent, who knew that the wind of his fist turned and blasted straight at the skinny horse that was burying its head in the grass at the side. A greenish glow steeply rose from the thin horse's body, blocking Huang Ting's punch. At that moment, an extremely tall, iron-faced, spear-wielding plague general rushed out of the tent. Seeing that Huang Ting was attacking the thin horse, he didn't hesitate to raise his spear and charge straight ahead. The 2 plague soldiers guarding the front of the tent also attacked together at that moment. Stop them! Huang Ting let out a loud bellow and hammered a heavy fist on the skinny horse. The greenish glow was suddenly like a lake that had fallen into a rock, causing countless ripples. Guan Silan and Su Dehai woke up like a dream and immediately joined the battlefield. Eat your grandpa's hammer! Su Dehai plunged one hand into the dirt on the ground, and when he raised his hand again, a heavy hammer with spikes appeared in his hand. He swung his heavy hammer and slammed it hard against the plague general's spear. Guan Silan wasn't good at frontal shenanigans, and while she tangled with the 2 plague soldiers, she secretly released translucent spores. Those spores immediately took root and began to multiply at a rapid rate after coming into contact with the bodies of the plague soldiers. In the blink of an eye, one of the plague soldiers was covered in a small white patch. Upon closer inspection, the white color was none other than clusters of unidentified fungi clustered together in a way that was troublesome to look at. Both have completed their mech advancement, while increasing their mastery of their talents. It was only that the aura of the 2 of them had been suppressed by Huang Ting, which kept them from showing off. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would have been honored as guests in any power they went to. The 2 of them managed to hold back the plague general and the plague soldiers, allowing Huang Ting to focus more on dealing with the source of the plague in front of him. That's right, the source of the plague wasn't attached to the Supreme General, but to a thin, unassuming-looking horse. The reason why you don't take care of the plague generals and plague soldiers first is also because the plague source can travel back and forth through objects that have been infected and resurrected by the plague. It was very timid, and once it realized that a few of its people were overpowered, it immediately shifted. Afraid that it would run away, Huang Ting would only reply along with Su Dehai's words at first before striking out without hesitation. The source of the plague has to take some time even if it wants to shift, and this window period is its greatest weakness. Huang Ting's heart was certain, and his powerful attacks kept pouring out like a raging storm. Finally, the green glow on the source of the plague dissipated. The thin horse neighs and falls to the ground, transforming into a green bead. Kill the source of plague and get a fixed drop, Plague Pearl. Chapter 43, Selling Raiders, Yoshi, Seeking Golden Tickets. Name, Plague Pearl. Quality, excellent. Type, material. Effects, used for mech reinforcement, can increase resistance to various types of basic toxins. Ordinary materials could only strengthen the three main attributes of strength, defense, and agility, and there were very few that could strengthen toxin resistance like the Plague Pearl. Huang Ting's trip was for this Plague Pearl. Having just put away the Plague Treasure Pearl, the battle between Guan Xilan and Su Dehai's side was also nearing its end. The Plague General was directly whacked to pieces by Su Hai's Earth Hammer, while the two Plague Soldiers were covered in white fungal swarms, all their vitality being gnawed away. Huang Ting nodded darkly. After these few days of honing, the two of them finally had a trace of a strong aura on them. The next step is just to keep gaining combat experience. As the root of the plague disappears, the entire world begins to collapse, though the three are teleported out before it does. Boss, the source of the plague has been solved by you. Will there be this copy in the future? After taking a look at the attributes of the Plague Pearl, Su Dehai asked curiously. Don't worry, the rule power inside will automatically reincarnate, and everything will be the same as it was at the beginning. Your next task is to brush up enough plague treasure beads to strengthen the toxin resistance, and when your toxin resistance is up to par, I'll take you to another copy. Huang Ting explained a sentence. That dare to be good, waiting for Big Brother to mix 3 days. 3 days to eat 9 meals. Su Dehai almost lost his words and smiled awkwardly. By the way, Quan Xilan, help me recall some insects with unique abilities and a wide distribution, understand? Guan Xilan's heart and mind were in a state of awe, and her expression was incomparably serious. Understood. After the once-a-day free opportunity ran out, Huang Ting put up a message on the system mall to acquire an otherworldly pass, and then continued to start the path of material collection. At the same time, Chu Jiazhen and Fu Wen also learned about the news of the appearance of the copies from Huang Ting, and each one of them rubbed their fists and prepared for a big fight. Huang Ting's identity was not hidden after all, and Fu Wen knew his true identity. It was only after investigation that Fu Wen did not interrupt hastily, and still contacted Huang Ting through the Chu families in transit. Both Huang Ting and Chu Jiazhen were more than satisfied with this point. The former thinks it saves a lot of trouble, while the latter gets a lot of benefits here in Fu Wen, which is a win-win situation. The two major forces, Mountain River Base and Ningqing Base, had joined forces and were preparing to raid an 8-player copy. For this reason, Chu Jiazhen and Zhang Yiliang personally went out and led 3 people each, entering together. Half an hour later, the 8 people escaped from the copy, each in a lousy shape and covered in injuries. If it wasn't for Chu Jiazhen's quick reaction this time, I'm afraid that half of them would have to fold inside. After this, they also all understood that those copies were not simple, and that if they wanted to pass, or gain greater benefits, they must think of other ways to do so. Uncharacteristically, they thought of Huang Ting. Mountain River Base. Huang Ting, Chu Jiazhen and Fu Wen sat opposite each other. I didn't expect Mr. Huang Ting to be so young and talented. I really can't believe it. As soon as they met, Fu Wen smiled and said that he wanted to get closer to Huang Ting. But Huang Ting doesn't eat that at all. Prefectural Inspector, time is precious now. Let's not talk about those polite words from the officialdom in the past. Regarding the matter of the Raider copy, I naturally have some tidbits of information that will facilitate you, but it's not free of charge, so I hope you'll understand. Fu Wen and Chu Jiazhen nodded their heads in succession. One size didn't fit all, and they didn't expect Huang Ting to share it gratuitously. Seeing that the two agreed, Huang Ting began to state his conditions. Having lived for so long in his previous life, he knew quite a few ways to raid copies. In the case of that plague copy, if they had not advanced in the first place, but instead headed towards the outskirts of the battlefield, they would have soon discovered a special kind of flower. That kind of flower is called the flower that gets rid of obstacles. As the name suggests, the aroma of the exorcism flower can weaken plague soldiers. If there were enough barrier-removing flowers, only a normal first-order mech would be needed to deal with a plague soldier. He knew many more ways to take a trick like this one. If the conditions given by the two major powers were sufficient, he didn't mind announcing it to them. The three of them talked for a long time and finally came to an agreement. Before leaving, Fu Wen shook his head helplessly. Your ability is truly extraordinary, and that's not a courtesy, it's a fact. According to Huang Ting's copy of the strategy, the strength of the members of the two forces grew rapidly. Soon, the other forces realized something was wrong. After side conversations, they then realized that Chu Jiazhen and Fu Wen had mastered the method of raiding the copy. This method was beyond their eyesight. After some more tugging and pulling, they got the easy way to raid the copy from Huang Ting as expected. Everyone knows, that is, none of them, and this time it's a fortune to be made. Looking at his whopping 500,000 energy points, Huang Ting was instantly delighted. Just as he was planning how he should use this huge sum of money to plot greater interests, on the other side of the room, Su Dehai exchanged bread, mineral water, and other food from the system mall and quietly slipped into an underground garage. The underground garage is dark, damp, and stuffy. Yoshi, I'm here and I brought lots of food. Su Dehai's voice echoed in the empty underground garage, only to shout several times in a row. No one responded. Strange, where did it go? Didn't they say no wandering? He muttered, heading toward a small room at the end of the garage. The room was very neatly arranged with all sorts of items, and a crappy couch lay at the base of the wall. Su Dehai sat on his butt on the sofa and waited up quietly. An hour later, he rose abruptly, his face grim. Yoshi couldn't have been out for so long. The only explanation was that something bad had happened to him. Thinking of this, Su Dalong rushed out of the garage and began to investigate around. No sign of Yoshi's trail was found, but he was surprised to learn a piece of news. Windward Base is recruiting refugees, with food and full benefits if you join. Could Yoshi have gone to Windward? Su Dehai had a guess in his heart, and went straight to the Fenghua base. It didn't take long for the Fenghua base to appear in front of them. The Windward base is built in a giant playground. The amusement park happened to be closed on the day of the disaster, or else another gathering of mutated creatures would surely have formed here. Walking down the road, Su Hai suddenly noticed something familiar. This is Yoshi's hat, and it looks like he just went to Windward. Su Dehai accelerated his speed and arrived in front of the Fenghua base to indicate his intentions. What kids, we don't have any here. The captain in charge of the watch, Meng Zai, waved his hand and was about to drive Su Hai away. Guys, have mercy, I'm just looking for a kid, nothing more, and I'm willing to pay for your damages. Compensation for damages? Fine, 1,000 energy points and I'll let you take the kid named Yoshi. Meng was being playful and didn't put Su Dehai in his eyes at all. Su Dehai's face was gloomy. 1,000 energy points he had, but Meng was being so Leonizing and clearly had no intention of releasing him. With a last glimmer of hope, he nodded. Okay, 1,000 energy points I'll give. He immediately gave Meng 1,000 energy points over to turn warm. With the energy points in hand, Meng Zai nonetheless didn't let go, and the flirtatious expression on his face became clearer and clearer. There really are such fools, get out of here, or you'll go in as a laborer for me. That's what you guys are forcing me to do. Su Hai stopped talking nonsense, and the mecha came out in response. He had to bring Yoshi back today. Chapter 44, Going to Fenghua to ask for someone, the mine, seeking golden tickets. Su Dehai was captured by Fenghua? Upon learning this news, Huang Ting was filled with dismay. With Su Dehai's strength, if he fought alone, even if he couldn't beat him, he could still escape. How did it get taken? He went to the Fenghua base to ask for someone, and that side wouldn't give it to him. Then he broke into the Fenghua base and was caught by the people inside. Guan Xilan hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to tell the truth. After hearing her story, instead of complaining about Su Dehai, Huang Ting was pleasantly surprised and remembered another thing. What is the most precious thing in the middle of the doomsday? Of course, is resources. Children are one of them, and an extremely valuable one at that. It is well known that the native mechs come from the food eaten on the day of the calamity. The rarer and more powerful the food itself is, the more powerful it means the mechs that are awakened. It's just that no matter how strong the creatures on the blue planet are, they're no match for the mutated ones. If that child named Yoshi could keep taking edible mutant creature meat, the performance of the mech that finally awakened would be incredibly enhanced. Mutant creatures are mutating at an accelerated rate, while humans are adapting to this unique world at a high rate. The pros and cons of this could not be explained clearly, but the only thing that was certain was that Huang Ting had also come to be interested in this child called Xiao Ji. Not only Yoshi, he was going to specialize in training a group of orphans, and in time, these orphans would surely become the most central force of Aurora. Loyal and strong. Let's go, to Fenghua. My men aren't that easy to catch, especially if they're being blackmailed. If Su Dehai didn't have the brains to break in, it would be just fine, although he would still go to ask for someone, but it would be unavoidable to punish them. But now it was different. It was Fenghua who broke the contract in the first place, and no one could pick a fault with his own outburst. When I came to Fenghua, the place was a mess. Su Dehai's power was still beyond their imagination, and after some fighting, they could only manage to catch each other. Tell An Hao to get his ass out here and meet me. Once they met, Huang Ting was nonchalant. Who are you, about to meet our chief and so ungrateful? Some people in Fenghua were upset when they saw Huang Ting being so arrogant. Tell him that my name is Huang Ting, and hand over Su Dehai immediately, or else the consequences will be too much for you to bear. Huang Ting summoned the giant god Mecha, and the aura that belonged solely to the second rank burst out, scaring the people around him into automatically summoning their mechs for defense. Today's giant god Mecha had already completed a small half of its reinforcement, and if each rank was divided into the front, middle, back, and peak stages like in a metaphysical novel, then he should be in the middle of the second rank right now. The group of people in front of them were at best considered to be in the middle of the first rank. The oppression of a great order, they must be afraid. Wait! You wait, I will go to inform the chief. The man who had spoken earlier was so frightened that he pulled out his legs and ran. Just as Huang Ting was heading to Fenghua's base, Zhu Jiazhen and Fu Wen on the other side also got the news and each led a group of people to move to Fenghua. On the one hand, Huang Ting is everyone's future hope, there must not be any loss, and on the other hand, he is afraid of making too much of a fuss, and An Hao will not be able to end it in the end. After all, Huang Ting's strength wasn't simple, even second-order alpha-level monsters had died in his hands. If such a person started a fire, it would be easy to destroy a small Fenghua. It's a good thing An Hao is a little smarter than they thought. After seeing Huang Ting, An Hao didn't shout and fight at the first opportunity. Huang Ting, what are you doing here in our Fenghua? An Hao froze a bit, not understanding Huang Ting's purpose for coming here. Is it hard to joke and insult yourself in front of many of your men? Come over here and ask for someone, hand over Su Dehai, and that child called Xiao Ji, hand them over as well. Huang Ting didn't bullshit him and stated the purpose of his trip. Hand him over? He injured so many of my brothers and damaged so many of my houses, and you're just going to hand them over when you say so? An Hongai's face showed his displeasure. Actually, he didn't have much to lose, but mainly lost face. If they backed down this time, then wouldn't anyone be able to come and step on Fenghua in the future? What if it costs me my old face? There were voices in the distance. Looking up, it was Fu Wen who had arrived in a hurry. We are all humans, why do we have to fight at the first meeting? Fu Wen nagged. I'll reimburse you for how much damage you've done, release the one Huang Ting wants. I heard there's a child, give him all of that as well. And Hongai's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of the crown is not as unbreakable as it was before, but it cannot be ignored. Since Inspector Fu has asked, I will give you face and release him. A sidekick sniffed and ran down the stairs. It didn't take long for Su Dehai to walk out of the base holding a child's hand. When he saw Huang Ting, his face reddened. Boss, I was careless this time, I didn't flash, and I'm sure they won't catch me next time. Well, since it's okay, let's go. Seeing that Su Dehai was only in a bit of a trance and hadn't suffered any actual harm, Huang Ting didn't want to pursue the matter further. Boss, this Fenghua is very dark behind the scenes, they use food to trick other people into coming over, and when they come over, they arrange for them to go digging, and they don't even give them food. Su Dehai came to Huang Ting's ear and whispered. Digging? Huang Ting froze for a moment, then recalled that there was indeed such a thing in his previous life. An Hao holds a special mine that produces a mineral called silver zircon. Silver zirconia can increase the toughness of mechs, and has been selling like hotcakes for a while. A silver zircon as big as a fingernail would require 100 energy points. I didn't realize that mine was actually here. Huang Ting swept the playground behind the crowd, then shook his head again. While the mines are certainly appealing, they are very exhausting to manage and require a lot of labor. He didn't have the time or the energy to develop the mine. And shortly after the end of the second round of mutations, there was a third round of mutations. Whether or not this mine will even exist at that point is still up in the air. Investing more now will be futile later. Huang Ting didn't want to care about this matter. He was not a holy mother, he could only care about the people in front of him. Any farther than that, there was nothing he could do. Being a miner in Fenghua is a bit tiring, but at least it's a way to live. Seemingly seeing Huang Ting's intention of not wanting to care more, Su Dehai anxiously said, "Boss, it's not that I'm overflowing with kindness, there's a lot of other people in here who are children, some of them are about the same size as my younger brother, and I'm really—" He didn't go on. "You have a brother?" This time it was Huang Ting's turn to be surprised. "Well, there was a brother, and by the time I got back, he was a bloody corpse, and I sent him on his way myself," Su Dehai replied woodenly. "There's just too much out of body in this apocalypse." Huang Ting patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." Chapter 45, Shameless Old Fox, the Final Slab Breath. "And Hai, hand over those children you took again, and I can overlook this matter." Huang Ting stepped forward with a strong attitude. "Mud, you really think you're somebody? I shucks, what the hell?" And Hong Hai didn't speak. Instead, a henchman to his right wearing a black shirt with a tattoo on his neck was the first to speak. "That guy's name is Meng Zai, he's the one who shaded me a bit and that's how I got caught. By the way, his weapon seems to be an invisible knife, be careful." Su Dehai was afraid that Huang Ting would suffer a loss and whispered a reminder. Huang Ting nodded. In the next second, he was like a gust of wind, suddenly rushing to Meng in front of him. Meng Zai was taken aback and subconsciously summoned his mecha. But the black and gold mech in front of him was like a fierce tiger. The spikes on his fanged gloves popped out violently and stabbed straight down his neck. "Thumbs up!" Meng dissipated in the mech and a narrow bloody scar appeared on his neck. It could be imagined that this stab would definitely be able to easily pierce through his throat if it had been a few centimeters more off. Meng gulped as cold sweat swished out and ran quickly down his cheeks, mixing with the blood from his neck and staining the black shirt on his body. There was dead silence all around. Fu Wen was secretly alarmed. He knew that Huang Ting was strong, but had never had a concept of it. It was only now that he could truly feel this kind of power. In addition to being powerful, the murderous aura that permeated Huang Ting's body also shocked him. This kind of metaphysical aura he had only seen on some war veterans. Even Zhang Yiliang, who was a major general, did not possess it. "Huang Ting, what's the story? So quiet, am I late?" Chu Jiazhen's voice rang out, sort of breaking the deadlock. "Huang Ting and Hong Hai, we are all young people, what can't we sit down and talk about?" He stepped between the two and grinned. "That's right, let's all sit down and take our time." Fu Wen also stepped up to the plate at this point. The atmosphere eased considerably when the two bigwigs came out. Huang Ting didn't really want to make a move, in other words, it wasn't the best time to do so either. "And Hong Hai, how about handing over those children and sort of buying a life?" Huang Ting looked around. "If I make a move, they shouldn't be able to stop me." The atmosphere became heavy once again. Fu Wen and Chu Jiazhen looked at each other, and could see that something was wrong. Why did Huang Ting insist on having those children? They didn't believe that there was no deep meaning behind it. And Hong Hai was equally torn. He wasn't afraid of Huang Ting's threats, he was mainly afraid that the mine would be exposed. But it's just some kids, they eat a lot, and they can't work, it's not impossible to give it to Huang Ting, but the main thing is that they can't swallow it. "Hirokai, you've captured some more children?" Chu Jiazhen asked curiously. And Hong Hai cursed an old fox, then smiled brightly. "How can there be such a thing? I just see them pitiful, which sheltered some, usually eat and drink have not been broken, cannot be called to catch. I didn't expect you to be so righteous, but taking in these children can't be your family's business, in this matter, whether it's Ningxing Base or other organizations, they all have responsibilities and obligations. How about this? We'll take in those children, so as not to drag down your development. Fu An continued. Shameless. And Hong Hai looked at the two old foxes in front of him, and his heart fluttered. If he hadn't been unable to fight, he would have really wanted to beat these two old guys to death right now. But Fu An had spoken, so he could only do as he was told. It didn't take a while for more than 30 children to walk out from the Fenghua base. There were both big and small among them, the older ones being 13 or 14 years old, and the younger ones being 7 or 8 years old. That's all. Fenghua has spent a lot of resources by taking them in. I wonder if we can be given some compensation. Handing over the child, An Hong Hai also wanted to make a profit on the side. That's no problem. When the time comes, you send me the expenses, I'll organize a meeting to discuss it, and when the result of the discussion is known, the compensation will be made. Fu An replied casually. Hearing this, An Hong Hai's eyes were shocked, while on the contrary, Huang Ting almost burst out laughing. I'm afraid that this meeting is not going to be discussed for hundreds of years. An Hong Hai is indeed ruthless, but within the rules, how can he possibly play over Chu Jiazhen and Fu An? Leaving the Fenghua base, Su Dehai counted the number of people. There were 34 in all, of which Huang Ting took 14, plus Yoshi. Chu Kajin and Fu An were each assigned 10 people. Although they didn't know what great use these children could be, they all kept an eye out seeing that Huang Ting was so attached to them. Distributing the moisturizing away 20 people, Huang Ting did not feel pity. He wanted the entire human race and didn't care about the gain or loss. It doesn't matter who these children are given to raise, as long as they are healthy. Copy of the poisonous swamp, inner area. This place was filled with all sorts of poisonous insects, whose poison could easily corrode even mechs. It's dangerous, but the rewards are far higher than your average copy. As long as the mech toxin resistance is sufficient, it's considered a top-notch swiped copy. Huang Ting had previously asked Guan Silan and Su Dehai to fight for the Plague Treasure Pearl to increase the mech's resistance to various types of toxins in order to be able to brush up on the monsters here. The drop rate in the inner area is slightly lower than the outer area, but what comes out is good enough to brush up on for a while. Huang Ting raised his hand to block a puddle of spraying venom, and with the feather of alteration stretched out behind his back, he rushed to a giant centipede that was several meters long, and smashed it with a punch. Kill poisonous centipede, second order, obtain, large beast soul stone *1, large blood red stone *1, hard armor *5, poisonous fangs *2, poisonous sac *1. Collecting the materials, he was just about to leave when he suddenly realized that a person not far away was running in his direction. Huang Ting was a bit strange. This was an internal area, even he was struggling to cope with it. How could someone come in? After observing for a moment, he turned his head away. The man in front should have been chased by the people behind him, and in order to get rid of his pursuers, that's why he entered the inner area. Who knew that the pursuers behind him were also talented and chased them in without saying a word? Looking for death! Huang Ting was just about to leave when suddenly his pupils quaked, and he looked with an incredulous face at the person being chased in front of him. It's the scent of the final tablet. There are 13 final tablets in the world, and if you gather all 13 of them, you will have to gain supreme greatness and know the deepest secrets of the universe. How could he not be shocked when he had obtained only one piece and his mecha talent mutated, becoming a super god level existence, and at this moment, he sensed the aura of another final stone slab. Seeing that his pursuers were about to catch up, Huang Ting's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. In 3 punches and 2 kicks, those pursuers were all blown away by him. After resolving his pursuers, Huang Ting picked up the pursued man and went to a hidden place in the outer perimeter. Tell me who you are and why they are after you. Chapter 46. Li Qinxing joins, Beast Tide arrives. My name is Li Qinxing. I'm from the Star Association. Those people are also from the Star Association. Originally I joined the Star Association for the free environment there, but after I joined, I realized that it was a messy place. It was very different from what I imagined, and I wasn't willing to work for them, which is why I was hunted down and killed. Li Qinxing's words were a bit vague, but Huang Ting could tell that what he said was generally true. In fact, Huang Ting didn't care about the reason why Li Qinxing was being hunted down. He only cared about that final stone slab. Have you ever seen a special stone slab with mysterious symbols engraved on it that, just by looking at it, gives you the feeling of sinking deep into it? Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing thought carefully for a while and answered honestly. I think I've seen a slab like that before, but that was months ago. Where is that tablet? Huang Ting couldn't wait to follow up. Although Li Qingqing was a bit strange, he didn't think too much about it. Over in Bai City, if you take a plane, you'll be there in 2 hours. Hearing that it was Bai Qing, the excitement on Huang Ting's face lessened quite a bit. Indeed, before the mutation happened, it only took 2 hours to travel to Beijing. Now I'm afraid it's more than 2 months, and I have to face the dangers that could come at any time. The final slab could not be given up, only that we had to wait until we were strong enough to move to it. At least one of the mechs must reach the 4th rank before I have the qualifications to travel far. Giving up on this unrealistic idea for the time being, Huang Ting once again looked at Li Qingqing. As far as I know, the management of the Congregation of Stars is very loose. You're just breaking away, you shouldn't be hunted down. After a while of silence, Li Qingqing suddenly pulled out a black and unattractive stone. The shape of the stone appeared to be a rounded octagonal rune stone mold, with runes carved on both sides and a pattern engraved on it, which was made up of intermittent lines. Refining stones! Huang Ting was slightly startled. This was good stuff, able to refine mech parts and increase the upper limit of mech attributes. The attribute cap of a first-order mech was 10 points, but after refining, the cap could reach 15 points or even higher. You recognize? Li Qingqing also looked surprised. He was sure that the refining stone was currently his own unique creation, not to mention the system mall, even in the hands of others. This kind of good stuff was currently only circulating in the hands of the higher-ups of the Congregation of Stars, and the general public simply didn't know about it. The fact that this person in front of him could tell the origin of the refining stone in a single sentence was simply incredible. Knowing a little bit of information, in that case, you were hunted down because of this refining stone? Huang Ting was still a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be, although the refining stone is precious, there's no need to go to such great lengths, right? Li Qingqing revealed a bitter smile. It's true that the value of the refined stone is not worth the trouble they are making, but the person who made it is not necessarily the same. Next, he tells his story. The story isn't really complicated. Li Qingqing awakened the gift of being able to craft refining stones, as well as using them to strengthen mech parts. Knowing that this ability of his was extraordinary, he told his girlfriend alone. Who would have thought that it wouldn't be long before that woman hooked up with a high-ranking member of the Star Club, while at the same time leaking out his secret? This was a big deal, and the Stars would immediately imprison Li Qingqing and put him under strict guard, forcing him to make refinement stones. But Li Qingqing would rather die than be free, so he made refinement stones while looking for opportunities. It was just a pity that his luck wasn't too good. Although he managed to escape from the Star Congregation, he was also discovered by the guards and hunted all the way here. If it wasn't for Huang Ting's halfway attempt to save him, I'm afraid he would have been taken back by now. So you're alone now? Huang Ting was clearly impressed and had the intention of taking Li Qingqing under his wing. For one thing, Li Qingqing knew the whereabouts of the other final stone slab, and for another, the refining stone was very useful to himself, or to the entire force. If you go by the game, this is a proper life career guide that must not be missed. Yes, there's not even a place to land away from the Society of the Stars. Morningstar Lee sighed for a moment. Girlfriends cuckold themselves in defect to forces that only see them as unpaid manufacturing tools. At this moment, he suddenly escaped, and he didn't know where he was going to go next. If you don't have anywhere to go, follow me first. Hearing this, a hint of vigilance flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. He was in a state of extreme insecurity, and if it wasn't for Huang Ting saving his life, he wouldn't have revealed so much information. At this moment, he seriously suspected that Huang Ting was also looking at his ability to make refinement stones and wanted to get himself back. Huang Ting could see the fear and worry in his eyes and laughed. Don't worry, no one is forcing you at my place. After all, I only have 2 people here. 2 of them? Li Qingqing was stunned. Although he had always stayed in the Star Association and didn't know much about the news outside, he knew that most people were hugging each other. Even the smallest forces had a dozen or so people, and a squad of 3 people he had never seen before. Such a person is either a genius or a fool. Obviously, Huang Ting wasn't that stupid. Well, my name is Huang Ting, you should know me. Seeing that he was still somewhat hesitant, Huang Ting continued. Li Qingxing was once again stunned, so it was that Huang Ting who sold white bone bombs and went on a buying spree of materials. I heard through the grapevine that Huang Ting was so powerful that even the officials were begging for his help. I didn't realize he hadn't formed a decent force until now. After hesitating for a while, Li Qingxing finally made up his mind. I can join you guys, but first things first, you can't force me to do things I don't like. I'm a person who is shafted, to put it mildly. Alright, let's agree to the friend request first, and enter the guild by the way. Huang Ting sent over 2 applications. Li Qingxing first agreed to the friend application, and when he saw the guild application, his entire body froze once again and said in confusion, You can open the guild function now? It can be opened early by spending 100,000 energy points. Hiss. Li Qingxing was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cool air. 100,000 energy points. How long would that take to save up? He himself only had just over 2,000 energy points up to now, and that was still what he had earned by creating refinement stones. Wait, this guild warehouse, it shouldn't cost money too, right? Seeing the vast space of the guild's warehouse, Li Qingxing asked again. Well, 100,000 energy points will unlock 1,000 grids. Another 100,000, which meant that Huang Ting had already smashed in $200,000 just for a guild system. This boldness, not even the president of the Society of Stars had. After the shock passed, Li Qingxing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with rage. The Congregation of Stars will bully me too much. If I don't avenge this, I, Li Qingxing, swear not to be a human being. In order to warn myself, I have decided to change my name to Li Destruction Star in the future. Huang Ting laughed, changing his name to warn himself that this looked too douchey. Suddenly, his body lurched. Li Meixing? Wasn't that the #1 person in mech enhancement in his previous life, the absolute ghost genius who fought against the gods with his mortal level mechs? Mecha ranks are initially divided into 1 to 9, and the higher the rank, the stronger the strength. However, this was only the mortal level division, and there were numerous realms above it. It was everyone's consensus that mortal level mechs could not fight against the gods. However, Li Muixing froze and broke this consensus, using an ordinary mech that was strengthened to the extreme to fight a god hard. Although he also fell after this battle, the iron law that mortals couldn't resist gods was broken, causing the human race to completely stand up in the endless stars for the first time. Some people say that Li Muixing has a hard temper, but even harder is his spine as a human being. Huang Ting didn't expect that he would be able to meet the later famous Li Muixing here. Just as he was about to say something, a beep suddenly sounded in his ear. In 5 days, the first wave of beasts will arrive. Please prepare everyone. 119 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds until the beast tide arrives. Chapter 47, Moving Beast Tide opens. This is... Li Muixing similarly heard that voice and looked at Huang Ting with a puzzled expression. He thought it was Huang Ting's doing. Check out the regional chat. Without much explanation, Huang Ting directly contacted Shangguan Xilan. If nothing else, the location of the beast tide invasion should have already been determined. Chairman, 3 kilometers away from the abandoned building, a pitch-black passageway appeared and nothing could affect its existence. That should be the Beast Gate you mentioned, right? The Beast Gate, as the name suggests, whenever a beast tide opens, there will be endless mutated creatures pouring out from it. Only then could damage be done to the beast sect. Other than that, even the 9th Order mechs couldn't do anything with them. That close? Huang Ting secretly said something bad and brought Li Muixing to quickly rush to the Beast Gate there. In fact, counting, it was almost the day of the first Beast Tide invasion, only that he had been busy brushing copies during this period of time, which made him forget about it. At the Beast Gate, seeing Huang Ting arrive with another person, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai were curious but didn't ask more questions. Boss, is this beast sect very powerful? Su Dehai scratched the back of his head in disbelief. The Beast Gate isn't scary. What's hard to deal with is the mutated creatures that keep coming out of it. That kind of intensity, even the major powers would have to have a headache. Huang Ting glanced at the 3 and whispered, Don't ever get lucky, this is the end, for everyone. Li Destroyer Star was okay. He was first hatched by his girlfriend, then treated as a slave, making refined stones all the time, and then escaping from his pursuers. His knowledge of the end of the world was incomparably deep. Instead, it was Guan Xilin and Su Dehai whose hearts were shaken. Indeed, they had been living such a leisurely life lately that they had almost forgotten that this was the end of the world where danger abounded. When they thought about it, if they hadn't relied on Huang Ting to help them, I'm afraid they would all be dead by now. After knocking the two of them around for a bit, Huang Ting didn't say anything more on the subject. He is not afraid of the weak strength of his men. Even if they are weak again, he has the confidence to raise it up. What he is afraid of is that his men can't carry it, and they don't have enough knowledge about the end of the day, and that's the most frightening thing. Introducing to you guys, he is Lead Destroyer Star. From now on he will be a member of Aurora. Huang Ting pointed at Li Miexing. Another newcomer. Hello, my name is Su Dehai. You can just call me Dehai from now on. Su Dehai clasped Li Miexing's hands tightly with a warm attitude. Officer Xilin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Guan Xilin also reported his name in a smooth manner. Li Destroyer Star had long seen the names of the two in the guild and quickly familiarized himself with them. After chatting for a while, Guan Xilin suddenly spoke up. This beast gate is so close to us, isn't it dangerous? A distance of 3 kilometers was just a matter of a few quick sprints for some of the mechs. Once the beast tide broke out, the abandoned building would definitely be the object of focused attention. It's normal for her to have such misgivings. Huang Ting laughed. That's why we're moving. The mustard seed mech had been vacant for so long, and now it was finally ready to be put to use. Moving? The three of them glanced at each other, wondering what Huang Ting had planned. Returning to the abandoned building, Huang Ting summoned the mustard seed mecha. Is this some sort of mech as well? Su Dehai went up and touched it, unsure. But the mech looks too weird, doesn't it? Li Miexing didn't go up to touch it, but just kept circling around the mustard seed mech. Well, I'll get in there and look around. Huang Ting took the lead and stepped inside the mustard seed mech. Seeing him suddenly disappear into thin air, the three of them were shocked in unison. Crap, boss! Su Dehai subconsciously rushed in, his figure similarly disappearing. It looks a bit like a fictional portal. I wonder what's the world behind it. Guan Xilin muttered to herself while staring intently at Li Miexing. She naturally had no problem with the person Huang Ting had picked, but the heart was in the right place, and it was better to be careful before having enough knowledge of Li Miexing. Li Miexing nodded, then took a step in. Seeing him disappear as well, Guan Xilin waved his hand to beckon Yoshi. Sister Xilin, what can I do for you? Xiaoji, named Zhang Xiaoji, just went to high school, a pair of big eyes full of cunning, live a witty ghost. Keep an eye on the house, and if anything out of the ordinary happens, get in here and find us right away, you hear me? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the house. Only after receiving Yoshi's assurance did Guan Xilin step into the mustard seed mech. With a flash of light, the figures of Huang Ting's several people suddenly appeared. She was just about to greet them, but after seeing the huge space in front of her, her entire body froze in place. Haha, I told you she'd be shocked when she came in too. Su Dehai laughed out loud. Guan Xilin gouged him fiercely, and then something even more unbelievable came into view. She rushed quickly to her feet and reached out to touch the small light bulb on the generator, tears streaming down her face. It's civilization, and that's what most distinguishes humans from other animals. This is a piece of alien space, very safe. This will be our internal base from now on. How about it? Huang Ting was satisfied to see the reaction of the three. Thinking about it, he was also shocked by this place for a long time. Well, great, it's like heaven here. Su Dehai opened his arms as if he was enjoying the fresh air here. Guan Xilin was crying uncontrollably, but anyone with eyes could see how much she loved this place. Li Miexing was the same. Compared to the environment outside, it was still more comfortable to live here. After announcing the existence of the mustard seed mecha, Huang Ting purchased 15 architectural drawings from the system mall, spending a total of 100,000 energy points. It includes a 2-story single-family house, cafeteria, recreation room, and even got a gym. Even though they were mech-based, the improved physical conditioning was beneficial to the manipulation of the mechs. Getting the drawings, Guan Xilin, Su Dehai and Li Miexing began to frantically fight monsters. Each of them was attentive as they wanted to arrange a 2-story villa for themselves within the mustard seed mech. Huang Ting was likewise not idle and joined in. He still had over 400,000 ability points left in his hand, no doubt, but those had other uses. Soon, the wave of beasts arrived. The boundless mutant creatures instantly surrounded Ningqing. Even though they had prepared in advance, the major powers were still caught off guard by the battle. For a while, the major defenses were in a state of emergency, and they sent out a call for help to the outside world. Chapter 48. Asking for help, destroying the beast sect, begging for golden tickets. Everyone was getting red hot by this beast tide, but it was Huang Ting who was not affected much because of the presence of the mustard seed mecha, even though the abandoned building was surrounded. The 4 of them who had resolved their worries began to continuously clear the monsters around them, gradually advancing towards the beast gate. The beast gate lasts for a short time, and it must be destroyed in a hurry. After 2 days of work, several people finally arrived at the beast gate's heel. Huang Ting lifted a huge stone block weighing several tons and smashed it straight into the beast gate. With 2 clicks, the beast door was overwhelmed and turned into a pile of debris. After attacking for so long the other day, I didn't think it would be so easy to fix now. Su Dehai fished up the fragments and glanced at them, and after realizing that there wasn't much use to go on, he casually threw them away and muttered. Huang Ting shook his head. They were the only ones who could solve the threat of the beast sect so easily. Other than that, the 5 major forces couldn't even get out of their bases nowadays. You guys keep pushing, I'm going to fly up and find out where the other beast gates are. With a word of advice, the feather of alteration unfolded, and Huang Ting kept weaving in and out of the city. Soon enough, he spotted another beast sect sighting. This location is the closest to Fenghua. Let them suffer a bit first, and we'll talk about it then. Judging the location, he continued his search. It didn't take long for another beastly door to come into view. At this moment, a large number of mutated monsters were pouring out of the beast gate, like a tidal wave, attacking the distant Ningqing base. Huang Ting opened the chat system and found that Fuan had sent himself a distress message a long time ago, promising payment. When he saw that he hadn't been able to say yes, he thought he couldn't see it, so he kept increasing the pay cap. Today he has offered to pay twice as much as he did when he first started. Looks like Fuan is really in a hurry. Huang Ting laughed and moved to the Ningqing base. The first time the payoff given was indeed a bit low, now it is just right. It's a bit shameful to get rich from a disaster, but it's not shameful to make money on your own merit. The Ningqing base was firmly surrounded by mutated creatures at this point, and even in midair, there were mutated sparrows or other birds hovering around. It was only because the soldiers in Ning Chao's base had strong willpower and were not weak in combat that it was a stalemate. If it were another power, I'm afraid it would have already cooled off at this point. Since there is no road, I will make one. Huang Ting sank down, and fanged gloves appeared. In the next second, he violently rushed into the group of monsters and continuously swung both fists. The spikes on the gloves were exceptionally sharp, easily cutting through the mutant creature's skin defense. Coupled with Huang Ting's unrivaled strength, at this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a meat grinder, and in a matter of moments, he had rushed out a bloody path through the army of monsters. However, the direction he was advancing in was not the Ning City base, but the Beast Sect. As long as the Beast Gate is not destroyed, there will be a constant stream of mutated creatures popping up. Even if he killed all the mutated creatures besieging Ningqing's base now, it wouldn't take 2 days for the place to go back to its old self. Wait, what's he going to do? Inside Ningqing's base, some people couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they realized that Huang Ting was heading towards the Beast Sect. There was no shortage of smart people in the base, and they also guessed that this boundless wave of beasts was inseparable from that weird door. But knowing what they know, they simply don't have the ability to get over there. With so many mutated creatures, a first-order mech couldn't carry it at all, and only a second-order mech could have the power to fight. But the copy had just been opened not long ago, and there were so few second-order mechs that it would be good to hold it, and they didn't have the spare capacity to dismantle the Beast Gate, so they could only leave it there for now. Alas, Reckless, with so many mutated monsters, isn't rushing straight and looking for death? Don't say anything demoralizing. If he dares to rush in, he must have his own reasons. Beware of the good and the bad, the crow's feet. I see how he's even stronger than our second-ranked mechs, and he can finish off a mutant beast with a single punch. It's really true, that piece of monster couldn't even survive a single punch in front of him, so maybe he really has hope of reaching that weird gate. I don't know what your name is or what you look like, but you've got to go for it. For a while, all the gazes of everyone in the base were attracted to Huang Ting. It was good that although there were many monsters pouring out of the beast gate, they were all ordinary goods. Huang Ting solved it effortlessly with one punch. Kill mutant double-eared rabbit, get beast soul stone *1, soft fur *2. Kill one-legged mad dog, get beast soul stone *1, mutant canine teeth *5. Kills. A large amount of material fell out, and soon filled the small nursery bag to overflowing. Seeing that the beast door was already close at hand, Huang Ting's legs slightly exerted force, and he leaped over the many mutant creatures, stepping on the door frame of the beast door. Boo! He bowed and punched the frame of the beast's door. This behavior completely stimulated the surrounding mutant creatures, which no longer attacked the base and instead surged madly towards Huang Ting. Is this a rush? It's still early! Huang Ting thumped out a dozen punches, and cracks appeared on the originally solid and incomparable beast door. Although the success was remarkable, he himself was drowned in the midst of the beast tide. Although the Fang gloves were powerful, they were not good at group attacks after all. In fact, he didn't have any group attacks. With a flick of his mind, Huang Ting switched into the Thunder Flash mecha. The high-speed movement of the Thunder Flash mech combined with the sharp attributes of the Fang gloves themselves allowed him to clear a large vacuum in just a few seconds. Turning around and punching, with a loud boom, the beast door completely disappeared into thin air. Destroy the beast gate *2 for an extra reward. Extra rewards can be withdrawn at any time, and as the number of beast gates destroyed increases, the extra rewards will receive a corresponding boost. Note: reward enhancement rules are only in effect for the current round of the beast tide. Huang Ting froze for a moment, not realizing that there was actually a windfall. No wonder a lot of people were happy to destroy the beast sect in their previous lives, so it was because of this. If memory serves, 7 beast gates appeared in the first round of beast tides in Ning City in the previous generation. Now that he has destroyed 2 of them himself, there are 5 left. If I destroyed the remaining 5 together, I wonder what reward I'll get. Huang Ting's heart suddenly stirred. Just as he was about to leave, news of Chu Jiazhen arrived. The message consisted of one word, and that word was jeopardy. Seeing that word dangerous, he instantly thought that a beast gate must also exist near the mountain river base, or else Chu Jiazhen wouldn't be in such a sorry state. What a way to get your feet wet! Originally, he was still having a headache on how to find the next beast door, but he didn't expect the other party to deliver himself. He didn't have time to greet Fuin and went straight to the mountain river base. Before he even arrived at the mountain river base, from afar he saw a tall portal that was 20 meters high and about 10 meters wide. It was a recognized truth that the bigger the beast gate, the more terrifying the monsters that appeared inside. With such a large beast door, it was no wonder that Chu Jiazhen could not carry it. Chapter 49, Grant? Traveling to the Collegiate Alliance, seeking golden tickets. Arriving at the mountain river base, Huang Ting saw Chu Jiazhen with red eyes and a haggard face. Not to mention him, even Chu Hua looked half dead at this moment. Even with Huang Ting's prior reminder, they still underestimated the difficulty of this beast tide, and if they hadn't constructed a defense line in advance, it might have collapsed. In fact, the mountain river base occupies the first opportunity and is not weak. It was only a pity that their luck was nearly as good, and when they fought against the tide of blood corpses before, their underpinnings were depleted, delaying the time for development. Now it stalled with such a big beast gate. If they weren't strong, they might have been history a long time ago. Uncle Chu, it looks like you've had a rough couple days. Mutant creatures are pouring in from all directions, and I don't have many available people under me, so I can only go out myself. It really feels like when I just started my own business, only back then I was still young, physically fit, and energized, but now I can't do it anymore. The corner of Chu Jiazhen's mouth tugged, revealing a bitter smile. He looked toward Huang Ting as if he had something to say, but his mouth opened slightly, and he finally swallowed his words. Huang Ting didn't chat much, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the beast gate was settled before saying anything. He started by stuffing all the contents of the small nursery bag into the guild warehouse, then moved to head to the beast gate. This time, he was much slower. That beast door from before, most of the monsters that rushed out of it were ordinary first-order mutated creatures. Not only did this beast door in front of him have first-order elite-level creatures appearing, there were even quite a few second-order ones as well. Although it couldn't threaten Huang Ting, it was still fine to slow him down. Watching him traverse through the tide of beasts as if he were in no man's land, Chu Jiazhen's expression faltered. "Dad, Huang Ting is so powerful and knows a lot of hidden information, and has helped us a lot, so it's good to give Mountain River to him." Seeing this, Chu Hua on the side once again persuaded. She had previously persuaded Chu Jiazhen to give Shanhe to Huang Ting, but Chu Jiazhen was deeply attached to Shanhe and had never agreed. Chu Jiazhen, after all, has been old, although the eyesight and wrist are still there, but the cognition can no longer keep up with the ever-changing world. This is evident in the increasing decline of MT. Hearing his daughter speak, Chu Jiazhen clenched his teeth as if he had made some sort of determination. "Good, then let's give Shanhe to Huang Ting. With this layer of relationship, he shouldn't leave you alone. I'm already old, it's good to have someone else to take care of you." "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm pretty good myself, all right." Well, my daughter is the best." The conversation between the two didn't reach Huang Ting's ears. He also didn't know that Chu Jiazhen had actually made such a big concession to give the entire mountain and river to himself. It's just that if the other person wants to give it away, he or she has to see if he or she will accept it. Destroy Beastgate *3, get extra reward. Extra rewards can be withdrawn at any time, and as the number of Beastgates destroyed increases, the extra rewards will receive a corresponding boost. Note: reward enhancement rules are only in effect for the current round of the Beast Tide. A few small lines flashed quickly before his eyes. Huang Ting was in an agitated mood. He was now getting more and more excited about the additional rewards that would come from destroying the Beast Gate. That's when Fu Wen sent another important message. It has been ascertained that there are a total of 7 Beast Gates within the boundaries of Ning City, one of which has been destroyed, and now there are 6 remaining. After thinking about it, he sent one back. Another one destroyed, 5 left. After resolving the Beast Gate, Chu Jiazhen greeted him. "Huang Ting, there's something I want to tell you. I want to give you Shanhe." "Uncle Chu, there are still a few Beast Gates left to be resolved. Let's talk slowly when I destroy them all." Huang Ting froze for a moment, then immediately interrupted what Chu Jiazhen was going to say next, and followed the map of the Beast Gate locations given by Fu Wen, heading straight to the next location. Looking at his departing back, Chu Jiazhen had a complicated expression. "I told you, if you want to give it, they don't necessarily want it." Chu Hua flew to his heels with a bit of smugness in his tone. I just can't let go of Mountain River. After all, it's the brainchild of your mom and I who created it together from nothing." The 3rd and 4th locations are on the outskirts of the Ningqing base. It had to be said that the official power was indeed not weak. By the time Huang Ting arrived, they had already cleared an open space. Even if Huang Ting didn't come, after 3 or 4 days, they would be able to come to the Beast Gate and destroy it in one fell swoop. His arrival merely accelerated the process. Without pleasantries and courtesies, Huang Ting launched an attack straight at the Beast Gate. With 4 mechs switching back and forth, his true strength was almost equal to that of a third-order mech, and dealing with the first wave of beasts was a breeze. The extra rewards have been upped again. After resting for a day, the next day, Huang Ting went straight to the remaining 2 Beast Gates. One of them was near the Fenghua base, and the other was on the side of the College Union. Seeing that Fenghua could hold out for a while longer, he went straight to the Collegiate League. At this time, the Collegiate Alliance was organizing teams to advance towards the Beast Gate. They also understood that the key point to solving this beast tide lay in the gate that kept spitting out mutated creatures. Ran Zijing's white bone sword swung, dryly chopping off the head of a mutated wildcat. The mutated wildcat looked like it was infected with a skin disease, its body was lumpy, and disgusting thick water was running everywhere. "Ha ha ha, cubs suffer!" Yu Lang wielded a huge axe and charged back and forth through the tide of beasts. Their performance attracted a lot of attention. "Senior Ran Zijing and Senior Yu Lang are awesome!" The schoolgirls who followed along in the battle were thrilled. Ran Zijing dormitory people do count high play, had thought that he was trapped by the old neighborhood. After coming out of the reinforcement, progress must be far from catching up with the crowd. But when they entered the college league, they realized that their reinforcement progress was already considered the first batch, and it was still one of the better parts of it. This has led to a rise in their status and fame, and the emergence of a number of fans. Hearing the others talk, Yu Lang flashed out of the monster group and rested while proudly saying, "This is nothing for us. Huang Ting Big Brother is really powerful." "Is that the Huang Ting who sells white bone bombs and sells quite a few high-grade materials?" To be able to sell so many high-grade reinforcing materials, I wonder how far his mecha has been reinforced. I'd say it has to be at least the second rank, maybe it's already heading towards the third rank. So fast, I'm only at the first rank, it'll take me a while to rise to the second rank, and the third rank is even more impossible. I'm afraid there's no third-ranked mecha in the entire Ning City, right? Envious of Big Brother Huang Ting, it would be great if he came to us. Indeed, with him holding us back, we should be able to destroy this beast gate in less than 2 days. The crowd was talking. Just then, a flash of black and gold color appeared from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Big Brother Huang Ting is here, look guys, that's his mecha." Yu Lang had a good eye and immediately announced loudly. Upon hearing Huang Ting's arrival, everyone instantly became excited. Chapter 50. His material? No, it's my material. The sun was setting in the west, leaving only the last splash of golden sunlight in the sky, shining on Huang Ting's black and gold mech, making it even more mysterious and powerful. "Big Brother Huang Ting, look at me, me, Yu Lang!" Yu Lang waved his hands in excitement. Ran Zijing chopped off the mutant creature that pounced on him with a sword, kicked him, and said in a bad mood, "Did you forget where you are, daring to make such a wave in the midst of a pile of monsters? Hey, isn't this a bit of excitement at the sight of Big Brother Huang Ting?" Yu Lang hemmed and hawed and whirled around to kill another monster that pounced on Ran Zijing. "And talk about me, grow a pair!" As he spoke, Huang Ting's mecha had already arrived. "You guys did a good job, this wave of beasts was well controlled." He didn't mince words of praise. Upon hearing this, Ran Zijing and Yu Lang simultaneously lit up with excitement. Especially Yu Lang. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Ting's status was too honorable, he would have gone up to give a big hug. "Alright, without further ado, I'm going to tackle that beast door first." Huang Ting moved his feet and rushed towards the beasts. "Humph, what a big shot, looks pretty average to me." Not long after leaving, a conspiratorial voice rang out. "What, Chen Liang, are you not convinced? Isn't he a big brother, are you? The trash who didn't even dare to kill a blood corpse before." Hearing that someone had slandered his idol, Yu Lang immediately exploded, pointing at a youth wearing glasses and angrily spraying. All right, isn't Chen Liang also unaware of his strength? Although you can often see this one called Huang Ting in the System Mall, the only ones who have seen him fight are a few of you, so maybe you were wrong in the first place." A girl stood out and blocked in front of Yu Lang and said, "Second-order monsters, Huang Ting Big Brother killed in seconds at once, this is all what we saw with our own eyes, you don't know, Nanshan." Yu Lang was just about to say that the 4 major monsters in South Mountain Prison, Huang Ting had solved 3 of them by himself. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he was stopped by Ran Zijing. "Nanshan what? Nanshan Prison was fought down by several of our forces together, you don't want to say it's all because of that Huang Ting, do you?" Chen Liang habitually made a gesture of raising his glasses. Only the lack of glasses on his mech made him look more or less funny. Yu Lang wanted to say more, but he was still stopped dead in his tracks by Ran Zijing. "A few poor bastards, if it wasn't for the world changing and you guys getting lucky and awakening slightly unique mechs, how would you be qualified to stand with me?" Despite being separated by the mech, everyone could still see the look of contempt on his face. At this time, Chen Liang looked at Huang Ting, who was not far away again, and sneered. "With so many mutated creatures, even our combined advancement is slow. I don't believe that he has the ability to rush through. That is, area chat was disabled during the Beast Tide launch, or he wouldn't have said such a stupid thing." Huang Ting heard the talk behind him, but he didn't care to argue now. We'll see what the truth is later. A pair of fanged gloves seemed to transform into an efficient killing machine. Huang Ting swung both fists, and in the blink of an eye, he killed his way through the rolling tide of beasts. He didn't even have time to collect the materials that popped out on the ground due to the overly fast kill. Seeing those materials, the girl who spoke for Chen Liang before had a twinkle in her eye and secretly raised her foot to trample a pile of strengthening materials under her foot. Anyway, the material is in an anonymous form, and it's whoever has access to it. Huang Ting, who was in the middle of the fight, sensed something and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How could one's own drops easily fall into other people's hands? Do you really think you lived all those years in your previous life for nothing? There were not a few people who secretly collected materials behind their backs in their previous lives. Especially in the mid to late game, there are countless different kinds of space gear. It's possible that in the blink of an eye, one's drop will be gone. To solve this drawback, survivors have developed a new skill, which is to mentally bind to their drops. In other words, it's a small chapter engraved on the drop using your own mental power. The likelihood of this chapter being imitated is very low, and it doesn't require any other energies to be involved, so anyone with a clean brain can use it. Because of this, he didn't bother with the girl. But just because he doesn't care doesn't mean the others won't. When Yu Lang saw the materials that Huang Ting had exploded being picked up by the girls, he immediately rebuked angrily. "Hani, what do you mean, is that your stuff?" Hani glared over fiercely. "None of your business, I'm not just picking up something. This breaks the defense. If you're capable, go pick it up yourself." "Break the defense, your ass. That's what the big yellow cord guy popped out, put it there for me. The Emperor is not in a hurry, the rightful owner has not even said anything, you are biting up yourself, how can there be such a careful male?" Hani held out her little thumb as she picked up the materials. The thumb rested on the tip of the pinky and gestured at Yu Lang. "That's right, Yu Lang, you're at least a man, don't you know that ladies come first?" Chen Liang also added fuel to the fire at this time. Ran Zijing was already dissatisfied with Han Yi's approach, and when he heard Chen Liang's words, he couldn't sit still. "It has nothing to do with priority or not, right? It's not like she's the one who killed the mutated creatures, so what qualifies her to pick up those drops?" Chen Liang's eyes rolled back in his head and his plan came to life. "This is the territory of our college alliance, and the items dropped by the mutated creatures should rightfully belong to us as well. Hani is just putting them away for you." The crowd had also felt that Hani had done something wrong, but once they heard this, they immediately fell silent. Those materials were good things that drastically strengthened the attributes of the mech. With higher mech attributes, one's chances of surviving were greater. This was not the time when the end had just begun. After more than a month of fighting, many people's hearts had long since changed. If you can survive, then picking up a little material is nothing. Besides, the reason why Huang Ting is so powerful, isn't it still eating the dividends of the White Bone Bomb? 50 points of White Bone Bomb sells for 300 points, a whole 6 times, which also has the money of the materials we worked so hard to explode. Chen Liang continued to fan the flames. The others nodded at that. "That's right, I bought the White Bone Bomb myself back in the day and was similarly screwed." In other words, the reason why Huang Ting was so powerful was purely because he stepped on them to get to the top. In that case, picking up a little bit of material he didn't want was the right thing to do. Although their hearts were thinking like this, the crowd did not act, but just quietly watched Hani picking around. After picking it up for a while, Hani finally stopped. It wasn't that she had a guilty conscience, but the road ahead was already occupied by mutated creatures, so she couldn't pick it up even if she wanted to. "So many strengthening materials, enough for me to ascend to the second rank, I'm really rich this time." Hani counted while still not forgetting to show off to Yu Lang. "What are you fooling around for? It's not like it's yours, we'll clean you up when big brother Huang Ting comes back." Yu Lang was infuriated by Hani, but there was nothing he could do. Hani pretended to be surprised. "What are you talking about? These are all the materials that I killed the monsters and popped out, what evidence do you have to say that they are his?" "Good lord, this is a direct inversion of the Big Dipper." Yu Lang was stunned for a moment, his hair roots standing up in anger. Just as he was about to lash out, he saw Huang Ting's black and gold mech coming in style out of the corner of his eye and quieted down for a split second. Chapter 51. Who is the Master? Reward for the mission is issued. Even though he hadn't seen the whole picture, Huang Ting still guessed a good deal. He arrived in front of Hani, his massive black and gold mech emitting infinite pressure. "Hand over the material and this will be over." Rumbling sounds resounded all around, and it was only then that the crowd realized that the beast gate that stood in the distance had collapsed at some point, and even the mutated creatures had scattered and fled in all directions. Han Yi was a bit weak, but after seeing the others, her bottom line became sufficient. "What material? I don't know." "Don't be confused here, you picked up a lot of materials just now, you dare not admit it?" Yu Lang is not only a wave, but he is even more irritable, pointing at Han Yi and angrily rebuking him. "Enough, since the beast gate has been destroyed, let's leave, and this Mr. Huang Ting, this is the territory of our college union, an outsider is not welcome." Chen Liang stood in front of Han Yi, looking at the several people with a calm expression. He wasn't trying to defend Han Yi, he just wanted Huang Ting and Ran Zijing and the others to be embarrassed. "Don't say any more of that nonsense, I don't want to be called a watery word count either." Huang Ting once again looked at Han Yi. "Once again and again, I'll say it one last time, hand over those materials I just exploded, and this matter can be treated as if it never happened." "Humph, lad, you're too bossy." Without waiting for Han Yi to reply, a middle-aged man with glasses and a slightly bulging abdomen walked in the distance. "Dad, this guy is trying to rob those strengthening materials I just popped out and said they were his." Seeing the man, Han Yi immediately disarmed her mech and ran to the man, crying. "Overbearing?" Huang Ting laughed softly. "I think the overbearing ones are you guys, I told you, that's my stuff." The man glanced at Han Yi, then at Huang Ting, and suddenly his eyes rounded and he loudly rebuked. "Nonsense, what evidence do you have to prove that those are the materials you popped out?" Huang Ting sighed helplessly. If it was placed in the late Doomsday period, not to mention picking up the materials that he had popped out, I'm afraid that some people would have to kneel down to show their respect when they saw him. Stupid people don't live to see that. There's no way around it now, stupidity still abounds. "Since you want to prove it, I'll prove it to you." Huang Ting sunk his mind and began to search in detail with the help of a hint of connection in the underworld. Originally, everyone was still wondering what he was doing, but soon someone noticed that a blood-stained bone fell out of Han Yi's pocket. The blood-stained end was glowing if anything at Huang Ting. The blood-colored bone was like a trigger, and in an instant, all the materials fell out of Han Yi uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, none of the people stared in disbelief. "Does this work? If not..." Something suddenly appeared at the very top of the system mall for a tiny 1 energy point. Seeing that the publisher was Huang Ting, many people chose to buy it. When they read what was inside, each of them was stunned in place. The method of determining attribution by establishing a mental link with the dropped object is definitely worth its weight in gold. Other than that, the point of clear attribution alone can reduce countless conflicts and disputes. The higher education union side naturally saw the method announced by Huang Ting. For a while, they were happy, surprised, and a little scared. For the first time, the crowd felt fear in Huang Ting. "Big brother Huang Ting is bullish, we need to give this little fairy a good smack in the face like this. Let's see if she still dares to be arrogant in the future." Yu Lang applauded with both hands, his heart was uncontrollably happy. "What can't you say properly? Why do you have to insult my daughter's honor like this? Hurry up and apologize to Han Yi and this will be over." Instead of being unrepentant at this point, the man became even more aggravated and even thought of making Huang Ting apologize. Han Yi was even more aggrieved and jumped into the arms of another girl and cried. "IKM, do you have any brains at all? This is clearly your daughter's fault. Okay, such a big person, don't live like a giant baby." Yu Lang was getting pissed off and confused. It's too much of a reverse Big Dipper, isn't it? How do you talk to Director Han, apologize? Students nowadays, they're all no big deal, they don't know how to honor their teachers at all. Director Han is a school hand, in charge of school spirit and discipline, and this student really doesn't have the slightest bit of insight. Hurry up and apologize to Director Han, this is something, he's a big man, and it'll pass. Huang Ting was not a member of the Collegiate Alliance, and his strength was extraordinary, so the others did not dare to make more accusations. But Yu Lang is different. Not only is he a student at the man's school, but he is also fatherless and motherless. Having grown up with his grandmother, his family does not have any background strength, and even his tuition is a loan that he can barely pay. Blaming such a student is not stressful for them at all. Seeing that Yu Lang was a bit overwhelmed, Huang Ting stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Having almost experienced this scene himself, he felt deeply for Yu Lang's situation. "Since you called me a bigot, I'll teach you a lesson." Huang Ting's voice rang out, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. "The reasoning is simple. It's the end of the world. There's not that much to talk about in the end of the world. As long as you keep your moral bottom line, other people or ghosts, if you're not happy about it, just fight first." He whipped his head around to look at the man. The latter was shocked in his heart. His mech possessed and subconsciously tried to escape. But in the next second, the iron fist with hideous iron thorns went straight through his chest. The mech on the man's body went haywire and then disappeared. As the mech disappeared, the man's face turned as white as paper, only easing a few points after he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hiss! There was instant silence around them. No one had expected that Huang Ting would strike when he said he would, and without any psychological burden at all. Some people still wanted to go forward to stop him, but when they met his eyes, they all retreated again. With a cold snort, Huang Ting was ready to leave. At this moment, there was only one last beast gate left, and as long as he resolved it, he would be able to reap the ultimate reward. "Big brother Huang Ting, you haven't gotten your materials yet." Seeing Huang Ting preparing to leave, Yu Lang was busy shouting. "It's for the 6 of you, consider it a reward for hunting mutant creatures." Huang Ting waved his hand and his figure disappeared into a complex of buildings. The valuable materials had long been put away by him, and the value of the remaining ones was not too high for himself, so it would be good to give them to Ran Zijing and Yu Lang so that they could improve their strength. Hearing that Huang Ting was going to give away all of the materials, everyone else looked at Yu Lang and Ran Zijing and the others with envious faces. The latter had puffed out their chests, their eyes glowing. It didn't take long to resolve the beast sect near the Fenghua base. After all, it was only a small beast sect. If it was any bigger, Fenghua would have been unable to hold out long ago. Back inside the mustard seed mech, Huang Ting submitted the mission. Destroy Beast Gate *7, get an extra reward. Obtain a small portal *1. Chapter 52, Aurora Base, the Star Association's provocation. Small portal? Huang Ting froze. This thing actually came out now. He remembered that small portals appeared only a year after the outbreak of the calamity in his previous life. It's only a month now, so far in advance. Perhaps it was because of the stacked rewards of destroying the beast sect consecutively that he had gotten himself such a treasure. It was unclear if the inside of the mustard seed mech could use a portal, so Huang Ting simply came outside directly. With a movement of his mind, a basketball-like orb suddenly appeared in his hand. The orb can become 2 halves from the center. Half of the orb was thrown to the ground and automatically expanded into a portal almost 4 meters high. Huang Ting placed another hemisphere 100 meters away. Like the previous hemisphere, this one was lowered and a portal appeared. Huang Ting took a deep breath and took a step in. In the next second, he appeared 100 meters away. The time spent in between was almost negligible. Worthy of being a portal, the current teleportation distance is only 50 kilometers, which is not much, but it's enough, and the subsequent teleportation distance can continue to be increased as long as we find a space stone. Just after putting away the portal, Chu Jiazhen sent a message. Seeing the contents, Huang Ting was a bit surprised. After finding Guan Xilan and settling his affairs, he went straight to the mountain river base. At this moment, even without the threat of the beast sect, the mountain river base was still in a state of sadness. Most of the people they encountered on the road had numb faces and lifeless gazes, staggering along like a walking corpse. Huang Ting had seen many such shelters in his previous life. In short, it is lifeless and full of despair for the future. Times have changed, and people have to change along with them to make it work. No wonder Chu Jiazhen wanted to hand over the Shanha base to me. With a guess in his mind, Huang Ting met Chu Jiazhen under the guidance of Ah Liang. Before, because he had to deal with the beast sect, he didn't have time to say hello, and now that he had time to spare, he realized that Chu Jiazhen was aging terribly. The eyes were cloudy, the hair dull and even turned into locks from the sweat that broke out and stuck to the scalp. It was logical that the reinforcement of the mech would feed some of it back to the manipulator, and Chu Jiazhen's state should be getting better and better. The fact that he could become like this was enough to show that he had been under a great deal of pressure during this period. For you to come here, it seems like you've already thought about it. In that case, I'll officially hand over the Mountain River base to you. Chu Jiazhen's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I can take over the Mountain River base, but I'm too distracted to do so on my own, and I'll have to ask Uncle Chu to help me manage it before I can do so. Huang Ting wouldn't become an administrator, firstly because he wasn't interested in that, and secondly because he didn't have the time. His true role is like a sharp knife, killing the way for the surviving humans in this monster-ridden post-apocalyptic world. But that didn't mean that he was leaving the Mountain River base alone. Take the information that he was familiar with, and pull out just a little bit of it. It would be enough to get the Mountain River base back on its feet. I can still move around if you have faith in me. After confirming Huang Ting's promise, Chu Jiazhen convened a meeting with the senior management of Shanhe Base and formally handed over the leadership to Huang Ting at the meeting. There were no surprises or oppositional drama throughout. Being able to sit in this position, they have a deeper understanding of the end times than anyone else. To put it mildly, they were eager for Huang Ting to take over Mountain River, so that they could follow along with the glory. By the way, Huang Ting, since you've taken over Mountain River, it wouldn't be appropriate to call it by its original name. Do you have any ideas? As if Chu Jiazhen had remembered something, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Aurora! Aurora? We do need Aurora! The Mountain River base was renamed Aurora, and the shock so caused was no less than an 8-magnitude earthquake. Upon learning that Aurora was founded by Huang Ting, everyone exploded. In Ningqing, Huang Ting's name had long been a household name, and even Fu Wen, who was a noble inspector, was no match for him. For a while, many casuals who were still in the middle of the swing rushed to the name and chose to join. The number of people in the Aurora base had directly skyrocketed from the original 30,000 to 120,000. The entire Ning city had a population of only 3 million people, and after the calamity there were roughly 1 million or so left, and after another month of elimination, at this point there were only a few 100,000 people left. It's easy to see the huge potential of the Aurora base. Of course, the Aurora base that was transformed from the Mountain River base was not the true Aurora core, and the Aurora that Huang Ting had formed was still only Guan Xilan, Su Dehai, Li Murxing, and those children of Shao Ji. They're the backbone of Aurora at the moment. Taking over the Mountain River base instantly increased the number of available manpower, and with these people, Huang Ting's speed of collecting materials accelerated once again. Great beast soul stone, great blood redstone, tough beast skin, weird tree roots. Soon, after another month had passed, he finally gathered enough materials to raise the giant god mecha to the 3rd rank. Rising to the 3rd rank should be able to shake that blood cocoon, right? Huang Ting contemplated while turning on the mech ascension. In his previous life, he had indeed seen quite a few blood cocoons, but at that time, they were not much different from a balloon to him, and could be eliminated with his hands. Thus he wasn't sure if he could currently break through the blood cocoon defense. Right in the gap between his mech ascension, in front of a certain upscale neighborhood, a group of squads were just about to give the blood corpse in front of them a final blow when a javelin-style weapon grazed his body and hit the head of the blood corpse straight on. The blood corpse's head exploded with a loud bang, and it fell to the ground and turned into a pile of items. Who? The squad members craned their heads around just in time to see another squad arrive. Captain Li, it's someone from the Society of Stars. Upon hearing the 3 words, Congregation of Stars, Captain Li frowned slightly. Lucky to run into a good one right out of the gate. A tall woman wearing a gray tank top and showing off her long legs stepped out of the Star Club team. Reaching out, the javelin was back in her hand. When the others saw this, they were about to come forward and collect the materials. I say, you guys are too unethical, aren't you? It's obvious that we fought until we were almost dead, and then you guys picked up the slack? Captain Li stepped in front of the crowd, not giving an inch. What do you mean by picking up the pieces? It's clearly that you were about to be killed by the blood corpses and we saved your lives. You should be thanking us. Another person in the Star Club's team said. The others stared at Captain Li with the same disdain on their faces. Captain Li, what do we do? A member of the team could see that the Star Club was coming for a bad reason, and leaned in to whisper a question in his ear. Captain Li weighed the strength of both sides and helplessly beckoned. Give way to them and retreat! The same thing is happening in multiple places. It was as if the stars would go crazy and start targeting Aurora nonstop. In the abandoned building, Huang Ting had just finished upgrading his mecha and was currently listening to the information brought by Guan Xilan. The stars will target us. Any idea why? Although he wasn't clear about the whole process, Huang Ting already had a guess in his mind. It's because of Li Muixing. As expected, Guan Xilan's answer did not surprise him. Chapter 53 Warning: Chu Hua is kidnapped. Huang Ting was not surprised by this. But anyone with a little bit of brain knew the importance of Li Muixing. The Star Club must be anxious to lose such a big treasure. Previously, Li Muixing's identity had been in hiding, and it was normal for the Star Clubs not to know about it. But with the establishment of the Aurora base by himself, Li Muixing's identity could no longer be hidden. The stars would follow the trail and would definitely be able to think that the one who saved Li Muixing in the first place was himself. It's just that this type of provocation is so low. After briefly thinking about it, he decided to have Chu Jiazhen make a run to warn the congregation of stars. No matter what, Li Muixing was now a person of Aurora, and he could never hand it over. The stars would try to use this to pressure themselves into submission, and that would be impossible. Man, he's going to bail. The congregation of the stars needs to be hammered equally. The stars will be. Chu Ka-jin just left from here. President Shirong's face was gloomy like a piece of cold ice, oozing cool air. It's true that his strength isn't weak, but he can't look down on me so much. Not only did he take away my people, but now he's even sent someone to warn me. This is not putting me in his eyes at all. On Shirong's left hand sat Shuilong. At the moment, his eyes fluttered, as if he had some kind of plan. The last time the siege of Huangting failed, not only did he lose a few good players, he also lost face and almost lost his position as vice president. Originally, he was not going to take another shot at Huangting. After all, there were several vice presidents in the Stars Association, and his own power could only be described as average. The big power was still mainly in Shirong's hands. I didn't realize that Huangting had actually taken Li Qinqing, Li Muixing, so there's something to be said for that. Chairman, that Huangting definitely knows where Li Qinqing's secret is. I'm afraid it's not good for us to get it back. With a flutter of his mind, Shuilong's plan came to fruition. Nonsense, there's no need for you to say that. If he didn't know Li Qinqing's secret, would he have made the mistake of flipping me off for an ordinary person? Shirong said indignantly. Hearing this, Shuilong slightly bristled. Huangting's hegemony was already deeply rooted in people's hearts, and he was sure that even if Li Qinqing was just an ordinary person, Shirong would not be able to get it back from Huangting. However, he still followed Shirong's words and said, That's for sure, but Li Qinqing is really too important to our Star Association to be lost. If we want him to return it just like that, he's definitely not willing. We have to find another way. Say what you have to say, fart what you have to say, what's the solution, come on. Shirong slammed the table, and the fat on his face followed and shook a few times. He was originally a fisherman on the sea, graduated from elementary school and followed his father to go out to sea to fish. His personality was rather grumpy. If it wasn't for the fact that his mecha was strong enough, the president of this congregation of stars wouldn't have had the turn to be him. Sensing the indescribable fury on Shirong's body, Shuilong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Shirong had not only fished, but more likely killed someone. After all, it was normal for someone to die in that environment at sea. Before the end of the world happened, Shirong had dared to kill people, and now there was even less to say. He organized his words and muttered in a low voice. I heard that guy Chu Jiazhen has a daughter named Chu Hua. Chu Hua and Huangting have a good relationship. How about we capture Chu Hua and force him to hand over Li Qinqing? How about that? Chu Hua? Shirong thought for a moment and asked. What if Huangting doesn't care about this Chu Hua's death? Impossible, even if he doesn't care. Could it be that Chu Jiazhen will not care? Mountain River Base has just changed its name to Aurora Base now. It's the time when people's hearts are unstable. In reason, Huangting has to hand over Li Qinqing. If he doesn't, Aurora will definitely collapse. After listening to Shuilong's analysis, Shirong's eyes lit up. That's quite a way to go. Still, you have a way. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Huh! President, let's get someone else. Abandoned building. Guan Xilin handed Huang Ting a notebook. The notebook is a collection of insects that she hand-drew in her spare time. It has drawings of insects, their names, habits, and a brief description, and is sort of a simple version of an illustrated book of insects. There are actually insect illustrations in some bookstores, but those are from before the mutation and are somewhat informative at best, with little practical effect. I didn't think you'd actually have the results of your research so quickly. Seeing the insect drawings on top of the iconography, Huang Ting didn't mince words as he complimented them. The reason he thought so highly of Guan Xilin was for this. After the mutation, the appearance and habits of a large number of insects have changed. Some of these are insects that I have already discovered, while others are mutated forms that I have deduced based on the pattern of mutation of other insects, which can only be used as a reference. Guan Xilin's voice was very calm, but Huang Ting still heard a hint of pride in it. He couldn't wait to flip it open and read a few times, nodding darkly. Well done, these are very useful to me. How about this? I'll convert them to 10,000 energy points for you, plus 2,000 contributions, okay? Thank you, President. Guan Xilin also did not expect that a small insect illustration was actually worth so much money, and was immediately excited. Not far away, Su Dehai was envious when he heard such a generous reward. He had only saved 3,000 energy points up until now, and as for the contribution value, it was even in single digits. There was no way around it. Mech upgrading required money, building drawings required money, and buying food also required money. He's very short of money right now. Don't be envious, take good care of those kids, and when they awaken their natal mechs, I'll give you a reward as well. Upon hearing this, Su Dehai instantly became energized. Boss, this is what you said, let's not back out when the time comes. Don't worry, I'm not backtracking. Huang Ting laughed, and suddenly saw Chu Jiazhen coming in a hurry. Uncle Chu, this is... Before he could ask, he met Chu Jiazhen's eyes that were filled with anxiety. It's not good, Chuhua. Chuhua, she's disappeared. Upon hearing this, the smile on Huang Ting's face immediately tightened. Uncle Chu, don't be in a hurry, speak slowly. Can I not be anxious? Chuhua hasn't come back since this morning, and I haven't responded to my messages to her. So she couldn't have had an accident, could she? Seeing Chu Jiazhen anxiously circling back and forth, Huang Ting twisted his head to look at Guan Xilin. Go check and see where Chuhua last appeared. Yes. Guan Xilin nodded and was just about to leave when her footsteps suddenly lurched. Chairman, Chuhua has been captured by people from the Star Association. The Star Club? Huang Ting was stunned. Why did the people from the Star Association have nothing to do with arresting Chuhua? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Uncle Chu, don't worry first, I know what's going on, don't worry, I will definitely bring Chuhua back in one piece. Sending Chu Jiazhen away, a hint of coldness deeply penetrated Huang Ting's eyes. Guan Xilin guessed the reason at this time and looked at Huang Ting with a worried face. That place at the Society of the Stars is not a good place to break into. Chapter 54, Hidden Master Leaf Worms, Going to the Botanical Gardens. I heard someone was arrested by the Order of the Stars because of me? Before Huang Ting could make a move, Li Muixing arrived in a flurry of wind. They're definitely targeting me, and if there's no way to get me out, then you're going to give me to them. Even though Li Muixing was usually a bit unapproachable and didn't like to greet people, he was essentially kind. Huang Ting waved his hand and told Li Muixing to sit down. The matter of saving Chuhua doesn't need you to worry about it for the time being, and the fact that the Congregation of Stars wants to use Chuhua to threaten me is simply a stupid move. After thinking for a while, he suddenly flipped open the notebook of insect illustrations that Guan Xilin had given him, and his eyes searched on it for a while. Found it! In the blink of an eye, he found one of the more unusual insects. Guan Xilin looked over curiously. Yi? The leaf, Xiao, also known as the leaf bug, is one of the most camouflaged animals in the world, and it has an extremely special name. It means apparition or ghost. Huang Ting could forcefully kill the Star Association, but he was also afraid that the Star Association would harm Chuhua under the urgency of the dog. By utilizing the hidden characteristics of the leaf bugs to infiltrate the Star Club and save Chuhua before showing off the cards, the risk would be minimized. Besides, with the talent of being an insect master himself, his fighting style would definitely be complex and varied in the future, and he couldn't limit himself to straightforwardness. Just in time to expand your fighting style this time. This kind of insect after mutation, the hiding characteristics are further strengthened. When that guy Su Dehai was still almost attacked by the leaf insect, I'll let the others go and look for it. Guan Xilong did things thunderously, not at all ambiguous, and immediately ordered it down. Leafworms, although they have undergone many mutations, have not changed much overall, growing at most to the size of a fist. The only thing that makes it a headache is its hidden nature, which is very hard to find. After searching for 2 days in a row, the men did not get any useful information. Instead, it was Chu Jiazhen who hurried over after learning that Huang Ting was looking for leaf worms. There were leaf worms present in my earlier arboretum, I just don't know if there are any now. Learning of this news, Huang Ting did not hesitate and prepared to travel to the Botanical Gardens. Botanical Gardens Periphery. Huang Ting was followed by Guan Xilong, Su Dehai, and Chu Jiazhen. Boss, the danger in this botanical garden is not small. Those mutated plants are more bizarre than one another. Do you really want to go in? Su Dehai stood on his tiptoes to take a look inside, and in an instant, a cane flew out and solidly smacked his mech. The outer layer of the mech's defensive shield, which was congealed with sand and earth, instantly ruptured. Seeing the power, he warbled. Chairman, why don't I organize the manpower and raid this botanical garden together? Guan Xilong vaguely guessed a bit of Huang Ting's purpose and inquired. Chu Jiazhen looked up at the botanical gardens in front of him, his expression moving slightly. In fact, he knew more about the inner workings than Guan Xilong. Whether it was the golden backdung beetle at the beginning, or the iron fix beetle, or the tiger beetle and demoiselle moth later on, he knew something about them. Combined with the different mecha forms Huang Ting had displayed, he understood that the reason Huang Ting wanted to capture the leaf bugs was also for the sake of his own daughter, Chu Hua. It is true that there are numerous dangers in the botanical gardens, so I can go in first to explore and identify the dangers, and that will be an additional safeguard. Chu Jiazhen only wanted his daughter to return unharmed. As for his own safety, it was not even on his mind. All three of them were blocking Huang Ting from going in, while Huang Ting just smiled faintly as the giant god mecha took a step forward and his powerful aura was declared. Don't worry, you guys just wait for me to return. After saying that, Huang Ting rushed straight into the botanical garden. Crap, so powerful, can it be that the boss has risen to the 3rd rank? Su Dehai exclaimed. 3rd order, definitely 3rd order, 2nd order mechs could never make even me feel wariness. Guan Xilong subconsciously nodded her head, affirming Su Dehai's statement. If it was a 3rd order mech, then breaking into the botanical gardens didn't seem like a big deal. Chu Jiazhen didn't say anything, but only secretly clenched his fists, expecting Huang Ting to return successfully. Inside the botanical garden, a black vine blocked the way. Under the black and gold mech, Huang Ting grinned and stepped forward to clutch it. The amazing thing was that the black vine seemed to possess life, twisting up in his hands non-stop, like a giant python that had been grabbed. Huang Ting raised his other hand and exerted slight force with both hands. The originally tough and incomparable black vines were instantly ripped in half by him, splattering out a large pile of green sticky blood. Mutant plants sure are evil. It's not instanced, so there's no kill prompt. Huang Ting didn't care and opened his eye of detection, probing over bit by bit. On the way, he was attacked by many more black vines. It was a good thing that the giant god mecha had now risen to the 3rd rank, and even the weakest agility attribute was a great deal higher than ordinary mechs. These vines were fast, but they didn't escape his palm. Suddenly, Huang Ting was on his feet. He realized that he seemed to be stepping on something under his feet. Looking down, a dark object came into view. The dark object then exploded with a loud bang, causing Huang Ting to stumble and almost fall to the ground. What the hell? Before Huang Ting could catch his breath, a cracking sound came from the air. Looking up, the sky was filled with black stuff flying rapidly towards him. This time, he got a good look at the things. Grenades? Huang Ting was surprised in his eyes and immediately switched into the Thunder Flash mecha, trying to escape the grenade's bombardment zone. These grenades do not look only a little bit, but the actual power is huge, compared to the serious grenade, is even more terrifying a few points. Just as he was about to leave, dozens of vines swept in and bound him firmly in place. No way, this is still a match? Huang Ting's face changed slightly. Seeing that he couldn't break free for a moment, he simply switched directly into the heavenly royal mecha, intending to fight hard. The black and white mechs had just appeared before they were flooded with grenades from the sky. Rumble! The sound of the powerful explosion traveled through the layers of tree cover and directly to the outside of the arboretum. So exciting, the boss should be okay in there, right? Su Dehai still wanted to tiptoe to take a look, but remembering the encounter just now, he immediately shrunk back. Don't crow about it. If you're not okay, the president will be okay. Guan Silam let out a chorus of curses. She said so on her lips, but the worry in her heart was no less than Su Dehai's. Among the three, it was Chu Jiazhen who was a big old man, and his emotions were still quite calm. He immediately sent a message to Huang Ting to inquire about the situation. After learning that the other party was fine, he quietly exhaled a cloudy breath. Inside the botanical garden, Huang Ting had already broken free from his vine bonds and arrived in front of a giant plant that was 5 meters tall. There were some green-colored fruits hanging on top of this plant, which looked unimpressive, but when they were looked at in detail, they shocked Huang Ting into a cold sweat. There was no other reason. Those green-colored fruits looked similar to the grenade that attacked him just now. Could it be a mind flower? Mind flower is the common name. Its other name should be called cochineal flower. When I was a kid and didn't have nail polish, I used this flower to paint my nails. Its fruits are very much like landmines, hence the name mind flower. Chapter 55, Seed Grenade, Shadow Mecha Combination. After knowing the culprit who attacked him, Huang Ting did not hesitate and launched an attack on the mutated mind flower in front of him. Mutant plants are weird, but their bodies are fragile. Especially after the wave of attack just now, the minds on the mind flower had been depleted, and the new ones had yet to grow, so this was the time to weaken. Huang Ting just lightly blasted out a few punches and saw the prompt of a successful kill. Kill Elite Mutant Rouge Flower, Second Order, get Strengthened Root *2, Seed Grenade *5. Material name, Fortified Root. Quality, excellent. Type, material. Effect, when used for mech enhancement, it can slightly increase the agility attribute, while increasing the recovery speed in environments such as forests or grasslands. Enhanced roots are very effective, removing the regular attribute increases and having additional effects for unique circumstances. This is not difficult to understand. For example, a mech, the strengthening materials are all related to plants, then this mech must be like a fish out of water in an environment with a lot of plants. On the contrary, if this mech was thrown into a terrain such as a desert or a volcano, the power it could exert would definitely be greatly reduced. Adapting the reinforcement direction of the mech in a timely manner to suit the environment is a basic skill that everyone must learn. Mecha reinforcement wasn't as simple as one might think, as long as one had reinforcement materials. There's a big question mark here. Fortunately, Huang Ting's research on this far exceeds that of anyone currently working on it. If he says he's second, no one will recognize him as first. Putting away the reinforcing materials, he looked at another. Name, Seed Grenade. Quality, excellent. Type, prop. Effect, thrown after bumping, it can cause great damage, and if the environment is suitable, it will plant a new mutant cochineal flower in the same place. In terms of quality and effect, the Seed Grenade should be more powerful than the White Bone Bomb. But it was the last effect that made Huang Ting care. A new mutant cochineal? If we threw out a few more, wouldn't we be able to set up a grenade array? This kind of sub-grenade can be used for both offense and defense. After resolving the mutant rouge flower, Huang Ting was just about to leave when a clump of leaves suddenly moved in front of him. Huang Ting's mind moved slightly, pretending to walk away, but in reality, he was secretly observing the mass of leaves. Not long after he left, the mass of leaves actually slowly opened its body and wriggled towards the depths of the woods. Huang Ting, who was hiding in the distance, scared. That mass of leaves was the leaf worm he was looking for, and if it hadn't just happened to move, he wouldn't have noticed anything wrong. I didn't realize that this creature could even evade the eye of detection, so it was really powerful. Huang Ting was quick on his feet and stepped forward to grab it. At the same time, 5 or 6 black vines came towards him as if they had prepared for it. Seeing these black vines, Huang Ting was a bit strange, not knowing where so many strange things had drilled out from. I've got things to do this time, so when I come next time, I'll check you guys out properly. Returning to the abandoned building, Huang Ting held the mutated leaf insect in both hands with a somewhat subtle expression. Guan Xilong guessed that Huang Ting's mecha might have something to do with this kind of insect, so he did not open his mouth. It was Su Dehai who couldn't see through the wonders inside, smiling foolishly. Remove the head and you can eat it, the protein is 6 times that of beef. Upon hearing this, Huang Ting handed his hand over. Taste it and see how it tastes. Su Dehai's expression changed as he waved his hand and stepped back. No, boss, I remembered that there's still some things I haven't done, so I'll leave first. With that, he turned to leave without any hesitation at all. Guan Xilong hesitated for a moment and followed along. Seeing the silhouettes of the two disappearing from sight, Huang Ting raised the leaf insect in his hand with a depressed expression and placed it in front of his eyes. Previously, insects were at most the size of a knuckle, and swallowing them raw was fine. It shouldn't kill you to eat it. Huang Ting was ruthless in his heart, clicking off the head of the leaf insect and stuffing it into his mouth. The surface of the mutated leaf worm's body was covered with a hard armor. Eating it was a bit like chewing on a crab shell. Although it could barely bite, it still felt like it was sticking in your mouth. Eating the entire head, the leaf bug's body began to ooze juices outward. Phew, dry! He pinched his nose with one hand and shoved the rest of the leaf bug into his mouth with the other. Click, click, click! Chewing haphazardly for a few moments before swallowing in one gulp. The leaf bug gene has been acquired, and is transforming the first-order bug soldier general-purpose mech. Transformation time, 15 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. The familiar prompting text popped up along with the entire leaf worm entering the stomach. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and as the countdown went to 0, another beep sounded. Leaf bug gene absorption complete. First-order bug soldier general-purpose mecha advanced to Guile's shadow mecha form. 5 mech forms have been detected. Mech form fusion can be opened. Material required for fusion: superior grade mech core, second order. Huang Ting didn't rush to look at the attributes of the Guile's shadow mech, his gaze falling on the materials needed for fusion. Mech cores are easy to find, but exceptional grade ones are a bit harder. Throughout the entire Ning City, there were only a handful of people who could possess it. I hope you guys don't mess with me next, or I'll really kill someone this time. Retracting his mind, he no longer thought about the matter of mecha form fusion. It was imperative to save Chu Hua first. Huang Ting opened the attribute panel of the Trick Shadow Mech. Name: Trick Shadow Mech. Rank: First. Power 8. Defense 7. Agility 9. Mystery 0. Exclusive modules: Mirage Concealment. Mirage refracts light and blends into the environment, not easy to detect. Subsequent advancement can open the function of change. Concealment reduce the fluctuation of one's own breath, weakening the perception of observers. Subsequent advancement can open the function of confusion. With 2 exclusive modules, and both related to sneaking, it was no wonder it was called the Trick Shadow Mech. Once these 2 exclusive modules were turned on, ordinary people would not be able to discover the existence of the Trick Shadow Mech. Huang Ting's mind moved, and a silver-gray mech automatically attached itself to his body. The appearance of the Trick Shadow Mech looked even slimmer than the Thunder Flash Mech, not like a mech, but like a straitjacket. He stood in front of a pillar and turned on both illusion and convergence at the same time before sending a message to Su Dehai. Boss, you asked for me. Soon, Su Hai followed the sound and came over. But after slipping around, he didn't find any trace of Huang Ting. Strange, didn't the boss tell me to come over? Where is everyone? With a puzzled face, Su Dehai walked out. Fooling Su Dehai, Huang Ting didn't have much fluctuation in his heart. This is a big heart, not to mention that the Phantom and Astringent have been turned on. Even if not, he sometimes can't find himself. When Su Dehai left, Huang Ting sent another message to Guan Xilong, telling her to come over and find herself. 2 minutes later, Guan Xilong appeared on this floor where Huang Ting was. Like Su Dehai, she searched around and similarly found no trace of Huang Ting. At one point, he even stood in front of the pillar where Huang Ting was, but he still didn't notice. After this experiment, Huang Ting finally gained an appreciation for the power of the trick Shadow Mecha. Without informing anyone, he quietly headed towards the Star Club. Chapter 56: Quietly Rescued, the Damned Wei Lao San. The Congregation of Stars is located in the middle of a steel mill. Relying on the rich resources of the steel mill, the original founders quickly got their feet wet and discovered a behemoth like the Crowd Star Society. At this point in time, the steel mill has been remodeled several times, and the empty operating space inside has been divided into cubicles. Without accurate information, it was impossible to know which room Chu Hua was located in. Huang Ting tried contacting Chu Hua and received no message. There are three general possibilities for this situation. Either the Stars Club had purchased props in the system mall that could block the chat function, or it was some kind of mech talent. The last possibility was that Chu Hua was in a coma. After all, there was certainly no way to send a message while unconscious. With the Phantom and Convergence modules turned on, Huang Ting was like a ghost as he flashed into the steel mill. One of the men guarding the doorway suddenly froze and looked at his partner to the side. Did someone go in just now? The partner turned his head toward the factory and laughed. Where is anyone, not even a cockroach? Hearing this, the man also laughed. Maybe it's just my eyes. Why isn't this shift change coming yet? I'm waiting to go back and rest. It's not like you don't know those two. They're delaying our shift for as long as they can, and we're delaying theirs for as long as we can. Listening to the two men's conversation, Huang Ting had already entered the interior of the steel mill. Looking at the densely packed rooms in front of him, he slowly moved his feet and searched through them one by one. This was very slow in terms of efficiency, and after an hour had passed, he had only explored 100 or so rooms. This, however, occupies only 1/20th, or even 1/30th, of the entire steelworks. This won't work. We have to think of a faster way. Huang Ting's eyes searched around and soon found someone who looked like a high-ranking member of the Congregation of Stars. Finding a secluded place, he quickly switched back to the giant god mech while no one was around, and restrained it with one hand. Have a word. Have a word, big brother, spare your life. Seeing the spikes dangling just above his head, the man didn't even struggle a bit, and immediately fell to his knees. I ask you, where is the girl you kidnapped being held? Girl? The man froze for a moment, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said warily, I know where she is, big brother, spare your life. I'll take you there. That good? Huang Ting mentally switched back to the Guile Shadow Mech. Take me there and don't think of pulling any other moves or you'll die a horrible death. Yes, yes, yes. The man nodded his head in a hurry, and then walked forward. Huang Ting, on the other hand, collected his breath and followed him step by step. Just before taking 2 steps, the man suddenly sprang forward and shouted, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An enemy is coming! The voice startled a number of people, who came out of their rooms to check it out. Only after turning around, not to mention the silhouettes, not even a cockroach was found. Wei Lao-san, if you say false information again, I'll fuck you right now. There's nothing to fool around with. It's time for the old man to go to bed at this hour. The crowd swarmed and dispersed, returning to their rooms to rest. Wei Lao-san was already drenched in cold sweat at this point. No one? How come there's no one there? He could feel the man close behind him, so how could there be no one there? Unless it's not a person behind himself, but he didn't dare to think further. Even Armageddon and Mecha showed up. It seems normal for that stuff to show up. Brother Ghost, I know I'm wrong. Don't take me away. I'll really take you to that girl this time. After a long wait, there was no movement behind him. Wei Lao-san took a breath of relief and walked towards a room deep in the factory. After turning 7 or 8 corners, a black house appeared in front of them. Perhaps the people from the Star Club were overconfident, or perhaps they were understaffed. The general idea was that there was no one here to guard the place. Stand outside, or I'll have to take you with me when I go back. Regarding the matter of Wei Lao-san misidentifying himself as a ghost, Huang Ting did not intend to explain, but instead intimidated again. When Wei Lao-san heard this, he immediately straightened his body and stood at the door, not daring to make any other movements. Huang Ting looked around, then disarmed his mech and jumped in through the open window. Inside the room, Chu Hua collapsed on the floor and was in a coma. Huang Ting took out the teleportation portal he had set up long ago and stuffed Chu Hua inside. He then climbed out from the window again, recalled the trickster mecha, and quietly left the Star Club. Not long after he left, Zhui Long arrived with a few of his men. "Wei Lao-san, what are you standing here for?" I'm just wandering around," Wei Lao-san explained with an untraceable glance backward. "Go wander off to the side and get out of the way." Zhui Long casually waved his hand, letting Wei Lao-san leave before signaling his men to open the door to the room. Seeing their movements, Wei Lao-san's heart was in his throat, fearing that he would see something horrible next. The door to the room opened and the interior was empty. Seeing this scene, Zhui Long's pupils quaked. Wei Lao-san, on the other hand, was in an agitated mood. Sure enough, it was a ghost, or how else could it have taken this one big living person just like that? But he'd been standing guard outside and hadn't seen anyone leave at all. "Where are the people? Where are the people?" Zhui Long roared loudly, and seeing that Wei Lao-san was a bit soulful, he grabbed him by the collar and bellowed. "Where are the people in here?" I don't know, Vice President, I really don't know," Wei Lao-san answered honestly. He didn't deceive Zhui Long, he really didn't know. Zhui Long calmed down at this time. Although the room was unguarded, the entire Star Club was like an iron plate, and it was simply impossible for a large living person to disappear silently. Right now, not only did he have to find the missing Chu Hua, but he also had to keep this secret, and must not let the people of Aurora or Huang Ting know about it. Otherwise, his side's plan would have fallen through. "No one is to say anything about this, do you hear me?" "Yes." The others nodded. Wei Lao-san saw that Zhui Long was so secretive and serious, making his suspicions even more certain. At this point, Chu Hua had returned to Aurora and was awake. She had only fallen into a coma earlier due to excessive exertion, and she would be able to recover with a good rest. Seeing that his daughter was fine, Chu Jiazhen thanked Huang Ting profusely and was almost about to kneel down. Huang Ting hurriedly stopped it. Seeing that Chu Hua was fine, he gathered his men and returned to the Star Association. Now that the people have been rescued, it's time to talk about the rest. Learning that Huang Ting had brought people, Zhui Long chose to show himself despite the worry in his heart. He was gambling that Huang Ting didn't know Chu Hua's whereabouts yet. "President Huang, that traitor Li Qinxing must have confused you with flowery words. Why don't you leave him to us to deal with and save you from worrying? By the way, Miss Chu Hua is currently a guest at our Star Club. Doesn't President Huang want to talk to her?" Chapter 57. Unfortunately, it's only a good grade. "Yes?" Huang Ting secretly smiled. Zhui Long was afraid that he didn't know that he had already rescued Chu Hua, right? "I do want to meet her. I wonder where she is now." She is naturally a guest in our Stars Association. As long as President Huang hands over Li Qinxing, you can naturally meet her." Zhui Long cursed. If it wasn't for Chu Hua disappearing, he wouldn't be so embarrassed right now. "Chu Hua is my Aurora's person, and so is Li Qinxing, both of them. You can't take any of them away." Huang Ting's expression turned cold, and he stopped talking nonsense. "It's okay to move him, but not his people. It seems like President Huang is trying to force his way into our Star congregation." Zhui Long's eyes narrowed slightly as the mech automatically attached itself. Last time it was an ambush, and there weren't many men who could be deployed. Now that he was at the headquarters of the Star Association, he didn't believe that Huang Ting had the guts to dare to wage war against the entire Star Association. "Forcing your way in? You're too high on yourselves." Huang Ting's eyes flashed, and the Giant God Mecha attributes appeared. Name: Giant God Mecha. Level: 3rd Order. Strength: 130/200. Defense: 53 out of 100. Agility: 51 out of 100. Mystery 0. Durability: 100/100. Exclusive Module: Megatron. Subsidiary Modules: Eye of Detection, Feather of Mutation, Teeth of the Hound, Gloves of Fangs, Alienated Flesh Mass. After ascending to the 3rd rank, the attributes of the Giant God Mecha were displayed more clearly. The number in front represents the current attribute, and the number after that represents the limit attribute. In addition to the increase in attributes, the effectiveness of the Mega God module has been greatly improved. Giant God, strength increased by 60%, can continue to be increased after completing mech advancement. Of course, the biggest change is the appearance of the durability value display. Endurance values are all shown as percentages, except that they are consumed differently depending on the individual mech. For example, for the same attack, Huang Ting summons the Heavenly Imperial Mecha, which consumes one of its durability value. Other people's mech consumption might be 20, or even 30, and that's the difference. With such magnificent attributes of the giant god mecha, it was enough to crush everyone in the Star Club, and Zhui Long did think a little highly of himself when he said that Huang Ting was a strong intruder. "Young man, don't be so arrogant!" Zhui Long had just made a sound, when he suddenly realized that his back was cold. Turning his head to look, Huang Ting appeared behind him at some point. "You!" He was shocked and subconsciously raised his hand to attack. Boo! A huge impact swept through, Zhuilong fell to the ground, his body mech flashed a few times and disappeared. One-hit kills! Such an outrageous scene directly stunned the members of the Star Association who wanted to rush to support them into place. The crowd looked at each other, not having the guts to dare to step forward. Seeing that they were all intimidated by himself, Huang Ting snorted coldly. "Let Shirong come out to see me. The vice president has come out. Does he, the president, still want to be a shrinking violet?" The second floor of the steel mill, in the plant manager's room. Hearing Huang Ting name himself out, a scowl flashed across Shirong's ferociously fleshy face. "A doll with no hair on its head, and you dare to call me by my name!" He stormed out of the room, his dark blue mecha attached to his body. Shirong's mecha stood 5 meters tall, with a head that looked like a shark's head shape, and a row of sharp fins on the spine part of his back, capable of cutting through steel with ease. "I'll let you know today that there are some people you can't afford to mess with." As the words fell, the surface of the originally dark blue mech slowly sprouted a red silk thread. Those red threads even faintly emitted a bloody odor. "Finally dared to come out!" Huang Ting let out a cold smile, the feather of alteration behind his back flapped repeatedly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared in place. In the next instant, he steeply appeared in front of Shirong and blasted out with a fist. Seeing this, Shirong similarly blasted out a punch. Boo! The result was needless to say, with 130 points of strength, in addition to the 60% increase in the giant god template. The fact that this punch didn't blow Shirong's mech out of the water was enough to show that his battle power was outstanding. Worthy of being the president of the Stars Association, if you don't have some strength, you really can't sit in this position. With a dark sigh of praise, Huang Ting once again bullied his way forward. Without waiting for Shirong to get up, the fanged gloves with spikes slammed out heavily. The powerful and incomparable suppressive force directly pressed Shirong to the point where he was unable to get up. However, Shirong wasn't a vegetarian either. He put his hands together and actually locked Huang Ting's heavy fist in a death grip. Right at this moment, the fin behind him suddenly popped out, transforming into a sharp blade that came straight at Huang Ting's face. Huang Ting tilts his head to avoid it. Using this opportunity, Shirong escapes control and gets back to his feet. The red threads on his body lit up strangely, filling him with an aura of danger. "Take my punch too!" Shirong throws a quick underhook and swings away. Huang Ting raised his hand to block. At this time, the dorsal fin that had already ejected unexpectedly returned once again, ruthlessly slamming into Huang Ting's back. It turned out that Shirong's killing move was not that punch, but this dorsal fin that went and folded back. There was a clanging sound. The Mega God Mech's durability has dropped by 1 point. "Ha ha ha! After eating this move of mine, you'll have to shed your skin even if you don't die." Shirong seemed to be extremely confident in his attack and laughed out loud. Looking at the durability value that had returned to 100, Huang Ting nodded. Regardless, Shirong had finally managed to break through the defense, and had also dealt a little damage to himself, which was quite impressive in that regard alone. "The president is awesome!" The rest of the Star Association members all applauded and praised when they saw this scene. But before the applause dissipated, they saw Huang Ting shattering Shirong's mech with a single punch, as if nothing had happened. With a punch that smashed Shirong, a Rubik's Cube-style mech core appeared. A loss, but it's only fine grade. Seeing the quality of the mecha core, Huang Ting was somewhat speechless. I had thought that Shirong was so powerful that his mech must be of an excellent grade, but I didn't expect it to be only refined. If I had known that, I would have left him alive. This is what happens when you mess with Aurora at will. After leaving a harsh sentence, he left without looking back. In addition to the president, the Star Association also had several vice presidents. Shirong's death will certainly have some repercussions, but they shouldn't be too great. Leaving the congregation of stars, Huang Ting wanted to return to the abandoned building, but after thinking about it, he headed north. When he was at the second rank himself, he couldn't do any damage to that blood cocoon. Now that you've reached the third degree, it's just time to try it again. The blood cocoon to the north of Ningqing grew larger and larger, and from a distance, it looked like a residential building. There were also a large number of blood corpses roaming around the blood cocoon, and although they didn't have much consciousness, they were all extremely alert. As soon as there's a little breeze around, immediately go over and check it out. Huang Ting opened his eye of detection, and densely packed data was instantly revealed. As far as the eye could see, the lowest were all of the second rank, and a significant portion were third-rank blood corpses. With so many blood corpses, I'm afraid that they could bulldoze the entire Ning city. Thinking for a moment, Huang Ting didn't rush in. Although the blood cocoon wouldn't attack, these blood corpses weren't vegetarians. If you wanted to break through the blood cocoon, you had to clean them all up. Chapter 58: A Strange Copy, A Dagger in the Ground. Back in the city, they just happened to run into Fuan and his group. They looked around as if they were searching for something. Seeing Huang Ting appear, Fuan hurriedly greeted him. Coincidentally, I was just about to look for you. Oh, what can I do for you? Huang Ting also felt that it was a coincidence that he happened to want to talk to Fuan about the matter concerning the blood cocoon in the north of the city as well. So much time had already passed that the blood cocoon could break at any time, and once it did, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation is like this: someone has discovered a rather peculiar copy. Unlike other copies, the rewards of this copy have been publicized in advance. It will be of great benefit to Ningqing. I wonder if you have the time to clear this copy. The rewards obtained will be discounted by us according to the energy points. Hearing this, Huang Ting froze for a moment. Strange copies? It seemed like there was such a copy in his previous life, and the reward inside was a black box. The black box can be described as a production line with a black-tech nature, and the efficacy is extremely counterintuitive. Simply put items into it to produce preset reinforcement materials. There is no limit to the type of this item, and the higher the value, the more reinforcement materials will be produced. It's not much use in the later stages, but in the early stages, it's definitely considered a godsend. It's no wonder Fuan was so distraught and couldn't wait to find himself. Huang Ting carefully recalled that this copy was initially discovered by a team of only a dozen people. In order to pass the copy, all of their squad died. A few more forces followed to probe, and were similarly killed and injured. The only person who actually passes this copy is in Hong Hai. It was only after his casualty-free raid that he barely made it through and obtained that black chest. I wonder who found this copy? After a moment of silence, Huang Ting suddenly asked. This? I won't hide it from you, the one who discovered this copy is in Hong Hai. There was a conflict between Huang Ting and in Hong Hai, which was why Fuan answered so hesitantly. It's actually still him. Looks like he doesn't want me to live. Huang Ting knew it by heart. This kind of copy is different from the usual copy. If you want to describe it in a more colloquial term, it's rules weirdness. It is filled with all sorts of mystical powers, and if you break the rules, you will be severely punished. Not to mention that he was only at the third rank now. Even if a 7th or 8th ranked mecha encountered this kind of copy, they could only go around. And Hong Hai must have sent quite a few people into the copy and finally realized that this copy was extremely difficult to pass, and only then would he think of borrowing the official's hand to get rid of himself. After all, that black box was not a bad temptation for the officials, who would surely seek their own help after many attempts. It's a borrowed knife, both the knife of a copy of rules weirdness and the knife of officialdom. Thinking of this, Huang Ting revealed a smile. As Ning Cheng's only copy of the rule weirdness category, all the secrets of that copy had long been publicized clearly. Even if he didn't pay special attention, the method of passage was deeply engraved in his mind. And Hong Hai wanted to use this copy to get rid of himself, not realizing that he was giving himself a big gift. No problem, leave this copy to me, but I also have one thing that I need the help of Inspector Fu. You say? Seeing Huang Ting agree, Fu Wen's voice became a little lighter. There is a blood cocoon in the north of the city. Inside it is a third-order blood corpse. Once the cocoon naturally ruptures, it will grow to fourth order and have the ability to create blood corpses. I hope that Inspector Fu can gather his men as soon as possible to clear out the guarding blood corpses in the periphery. As for the blood cocoon, it will be left to me to deal with. Fu Wen immediately realized how dangerous this matter was, and his originally loosened brow once again tightened, surfacing a gray haze. Whether it was a fourth-order monster or the creation of a blood corpse, it was all a big trouble to the present-day Ningqing. One slip-up and Ningqing could become history. He didn't dare to slack off and quickly began contacting the others after bidding farewell to Huang Ting. This is where that copy is located. Following the map given by Fu Wen, Huang Ting arrived inside an old kindergarten. The terrain around him gradually merged with his memories, and this was indeed the same rule-geeking type copy that had appeared in his previous life. As familiar things appeared, the memories in his mind became clearer. After tidying up a little, he pushed open the door to the kindergarten and walked in without hesitation. In the distance, in an abandoned residential building, and Hong Hai, who got the news, came here early to wait. He was ecstatic to see Huang Ting actually appear in front of the kindergarten and push the door in. This copy is not generally dangerous. My side went in 30 people. Not even a single message has been sent out. Even Ningqing base is also folded. I don't believe that you can come out safely. Even if you can come out, so what? I've long been around the net of heaven and earth. Huang Ting, you're bound to die this time. And Hong Hai was a little anxious. He watched as Huang Ting grew stronger and stronger, and later took over the mountain river base and established Aurora. It could be said that nowadays, he didn't have a single advantage to speak of in front of Huang Ting. Thinking of the humiliation he had once suffered, the anger in Hong Hai's heart flared up. This time, let there be a complete decision between us. He let out a low growl, his eyes dead set on the kindergarten door. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Just when Hong Hai thought that Huang Ting had died in the copy, the space at the gate twisted, and then Huang Ting's figure emerged. Even with past life memories, it's hard to pass this kind of copy, Huang Ting muttered, his entire mind involuntarily focused on the gains he had just made. First up is the reward for passing this replica, the black box. A black box is a plain black box labeled with an inlet and outlet. Directly above it, there was another huge depression. The method of use is very simple. For example, if you want to produce a Beast Soul Stone, you just need to put the Beast Soul Stone in the depression on it, and find something to stuff into the spout. The black box would automatically break those things down into energy points, and when the energy points met the requirements, it would create a Beast Soul Stone, which would pop out at the outlet. Next was an object with a grayish-white appearance, the size of a fist, similar to a heart. Name: Stone Ghost Heart. Quality: excellent. Type: prop. Effect: fires a ray of petrified light. The speed and duration of petrification depends on the object. Huang Ting wasn't interested in the black box, but he was interested in the gargoyle heart. If he hadn't guessed, the gargoyle heart should be something from the mysterious side. It was just a pity that in order to catalyze this heart to emit petrifying rays, he had to have a little bit of mystical attribute to be able to do so. Just as he was thinking, Huang Ting suddenly noticed dozens of additional unfamiliar auras in his surroundings. The one that came face to face was none other than Hong Hai's red mecha. A siege? It's just as well that I'm still short of an excellence level mech core, so I won't hold back this time. Huang Ting spread out his palm, and a badge with a boar carved into it appeared. Boar's Will. He hadn't used this prop since he got it, and he was just able to see the power right now. Chapter 59, Killing Hong Hai, the blood cocoon ruptured in advance. With a show of his hands, the mighty mutant boar appeared, then his front hooves plowed the ground, and like a fast-moving train, he slammed into a gray mecha. Boom! The gray mecha was directly knocked away by the mutated boar, and its body heavily smashed into the middle of a building. On the contrary, the mutated boar just shook its head and then rushed towards another mech. Huang Nan, this mutant boar is not flexible enough, you go and hold it back, the others come with me. And Hong Hai saw the mutant boar's weakness at a glance and immediately greeted it. At those words, a mech came out of the crowd and blocked in front of the mutant boar. Quite a quick reaction, it seems that Hong Hai has grown quite a bit during this time as well. Huang Ting sighed darkly and stopped paying attention. Mutant boars are immortal anyway, so the big deal is to summon them again later. Looking towards the red rhinoceros mecha that was attacking towards him, Huang Ting's face did not change in any way. Stop it! At that moment, a loud cry came. Huang Ting and Hong Hai looked at each other in unison and stopped paying attention when they realized that the visitor was Fuin. And Hong Hai didn't put Fuin in his eyes at all, and as for Huang Ting, he didn't want any outsiders interfering right now. Die! The red rhino mech folded its hands into a drill-like shape. In this form, Hong Hai's speed increased to the extreme, and in just the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Huang Ting. Huang Ting let out a cold smile and casually sprinkled 3 or 4 black objects before his figure quickly retreated. Seed bombs that explode. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, scaring Fu An's breath away. Although he had much disdain for Hong Hai, he also did not want Ningqing to lose one of its top combatants. Soon, the smoke cleared and a tattered red rhino mech re-emerged. Seeing this scene, Fu An breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, a spike went straight through Hong Hai's chest. As the spike sprang out of the mech's back, the red rhino mech began to gradually dissipate, finally dissolving into a piece of Tesseract-style mech core. And Hong Hai died a painful death, only he hadn't figured out until his death why Huang Ting would strike so unhesitatingly. Obviously, he had survived the previous times. Huang Ting should be afraid of himself. Putting away the mecha core, Huang Ting had more than a hint of joy on his face. Excellence class mech core in hand. You'll be able to turn on the mech form fusion yourself in no time. Huang Ting, this, alas, is a bit reckless. If it was anyone else, Fu An would have cursed without mercy, but facing Huang Ting, he really didn't have the guts and could only sigh long and hard. It's just a second-order mecha, the value I can create is definitely much higher than that. Inspector Fu, for Ningqing's sake, do you need Hong Hai or do you need my help? Huang Ting said as he took out the black box and handed it to Fu An. Fu An's eyes went straight when he saw the black box's unbelievable efficacy. With this thing in place, even Ten and Hong Hai can't compare. Huang Ting, I thank you on behalf of the people of Ningqing, you are truly a great credit to our city. Fu An's expression immediately changed and he said with a kind face. Hee, I don't need false names or anything, I wonder what price you are willing to pay. When it came to the price, Fu An was a little hesitant. Huang Ting didn't spoil him either, taking away the black box and turning to leave. Come back to me when you've thought it through. Late at night, a hiss broke the peace. Inside the abandoned building, Huang Ting rose up expansively and directly opened the area chat. At this point in time, the area chat had already exploded, with all kinds of distress messages flashing by so quickly that across the virtual screen, one could realize their desperation. After a few sweeps, Huang Ting's heart sank. Once again, there is a massive gathering of blood corpses in the north, and it's bigger than ever. Nowadays, the northern region has completely fallen, and there is no longer a living soul to be seen. The survivors, on the other hand, were heading south, trying to seek shelter. Such a large-scale gathering of blood corpses made Huang Ting think of a possibility. That's when the blood cocoon breaks. Only the guy inside the blood cocoon could have gathered so many blood corpses. Moreover, looking at them it seemed that they had come to overthrow Ningqing. This time it's a real pain in the ass. As his mind flickered, Guan Xilan and Fu An sent messages at the same time, proving his suspicions. The blood cocoon in the north suddenly ruptured, and fourth-order blood corpses appeared. Not only did it control the only remaining blood corpses, but at the same time, it used the army of blood corpses to besiege other mutated creatures, and in turn turned those mutated creatures into blood corpses. Now the blood corpse army was coming towards Ningqing at a snowballing speed. Learning of this situation, a brilliant light flashed in Huang Ting's eyes. When he went to look again, he already had an extra mech core in his hand. Whether or not to turn on the mecha form fusion. Consumption time, 8 hours. Turn on. Huang Ting immediately chose OK. A third-rank giant god was definitely not a match for that fourth-rank blood corpse, not to say that the giant god wasn't strong, but it was not possible to deal a fatal blow under this kind of attack. It was like an extremely skillful assassin going to assassinate the emperor, who was not strong but had numerous guards. The assassin, even if he was stronger than the guards, could not be sure that he would be able to succeed in his assassination. It wasn't hard to guess that there must be other blood corpses guarding that fourth-ranked blood corpse. Once the giant god mecha went deeper, it was likely that it would be in a situation where it was under siege. Converting the Thunder Flash mech would probably kill him faster. 8 hours, let's hope you can hold out. Just as Huang Ting was quietly waiting for the mecha form fusion to be completed, to the north of Ning City, the first line of defense had already been breached by the Blood Corpse army. Tramp, where did all these monsters come from? No. Don't know, they're charging again, hurry up and defend. I can't hold out much longer, retreat quickly. Everyone, abandon the first line of defense and withdraw to the second. Call again, everyone to the second line of defense. After resisting, the soldiers of Ningqing base realized that they could not stop the army of blood corpses that were like a tidal wave, and had to retreat to the second line of defense. And this second line of defense just happens to be where Aurora is. How could the first line of defense be routed so quickly, when it clearly hasn't even been an hour? Huan Xilan's face was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. She turned her head to look at Su Dehai and instructed. The president has opened up the guild's warehouse permissions, so let all those who have the white bone bomb formula come out and make white bone bombs with all their might, in addition to utilizing your ability to open up a trap pit on the periphery of the base. With so many blood corpses, it's simply impossible for us to eliminate all of them. The chairman's side still needs more than 7 hours. Within that time, we must hold on. The gangly smile on Su Dehai's face disappeared, and his entire person instantly became serious and proper. He patted his chest and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, leave these to me." Seeing Su Dehai lead the order and go, Guan Xilan looked at Lin Yexing again. I know that the president is very indulgent towards you, never forcing you to do things you don't like, but now that the whole of Ning City is in danger, no one can do it alone. I hope that you can lead some people and try to figure out a way to cause killings to the blood corpses as much as possible. Can you do that? Li Muixing nodded. No problem, I will definitely do it. After arranging the two, a cold light flashed in Guan Xilan's eyes. She summoned her mech and fanned her hands back and forth. Clusters of white powder fell and then floated into the distance. Chapter 60. Defending the defense line, each one showing his skills. At the back of the Blood Corpse army, the fourth-ranked Blood Corpse that had just broken through the blood cocoon was currently sitting on a throne made of piles of blood and flesh. Its appearance was somewhat similar to that of a little girl, except that its head was wrapped in a thick ring of gauze, making it impossible to see what it was supposed to look like. Ho ho, kill all! Kill all! The girl was still a bit unskilled in speaking at first, but she soon grasped the key to it, and 2 words popped out of her low voice, which was clearly to kill everyone within the Ning City in front of her. The blood corpses that surrounded it heard the girl speak, and one of them roared with excitement. Whoosh! One by one, the blood corpses transformed from birds were the first to attack. They ignored the defense forces on the ground and headed straight for the Aurora base. Inside Ning Chang's base, Chuva unfolded his wings and transformed into a giant eagle as he flew into the sky. Behind her were the same special mechs with the ability to fly. Coming into midair, looking at the blood corpse monster bird flying in front of him, Chuva's voice was filled with rage. You monsters, all of you, die for me! Before the words left his mouth, the feathers on his wings suddenly sprouted up, and then transformed into a sharp blade that catapulted out. The sharp blades were fast and powerful. If you hit a vital area, a single strike can take away a bird blood corpse. Behind them, the others each cast their own abilities, concentrating on the monster in front of them. In 3 or 2 tries, the crowd took care of the first batch of incoming bird blood corpses. They didn't relax though, on the contrary, everyone's heart was in their throat. In the distance, a large group of bird blood corpses came spreading out, even casting a huge shadow on the ground. The crowd looked down, only to find that the ground had also long been caught in the middle of the battle. Various types of mechs fought with the blood corpses, and the entire battlefield seemed to be transformed into a meat grinder, mercilessly devouring all lives. Both humans and blood corpses. There are so many blood corpses, we can't beat them, why don't we leave first? Someone shivered. Obviously, he had been scared out of his wits by such a scene. Chuhua secretly clenched her fists. She was just as scared, but with her own father down there and all the friends she knew holding out, how could she possibly run away? There is only one way to die if you run away now. If you don't want to die, just hold on until the end. Hold on, hope will definitely appear. She quickly recovered and said in a cold voice. I advise you guys to better not run around. Huang Ting said that there are more dangers in the air. Even he doesn't dare to fly recklessly in the air. Once you enter certain dangerous places, the situation won't necessarily be any better than it is now. When the others heard this, their thoughts of escape were extinguished. If Chuhua said this, they were bound to disbelieve it, but if it was Huang Ting, it would be different. After all, there were already people who viewed Huang Ting as the #1 person in Ning City. The credibility of the news he passed out is still very high. Seeing the people's hearts gradually stabilize, Chuhua breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, a large number of bird blood corpses had already arrived, and without further thought, she flapped her wings repeatedly, utilizing her 2 sharp claws to harvest them quickly. Although the crowd did their best to attack, they soon fell into a state of decay. It couldn't be helped, there were just too many monsters in the air for them to defend. Newbie! Suddenly, a blood corpse transformed from an eagle-type found an opening for Chuhua's attack, and its sharp beak headed straight for her waist. If this peck hit, Chuhua would definitely not be able to continue fighting. Look out! The people around them saw this scene and only had time to warn them. There was no time to rescue them. Just when everyone thought that Chuhua was going to suffer a heavy blow, a missile flew out and slammed straight into the hawk-like blood corpse. Boom! The air wave caused by the explosion pushed Chuhua out a long way. Fortunately, instead of being harmed, Chuhua pulled away from the eagle-type blood corpses. With the crisis lifted, Chuhua saw Ling Yuexing below and gave him an okay gesture before continuing the fight. The battle in the sky was intense, and the battle on the ground could only be described as a gruesome one. A large number of corpses piled up. At first people had time to collect the materials, but later on, everyone looked like they were killing mad, just focusing on attacking, and they didn't even have the mood to pay attention to those materials on the ground. Let's give you guys a taste of what I'm capable of. Look at my earth-bursting heavenly star! Su Dehai inserted his hands into the dirt, and immediately afterward, a giant stone block that was half a basketball court was lifted up high by him. He threw it violently, and the giant stone ball suddenly smashed towards the group of blood corpses. Bang! The huge stone ball instantly smashed a large number of blood corpses to death, and then rolled forward with the help of inertia, crushing countless more. Seeing this scene, everyone around couldn't help but look away. Shocked, they fell back into reverie. If Su Dehai was this strong, then how powerful should Huang Ting be? Fu Wen saw this scene and likewise rose to the occasion. Since Huang Ting wasn't good at pulling the strings, he would pull the strings of others. This Su Dehai looks just fine, so we can try to convince him then. Look guys, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed at a blood corpse covered in white mycelium and exclaimed. The crowd followed his voice and realized that many of the bloody corpses had mycelium growing all over their bodies. Those mycelia were just a small mass at first, but as if they had absorbed the essence of the blood corpses, they were able to spread all over the body in an instant. Blood corpses covered in mycelium were just slightly touched and collapsed into a pile of garbage with no use at all. Don't worry, that's my land's power, it won't hurt you. Su Dehai took the time to explain. The crowd then snapped out of it and continued to attack the blood corpses in front of them. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Half the time passed quickly. The crowd had long been exhausted, but the army of blood corpses in front of them was still huge in number, and many of them were really incapable of fighting again, their hearts stained with fear. After repelling the blood corpses' attack once again, Su Dehai braced his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Tired, really tired, more tired than if he had fed 5 tigers by himself. But there's nothing you can do about being tired. You work for money later, but you work for your life now. There's no way to do it without fighting for your life. Boss Ugg, can you hurry up? I can't hold on much longer. Su Dehai looked bitter and muttered in a small voice. Just then, he suddenly realized that there was a violent vibrating sound coming from behind him. Looking back, a large number of mechs came in like a tidal wave of madness. Yulong, have come, monsters, why don't you obediently accept death? Yulang spread out his palms and a flame erupted from his palms, driving his mech to fly at low speeds between the buildings. Steady, don't wave, alas, never mind, a little wave at this time of year is a little wave. Ran Zijing had wanted to call out to Yulang, but he gave up on the idea when he saw the army of blood corpses in front of him. With one hand behind his back, he removed his own white bone greatsword from his spine and ran quickly to the front. Others have also cast a spell and entered the front line. The number of blood corpse tides this time far exceeded that of the past, and it was impossible for all the major forces to stay away, if not for the fact that they had encountered powerful monsters on the road that delayed them for a while. They would have arrived long ago. But it came at the right time. Chapter 61, let's call it Aurora. With this force of life on board, the pressure on the defense was once again eased. Soon another 3 hours had passed, and at this time, it was already close to midnight, and the Blood Corps army was nailed to death in the vicinity of the Aurora base, without advancing a bit. This angered the fourth-ranked Blood Corpses that had been at the back all along. We'll do it! It rose from its throne of flesh and blood, followed by a writhing in its back. In the blink of an eye, a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from its back. Fluttering between the flaps of its fleshy wings, its figure gradually lifted up, and then turned into a residual shadow that dissipated into the air. Ho 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 ho! When the blood corpses on the ground saw this, they all hissed and became more and more berserk. Above the sky, Chuhua was close to exhaustion. If it wasn't for the fact that she had purchased some energy-restoring potions from the system mall, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have been able to hold on to them long ago. Just then, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him. Before she could react, she was knocked down hard. Chuhua! Chu Jiajin, who had been paying attention to the situation in the sky, tightened his expression and quickly stepped forward. Only after seeing Chuhua being steadily caught by Guan Xilan did he take a breath of relief and look up to the sky. The aura of a fourth-order blood corpse filled the entire battlefield, and for a time, a layer of shadow was cast over everyone's hearts. They were only second-ranked at most. How could they possibly deal with a fourth-ranked monster? Guan Xilan stepped forward at this point. After so many days of fighting, she had long since completed her metamorphosis, and the more dangerous it was, the calmer her mind became. First-order mechs take over the defense line, all second-order mechs gather and meet the enemy together. A lot of people would definitely die in this change, but there was no way around it, and one could only fill it with life in the face of such a strong enemy. Upon hearing her words, some people immediately exploded. I don't want to send death. So many blood corpses gathered here, there must not be many monsters in the north. I want. Before he could finish, the man realized that an object had suddenly appeared in front of him. When he strained to see, he realized that the object was a tiny cluster of mycelium. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Guan Xilan with a horrified face. Opened his mouth, nothing came out. It turned out that at some point, those mycelium had completely taken over his entire throat. Poof! The mech fell to the ground and then dissipated. The crowd's hearts went cold as they looked at Guan Xilan. As long as one person escapes, the rest will follow, and those who don't want to escape will be implicated as a result. This kind of monster can't be solved by 1 or 2 people, and if you want to survive, you have to stick together. If anyone tries to escape, I'll kill him, and I won't survive anyway, so the big deal is that everyone dies together. Guan Xilan wanted to live too, but she wanted to live more as a human being. So, she doesn't want to run away, she just wants to win. Inside the earth-colored mech, Su Dehai quietly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Holy shit, it's still the Lan sisters' straight-up murder. Although he had long since seen that there was something wrong with Guan Xilan's spirit, he hadn't expected it to be this crazy. It had to be said that Guan Xilan's hand was extremely effective, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. Even Fuan was impressed with her, and had thoughts of wanting to take her under his wing. This practice is not uncommon on the battlefield, and many teams have set up special supervisors in order to stabilize the army and reduce the possibility of a rout. Although Guan Xilan's approach was a bit cool, it was just right for the moment. The First Order mechs quickly took over the original positions of the Second Order mechs and went up to kill the monsters. The Second Order mechs, on the other hand, were all gathered together in a tight formation. The fourth-ranked Blood Corps easily resolved the mecha in the sky, then retracted its flesh wings and landed on the ground. "A bunch of mole crickets, how can you all stop me? You're all going to die!" After a period of familiarization, the Fourth Order Blood Corpses spoke more and more clearly, and no longer needed to break their sentences. When they heard it speak, everyone's hearts immediately fluttered. Fu En's mind was moved. Since he could speak in new human language, it meant that there was a possibility of communication. He stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "By the looks of you, you should have been transformed from a human as well. What is it that we can't sit down and talk about that we must use this form?" "Talk?" The Fourth Order Blood Corps clenched its fists. Originally more than a meter-tall body instantly swelled to more than 5 meters. Its body was gnarled with muscles as if it was a devilish sinewy man. "You call me a blood corpse, thinking that I am the product of a failed mutation, but you don't understand that this is the starting point of evolution. Your flesh is too weak and your abilities are weak. You can only rely on that layer of iron skin to fight against us, so you might as well just surrender and join me on the road to evolution." Hearing this reply, a chill ran through Fu En's heart. If it was just a simple blood corpse, it would be fine, but the one in front of him clearly already had an intellect no weaker than a human's. Not to mention it knows so much inflammatory language. Is this really just a monster? After all that, you still want to effortlessly kill us and turn into blood corpses? Everyone was thinking, only Su Dehai was fearless and asked with a big grin. "That's right." The fourth-ranked blood corpse replied with a crisp and clear answer as well. "Since that's the case, then I'll ask one more question. If we are killed by you and transformed into blood corpses, will we also be able to possess such a high IQ as yours in the future, and regain our original self-consciousness again? As I said, this is the starting point of the path of evolution. As long as you can keep evolving, having this kind of intelligence isn't that difficult. Evolve to a higher level and you'll be able to have other special abilities. As for self-consciousness, those are just dregs produced in the old flesh. You guys don't need those at all." The Fourth Order Blood Corps was smug, as if it thought it had impressed the crowd. Su Dehai let out a light laugh. "You all heard it. Self-consciousness is not preserved, even if you regained your intelligence after you were transformed into blood corpses. Do you really know that you were still a human being?" The crowd thought no more about it. If you don't even have self-awareness, then what's the point of talking about evolution? You might as well cut down the monster in front of you and strengthen the mech properly. "It seems you've made your choice, and since you don't agree, I'll help you." The fourth-ranked blood corpse's body flashed and directly twisted off a person's head. I thought that this would scare the crowd, but I didn't expect that the battle spirit in them was stronger than one. It is true that humans are afraid when faced with fear, but if they are faced with certain death, they become incredibly open. "Fight, for mankind and for yourself!" Fu En yelled and was the first to charge. His inspector envoys are not bought, and those who do not have a heart for the people will not be able to sit in this position for the rest of their lives. "KM, charge with me!" The red mech flashed by, followed by Yu Lang. Next is Su Dehai, Ran Zijing, Chu Jiajin. Not one person flinched, and the crowd met them. Mecha form fusion complete. Please name the new mecha. Inside the abandoned building, Huang Ting, who had been waiting quietly, snapped his eyes open. "Let's call it Aurora." Chapter 62 Shadow Space, Heavy Mountain Emperor. Name, Aurora Mech. Rank 2nd. Power, 98/150. Defense, 94/150. Agility, 93 out of 150. Mystery, 2 out of 150. Exclusive modules, Limit State, Void Concealment. Limit State, when turned on, all major attributes will increase by 50%, and the duration and size of the increase can be increased by completing the mech advancement. Void Concealment, when turned on, enters a shadow space that cannot be perceived by the real world. Completing the mech advancement can extend the time in the shadow space. Attribute values for second-order mechs generally range from 10 to 50, and anything over 50 is considered a third-order mech. Aurora's 3 major basic attributes were all above 90, yet it was only the second rank, which was simply terrifying as hell. What was even more terrifying was that this attribute hadn't reached its limit, and there was still a lot of room for strengthening. If strengthened to the limit, a second-order Aurora mech can even match a fourth-order mech, whose attribute range is only between 100 and 500. Huang Ting's eyes lit up, and he looked at the exclusive module introduction again. The first was the limit state. Currently he could open it for 10 minutes, which meant that within 10 minutes, all of his attributes would be increased by 50%, and the duration would be increased after the advancement. Even the increase would be increased accordingly. It's almost as good as turning on, no doubt. Moreover, as he had more and more attributes, the effect of this module would be enhanced accordingly, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was counterintuitive. After understanding the limit state, he looked to the void to hide again. With a movement of his mind, Huang Ting's figure disappeared in place. It was a true disappearance, not the kind of invisibility that the trickster mech accomplished by refracting light. Within the shadow space, the things in front of Huang Ting's eyes didn't change much, except that the original colorful world had become as gray and white as it was illuminated at the moment. He tried moving forward and realized he was nearly twice as fast as he was in the real world. And I don't know if he was a void body, or if these things in front of him were void bodies, but he could pass through them as easily as a ghost. Could I use shadow space to hurry? Huang Ting had a little guess about the module void concealment. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and headed straight for the Aurora base to the north. As a building flashed by, the Aurora base was soon close at hand. At this time, Huang Ting suddenly realized that the surrounding space actually had a sense of repulsion towards him. After the trance had passed, he had exited from the shadow space to the real world. Entering the shadow space consumes mystic energy, and the Aurora mecha's mystic attribute is only 2 points, so being able to travel this far is already considered not easy. Sighing, Huang Ting looked around and realized that the Aurora base was literally right in front of him. Shadow space could indeed be used to catch up, and faster than he could in the real world. After all, it was much faster here, and with no mutated creatures or buildings on the road to influence him, he was able to go straight ahead and rush his way several times more efficiently. Not only can it be used to rush, but it's also a great tool for assassination or seizing treasures. Huang Ting dispersed his thoughts and quickly thought of some of the wonderful uses of void concealment. Boom! An explosion in the distance interrupted his thoughts. He looked up just in time to see a cloud of yellow smoke explode in the air. Not being able to think too much, he subconsciously jumped up and a pair of black and red feathered wings automatically grew on his back. After the 5 mecha forms fused, the accessory modules loaded on them all came together as well. It seemed that they were affected by the fusion, and their forms changed a little. Huang Ting didn't have time to think about this and quickly flew towards the yellow smoke. My boss, when will you come? Su Dehai couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood, spraying it inside the mech. It was a good thing the inside of the mech didn't need to be cleaned, just resummoned and it would be as good as new, or he would have had a headache for a while. The 4th-ranked blood corpse was indeed ridiculously strong, and the earth escape he constructed with all his might could only block a single blow from the other party. If the others hadn't been holding him back, he might have died long ago. But the others weren't made of iron, and the group was now all heavily injured. Even Fuan almost died in the attack just now. They really couldn't stop the advance of the rank 4 blood corpses. 8 hours are up, the president he should be here soon, we hold out a while longer. Despite the fact that because of the heavy blow, her eyes had become blurry, and she was seeing things in heavy shadows, Guan Xilan's voice remained calm. Just as she was about to get up, a pair of large hands pressed down on her shoulders. No need to hold on, I'm coming! Hearing this voice, Guan Xilan stumbled on her feet and nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, Huang Ting held her steady in the nick of time. Boss, kill that guy and avenge me! Su Dehai wailed at the top of his voice, then fainted due to lack of oxygen. This operation scared Huang Ting so much that he rushed forward to check, and after realizing that Su Dehai had only fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. When the crowd saw Huang Ting's arrival, they couldn't hold on any longer and retreated. This made the 4th-order blood corpses come to life. It seems that you are the strongest person in this area. My name is Heavy Mountain. You are qualified to know my name. The fourth-ranked blood corpse, also known as Heavy Mountain, said aloud. Heavy Mountain? Heavy Mountain? Huang Ting was stunned as his thoughts gradually merged with his previous life. The division of strength levels of the 10,000 races was basically the same, divided into 1 to 9 orders, and then there was the competition for the throne and the achievement of the king's order. A race could only produce one king rank, representing the entire race's chi, and only further up was the emperor rank. In his previous life, the Heavy Mountain Emperor was an emperor rank, as well as the strongest of the Blood Corpse clan, with an unparalleled windfall. I didn't realize that the Heavy Mountain Emperor actually came from Ning City. In that case, the destruction of Ning City in the previous life must have been the handiwork of this Heavy Mountain. My name is Huang Ting, you can talk more, you won't get a chance later. Huang Ting calmed down and looked at the heavy mountains in front of him. No matter how scenic it had been in its previous life, it was now only at the 4th rank. He himself had the Aurora Mecha, and with that perverted attribute, he must make Heavy Mountain fall here today. Arrogant, how do you know how powerful I am without being on the path of evolution? Heavy Mountain whispered, his body expanding once again. A muscle was like steel poured into it, which contained explosive power. Whoosh! In the next second, Heavy Mountain disappeared in place, then appeared above Huang Ting's head and stomped down heavily. It had thought that it would be able to completely stomp Huang Ting in the dirt, but who knew that when it stepped down it realized that what it had stepped on was just a residual shadow. No good! Feeling the fierce wind blowing in his ears, Chong Shan's face changed drastically. Boo! A pair of big feet kicked it straight in the stomach. Heavy Mountain's body immediately looked like a sandbag that had been blown away, smashing heavily into an abandoned building. Hiss! When the crowd saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Even the originally berserk blood corpses became quiet after this move. Heavy Mountain was their king, and while their IQ was not as high as Heavy Mountain's, they knew how to be afraid. A terrifying human that could suppress even Heavy Mountains, it certainly wouldn't take much effort to pack them up. Yu Lang raised his head to look up and muttered, "Worthy of being a big brother of the Yellow Court, it's really awesome." Chapter 63, Limit State, Another Conspiracy. Before the raised dust had completely cleared, Heavy Mountain's figure flashed and pierced through the rolling dust, flying out of the abandoned building. It didn't say anything, but a wave of unprecedented caution could be seen in its eyes. The human in front of it was strong, so strong that it could be taken out with a single slip of the tongue. For the sake of the next evolution, it had to deal with it with all its might. When Huang Ting saw that Chongshan didn't say anything, he raised his arm, revealing the back of the hand that was marked by it. This mark has been worrying me for a long time, and today I can finally resolve it once and for all. Seeing that mark, Heavy Mountain secretly hated it. If it wasn't for Huang Ting killing Lisa in advance, causing its evolution to slow down, it would have already achieved the 4th rank and had the entire Ning City in its pocket. Now the combination of old and new grudges has made it nearly insane. With a wave of his hand, those blood corpses on the ground convulsed, and the blood on their bodies began to slowly converge towards the sky. The blood from the bottom up was like a small snake, filling the sky and earth, twisting with a chilling threat. The crowd stared dumbfounded at the scene, almost forgetting to breathe. Seeing this, a grayish-white stylized object appeared in Huang Ting's hand with a flash. Gargoyle Heart. Each point of mystic attribute represents 10 portions of energy, or 10 MP in layman's terms. His mystic attribute is 2, which translates to 20 MP. Earlier, he had consumed all of his energy by traveling through the shadow space, and this would give him back 5 points, just enough to be able to catalyze the stone goblin heart once. As an unseen energy surged into the heart of the stone statue ghost, the heart that was originally like a stone suddenly began to beat. In an instant, a grayish-white light shot out and shone straight onto Heavy Mountain. Ah! Shijisen hissed, his hand movements interrupted. The blood that flew in midair lost traction and all of it spilled down to the ground, like a rain of blood that split everyone's head. He thought that it was just an ordinary attack, but Heavy Mountain was shocked to realize that his body was slowly petrifying. What the hell? After realizing that it couldn't stop the petrification from spreading, it just plucked out the already petrified flesh and blood, and as if it didn't think that was safe to do so, it plucked out a large portion of it again. Losing large chunks of flesh and blood made it look a bit pitiful, but Huang Ting knew that the vitality of blood corpses was already vigorous, not to mention that Heavy Mountain was still the king of the blood corpses, so this injury would have little effect on it. Sure enough, in just a few breaths of effort, all those blood and flesh that had been plucked out of Heavy Mountain's body grew back. Having suffered a big loss, Heavy Mountain no longer dared to underestimate Huang Ting, and after hissing, he ordered the remaining blood corpses to attack. On the one hand, it wanted Ningqing to be completely destroyed. On the other hand, it also wanted to use other people's lives to disrupt Huang Ting's attack. Huang Ting also noticed the scene at his feet and couldn't help but turn his eyes cold. Sure enough, a Fey is a Fey, and even if they talk a good game, in the end, they are only thinking for themselves. Limit state on! He no longer held back, his limit state was opened, and all of his attributes were strengthened. In an instant, Heavy Mountain only felt as if the enemy in front of him was like a different person. That aura that was so powerful that it could not be described actually caused fear to sprout in its heart. How is that possible? It lost sight of Huang Ting in front of its eyes. Still trying to pull the same stunt? Heavy Mountain was secretly on guard, ready for any surprise attack that might come his way. In the next instant, a spike appeared in front of its eyes, stabbing straight into its right eye. Right in front? Shijisen was alarmed. Usually sneak attacks are behind you or over your head and under your feet where you have a restricted view, and even if they aren't those places, attacking from the side will work. But Huang Ting actually attacked head-on and didn't even notice it himself. What the hell is going on here? Psst! The spikes went straight through Shijisen's right eye, bringing out a large string of blood. How dare you hurt me! Die for me! Heavy Mountain fought and swung a punch that landed solidly on the Aurora mech. It was relieved in its heart, thinking that this would force Huang Ting's Aurora mech back. After all, most of the other people's mechs had poor defenses, and it could break them with a random punch. But Huang Ting, as if nothing had happened, ringed up a punch and hit it on the jaw. Poof! Heavy Mountain's body was subjected to inertia and spun around in the air, falling heavily to the ground. This injury was nothing to Heavy Mountain, but it was a bit confused at this moment. Is this level of attack power really something a human should have? Too late to think about it. A punch with spikes slammed into the body. Then, punch after punch of attacks fell like rain. With every punch, it smashed it into a bloody mess. Destroy, repair, destroy, repair. After an unknown number of times, the energy in Heavy Mountain's body was depleted, and he was finally incapable of recovering from his injuries. Kill Chief Mutant Blood Corpse, 4th Order, obtain materials, Full Attribute Blood Core *3, Spiritual Energy Essence *5, Scarlet Quartz *5, Attachment Module, Scarlet Sawtooth. A small pile of things popped out, and Huang Ting picked them up one by one to check them out. The All Attribute Blood Core is an enhanced version of the Major Attribute Blood Cores, and as the name suggests, it increases all attributes, including mystical. He crushed it in one hand and dripped it onto the Aurora mech. The blood slowly disappeared inside the mech, and the properties of the Aurora mech changed once more. Name: Aurora mech. Rank 2nd. Strength: 101 of 150. Defense: 97 out of 150. Agility: 96 out of 150. Mystery: 5 out of 150. After boosting his attributes, Huang Ting put away the Spiritual Energy Essence and Scarlet Quartz, both of which were high-grade strengthening materials that were extremely valuable. Finally, his eyes fell on the accessory module called Scarlet Sawtooth. Name: Scarlet Sawtooth. Quality: Epic. Type: Upper Limb Module. Effect 1: a special weapon containing infinite power, increasing arm strength, strength plus 10. Effect 2: King's Weapon, with invisible deterrent, when loaded, reduces the attributes of enemies lower than its own rank by 40%, reduces the attributes of enemies equal to its own rank by 15%, and reduces the attributes of enemies higher than its own rank by 5%. Effect 3: Unique Jagged Structure with a bleeding effect. This effect can be stacked. Description: don't be intimidated by its hideous appearance. It may become a king's weapon in the future. The blood-colored serrated teeth were cold to the touch, shaped like a weapon made of vertebrae. covered with sharp serrated teeth, which were also interspersed with a faint color of blood. Corresponding to the cool appearance are those three major effects. With 10 points of power, it didn't need to be said that after a first-rank mecha was loaded with this great sword, it could immediately explode into a second-rank destructive power. Even for Huang Ting, 10 points of power was not a cabbage, a complete rarity. The invisible deterrent of effect 2 is even more counterintuitive. Anyone whose rank was lower than his own would have their full attributes reduced by 40% when facing the Scarlet Sawtooth, directly cutting them down to a dog, and even if they were of the same rank, they would still have a 15% weakening. What's even more rare is that it's equally effective against high-level enemies. Bleed is also a very good negative buff, not to mention that it stacks all the time. With this blood-colored greatsword and with the Aurora Mecha, he could easily abuse Heavy Mountain even if he didn't turn on his extreme state. Let's clean up these bodies first, and we'll talk about the rest later. After taking stock of the harvest, Huang Ting looked at Guan Xilan and commanded. After the cataclysm, a strange power has inexplicably been added to the world. If we don't hurry up and clean up these bodies, there's a good chance they'll morph into some sort of taboo over time. That kind of thing even Huang Ting in his previous life didn't dare to mess with. At that moment the sky happened to be lit up with a minute of fish belly white. Dispel the darkness and usher in the light. But what the crowd didn't know was that under the shadow of a building, a man with a slim physique and black-rimmed glasses was coldly watching the scene. Sure enough, I was right, mechs are just an external force. Only by embarking on the path of evolution can one be considered truly powerful. He stopped and watched for a moment, and when he realized someone was coming, he turned away. Chapter 64, The Capital, Shangjing, Jianyang, Seeking Golden Ticket. Cleaning up the bodies didn't take much time, except for some problems with the distribution of materials. However, these don't really matter at the moment. After resting for 2 days, Huang Ting sought out Guan Xilan and Su Dehai. There are no overly powerful monsters around Ning City for the time being, so I'm going to take this time to explore the route to Shangjing. Shangjing is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, with a resident population of up to 30 million. There were more monsters there, and correspondingly, there were more powerful people and opportunities. Although Ningqing was good, it was ultimately a small place, and it was not bad to use for pre-development, but in the later stages, it was necessary to travel to this kind of mega city. Before the end of the world, it only took most of the day to get to Shangjing, and if you take a moving train, you'll be there in 2 or 3 hours, so now you really need to go ahead and explore the area. Guan Xilan nodded. In the past, with the navigation, not to mention 800 kilometers, even if 8,000 kilometers are not afraid, but now, the loss of navigation they are no different from the blind. Ningqing's development potential had been exhausted, and heading to the big city was indeed a good choice. I've been to Shangjing, aren't there street signs on the road? Just watch the road signs for instructions. Su Dehai was puzzled. What if the signs are destroyed by monsters? Do you expect to find a bloody corpse on the side of the road to ask for directions? When Guan Xilan heard this, she couldn't help but retort. What she said made a few points, and Su Dehai's head shrunk, knowing that he had made a stupid mistake, so he stopped talking. Huang Ting sighed slightly and didn't deny it right away. There are indeed signs on the road, it's just that the third mutation is coming, when the entire Blue Star will undergo drastic changes. Those signs won't be able to play much of a role even if they do exist. We're going forward this time. We just need to take note of the landmarks along the way or anything else that's conspicuous. A third mutation? Guan Xilan and Su Dehai glanced at each other without asking more questions. They only thought that Huang Ting had some ability to foretell the future, they never thought that Huang Ting was reborn. Pack your things, you're coming with me, this trip is going to take a long time. After a brief explanation, Huang Ting didn't continue, and simply asked the two to go ahead and prepare something. Soon, the two men finished packing. After Huang Ting handed over the Aurora base to Li Muixing and Chu Jiazhen, he took the two of them and quietly left. Fenghua base. Since In Honghai's death, Fenghua's situation has gotten worse all of a sudden. If it wasn't for the fact that the bottom line was still good and there were enough people, I'm afraid it would have fallen apart by now. The lowest level of the base. It was originally a 3-dimensional underground parking lot with a lot of space, only now it was converted into a special cell. The cells held all kinds of blood corpses, as well as some low-ranked mutated creatures. Feng Hua won't disappear with me, and Hai. I wanted to settle you after a while, but I didn't expect you to actually die first. But it's good that way, no one is restricting me from researching. Immediately I'll be able to figure out a way to mutate safely. The power of a mech is nothing, the power of oneself is the real power. Let it be me, the first to walk on this path of evolution. Jiang Yang, who had long hair, pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose with a frenzied expression. He is a high school student who returned from studying abroad, with outstanding ability and a surprisingly high IQ, but due to his average family background, he didn't find any good jobs and ended up having to work as a personal assistant for an Hong Hai. After the cataclysm, he was interested in mutated creatures, and wanted to study the principles of their mutation. It just so happened that An Hong Hai also thought that this aspect could be studied, so he transformed this underground parking lot into an institute. At first it was fine, and Hong Hai still felt fresh, but as time passed, seeing that Jiang Yang had not been able to come up with any useful results, he lost his patience. Losing in Hong Hai's support, Jiang Yang's research was struggling, and some of the materials were even hunted and searched for by himself. Since then, he had the idea of getting Feng Hua into his hands. It would be a waste to put such a unique power in the hands of an Hong Hai. Only he can lead Feng Hua to a higher position. 2 days passed quickly. Inside the underground parking lot, Jiang Yang held a tube of green potion in his hand. It was the first generation of mutation potion he developed, able to maintain his consciousness while mutating. He removed the cap from the potion, revealing the sharp needle inside. Embrace evolution together! Jiang Yang laughed out loud, lifted the potion, and stuck it into his neck at once. As the green potion was slowly pushed in, his pupils instantly tightened to a point, and then violently dilated, turning into vertical pupils, with eyes that were pitch black, like an endless abyss that drew people down. The change was more than that. The veins in his head were rippling and writhing like a twisted giant earthworm. Immediately after that, his body began to rise, and blood-colored lines appeared on it. A closer look would reveal that those blood-colored lines were clearly the same as those on the blood corpse's body. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yang's height skyrocketed from 1.7 meters to more than 3 meters with a ferocious aura. Not only that, but 2 more pairs of arms grew underneath his arms, each in the shape of a sharp claw. Reaching out, the tabletop made of steel was actually broken by his hard grip. This kind of power is really amazing, right? The mech. I wonder if the mech has changed. Jiang Yang's heart crossed, and he actually started summoning the mecha. He thought it wouldn't work, but he didn't expect the mecha to actually be successfully summoned by him, and it changed in form, becoming even more powerful and bizarre. With this power, Jiang Yang found 5 more of his beloved henchmen and injected them with the mutation potion respectively. Perhaps the first generation of mutation potion wasn't too perfect. 3 of them transformed into mutated monsters on the spot, and were easily killed by Jiang Yang. The remaining 2 had managed to transform and strengthen their strength. Originally only ordinary second order, their attributes had unexpectedly reached the third order limit after the mutation. With the powerful strength after the mutation, Jiang Yang directly controls the entire Feng Hua and becomes the dictatorial ruler who says there is no other way. He then set his sights on the star of the house. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the congregation of stars, which had lost Jerome, was now a scattered mess. If they had put up another chief, it would have been a bit tricky to target, but now, utilizing the mutant potion, Jiang Yang gained the support of Zhui Long and the other 2 vice presidents, becoming the new president of the Star Association in one fell swoop. Jiang Yang, who had taken over all the hands of the congregation of stars, was once again strengthened. At the same time, he used the mutation potion to create a mutant army. They had both the brutal bodies of mutated creatures and at the same time the powerful destructive power of their native mechs, and their combat power was even a bit stronger than that of the army of the Ningqing base. After subjugating Feng Hua and the Star Association, Jiang Yang set his sights on the Aurora base again. He was eager to learn how powerful the first man of Ning City was. Chapter 65, Submission or Death. Aurora base. Chu Jiazhen knelt on one knee, his body mech shattered. Several other Aurora base executives were even worse than him, and had fallen into a deep coma at this moment. Jiang Yang covered his broken arm and grimaced in pain. It had to be said that Chu Jiazhen did have 2 tricks up his sleeve, and he had used all of his cards to defeat him. "Chief, here's the potion you asked for." The henchman handed Jiang Yang a tube of dark green potion, and without the slightest hesitation, the latter pulled off the cap and stuck it on his neck at once. The potion gradually disappeared, Jiang Yang's broken arm began to wriggle, and within a few minutes of work, the arm that had been broken was actually healed together again. Seeing this scene, Chu Jiazhen's face was uncontrollably shocked. "Crazy, crazy, crazy, you've become just like those monsters." The doomsday had lasted for so long that he could naturally tell at a glance the mutation that had occurred in Jiang Yang. It was just that he didn't know why Jiang Yang was not only able to control his self-consciousness, but also summoned his native mecha at the same time. If it wasn't for the combination of these two, Jiang Yang wouldn't have been a match for him at all. "No, I'm not crazy, I've just become stronger. That blood corpse called Heavy Mountain was right. How would you guys know how strong I am without being on the path of evolution?" Jiang Yang laughed, and did not take Chu Jiazhen's words to heart. At that moment the drug kicked in and he jerked his head up, his muscles twitching. Snort! Suddenly, a hideous bony tail grew from Jiang Yang's back where his tailbone was. The bone tail swung continuously, and blood and flesh were even born quickly on it. In the blink of an eye, a thick rear end formed. Jiang Yang tried to swing his tail and smash it against an unused cable car on the side. The large cable car was snapped off and subsequently smashed flat. Everyone within the Aurora base was instantly in awe. This kind of horrifying destructive power, although they could also achieve it, it definitely wasn't as easy as Jiang Yang's. What's more, Jiang Yang was completely using his physical strength at this point, not even using his native mech. "Now submit or die, you choose one." Demonstrating enough power, Jiang Yang looked at the crowd with a smiling face. "I am willing to submit." A voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Jiazhen followed the sound and said with hatred, "Old Wu, are you that spineless?" The man called Old Wu's body trembled and cried, "I don't want to, but I have to live. My whole family is dead. If I die, my family will be completely extinct." Someone made a start, and a number of others followed to show their submission. Chu Jiazhen counted them all over and found that they actually accounted for more than 70%. "You guys, forget it. I also understand your difficulties. Who want to live?" Chu Jiazhen let out a long sigh and looked at Jiang Yang. "Looks like you're ready to die." Jiang Yang summoned his mech and clenched his fists, and when he saw that he was about to land on Chu Jiazhen's head, a sudden gust of wind blew in. "Dad, my daughter is here to save you!" A delicate female voice rang out as Chu was swooped down from the sky, grabbing Chu Jiazhen and taking away another 5 people who were unwilling to submit in passing. With a flap of her wings, she flew high. Seeing the prey in his hand flying away like this, Jiang Yang's eyes almost wanted to spit fire. He roared loudly, and his leg muscles rapidly developed, a thick meaty tendon tensed up, and then his whole body jumped up high as if it were a spring. Chu Huo was startled and hurriedly flew forward. Jiang Yang, who had leaped high into the air, reached out and grabbed an empty hand, spreading his limbs in anger and slamming heavily into the dirt. The other's heart skipped a beat. They didn't fall to their deaths, did they? Just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw Jiang Yang wobbling and climbing up from the large pit that he had smashed out, with not a single injury visible on his body. "Isn't it just being able to fly? I'll soon be able to research a mutation in this area as well, and none of you will be able to escape then." Jiang Yang felt endless angers burning in his chest. His eyes were cold as he looked at a woman. "Did you have a problem with me just now when you submitted the latest?" The woman fell to her knees in shock, her body unable to stop trembling. "No, I didn't." "No. You expect me to believe that?" Jiang Yang licked his lips and crushed the woman's head as he did so. The tyranny in his heart dissipated quite a bit. Shaking the unknown liquid from his hand, his eyes glazed over. A henchman on the sidelines immediately had the good sense to deliver a tube of potion. Soon, a tube of potion was pushed into the body. "Not bad, go and capture some more blood corpses and mutated creatures over here, preferably ones with flight capabilities. I still have research to do." The men did not dare to disobey and bowed their heads in response. north of Ningqing. The largest blood corpses had already been eliminated by Huang Ting, and the environment here was safer than anywhere else. Chu Hu put down a few people and disarmed his mech. Ahem, I didn't expect that one called Jiang Yang to be so powerful. Before I only knew that he was in Hong Hai's personal assistant. I didn't realize that the most powerful person in Fenghua wasn't in Hong Hai, but this Jiang Yang. Chu Jiazhen gasped and coughed a few more times. Dad, are you okay? Chu Hu said with concern. I'm fine, I'm just a little physically exhausted. Dad, why didn't you inform Huang Ting when something so big happened? It was only now that Chu Hu realized that Jiang Yang had actually subdued the entire Fenghua and the Stars Association. In terms of power alone, he was now the number one person in Ning City. Huang Ting has more important things to do, and I don't want to disturb him until it's necessary. Isn't now the necessary time? I'll contact him. Chu Hu opened a private chat with Huang Ting and informed him of everything that happened here. On the other side, Huang Ting had just finished solving a third-order mutant poison scorpion. This poisonous scorpion was hidden in the middle of a mound of dirt, and if it wasn't for Su Dehai noticing that something was wrong, someone might have already been injured. 200 kilometers further on, you'll almost be within the boundaries of Shangjing, and I remember that there's a mountain on the way that resembles a tiger's head, hence it's also known as Tiger's Head Mountain by the locals. Su Dehai pulled out a map that he had scavenged on the road and said after carefully recognizing the surrounding area. Tiger's Head Mountain, it really doesn't seem that far away. Huang Ting also knew this place. There was a shocking battle in a previous life that took place in this place. The whole of Tiger's Head Mountain was smoothed out by that great battle. Just as he was about to take a look at Tiger Head Mountain, a few messages suddenly popped up in front of Huang Ting's eyes. His brow furrowed at the sight of those messages, and his feet lurched. Go back to Ning City. Not going to Tiger's Head Mountain? It's just up ahead, another 2 or 3 days and you're almost there. Su Dehai looked ahead with some reluctance. Something has happened to Ningqing, we must go back immediately. Huang Ting took a deep breath and forwarded the message sent by Chu Hu to the two of them. Seeing the news, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai also realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately stopped talking nonsense and started to rush back. Chapter 66. Doing it to Fuan, the deformed Jiang Yang. The duo couldn't keep up with Huang Ting's speed and were soon left behind by a large margin. Unable to do so, Huang Ting had no choice but to let the two of them take their time to catch up, while he himself went one step ahead. The Aurora mech transformed into the Thunder Flash mech, and with a 30% speed bonus, his speed increased again. But even then, there were many monsters blocking the way. In the end, he simply switched back to the Aurora mech once again, then turned on void concealment, and entered shadow space. Without the monsters to disturb him, Huang Ting's speed soared to the extreme. 8 hours later, he had appeared on the outskirts of Ning City. If he hadn't stopped halfway and spent a little time recovering his energy, he would have been able to rush back to Ning City in only 4 hours. In the northern part of Ningqing, he found a few people from Chujiazhen who were hiding in the cave. After a few hours of recovery, Chujiazhen looked much better. What the hell happened? Tell me more. Chujiazhen let out a bitter smile and began to tell the story, during which others added to it. After listening, Huang Ting finally pieced together a generalization. In fact, it was Jiang Yang who had researched a mutant potion that was able to gain great bodily strength while remaining conscious. For this practice, Huang Ting could only express his silence and scorn. The so-called mutations are not just on a scientific level, but there are also a lot of mystical forces mixed in. The reason why Jiang Yang was so arrogant now was purely because his degree of mutation wasn't too deep yet, and he still belonged to the category of human. If the mutation continued, he would completely lose his identity as a human, and by that time, not to mention summoning his original mecha, he would not even be able to retain his self-awareness. Either they become blood corpses with no consciousness, or a new consciousness is born in the old body. Either way, it meant that Jiang Yang was not far from the end. Leave this matter to me, you guys rest here first, it shouldn't take long before you can go back. Huang Ting got up and flew in the direction where the Aurora base was located. Since he dared to provoke himself, he should be prepared to die. I just don't know if settling Jiang Yang will explode any good stuff. Ningqing base. I'll give you one last chance, submit or die. Jiang Yang flapped the ugly pair of black-brown fleshy wings behind his back and stalled in midair. The ability to fly may seem like a tall order, but it's actually quite simple, requiring only a mutation in a specific direction. He had long since stopped planning to be human, and was naturally not repulsed by the wings that had grown. Just use them for now, and remutate them later for a nice pair. Attack! Inside the base, Zhang Yiliang's features were distorted with a strong hostile aura. They were the military, representing the dignity of the country, and now that they were being provoked at the door like this, how could they possibly hold back? With his command, dozens of mechs flew out of the base and fired a crimson ray at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows and flapped his meaty wings repeatedly. His figure was like a ghost, easily dodging the red light's surprise attack. It's your choice! He grunted coldly and summoned his native mech. At this time, his mech was no longer in the form of the all-encompassing one from before, but rather it was somewhat like an exoskeleton mech. However, instead of Jiang Yang's combat power being weakened by this, on the contrary, the power exerted by the exoskeleton mech paired with his own mutated flesh increased exponentially. The figure flashed and appeared behind a soldier. Click! His large hands grabbed the soldier's head and surprisingly yanked it down hard. Seeing such a ferocious scene, not to mention the others, even Fu Wen and Zhang Yiliang inside the base were shocked. It's simply a sadness that such a terrifying power appears in such a person. Fu Wen's voice was tinged with fear and envy. If they also possessed this kind of technology, wouldn't it be easy to control Ningqing? Just as he fell into a reverie, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him and tightly choked him. Inspector Fu! The crowd gasped, and Zhang Yiliang's heart was in his throat at this moment. As the biggest government official in Ningqing, if Fu Wen died here, he could not escape the blame. Inspector Fu, I heard that your education is not as good as mine, it's just that your family has a good background. That's how you can become the inspector of Ning City. While I have no money and no power, I can only become a personal assistant in someone else's house. Hee hee, a personal assistant. What's the difference between that and someone else's dog? Jiang Yang's voice filled with malice rang in Fu Wen's ears. I have to admit, your ability is really outstanding, but if it can be used in the right way, you will definitely get more than what you have now. Fu Wen persuaded. Stop saying these grandiose words. Without a background and connections, I can only go down this path, but it doesn't look too bad now. Soon the entire Ning City will be mine. Jiang Yang laughed out loud. Farewell, Inspector Rich! He exerted force in his hands, disintegrating Fu Wen's defense bit by bit. Click, click, click! The mech on Fu Wen made an unbearable clicking sound, like it was going to dissipate in the next second. Right at this moment, a serrated sword appeared behind Jiang Yang, then angled upwards. Miso! After a crunching sound, Jiang Yang's fleshy wings were chopped straight off, and his entire body fell downwards uncontrollably. Fu Wen quickly stabilized his stance, then looked at the owner of the serrated sword. Yellow Court? He was shocked, not expecting Huang Ting to actually appear here. It's better to come early than late, Inspector Fu, let's talk later. Seeing that Jiang Yang had already risen from the ground, Huang Ting made a dive downward, and the scarlet sawtooth sword mercilessly chopped down towards the top of his head. Jiang Yang made an immediate decision and raised the arm covered with organic armor to block. The moment the blood-colored serrated teeth touched the mech, it cut everything in half, along with chopping off one of Jiang Yang's arms. The latter's face instantly swished white, his lips constantly shivering. He hurriedly distanced himself from Huang Ting and flashed to the men following behind him. Bring the stuff! A low growl like that of a wild beast rang out. The man's breath caught in his throat, and he hastened to bring a small box. The case opened, and inside were rows of dark green potions. Huang Ting, you can't beat me, I'm a genius! He grabbed the potions and stabbed them hard into the heart area. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. An eerie heartbeat suddenly appeared. Jiang Yang laughed out loud, his laughter gradually becoming maniacal. Huang Ting's pupils shrank, his gaze uncontrollably looking toward his broken arm. Only to see that the stubble of the bones that had originally been broken had actually begun to crazily nourish blood and flesh. Those flesh and blood were like foam caulk, small at first, and then rapidly expanding. In just a few short breaths of work, Jiang Yang grew a brand new arm. Moreover, that arm was still in the midst of growing, soon growing to the size of 6 meters, almost as tall as a 2-story building. The tops of the arms were covered with all kinds of pustules. Psst! Suddenly, a pustule ruptured, revealing a human face inside. Then many more pustules ruptured, revealing all manner of organs. Ears, eyes, nose, or maybe a rat tail with rows of sharp teeth. Chapter 67, Body Strengthening Formula, One More Person. Seeing this scene, many of the people around them turned away in disgust and began to vomit. Even Fu Wen and Zhang Yiliang, who were accustomed to seeing storms and waves, were not able to avoid it, and one of them threw up in the dark. Huang Ting sked twice, slightly disgusted. I have to say, in a previous life when pollutants walked everywhere, you would have ranked with this honor. Later on, various evil gods will appear, and his power radiates to the blue planet, causing even more unspeakable aberrations in already mutated creatures. Such creatures no longer fall into the category of mutant organisms. They have a more specialized term, contaminants. Apparently, due to Jiang Yang's death-defying behavior, he managed to turn himself into a pollutant. And still one of the ugliest pollutants. Along with the appearance of this strange arm, the native mech hanging on Jiang Yang's body completely disappeared. From this moment on, he was no longer considered a human, but a complete and utter monster. With a flash of light, the eye of detection was activated, and several pieces of information were instantly revealed. Name: Pollutant Jiang Yang. Rank: Elite 4. Degree of danger: extremely high. Extremely high? Huang Ting laughed, and raised the blood-colored serrated teeth in his hand. An invisible energy emanated out, and Jiang Yang's aura immediately weakened by a few points. This is thanks to the second effect of Scarlet Sawtooth, which Huang Ting named King's Intimidation. Jiang Yang, who had lost his mind, was completely unaware of what was happening to him. All he wanted to do now was destroy everything in front of him. The first order of business was to eliminate those who dared to stand in their way first. He roared in anger, flinging his large and deformed arm and swinging it towards Huang Ting. Huang Ting didn't have the intention to fight hard, and his figure vanished into shadow space, disappearing in place. In the next second, he appeared behind Jiang Yang, and swung his blood-colored serrated teeth down to slash. This time, I don't know whether it was because he had learned to be smart, or he had physical instincts, Jiang Yang slightly retreated, and surprisingly dodged the knife. Huang Ting missed with a single blow, and disappeared into shadow space once again. The module Void Concealment can not only be used to avoid danger, it is also extremely convenient for sneak attacks. As for whether or not this fighting style was a bit obscene, Huang Ting didn't care about that. Being alive is the biggest winner. A sneak attack is a sneak attack. The kind of people who are stupid enough to fight the enemy head-on are the really big idiots. Escape in, flash out, sneak out. Vanish again, flash out again, sneak out again. Soon, dozens of wounds appeared on Jiang Yang's body, and blood was seeping out from each wound. Even if he had the most powerful body, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out at this moment. Once again flashing out of the shadow space, Huang Ting took a quick, ragged breath. With all the blue used up, the next step was to meet the battle head-on. With the limit state turned on, Huang Ting's reached the peak of his battle power. Swish! With one slash, just one slash, he cut off Jiang Yang's arm that had undergone a deformation. The arm fell to the ground and kept twisting, and the eyes, nose, or ears on it trembled in unison, as if giving vent to their resentment. Disgusting stuff! Huang Ting pulled out a few remaining white bone bombs and threw them all out. There was a roar of fire. The deformed arm twisted crazily in the sea of fire and finally turned into a pile of flying ash. Once again, he swung out a blade and resolved Jiang Yang, and a familiar prompt sounded in his ears. Kill Elite Jiang Yang, 4th Order, obtain Basic Body Strengthening Formula, Drawing, *1, Boundary Marker, Props, *4. There were only 2 drops from Jiang Yang, but they were both good items that could make Huang Ting feel ecstatic. Name: Body Strengthening Formula Basic. Quality: Excellent. Type: Drawing. Effect: Strengthens the mecha manipulator's own physical qualities. Required materials: flesh and blood essence *100, licorice fruit *10, unicorn fruit *5, gold water *2. When a mech is strengthened, some of the energy is fed back to the manipulator, but not much. Taking Huang Ting as an example, even if all 4 mechs were strengthened, it only pushed his physical quality up to more than twice that of a normal person. This bit of reinforcement was simply not enough in front of the blood corpses. In other words, the most he could do with the loss of his mech was to face a first-order blood corpse with his bare hands. That's as good as it gets, others only get worse. But not with the body-strengthening formula, which is a real treat. He did remember some body-strengthening formulas, only that the required ingredients were all too high-end and it was useless to take them out now. Putting away the reinforcement formula, Huang Ting looked at the power boundary marker again. It's equally as good a thing. Name: boundary marker of power. Quality: epic. Type: prop. Effect: areas within the boundary markers of power will not be affected by changes in terrain. It seemed like the effect was only a short sentence, but to every major power, it was an indispensable treasure. Inserting a power boundary marker will not only mark where your power is located on the soon-to-be-open map feature, but also the land within the boundary marker will not be stretched. The first round of mutations, global mutations, where humans or animals mutate into blood corpses and monsters. In the second round of mutations, major secret realms appeared, opening up passages connecting to other worlds. The third round of mutations that is about to open is the expansion of the entire blue planet, and it will go on and on. It will only expand very quickly in the early stages and will not slowly stabilize until the later stages. At the same time, all kinds of geological disasters, meteorological disasters occur frequently. The survival environment of the blue star will be even worse. With a power boundary marker, you don't have to worry about these things happening. Each power boundary marker was 1 kilometer apart, and using these 4 power boundary markers, Huang Ting circled a square kilometer area with the abandoned building as the center. In this way, Aurora's sphere of influence has 3 layers. The outermost layer is the original mountain river base, now Aurora Base. It is the most populated, the least powerful, and the various factions are more complex. The inner level is the area centered on the abandoned building. This place was managed by Guan Xilan and Chu Jiazhen, and the people who lived here were much stronger and could be considered the elite class of Aurora. Further inside is the interior of the mustard seed mech. The permanent residents of this place were Yoshi and those children, and besides them, only Guan Xilan, Su Dehai, and the father and daughter of Chu Jiazhen had ever come in. Even Li Muixing didn't know that there was an internal area. After dealing with Jiani Yang, Huang Ting started working on purging Aurora again. The outer layer is complicated and has all kinds of people in it, and for the sake of Aurora's growth, these people must be weeded out. Under the intimidation of Huang Ting's powerful strength, those who were eliminated didn't dare to attack even if they had complaints, and one by one, they obediently left Aurora. After a purge, the entire ethos of Aurora was a few degrees better. Then, Huang Ting supported a talented person named Luo Shouping to rise to power. Luo Shouping's mecha is related to the yak, and his strength should not be underestimated, as well as being a complex talent proficient in management. The reason why Huang Ting supported him was partly because Aurora did need professionals to manage it internally, and partly because he was afraid that Chu Jiazhen would take over the power all by himself, so he purposely found an opponent for him. It's not about being intentionally wary, it's about creating an equilibrium. It was only after they had finished working on these things that Guan Xilan and Su Dehai arrived late. However, there was one other person who followed them back. Chapter 68: The Power of Shangjing, 2 Major Problems. Boss, this is Lizzie from Snow Wolf Base, Mecha Second Order. Su Dehai knew that Huang Ting didn't recognize him and immediately introduced him. Huang Ting nodded slightly. Although he didn't recognize Lizzie, he had heard of Snow Wolf Base like a thunderbolt. There were a total of 7 famous forces in Shangjing, which were Dragon, Red Leaf, Tianjiao, Knight, Snow Wolf, Iron Fist, and Gold. The Snow Wolf Base wasn't weak, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to venture out in a place like Shangjing. Only, the organizational structure of the Snow Wolf Base was a bit like a strengthened version of the Congregation of the Stars, with all kinds of people in it. Huang Ting had only had some business dealings with them in his previous life, and was otherwise unaware of them. He was puzzled in his mind, wondering how the people from the Snow Wolf base could suddenly look for Shangguan Xilan and Su Dehai. "This is the president of your Aurora Society, isn't it? My name is Helizi, nice to meet you." Although Helizi was polite with his mouth, his body was always a meter away from Huang Ting. The distance wasn't long, but with preparation it was enough for him to put on his mech and run for his life. Instead of getting angry, Huang Ting was very complimentary when he saw this. The dangers in Ning Cheng's vicinity were not great, and they were basically all taken care of by themselves. This, coupled with the advance warning, made the others less wary. Normally you can't see it, but when you compare it to the people who came from the capital, it's immediately different. "Hello, Huang Ting." Huang Ting responded with the same politeness. "I left Shangjing this time, mainly because the chief gave 2 orders. One is to head in the direction of Ningxing to see how many survivors are left, and on the other hand, it's also to look for capable people to join the Snow Wolf base to resist the end of days." Helizi smiled faintly, making people feel like spring breeze. "The survivors of Ningxing far exceeded my expectations. What's more, I didn't expect that a character like Mr. Huang Ting actually appeared here. I wonder if Mr. Huang Ting has any interest in joining our Snow Wolf base?" His posture was lowered. It was mainly from Su Dehai that he had learned of Huang Ting's horrifying battle record, and although he wasn't sure exactly how strong he was, the fact that he could deal with blood corpses with extremely high IQs was in itself a proof of his strength. One must know that even in their Snow Wolf base, those who could deal with this kind of blood corpse would have to be at the level of deputy chief. In the whole of Shangjing, there will never be more than 20 people. That alone had to make him treat it with respect. What's more, this was still someone else's territory, and he was surrounded by 2 experts who were not weaker than him. With all the factors piled on top of each other, there was no way for him, a Shangjing man, to straighten his back, only to become more and more humble. "Join the Snow Wolves? I'm sorry, I have no intention of joining any forces for the time being. You can ask the others." Huang Ting shook his head. The Snow Wolf base wasn't very strong, even ranked among the bottom 3. Such a force clearly has no potential. In fact, he wouldn't even join even the top-ranked dragon base. It's good to have a big power to fall back on, but at the same time there are many limitations. It's still the best way to think of other forces as partners. Hearing Huang Ting's refusal, Helizi looked anxious. If he could pull this great god in, his reward would definitely not be small. "Mr. Huang Ting, the strength of our Snow Wolf base is one of the best even in Shangjing, not to mention our chief." Speaking of this, he looked around for a moment before whispering. "Our chief has already been strengthened to the limit of the 3rd rank and will soon be promoted to the 4th rank. With such a strong person around, you don't have to worry about safety at all." 4th degree? Is that strong? If the leader of the Snow Wolf base were to face Heavy Mountain, I'm afraid he would be beaten up and doubt his life, right? "There's no need to join. If there's a chance in the future, we might be able to talk about cooperation." Once again, he declined Ho Lap Chi's invitation. "Well, we'll look forward to next time then." A scowl flashed across Helizi's face, but again, it was well hidden from him. "Now is not the time to roll your eyes." When he left, Su Dehai's face went cold. "This guy, he doesn't look like a good guy." When these words came out, both Guan Xilan and Huang Ting were stunned, their eyes looking straight at him. "Why are you all looking at me? It's creepy. I didn't think you, who is usually so big-headed, would be able to see that." Huang Ting looked up and down, like it was the first day he saw Su Dehai. "I call this my disguise. How can I show people my true colors? Since that's the case, then I'll give you the task of accompanying this Snow Wolf base person around Ning City to see what he's encountered and who he's come into contact with." "Yes, promise to finish the job." Su Dehai cheerfully led the way. Time quickly came to half a month later, and with a loud bang, people were horrified to find that the ground was actually expanding, and it was expanding extremely fast. Countless buildings are rapidly collapsing because they cannot withstand this expansion. The mutant creatures hidden in every corner hissed as well. For a time, the entire Ning city was in chaos. Huang Ting silently watched the scene without much change in his mood. World expansion is an inevitable trend. Only planets strong enough to carry so many mutated creatures could open up the passageways connecting with other worlds, and could mold the grand scenes of the later stages of the 10,000 races' struggle for supremacy. If placed in the original Blue Star, I'm afraid that the entire Blue Star would cease to exist once the king rank strikes. However, thinking about it from a different perspective, I'm afraid that a weak Blue Star like that wouldn't be able to harbor such a powerful being like a king rank. The second wave of the Beast Tide should be coming soon. When it's over, it's time to depart for Shangjing. Ning City's pool is too small to breed strong people. Huang Ting lowered his eyebrows and then sought out Guan Xilan. How far along are you with your mech enhancements? It's still 10% short of being strengthened to the limit, and it'll probably take another 10 days. 10 days, that's not too slow. How about those materials I asked you to acquire? 500 copies of blood and flesh essence have been acquired, 68 copies of licorice fruit, 31 copies of unicorn fruit, and as for gold water, I haven't seen it yet. Gold water belonged to the middle-ranked materials, and not many of them appeared nowadays. Huang Ting just happened to know of a copy that was rich in gold water, so he could just make a trip when the time came. There's another thing, Chairman, you previously asked me to prepare the institute. Now the general direction has been determined, is the lack of experimental apparatus. This do not know how to solve? Guan Xilan asked curiously. Now that most of the implements have lost their effectiveness, let alone conducting experiments, she doesn't even have the implements to observe insects. As for Jiang Yang's success, it can only be described as a fluke and basically impossible to replicate. Experimental apparatus. This one is also given to me. With 2 more things to do at once, Huang Ting started to get busy again. The first thing that was addressed was the Goldwater issue. Following his memory, he searched for 2 days in a row before finding that copy. Current location, Alien Sea Outer. Area Internal. Difficulty, difficult. Description, the ocean, polluted by dumped nuclear waste, undergoes an even more horrific aberration after coming into contact with the power projection of some evil god, where killing and being killed are the only eternities. Chapter 69, Mutated Seashell, Successful Body Strengthening Potion. The pungent, fishy odor came along with the sound of the waves. Huang Ting raised his eyes and looked around. The black ocean rolled on, interspersed with implements whose purpose could not be seen, and the dead bodies of a host of sea creatures. Suddenly, a fish with a huge eye on its forehead burrows out of the sea and takes a bite out of the already dead whale carcass, yanking a chunk of flesh off of it. The horror is that the whale is also not a normal whale. The original smooth body at this time actually grew a dense tentacles. So why does Goldwater exist in this place? After standing on the shore and mentally preparing himself, Huang Ting leaped down and dived to the bottom of the sea. In a flash, the flavors swarmed over him, making him dizzy. At the same time, the surrounding aberrant sea creatures surged madly towards him as if they had smelled blood. Just swam out not too far. In front of him suddenly appeared a strange octopus covered with white bones, body taste transparent color. From a distance, one would only think it was a pile of bones floating back and forth in the water. Huang Ting just wanted to open the eye of detection, but realized that the eye of detection had actually lost its effect here. Even if it's just a trace of power projection, its level is far beyond what the eye of detection can observe. This really isn't a good place. He took out his scarlet sawtooth and swung it away. The blade cut through the current with difficulty, cutting the white bone octopus in half. Gazing at the already shattered corpse, Huang Ting's heart and mind were in awe. With his experience, that white bone octopus was at most a first-rank elite monster, and placed on land, he could easily crush it without any effort. But in the ocean, his strength was severely weakened, and the power of that slash just now was more than enough to deal with second-order creatures. In such a moment of concentration, dozens of strange-looking creatures suddenly swam around, and in just 3 or 2 strokes, they parted with the white bone octopus. 2 of the more crab-like creatures even fought over it. The creatures around them constantly prowl, immediately running over to make up for it as soon as they realize that one of the parties is in a disadvantageous position. The results were obvious, and neither crab ended up surviving. It's worthy of being a difficult level copy. A normal second-ranked mecha wouldn't be able to survive in this kind of environment. Huang Ting played it safe and swam towards the depths of the ocean. It was the most polluted area in the entire other sea, and also the place where gold water was abundant. You are in the core area. Proceed with caution. A prompt flashed before his eyes, signifying that Huang Ting had arrived at the very core of the foreign sea. He kept on diving, and large iron barrels with skulls appeared in front of him. At the moment there was a steady stream of green liquid oozing out of the large iron barrel, which was then eaten into the stomachs of the sea creatures that swam by. The number of large iron barrels was not large at first, but as he continued to go deeper and deeper, more and more large iron barrels appeared, as if they were trying to fill up the entire seabed. Finally, after going over a hill piled up by iron barrels of nuclear waste, Huang Ting saw a giant seashell perched on the ground, the size of a basketball court. Noticing the arrival of other creatures, Seashell opened his eyes at the first opportunity. In an instant, hundreds of gazes landed on Huang Ting. Being injected by so many eyes at the same time, even Huang Ting couldn't help but feel hairy in his heart at this moment. Suddenly, a long tentacle poked out from the shell and quickly came towards Huang Ting. Huang Ting sidestepped and dodged as the tentacle grazed his body and slammed heavily into the large iron barrel at his feet. Dozens of large iron barrels were smoked on the spot, and the green substance overflowed rapidly, filling the nearby sea. Looks like it's going to have to be quick, or these contaminants can kill people. If it wasn't for the fact that the mech had previously been strengthened against toxins, Huang Ting wouldn't have dared to come here. After all, his main body was still vulnerable right now, and those contaminants were no joke, and could even bypass the mech's defenses and invade directly inside. Only with the relevant reinforcement can you barely resist the toxin infestation. Another tentacle flew out of the greenish waters, followed by a second and a third. Soon, the area was covered with the tentacles of that mutated seashell. Whoosh! A tentacle was like a long whip, swiftly and forcefully swinging toward Huang Ting. Huang Ting didn't sit still and raised his scarlet sawtooth to counterattack. Each swing of the blade severed a tentacle. But the mutant seashells recovered at an unimaginable speed, and in the next instant, a brand new tentacle would grow. After chopping off dozens of tentacles consecutively, Huang Ting realized that if he wanted to truly solve this mutated seashell, he had to start with its body. But with so many tentacles stopping in front of him, plus the fact that he didn't have any modules on him that were suitable for the deep sea, not to mention killing, it was very hard to even move. Suddenly, the yellow court aura appeared. Since we can't kill here, we'll go somewhere else. Void concealment opened, and he directly disappeared into shadow space. In an instant, the sky and earth went gray as his body continued to fall. Living things did not exist within the shadow space, so Huang Ting could only rely on his general impression to find the location of the mutated seashell's body. Luckily, there were many large iron barrels on the side, which were staggered against each other like a signpost to indicate Huang Ting's location. This should almost be it. Coming over a clearing, Huang Ting turned on his limit state, raised his scarlet sawtooth, and violently slashed downwards. The void cloaking closes and the mutant seashell comes into view. Looking at the enemy that suddenly appeared above his head, panic appeared in the hundreds of eyes of the mutated seashell. It couldn't figure out how any enemy could suddenly appear above its head. Subsequently, the blood-colored serrated teeth directly crumbled away the hard shell outside the mutated seashell, revealing a piece of soft flesh. Huang Ting swung his fist and blasted all of this soft flesh. Slay the source of plague and get fixed drops, pearls of remaining shadow, gold water. The retained shadow pearl is a purple bead from the outside. The bead is so peculiar that you can turn on the video mode by tapping on it 3 times. Someone once did an experiment where a single pearl of retention could record all the images for up to 3 days. Unless the pearl of retention is destroyed, the images inside will never disappear for the rest of your life, which is better than any internet disk. Collecting these 2 harvests, Huang Ting spent 2,000 energy points and purchased 5 otherworldly passes before swiping the copy 5 times again. The 5 copies didn't take long due to the lightness of the road. In this way, Huang Ting had 6 copies of gold water in his hands. Returning to the abandoned building, he took out the gold water as well as the materials that Guan Xilan had gathered, and took out the basic version of the body strengthening formula. Generally speaking, potion-type drawings are unlimited, and so is the one in front of me. 100 portions of blood essence, 10 licorice fruits, 5 unicorn fruits, and 2 portions of golden water, that's enough. Laying out all the materials on the drawing, only a white light flashed and a tube of red liquid appeared. Name: Basic Body Strengthening Potion. Quality: Excellent. Type: Prop. Effects: A perfect body strengthening potion. Although it is the basic version, after taking it, the physical quality will still be greatly improved. Unfortunately, a person can only take it once. Chapter 70: The Big Fish Eats the Small Fish. Golden votes requested. Picking up the red potion and pulling out the cork on it, Huang Ting took a drink. The medicine tastes pungent and spicy, like taking a sip of hot pot soup. In an instant, Huang Ting felt an indescribable heat flow rapidly, spreading throughout his body, from his chest to his limbs, and then to every cell. His body began to tremble slightly in small increments, as if there were countless currents coursing through his body. There were even millions of tiny electric snakes vaguely roaming under the skin, bringing a burst of tingling sensation. As time passed, this feeling gradually transformed into an intense burning sensation, like hot lava rushing through the blood veins. The surface of Huang Ting's body began to glow with a faint layer of red light, as if it was wrapped in some kind of mysterious energy. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated, and each beat felt like it was channeling newfound strength throughout his body. After a few minutes, Huang Ting felt that his body had undergone a radical change. The body that was originally heavy and unbearable now became incredibly light, and the muscles became tighter and stronger, and even subtle veins could be seen protruding out. Not only that, his senses had also become exceptionally sharp, able to clearly capture even the slightest footsteps in the distance, while his eyesight had also been greatly improved, able to see every detail even in the dark. That's the power of strengthening potions. With such a big change in just the basic version, it seems that the strengthening effect of this formula is even better than I expected. Finding a towel and casually wiping off the sweat on his body, Huang Ting once again utilized the drawings to create 2 tubes of strengthening potion, then called for Guan Xilan and Su Dehai. Something wrong, boss? Su Dehai's face was covered in color, and he didn't know when he was injured. Guan Xilan stood quietly to the side, with a few moments of curiosity in her eyes as well. She knew that Huang Ting normally would not call both of them to his side at the same time, and if they were called at the same time, they must have something important to say. Huang Ting pushed the reinforcing potion in front of the 2. 1 tube per person, drink it. If it can make the boss think so highly of it, it must be something good. I'll do it first. Su Dehai didn't doubt it and picked up a tube and gulped it down. As soon as it was in his mouth, he immediately covered his throat and hissed ho 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 ho. Seeing this scene, Guan Xilan's heart was startled, and her eyes couldn't help but become fluttering. She didn't think Huang Ting would harm them. For one thing, there was no reason to, and for another, there was no need for poisonous means. It was just that this tube of potion obviously wasn't that good, or else Su Dehai wouldn't have turned out like this. Come on, stop acting, it's not that hot. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Ting had already drank a tube of it, there was a real possibility that Su Dehai's acting skills could have fooled him. Just kidding, just kidding. Su Dehai lowered his arm and let out a playful laugh. Boo! Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap from Guan Xilan. The next time you lie to the president again, I'm going to be rude to you. Guan Xilan's face reddened in warning. Suddenly, her pupils shrunk violently as she pointed at the wound on Su Dehai's face. The wound has healed. What wound healing? Su Dehai subconsciously touched towards his face. The entry was smooth and painless, as if the original wound had disappeared. This is a body strengthening potion. After drinking it, it can strengthen the body and also enhance the body's self-healing ability. Huang Ting was unsurprised. Enhancement potions are all-encompassing enhancements, and self-healing abilities are included. Hearing Huang Ting say that, Su Dehai immediately trotted up. But even if it was just a trot, his speed broke through the world sprint record, and the whole person was like a breeze, whooshing past the 2. After 2 laps, he shouldered a discarded floorboard off to the side. The weight of this floor slab is about 540 kilograms, which is equivalent to the weight of 8 adults. But in the hands of Su Dehai at this moment, it was like a light piece of foam that he lifted up easily. I'm becoming Superman! Realizing that his speed and strength were beyond normal, Su Dahai shouted loudly, his voice filled with ecstasy. Seeing that the strengthening potion was so effective, Guan Xilan also immediately drank a tube. Originally, she had a very slender sort of body type, not so much skinny, but just smaller boned. After drinking the strengthening potion, her physique became more proportional and filled with a kind of healthy beauty. Sensing the changes taking place in her body, she couldn't help but smile as well. Alright, you two's bodies have been strengthened, and you're definitely more comfortable with mechs, so come with me to a place next. The Jin Shui issue was temporarily resolved, and the next thing that needed to be dealt with was the research equipment that Guan Xilan needed. Ning Qing did not have these things, and if he wanted to obtain them, he could only travel 200 kilometers away. In his previous life, Huang Ting had only heard others talk about it, and knew that there was an underground research institute there that had been affected by the power of the calamity. After the calamity, most of the scientific items could not be used, but that underground research institute was different. The things inside were affected by the power of the calamity, and instead of the nature of the things changing, their performance in all aspects had been improved. With those research instruments, Guan Xilan's research on insects could be carried out smoothly. 200 kilometers was the distance before the calamity, and now Huang Ting didn't know exactly how far it was, so he could only look for the past from memory. Just as they were about to leave, Lizzie, who had been relying on Ning Qing, finally chose to bid farewell as well. Mr. Huang Ting, I heard that you are preparing to head to Shangjing? Before he left, Lizzie opened his mouth and asked. Yes, I do intend to. Huang Ting's eyes were cold as he looked at the person in front of him, his heart on alert. You don't know, Shangjing is not like other places. If you want to enter, you have to apply for a pass before you can do so, and it's not good for the general public to obtain it. It just so happens that I have this doorway. I'll help you to do a blank one first, and then I'll bring it to you, and you'll just have to sign it. Lizzie looked like he was planning for Huang Ting. A pass? Huang Ting frowned. He hadn't heard of this in his previous life. Could it be that things had changed in this life? But would Ho Chi Minh be so kind? Yeah, thanks a lot then. He laughed and followed Lizzie's words. Well then, the mountains are far away. We'll see you then. After sending off Lizzie, Huang Ting's trio officially headed towards the Underground Research Institute. 2 days later, the three came to an abandoned town. This town should not be too big, but after the terrain change, it is covered with debris everywhere, just like a wasteland scene. The three had just stepped in when the ground suddenly trembled. Some of the broken walls that were already struggling to hold on could no longer withstand it, and collapsed with a crash, stirring up a large cloud of smoke. A hideous head poked out of the smoke. Immediately after that, hundreds of giant feet that looked like steel stretched out together. A mutated centipede? Huang Ting subconsciously frowned. Centipedes are not insects, but they are bugs. The meaning of insect race was very broad, and it was reasonable that he could also extract the genes of the centipede in front of him. It's just not easy to eat such a big chunk. Without waiting for him to think about it, a bigger head suddenly appeared on the centipede's head and swallowed it in one gulp. Huang Ting got a full view of that head. It was a snake. Chapter 71 Mutant Snake, Arrival, Golden Votes Requested. Rustle. Harsh scuffling sounds rang out one after another. Only when the smoke and dust completely cleared did the three of them see that, at some point, they were already crowded with large and small mutant snake monsters in front of them. I have heard that there is a town outside Ning City called Snake Town, and every family in the town raises snakes for a living, so it can't be here, Su Dahai said warily. Despite knowing that these mutant snakes weren't too strong, being suddenly surrounded by dozens of snakes would scare anyone. Thanks to this period of time, he had already seen a lot of mutated creatures. If it was at the beginning of the plague, he was afraid that he would be scared until his legs were weak. It's okay, you won't be scared if you think of them all as strengthening materials. Huang Ting took out his scarlet sawtooth and stared at the large snake that had bitten off the mutated centipede's head in one bite. Of all the snakes in front of him, it was the largest and strongest. It's a pity that snakes, although they are called long worms, are not themselves part of the worm race, or else we could have had a snake bouillon tonight. As soon as the bold idea turned in his mind, Huang Ting leapt forward and slashed straight towards the mutated serpent. The mutant serpent seemed to know the power of the scarlet sawtooth as well, flinging its tail like a long whip and quickly lashing it. Boom! Huang Ting didn't expect the mutant Ouroboros to be able to respond so quickly, and was instantly whipped out by a tail, dropping 2 points from the Aurora Mech's durability value. Boss! President! 2 concerned voices rang out. I'm fine, you guys go take care of the other mutant snakes. Huang Ting flexed his legs and stomped, once again rushing to the front of the mutant serpent. Perhaps it was because the other party's strength was too high. The eye of detection could only give a vague piece of information now, roughly deducing that the mutated serpent was a third-order creature. Combined with the minions following around, it was likely to be a third-order alpha level. Rank represents potential, not necessarily an accurate representation of strength. For example, if a person's rank was very high, 4th or 5th rank, but his attribute enhancement was only 2nd rank, he would only be able to deal with a 2nd rank, and wouldn't even be able to beat a 3rd rank. Of course, people generally strengthen their attributes to the limit before ascending in rank, and it was true that one could roughly view rank as strength. The reason why Huang Ting thought so much was purely because the mutated serpent in front of him was not weak. Once promoted to the 4th rank, this mutated serpent's body would become even larger, turning into a bow-like existence. Upon promotion to the 6th rank, twin horns will be born on the forehead, transforming from a boa into a jiao. If he breaks through above the 9th rank, he will become a true dragon. Of course, it's still very far from that step, and it's too early to tell. Seeing Huang Ting charging up again, a trace of anger flashed through the vertical pupils of the mutant great snake. It was the king of this area, so how could it tolerate a little bug coming over to provoke itself? A divine dragon swung its tail and rolled up a large amount of smoke, heading straight for Huang Ting. This time Huang Ting wasn't careless and dodged, then stepped on the tail of the mutant serpent, and raised his blood-colored serrated teeth with both hands, slashing down heavily. I don't know what kind of material the snake's scales were made of, but the moment he cut them down there were actually sparks flying. The mutant serpent's scale armor crumbled, revealing a chunk of white flesh inside. Obviously, the damage caused to it by this slash was not small. The injured mutant serpent became more and more frantic, but Huang Ting smiled faintly. Anger can certainly bring power, but it can also mess with a person's equilibrium, and this was true for the mutant serpent as well. The extreme state was opened, and Huang Ting disappeared into the shadow space. When it reappeared, it happened to be the 7-inch position of the mutated serpent. Take out Nice Heart. A grayish-white ray of light shone on the mutant serpent, and the mutant serpent's movements immediately paused. Subsequently, Huang Ting raised his blood-colored serrated teeth and cut along the middle of the 7-inch position. Psst! A huge wound appeared, and don't money blood spurted out, quickly dyeing the neighborhood a bloody color. Kill Mutant Snake King, get Big Beast Soul Stone *1, Big Blood Redstone *1, Tough Snake, Beast, Skin *5, Non-Venomous Snake Tooth 2, Antidote Snake Gallbladder, Props, 1. Although non-venomous snake fangs are not poisonous, they can be used in the reinforcement of weapon-like accessory modules to add sharpness, which counts as a little treasure. Antidote Snake Bile is, as the word suggests, removes a portion of the toxin. This one is not for the mech, but for the mech manipulator. In the case of the previous copy of the Alien Sea, if someone gets contaminated in there, they can also be undone by detoxifying the snake's bile. Putting away the materials, Huang Ting sat quietly to the side, watching the two of them, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai, fight. Guan Xilan wasn't suited for this kind of immediate combat. Her mecha abilities were more focused on layout. For example, creating a space full of spores. As soon as a living thing enters, it will immediately be parasitized and eventually die by sucking up nutrients. Her ability had served her well when she had fought against the blood corpses before. Compared to her, Su Dehai's fighting style was somewhat plain and unassuming. Because he was too lazy to think about how to fight, Su Dehai simply utilized his ability to manipulate clay to directly create a sledgehammer. When you encounter an enemy, just go up and swing your hammer around. Moreover, he used the dirt to condense a layer of earth armor around him. Ordinary mutated creatures simply couldn't break through the defense of the armor of earth. Capable of attacking and defending, such a person fighting would definitely be called a great killer. In a short while, the two of them took care of all the remaining mutant snakes. After checking around for a while and finding no sign of living people, the three of them rested for a while and continued to set off towards the Underground Institute. Perhaps it was because of the larger living space, the number of mutated creatures encountered on the road was much smaller. But everything has its pros and cons. There were fewer mutated creatures, but the ones left were not weak. During several battles, the armor of Earth on Suhai's body broke again and again, almost exhausting the original durability value of the mech. This should be the place. Look around and see if there are any entrances. A week later, Huang Ting surveyed the small mountain in front of him, gradually merging with the memories of his previous life. Upon hearing this, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai immediately spread out and searched for the entrance. After another 2 hours, Su Dehai's surprised voice rang out. I found it! Huang Ting and Guan Xilan immediately rushed over, and sure enough, they found a silver-white alloyed door, which was currently hidden deep under a pile of weeds. I'll get out of the way, I'll break it. Signaling the two to leave, Huang Ting switched the giant god mecha. After switching, the attributes remained the same as the original Aurora mech attributes, except that the exclusive module had been changed from limit state to giant god. Drive me! Raising his blood-colored serrated teeth, Huang Ting let out a loud shout and swung down violently. The originally hard alloy gate was instantly slashed with a huge cut by him. 2 more swings were made, and a wide, triangular hole became visible. You must be more careful when you go in, the danger in here can be much higher than outside. After repeated reminders, Huang Ting was the first to enter the hole. Guan Xilan and Su Dehai followed close behind. Chapter 72, Tips on the Road to Power. The underground space wasn't dim, and there were some thumb-sized light bulbs set into the walls around it. I also don't know what these bulbs are powered by that they still emit bright light until now. On the top floor is the security room as well as some rest rooms for the staff. Huang Ting and the others followed the labeling of the signage and headed straight to the ground. Boss, it's weird that this elevator still works. Su Dehai pointed to a small display screen in surprise. After the end of days, even light bulbs lose their effectiveness, let alone elevators. It was because he hadn't used technological items for too long in his previous life that Huang Ting looked so clumsy with his cell phone when he first returned from rebirth. On the other side, Su Dehai had already pressed the elevator button. A not-so-subtle rumble sounded, followed by the opening of the elevator doors. Crap, what the hell is this? Su Dehai subconsciously wanted to condense an earth shield to block in front of his body, only that there wasn't that much earth here at all, and he only had time to condense it into a thin layer. In the next second, the nearly paper-thin earth shield was easily broken by a pair of large hands. His body also fell straight into the alloy wall behind him. Wow! 7 or 8 monsters swarmed out of the elevator. They had human bodies, but the other part of their bodies were fused with various experimental instruments, looking incredibly strange. Seeing the appearance of these monsters, Huang Ting knew he had found the right one. Ordinary experimental instruments could also be effective as long as they were put into the mustard space, but their performance was not comparable to here after all. If you're going to do it to the best of your ability. Raiding this underground institute wasn't difficult, and if he didn't make a move now, it would be a shame if someone else got there first in the future. President, can this be done? Guan Xilan inquired in a low voice. It wasn't that she was afraid of the monsters, but she was worried that if she struck too hard, she would damage the instruments on them. Don't worry, go all out, those you see are just appearances, it's the good stuff that will burst out later. Receiving Huang Ting's affirmation, Guan Xilan no longer held back. Tens of thousands of spores sprinkled throughout the entire space before landing on those monsters. Soon, clusters of white mycelium grew on all the monsters. Immediately after that, the mycelium began to continuously absorb nutrients from the monster. Suddenly, Guan Xilan frowned. The mycelium on those monsters actually began to slowly fall off. It wasn't that the monsters were free of the mycelium's attack, but rather that there was no more flesh and blood left in their bodies for the mycelium to absorb, and the inside of their bodies were just made up of a bunch of parts cobbled together. Losing their energy supply, those hyphae naturally fall off. At this time, Su Dehai also slowed down and went forward to stop those monsters. It was just that the environment here was not like the ground, and his strength was suppressed so much that he soon became a bit overwhelmed. Huang Ting wielded his blood-colored serrated teeth and stepped forward to take care of them all. Still, the boss is great. Su Dehai was busy delivering horse's ass. Huang Ting didn't playfully smile with him and said in a deep voice, "Now you should be able to understand the importance of the environment for battle, right?" When these words came out, both Guan Xilan and Su Dehai lowered their heads. Let's start with Su Dehai. Your ability is to manipulate earth. It's perfectly fine to coalesce your equipment before entering, the armor of earth, the sledgehammer, so that this awkward situation doesn't occur. If you can pop space equipment, it's perfectly fine to stuff it with dirt and just extract it when you use it. Or maybe you can continue to go a little deeper. Is dirt really just dirt? If it was mixed with some steel sand, would your defense be stronger? Would your attack power be higher? And if it was mixed with some gunpowder, would it still be able to achieve an explosive effect? Besides, Officer Xilan, the use of mecha talent is not dead, but needs to be constantly developed. Perhaps in the early stages, it does hold some advantages, but if it gets to the later stages, when those steel monsters, or even spectral and elemental body-like creatures appear, what can you do? Black aspergillus and heartswood mold, they are even capable of corroding magnesium alloys. You can absolutely cultivate fungi with different properties for different combat scenarios. That shouldn't be too hard for you. Huang Ting's voice echoed continuously within the empty underground institute. What he said could already be called a top secret, an important know-how to truly be able to walk on the path of the strong. Many people only cared about strengthening their mechs and obtaining accessory modules, but neglected the cultivation of mech talent. In fact, none of those who were able to become strong had studied their mecha talents very deeply. For a moment, the hearts of the two men were shaken. Although it was only a few short sentences, it showed them a path that belonged to the strong. Guan Xilan feels quite strongly about this. She was good friends with Chu Hua and had heard from her about Huang Ting's previous example of eating insects raw. Combined with the abilities displayed by Huang Ting's mecha, wasn't this precisely an application of mecha talent? She was still thinking about it when Su Dehai had already run his ass out. Within moments he was running down in a suit of earthen armor, carrying a giant hammer. Only the giant hammer in his hand didn't seem to be the same as usual, with some extra sharp objects protruding from it. The overall look was not like a giant hammer, but like a wolfsbane. I embedded some of the iron pieces I used to pop in there and used my mech talent to make it polymerize, and that's what it became. Saying that, Su Dehai tried waving it a few times. A vicious wind came over the people's hearts. Not bad, not bad. Looks like you still have a pretty smart head? Well, remember what I said, never advance to anyone else, continue on. Perhaps due to the large equipment to be transported, the interior of the elevator was so spacious that squeezing in a mech was no problem at all. After picking up the drops, Huang Ting and Guan Xilan had lifted their mecha forms and came to the innermost part of the elevator, while Su Dehai acted as a guard and blocked in front of the two. Luckily, the drama of opening the door to kill didn't continue, and the trio made it to the ground without incident. Unlike the upper level, the bottom is very dimly lit, and has what looks like muscle tissue piled up in the corners from time to time. Su Dehai bravely tried to poke it. The inside of the muscle tissue ruptured and oozed out a bunch of unknown pus. Huang Ting frowned slightly at the sight. In his previous life, he had only heard of this place, and had never actually visited it. So everything in front of us is unknown. To be on the safe side, he could only slow down his exploration. Not long after the trio left, an eye suddenly grew out of the pile of muscle tissue, staring dead on in the direction Huang Ting and the others had left. Boss, why do I keep getting the feeling that I'm being watched? As he walked, Su Dehai suddenly said. Huang Ting didn't reply. His perception was stronger than Su Dehai's, and he already knew that something was watching him. Look out! Guan Xilan shouted without warning. In an instant, a red ray of light poked out from a side wall and fell towards Su Haihai's head. Chapter 73, Explosion of Drawings, Second Wave of Beast Tide. Su Dehai immediately reacted, and the earth armor on his body quickly changed into a shield, blocking the top of his head. Thumbs up! The red light easily cut through the earth shield and was about to land on top of his head. Only a boom was heard, and a black shadow flew backwards out of the wall. Huang Ting lowered his fists and sharpened his gaze. The black shadow that he had just knocked away had disappeared at this moment. Of course, it wasn't dispersed by him, but the black shadow was adsorbed into the wall the moment it touched it. Thinking that the black shadow had also attacked from the wall just now, Huang Ting had some guesses in his mind. Stay away from the walls. I suspect that the entire underground institute is a monster, or that a monster has taken control of the area. This type of monster was not uncommon, and the vines that attacked him in the botanical garden before were representative of this type of monster. Only the one in front of me is a little more bizarre. When he heard Huang Ting give the word, Su Dehai immediately moved away from the wall, and Guan Xilan also moved closer towards Huang Ting. In the next second, 3 more black shadows precipitated out of the wall, as if breaking through a membrane, and instantly rushed out. They held a laser sword in their hands, which emitted a burst of terrifying heat. It was this thing that attacked Su Dehai just now, and its attack power was not weak, able to easily pierce through his earth shield defense. The black shadows looked like robots with a bionic skin on the outside, and although they weren't as scary as the blood corpses looked, the Terror Valley effect still lingered in everyone's mind. This time, the 3 reacted in time to take care of all of them. The bionic robot's body was fragile, and it was about the same as a first-order blood corpse. The only thing to watch out for was the laser swords in their hands. Except for Huang Ting, who could resist them, the remaining 2 would not be able to take 3 or 2 hits before their mech durability would go to 0. Strange, how come there's no kill alert? Puzzled, Su Haihai looked towards the ground, and the bodies of those bionic robots unexpectedly reintegrated into the ground. In a matter of seconds, 6 black shadows emerged from the ground, each still possessing a laser sword in their hands. It seems that these bionic robots won't go away until the big boss behind the scenes is taken care of. Look around for any entrances or stranger places. Huang Ting killed 6 bionic robots with a single stroke of his sword, and then began to quickly search for them. Su Dehai and Guan Xilan both split up to look for each other as well. Soon, Huang Ting found an empty room. There was nothing else in the room but a rather strange-looking machine. He had suspicions in his mind and secretly opened his eye of detection. Name? Rank? Degree of danger, extremely high. As expected, the machine in front of him was clearly a monster formed by the power of the calamity. He pretended not to notice and tried to step forward to give it a stab. He didn't realize that the machine monster was even more alert than him, and directly began to change. In the blink of an eye, a strange transformer-like species appeared. The only difference was that the one in front of him wasn't really a mechanical body, it had a human face set into its abdomen as if it were a belt that looped around its circumference. Experiments! 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 Suddenly, everyone's faces twisted in unison, their eyes widening as they stared at Huang Ting in death. As the machine monster continued to murmur, a bionic robot crawled out of the walls and appeared in the room, surging towards Huang Ting. Huang Ting swept through the room, ignoring the minions and charging straight for the machine monster in the center of the room. The machine monster let out a sharp popping sound at once, shaking the entire underground institute. It was only when it finished its shout that it suddenly realized that it had lost sight of Huang Ting in front of it. Within the shadow space, Huang Ting's footsteps stopped for the first time, only to see the faint silhouette of the machine monster appear within the originally gray space. Just this virtual shadow cannot really see, seems to be there. This hasn't been the case before, so perhaps there are 2 possibilities. Either a large portion of the machine monster's body in front of us is a machine, so it can be captured by shadow space, or the mech is enhanced so that even life can be revealed. Huang Ting preferred the latter, but he would have to wait to experiment with it after leaving the institute. Since he already had a target, he didn't hesitate any longer and came to the head wound of the machine monster, then revealed himself and slashed down with his blood-colored serrated teeth. The slash was fast and hard, directly cutting down half of the machine monster's body. Huang Ting was just about to leave when he suddenly felt a numbness in his hand. Powerful electric currents flowed down the inside of the machine monster and ran around his body continuously. With the laser swords of the other bionic robots about to fall on him in front of him, Huang Ting suddenly had a plan. With a thought, a blackened seed grenade appeared in his hand. Boom! The seed grenade exploded with a loud bang, sending Huang Ting flying out. The mech durability was 3 points less, and on the contrary, The machine monster was first cut in half by his slash, which didn't trigger the bleeding effect, but it did block the internal operation. Coupled with this wave of explosions, it was clear that there was no ability to continue fighting, only rolling back and forth on the ground. Huang Ting stepped forward and ended its life with a slash. Kill Chief Machine Chimera, 4th Order, obtain, Energy Core, rechargeable, *5, ionized lightsaber drawing *1, miniature laboratory, drawing, *1. The energy core was about the size of a button battery, capable of releasing a huge amount of energy, and after it was consumed cleanly, it could be recharged in various ways, such as solar energy, or potential energy, and even if it was left untouched, it could recharge itself according to the magnetic field movement between the planets. This drop is really good, but it's nothing compared to the last two. Drawing name, ionized lightsaber. Quality, excellent. Type drawing. Effect, binds plasma into the shape of a sword through a strong magnetic field, with infinite power. Required materials, Energy Core *1, Phantom Steel *2, Earth Core Magnet *5, Tough Beast Skin *1. If Huang Ting hadn't guessed wrong, this ionized lightsaber was the laser sword used by those bionic robots. Phantom Steel and Earth Core Magnets will appear in some copies and are not hard to find. The only thing missing is the Energy Core, which can be hard to obtain. The ion lightsaber drawings were able to be reused, which meant that he could build 5 ion lightsabers. Moreover, the damage of this sword was so strong that it would not be outdated even if it was used up to the 3rd rank. Putting away the ionized lightsaber drawing, Huang Ting couldn't hold back his inner excitement and opened the last drop. There are 2 types of drawings, general drawings and architectural drawings. Generally, drawings are various weapons, accessory modules, or props. And architectural drawings are, as the name suggests, drawings that enable the creation of buildings. For example, normal quality drawings of a single hut, or a premium item like the one in front of you. Name of drawing, miniature laboratory. Quality, epic. Type drawing. Effects, after unfolding, you can obtain a 10M*10M microlaboratory, which is equipped with basic experimental equipment. Required materials, carbon nanofiber *100, super alloy *150, ghost glass *70, energy crystals *50, first grade liquid metal *50. Seeing the required materials on it, he laughed bitterly. These materials are not difficult to find, they are distributed among the major copies. It's just that I'm afraid it's going to be a while before I can get it all together. At this time, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai hurriedly arrived. We were also attacked by monsters in another room. Luckily, they weren't too strong and were already taken care of by us, and the equipment that was dropped was almost enough for me to finish the most basic research. Officer Xilan reported. Huang Ting was just about to speak when a ding suddenly sounded in his ears. In 3 days, the first wave of beasts will arrive. Please prepare everyone. 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds until the arrival of the beast wave. Chapter 74, Demon Pact, Lightsaber Distribution. The appearance of the beast tide surprised Guan Xilan and Su Dehai. Huang Ting had expected this, and his face did not have much of a surprised look, but instead carried a hint of surprise. This is a real coincidence. Maybe with the help of this beast tide, I'll be able to gather most of the materials I need. The wave of the beast is both an opportunity and a challenge. Of course, it is an opportunity for the strong and a challenge for the weak. Only for 3 days, it would be difficult for Huang Ting to make it back, unless he kept turning on void concealment and entering his shadow form. Moreover, even if he could make it back, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai would have to be left far behind by him. Guan Xilan instantly realized this and opened his mouth to speak. This time, the beast tide gave them even less time to prepare, only 3 days. Moreover, after the change in terrain, they were at least 2,000 kilometers away from Ningcheng, and it would take 2 days and 2 nights to ride all the way without stopping. If the road was delayed a little more by encountering mutated creatures, it would definitely be impossible to make it back. Huang Ting grinned. I'm the Aurora president, but not their babysitter. There are some storms they always have to go through on their own. I rushed back this time and stepped in to help them get through the beast tide, so what about next time? If there's a second time for a beast tide, there'll be a third time, And maybe there'll be more in the future, so I can't possibly protect them all the time, can I? Speaking of this, Huang Ting's expression went cold. If they can't even carry through a wave of beasts, then it's better to disappear as early as possible. Since Huang Ting had already made his decision, the two naturally did not have any rebuttals. Meanwhile, in Shangjing Snow Wolf Base, the chief's office, He Lizzie buried his head, fear in his eyes. In front of him was none other than the big chief of the Snow Wolf Base, Fan Rizhong, who was known as the Snow Wolf. Fan Rizhong turned out to be a famous figure in the Shangjing underworld, nicknamed Blood Wolf. After the cataclysm occurred, he felt that the name Blood Wolf was unpleasant, so he changed his name to Snow Wolf, and based on his own minions, he quickly gathered a large wave of people and established the Snow Wolf Base. Developed to the present day, Snow Wolf Base has become one of the 7 major forces in Shangjing, and its strength cannot be ignored. Listening to you, that Huang Ting is really a talented person. What, does he think that our Snow Wolf Base is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like him? Fan Rizhong spoke faintly, as if to himself. Where is he considered a great Buddha? He can only be considered a straw-headed god. With the chief in place, he can't bounce around even if he has great ability. He Lizzie let out a fawning laugh, his body trembling slightly. The man in front of him was an existence he couldn't mess with, whether it was before the end or after the end. It's normal to be scared. Chief, I see that guy's strength is not weak. If we were to absorb it in, our Snow Wolf's strength would definitely increase quite a bit, so I want to use that thing to tether him. Seeing that Fan Rizhong's expression was still stable, He Lizzie continued. Hearing that thing, Fan Rizhong sniffed and sked twice, his eyes glowing with ferocity. This wasn't directed at He Lizzie, but rather remembered a copy he had just experienced not long ago. I thought it was just a simple copy, but I didn't realize that in the end, all of his men were killed in action, and even he was just barely able to pass and pick up a small life back. The reward for clearing a copy isn't that fancy, it's a brand new blank sheet of paper. The only difference from the white paper is that there are also intricate patterns on it that give you the feeling of sinking into it. This piece of paper is called the Devil's Pact. Once a covenant is made, all those involved in the signing of the covenant are subject to the rules of the covenant. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled and turned around and walked straight to a safe. After fiddling with it casually, there was only a click and the safe opened in response. He Lizzie wanted to see what was inside the safe, but out of fear, he didn't have the guts to raise his head in the end. Without waiting long, Fan Rizhong came back to He Lizzie with a piece of white paper, put one hand on his shoulder, and said in a warm voice, "This is what you want, go, and make sure you bring him back to me, understand?" He Lizzie was in a dark mood. The reason why he had coaxed Huang Ting about the pass was actually for this demonic contract in his hand. Once Huang Ting signed his name on it, he would be able to control Huang Ting through the contract. At that time, he would leap into control of Ning City. As for going to the capital, he'd only come back if he was sick in the head. Instead of being a little brother to Fan Rizhong here, it would be better to go to Ningqing and become a local emperor. Anyway, after the third mutation, the distance had increased, and Ningqing was at least 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers away from Shangjing. With such a long distance, it was unlikely that Fan Rizhong would send someone to find himself in trouble. After all, the fewer people who came would not be able to defeat Huang Ting and his group of men. If more people come, the other 6 powers wouldn't leave the greatly weakened Snow Wolf Base alone. It was possible to get rid of Fan Rizhong's control, as well as subdue a strong person like Huang Ting, and at the same time secretly control the entire Ning City. Before the second wave of beasts arrived, most people's mechs had already risen to the second rank. Coupled with the experience gained from the first round of the Beast Tide, they fended it off quite easily and didn't suffer much damage. At this moment, Huang Ting, who had already returned to Aurora, didn't know that he had been counted on, and he was now busy collecting materials. Not long after, 5 ionized lightsabers appeared in front of them. In its unexcited state, an ionized lightsaber has the appearance of an electric baton. Once excited, the top immediately ejects bounded plasma. 5 lightsabers, Guan Xilan got 1, Chu Jiajin and Chu Hui each got 1. The remaining 2 were intended to be given to Su Dehai and Lin Yuxing. After all, these 2 were considered the core of Aurora. However, Su Dehai said that he had an earth hammer that he was comfortable with, and did not need to change his weapon, and he was also worried that the ionized lightsaber would accidentally injure him, so he chose to give it up. Li Muxing, on the other hand, had to concentrate on logistics and didn't have many chances to strike, and the ionized lightsaber was at a disadvantage when placed on him. Since both of them didn't want it, Huang Ting had to put it in the guild warehouse and price it at 10,000 contributions. Currently, the contribution value of the people in the first echelon was around 8 or 9,000, and as long as they worked hard, it wouldn't take more than a week for them to obtain this ionized lightsaber. However, Huang Ting still underestimated the lure of the ionized lightsaber to this group. For a while, the entire Aurora looked like they were going crazy, looking around for monsters and copies to gain contributions. In just 3 days, someone had gathered 10,000 contribution degrees and redeemed this lightsaber. The visitor was called Yen Miao, about 23 years old, with a relatively clean-cut appearance, kind of like a schoolteacher wearing glasses kind of feeling. When his mech unfolded, it kind of looked like a combination of a tiger and a bear, with a fierce aura. According to Yen Miao, on the day of the cataclysm, he took a sip of wine and awakened this mech. As for the ingredients of the wine, they are tiger whip and bear bone, as well as various ingredients. Hearing Yen Miao's account, Huang Ting looked odd. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that the first war general under An Hong Hai in his previous life was named Yen Miao. Chapter 75, Situation Copy. Despite knowing Yen Miao's identity, Huang Ting didn't say anything more. In fact, Aurora had already established a perfect system of rewards and punishments within the company, so as long as Yen Miao had the ability, he would not worry about getting ahead. Besides, his mech was so powerful that he couldn't even keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Yen Miao happily led the ionized lightsaber away, which envied a lot of people. After thinking about it, Huang Ting cleared a few more copies of the Alien Sea and swiped some basic versions of body-strengthening potions. Each potion requires 8,000 contribution degrees. There were very few people who exchanged them at first. After all, they weren't sure about the effects of this strengthening potion. But with the first, there was a second, and a third, and soon the whole of Aurora knew the power of body-strengthening potions. To be able to go from an ordinary person and instantly become an even more powerful existence than the king of special forces, this kind of potion must be bought even if it smashes the pot. People were contributing materials in exchange for contribution degrees, and then using the contribution degrees to exchange for body-strengthening potions. In the blink of an eye, all the strengthening potions were redeemed cleanly. Unable to do anything, Huang Ting had no choice but to continue brushing his copy. It was a bit tiring, but he wasn't all bad. Because redeeming body-strengthening potion requires contribution can only be made by doing quests or surrendering materials. People who couldn't find a quest in a moment took out their own treasured materials to exchange. In this way, not only had the Aurora Mecha's reinforcement materials been collected, even the materials needed to build the miniature laboratory had been gathered for the most part. After exchanging for 7 days in a row, until the contribution degrees in the hands of the first echelon were all consumed, the drama came to an end. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was immersed in joy, Huang Ting quieted his mind and silently calculated alone. The situation in Ningqing had been largely stabilized. Feng Hua had completely run out of high-level power after the deaths of An Hong Hai and Jiang Yang, and the rest of them had joined the College Union, Ningqing Base, and their own Aurora Base respectively. As for the Congregation of Stars, he still overestimated that rabble. After losing Shi Rong as the president, the remaining vice presidents fought for power over the president won and directly abolished the Star Club. Most of the presidents chose to defect to the only 3 remaining power organizations, leaving just a few pricks still clinging to the group. This made the situation in Ningqing very clear. There were only 3 major forces left, namely the Collegiate Alliance, Ningqing Base, and Aurora Base. The system and leaders of the Higher Education Union were somewhat corrupt, but it was mostly filled with young people who would slowly come to hold absolute power within the Union and become a force to be reckoned with. The Ningqing Base side represented the officials, and now that the mutation had gradually stabilized, and the domestic chat channel would soon be opened. Once it was able to contact the outside world, the strength of the Ningqing Base would rise by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, after the disappearance of Feng Hua and the Stars Society, the vast majority of them were absorbed by the Ningqing Base. In terms of numbers alone, the Ningqing base was even stronger than today's Aurora. There wasn't much to say on the Aurora base side, and after screening, the remaining people were fine to use, though they couldn't be called absolutely reliable. With Chu Jiazhen, an old man, and Luo Shouping, a professional management talent, maintaining the operation of the entire base is not a problem at all. Instead, Aurora's biggest problem is itself. As long as he stayed down, Aurora would be fine. Aurora would immediately fall apart once she had problems of her own. Taking stock of Ning City's power, Huang Ting gazed far away in the direction of Shangjing. Compared to a small place like Ningqing, it was the fights there in Shangjing that were more intense, not just between people and mutated creatures, but also between people. He had planned to go to Shangjing to continue getting stronger once things stabilized in Ning City. But now he had another idea. The water in Shangjing is very deep, my current strength is not safe to go over there. Why don't I go and look for another final stone plate first? When I get that final stone plate, then it's not too late to go to Shangjing. Just want to go over to Bai City. At least it has to be a 4th order mecha, although the Aurora mecha is strong, but it's only a 2nd order one now. Thinking of this, Huang Ting opened the attribute panel of the Aurora mech. Name, Aurora mech. Rank 2nd. Strength, 123/150. Defense, 112/150. Agility, 115/150. Mystery, 2 out of 150. Exclusive modules, Limit State, Void Concealment. Limit State, when turned on, all major attributes will increase by 50%, and the duration and size of the increase can be increased by completing the mech advancement. Void Concealment, when turned on, enters a shadow space that cannot be perceived by the real world. Completing the mech advancement can extend the time in the shadow space. From the attributes alone, the Aurora mech had already reached the standard of a 4th order mech, but Huang Ting still felt that it wasn't secure enough. Bai Cheng was originally far away from Ningqing, let alone now. The journey is long and dangerous, and to travel through the wilderness without sufficient strength is to seek death. So, my next goal is to upgrade the Aurora mecha to the 3rd rank before going to Bai City to look for another final stone slab, and then only after that, I'll head to Shangjing. After clearing his thoughts, Huang Ting no longer hesitated and immediately began acquiring otherworldly passes in preparation for even brushing copies. Copy about to start. Welcome to the other world. Current location, Green Hell. Area, Periphery. Difficulty, Normal. Description: the grass grows wild, the branches and leaves flourish, and all traces of civilization are hidden by the green, where you can only experience the desolation of no one and the fear of being a small person. Huang Ting's gaze was fixed on the alert text that popped up in front of him. It's easy to see from the description that there must be quite a few trees in this copy, and it's worth noting the last paragraph. Unmanned desolation is understandable, it's a single copy after all, but what does it mean to be the fear of the insignificant one? He was a little strange. This copy in front of him he hadn't experienced in his previous life, so he wasn't sure what exactly was inside. The reason why he chose this one was also because this copy was closer to Aurora, so he decided to come in early to explore the situation. Mission details. Task 1, Improvement of Iconography Simple. Mission objective, obtain an icon that records giant insects, plant spores, etc. encountered along the way. Please collect enough biological samples in enough time. Task 2, protect the instrument medium. Mission objective, there is a machine in the depths of the jungle that can be energized when turned on. During the period of energization, all kinds of creatures will come to attack, fend off wave after wave of attacks until the instrument's energization is completed. Once the instrument is destroyed, it will be considered as a failure of energization. Mission 3, kill the Guardian Spirit, difficult. Quest objective, go deep into the heart of the forest where all creatures are born and where the Guardian Spirit is located. Kill the Guardian Spirit and complete the quest. A few small lines flashed before his eyes. The quests within the duplicate can be taken or not, and after taking them, although it takes a bit of time, the harvest is not bad. Those like Huang Ting, who are familiar with the process of duplicates, usually didn't bother with these quests. Just like the earlier Plague Battlefield and the Alien Sea, he went straight to the big boss behind the scenes. But this time was different, facing a copy he had never seen before. Huang Ting was prepared to feel out its reality bit by bit. Chapter 76, Mecha Fighting Technique, Beginner's Illustrated Guide, Golden Tickets Requested. All 3 quests were taken, and without going far, a 2-meter-tall stone pillar appeared in front of Huang Ting. On top of the stone pillar was something like a book, and according to the copy hints, that was the iconography required for the first quest. Only, in order to obtain this icon, one must first defeat the mutated wolves in front of them. They are more massive than the average wolf, almost comparable to the North American gray wolf. Adult North American gray wolves can reach a full length of 2 meters, making them the largest canine in all of Blue Star before the mutation. Of course, this maximum just means under the natural category, and some lab-produced ones are not included. Unlike normal wolves, these mutated wild wolves were covered in flowers of various colors. At most, the head shows a ring of eyes plus a mouth of interlocking canine teeth. It looks a bit like a combination of beauty and violence. Realizing that there was an invasion of foreign enemies, they interlocked their front paws and yawned slightly, as if they didn't put Huang Ting in their eyes at all. However, Huang Ting realized that at that moment, there were 3 mutated wild wolves quietly circling behind him. Watching their movements, Huang Ting suddenly recalled a sentence. The former wolf is pretending to sleep, covered to lure the enemy. Those wolves in the front were there to let their guard down, these wolves in the back were the real killers. A bunch of brutes still playing mind games with me. Huang Ting held his blood-colored serrated teeth flat, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, his figure appeared behind a mutated wild wolf as if he were a ghost. Swinging the knife down and slashing, what splattered out was not blood, but a stream of something green, sort of like the sap of some plant. Settling one end, he twisted his feet and reappeared behind the other. The whole set of movements is like art. If someone from a previous life had seen this scene, they would have exclaimed, "Mecha fighting technique." Mecha fighting is an advanced skill that utilizes mechs to accomplish a variety of fighting techniques. The reason why he hadn't used it earlier was that the mecha attributes couldn't keep up with the speed of consciousness, and secondly, he couldn't use the skill at all against those little chicks. The mutated wolves in front of him were not weak and there were many of them, so it would be perfect to use them to familiarize themselves with mecha fighting techniques. In the blink of an eye, Huang Ting had already tackled 4 mutated wolves. Seeing this, the 3 mutated wild wolves that were encircling towards the back roared before charging towards him. The light of the knife flashed, and the mutated wolves were all beheaded and fell to the ground with a thud. Kill grass wolf, get, edible grass seed *5. 10 grass wolves, contributing 55 servings of edible grass seeds to Huang Ting, and nothing else gross. It was a good thing he wasn't targeting these low-level creatures either. When he got the so-called iconography, information related to grass wolves was immediately revealed on it. I see, as long as I come across it, is it even recorded inside the icon? Putting away the iconography, Huang Ting continued to head deeper into the jungle. After walking some distance, the mind suddenly warns frantically. He didn't have time to think about it, and his body quickly retreated towards the back. In a flash, a cold light swept straight through the place where he had just stood. It's Mantis! Huang Ting was startled in his heart, and looked at the monster in front of him. The largest praying mantis on the blue planet was only 15 to 20 centimeters, and the one in front of him was more than 4 meters long, and the pair of wide sides alone took up more than half of it. It was the one that had hidden itself in the dense foliage just now and attacked itself. If he hadn't dodged quickly, this slash would have cut off at least 10 durability points. But he looked at the huge mantis in front of him and got a little misty-eyed. Such a big mantis, if all of them were eaten, they might be able to transform another new mecha out of it. Thinking of this, Huang Ting once again used his mecha fighting technique and tried to rush behind the giant mantis. He didn't want to fight head-on with a mantis that big, those 2 giant sides like door panels were no joke. Who knew that as fast as he was, the giant mantis was even faster, twisting around and once again using its own huge scythe on Huang Ting. It is said that the mantis hunts the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back, but the yellow bird is also within the hunting range of the mantis. That alone is enough to see how deadly it is. In the face of such a strong mantis, Huang Ting was not surprised but pleased. Wouldn't the stronger the mantis mean the stronger the transformed mech? Thinking of this, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. Within the shadow space, the silhouette of the giant mantis shadow faintly emerged. After many experiments, Huang Ting realized that even flesh and blood creatures could now see rough outlines in shadow space. He quickly appeared at the neck of the giant mantis and slashed down. The giant mantis was covered in green armor all over its body, and only here was its defense relatively weak. Swish! Huang Ting's figure reappeared and slashed at the giant mantis' slender neck. There was no surprise in this cut, which directly severed the connection between the head and the lower half of the body. Seeing the pair of scythes fall to the ground, Huang Ting secretly let out a sigh of relief. But right at this moment, the scythe that had already landed on the ground actually bounced up quickly and chopped solidly on his mech. Dang! The durability value of the Aurora mech instantly disappeared by 15 points. Seeing such destructive power, Huang Ting's pupils quaked. I didn't realize it was 5 points higher than he had predicted, and that was with the head and head separated. Huang Ting suddenly remembered that the mantis actually had 2 sets of nervous systems, one in the head and one in the body. They all operate individually, and would still be alive even if one of the control systems was missing. It was assumed that the mutation had strengthened its ability, so it made it still able to launch attacks even if its head and body were separated. It's outrageous! Huang Ting muttered, swinging his sword to slash the pair of scythes on his body. I'll see what you can do this time! As expected, the huge scythe that had lost control of its nervous system shriveled up and became powerless to attack. With such a large mantis, it was definitely unrealistic to try and collect them all, so Huang Ting simply stuffed that head into a small nursery bag. Kill giant scythe mantis and get giant scythe drawing *1. The kill prompt popped up, and at the same time, the icon began to tremble slightly, and then a small line of text surfaced on it. Scythe mantis omnivorous, used to launching sneak attacks from the shadows. Above is some information about the giant sickle mantis. Huang Ting looked at it twice and then resumed looking at the drawings that he had just dropped. This is a one-time drawing of an accessory module. When used, it creates an upper limb attachment module that resembles the shape of a giant sickle, with a decent attribute bonus. Huang Ting couldn't use it, so he casually threw it into a small nursery bag and put it into the guild warehouse when he left the copy. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't open the guild's warehouse in the copy, he would have just said anything to stuff that giant mantis. Next, Huang Ting encountered quite a few more giant insect creatures. For example, tank-sized watermelon bugs and bus-sized firefly larvae. There are also giant centipedes with hundreds of legs, ants that feed on sap, but can eject hot, highly acidic liquids from their abdomens. In addition to these giant insects, there were many attacks from plants. Once those plant seeds landed on the body, they immediately stuck their roots hard into the mech and then grew rapidly. That is, the mech wasn't a living thing. If there was no mech protection, I'm afraid he would have been sucked into dryness by these horrible plant seeds in an instant. Task 1, Improvement of Illustrations, simple, completed. Mission Reward, Elementary Biological Illustration. Chapter 77, The Secret of Task 3, Golden Ticket Requested. Elementary Creature Illustrations, that's a good one. Illustrations are considered props and are categorized as beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Primary iconography can include most creatures of 4th level and below, and for each creature defeated, the iconography will automatically record the name, habits, weaknesses, and even an introduction to the origin of the defeated creature. Moreover, the information on different illustrations can be transferred and circulated to each other. For example, if Huang Ting had included the information of the giant mantis in his iconography, and another person also possessed the iconography, he would be able to transmit the information of the giant mantis, and of course, the others as well. The only limitation is that lower-level artifacts can be transferred to higher-level artifacts, but higher-level artifacts cannot be transferred to lower-level artifacts. Creature iconography is basically a manual in the later stages, where everyone is transferring information to each other, much like the Cataclysm prequel movie. Unfortunately, everything else is enjoyed sooner rather than later. Only the charts are less of a hassle the further back you go. Someone has to be a pioneer, why not me? Huang Ting laughed and put away the iconography. Task 1 is complete, and Task 2 is next. He had experienced a lot of defense-type copies in his previous life, but basically it was a few people working together, and it was the first time that he was defending alone. After a moment's careful reckoning, he pulled out the Boar's will. Second-order elite-level creatures are not outdated by now, just enough to be used as labor. Then he pulled out the rest of the seed grenades. After a seed grenade is used, it will plant a new mutant cochineal in its place if the surroundings are suitable. There's no place like it. After a little thought, he makes another batch of white bone bombs. So much for being ready. Looking for the path, a huge orb-shaped machine soon appeared in front of us. Underneath the machine is a square with a huge red button. Looks like this is the machine that needs to be recharged. Huang Ting stepped forward and pressed the red button. In an instant, an invisible fluctuation filled the entire forest. A spell then rose from above the machine. Yes, this is the charging spell, only it's a bit strange. Looking at the lavender-colored spell formation above the machine, a flash of doubt flashed through Huang Ting's mind. It was something from the mysterious side, and if he hadn't seen a lot of it in his previous life, he wouldn't recognize it at the moment. The upper method array looked like a charging array, only again, it was different from an ordinary charging array. All the energy came together, not as if it was energizing, but as if it was feeding. It was too late to think deeply, the first monsters had already killed. On the periphery of the machine, 5 giant snails over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long opened their mouths, revealing rows of fine teeth inside, and flew in. Their speed was not slow at all, even comparable to a car on a highway, and in the blink of an eye, they came before them from a distance. Huang Ting solved it easily, dropping a bunch of snail teeth. This type of tooth is also a reinforced material, but it requires special treatment before it can be used. Immediately after that, another giant spider came running. After solving it again, a pile of earthworms appeared in front of me. At first, the number of monsters that came to attack wasn't too large, and Huang Ting was still able to handle it alone. But as time went on, the monsters in the forest all seemed to go crazy, fighting for their lives to destroy the machine. And most of the creatures that came to attack were insect-like creatures. It's just that under some kind of catalyst, they're all incredibly large. It wasn't until then that Huang Ting understood the meaning of that sentence in the copy's introduction. It's really quite intimidating when a previously unremarkable bug suddenly gets bigger. But Huang Ting is different. Instead of being afraid, he was a little excited. If we let Quan Si Lan come here, we might have many new ideas. Summoning the elite boar, Huang Ting started throwing seed grenades again. It happened pretty much as he expected. The seed grenade exploded and a dark object fell into the dirt, and then grew rapidly. Within a few minutes of work, there was a 1-person tall mutant rouge flower in front of him. A small green pellet then appeared, which quickly darkened and hardened again. Until they fully formed the shape of a grenade, Huang Ting plucked one and threw it far away. Boom! The explosion of the grenade wasn't as powerful as before, but it could still blow over a lot of monsters. What's more is that those seed grenades exploded to form another mutant cochineal flower. Layers upon layers were stacked down, and soon, Huang Ting was surrounded by densely packed mutant rouge flowers. I didn't expect the environment here to be so suitable. Since this is the case, I'll be able to concentrate on that strange spell formation. Mutant cochineal flowers automatically eject seed grenades to explode, and since the first mutant cochineal flower was a drop from Huang Ting, the next generation of mutant cochineal flowers derived from it does not target him. In other words, as long as Huang Ting didn't stimulate these mutant rouge flowers, he wouldn't be attacked. While the explosions rumbled outside, Huang Ting inside was concentrating on the spell formation in front of him. After a long time, he finally saw the wonders of this spell formation and couldn't help but curse. It was true that the spell could absorb energy, but not the solar or wind kind of energy, but the life force from other organisms. Even Huang Ting was one of the targets of the energy absorption. It was for this reason that the creatures were attacking so frantically. Attacking may kill you, but not attacking will definitely kill you. Between certain death and will die, it's not unusual for them to choose to attack this machine. Moreover, all the energy sucked in was all specially processed by the machine and finally gathered together, seemingly waiting to be absorbed by some creature. Suddenly, Huang Ting remembered the third task. Killed the guardian spirit. Earlier, He thought that the guardian spirit was a powerful creature that existed to protect this dense forest. Now it seemed that this guardian spirit was afraid to be the real boss behind the scenes. After all, no one is saying that guardian spirits are necessarily good either. Figuring this out, Huang Ting slowly calmed down. The machine was still humming along, but he hadn't the slightest intention of turning it off. With such pure life energy, if the guardian spirit could absorb it, he could likewise absorb it. Instead of destroying it now, you can just absorb it later. Only after figuring this out did Huang Ting realize the terror of the third mission. If he foolishly waited until the guardian spirit had finished absorbing this mass of energy, I'm afraid that the difficulty of Quest 3 wouldn't be difficult, it would be a nightmare or purgatory. After an unknown amount of time again, seeing that the mass of life energy was on the verge of coalescing into shape, Huang Ting directly stopped the machine, picked up the mass of energy and swallowed it. The energy seemed to enter the mouth like a soft ball of cotton candy with a hint of sweetness. "It tastes pretty good." Huang Ting had just complimented him, when in the next second, the sky suddenly dimmed. A huge merganser suddenly appeared before his eyes. It wasn't quite right to say it was a merganser. After all, the creature only had the head of a merganser, and as for the body part, it was coiled, more like a snake's tail. Chapter 78, Mori Spirit? Divine? Ho Lap Chi. Along with the appearance of the monster in front of him, the prompt for Quest 3 suddenly lit up. "I'm afraid this is that so-called guardian spirit, isn't it?" Huang Ting was shocked in his heart. On the other side, the guardian spirit was furious when it realized that its life energy had been taken away, and its thick, huge snake tail swept in with a heavy fling. The snake's tail was full of scales that rose up at first glance, like a sharp blade, and just looking at it was daunting. "That's a rush, it's only a little bit of life energy. I don't even know how much I ate in my previous life." Huang Ting's body stepped backward rapidly. Boo! With a sweep of the snake's tail, huge trees that several people could hold together were easily swept off by him. With one strike, it actually directly cleared an open space the size of a basketball court. Seeing such power, Huang Ting was secretly staggered. The guardian spirit that hadn't absorbed the life energy was so strong, so how powerful would it be after it had absorbed it? While dodging the attacks, he digested the life energy in his body. If it were anyone else, even if they swallowed life energy, without a method of digestion it would just be futile. The guardian spirit could just as easily re-refine this life energy after killing it. But it was Huang Ting who knew the way to digest it. The life energy that had originally condensed into a ball began to surge towards the limbs of his body under his special catalyst. This universal energy strengthens both the mech and itself. Huang Ting chose to strengthen himself so that even if he encountered certain special situations, he would be able to cope with them by virtue of his strong physical qualities. The nourishment of life energy wasn't as rapid as body-strengthening potions, it gradually strengthened every inch of flesh in an extremely slow manner. The most intuitive manifestation of this approach was that Huang Ting had fought until now, and was actually not tired at all, and even the labor accumulated from fighting those giant insects just now had been swept away. Seemingly sensing that Huang Ting was absorbing life energy, the guardian spirit suddenly spoke. "Mine, that's mine, rob me and die." It's not a human language, it's a universal language. Late in the end times, basically everyone speaks this common language, which in short is the common language among all races. "I worked hard to recharge my energy to get this, why should it be yours?" Huang Ting shot back nonchalantly. "The energy was charged by myself, the monsters were fought by myself, and at most, I borrowed the other machine. But looking at the other side, the machine isn't necessarily what it was built for. So the mass of life energy had a little something to do with it?" The guardian spirit froze for a moment, then roared. "Die!" Claws suddenly sprouted from the originally coiled snake's tail, like a four-legged snake. After possessing the claws, the guardian spirit's flexibility increased greatly, directly blocking Huang Ting's entire retreat. There are two regular ways to leave your copy, one of which is to return immediately after completing a quest, as long as you are not in a combat situation. The second is to not complete the task, stand still for 10 minutes, and likewise leave. In addition to these two regular ways, you can also utilize the return scroll to return to your previous place. As good as these ways are, they have nothing to do with the yellow court at hand. In that case, I'll have to defeat you first, after all. I'm still waiting to verify one thing now. Huang Ting's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. He wasn't thinking of running away. This replica is not a large cage, at most this dense forest in front of you. It wasn't hard to imagine that the guardian spirit should have taken control of the entire area, but it was only limited by some kind of condition that prevented it from coming out for the time being, so it could only use that weird machine to recharge. Now that the conditions that bound it were gone, the entire dense forest was within its grasp. It was true that one could dodge its attacks by utilizing the shadow space, but once Huang Ting showed himself, he would definitely be detected by the other party. Instead of being chased around, it would be better to kill each other now. After all, the best defense is an offense. As long as he took out the guardian spirit, let alone 10 minutes, even if it was 20 minutes, he could afford to wait. In the next second, Huang Ting appeared behind the guardian spirit. He gripped the hilt of the blood-colored serrated blade with both hands and slashed diagonally from top to bottom. A large amount of green juice spewed out, almost spraying him in the face. The guardian spirit shouted, its originally massive body instantly shrinking to about the size of Huang Ting. After shrinking in size, its agility increased once again, and the scales on the snake's tail completely transformed from a black-purple color to a pitch-black one. The strength of these scales can be seen by the light that reflects off of them. Snort! The shrunken guardian spirit attacked brazenly, a pair of sharp claws ruthlessly slashing through the Aurora mech, leaving 3 marks on it. The durability value of the Aurora mech immediately dropped by 5 points. Huang Ting sneered. The guardian spirit is indeed tougher after getting smaller, but it's also much better to slash. The original big guy, he didn't know how long it would take him to hack his way through. Die in peace for me! Shadow space opened, and Huang Ting slashed heavily towards the guardian spirit's silhouette. In the next instant, the gray space ruptured, and he appeared in reality. As for the blood-colored serrated knife in his hand, at this moment, it had also deeply disappeared into the middle of his neck. Another large stream of green juice scurried out. The guardian spirit's aura shriveled. It stared at Huang Ting dead in the face, and a humanized smile suddenly appeared on the deer's head. Human, we will meet again. Kill guardian spirit, Mori spirit, get, Twisted Tree Heart *3, Plant Communication, Attachment Module, *1, Attribute Fruit Sapling, Props, *1. Huang Ting didn't have the heart to focus on the harvest, and froze straight away. It was reasonable to say that the passage between the major worlds and the blue planet had not yet been opened at the initial stage, and the replica worlds were just a projection of the power of the 2 major worlds. But now, the other party actually said that they would meet again, which was beyond common sense perception. Could it be that this Mori spirit is a powerful god, and the guardian spirit is just one of his bilocations? Thinking of this, Huang Ting was slightly worried in his heart. Being targeted by a powerful god is not a good thing. Picking up the harvest, his figure disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the dense forest begins to ground. Looking at the 3 quests in front of him, Huang Ting's face became a little ugly. The first 2 quests remain unchanged, except that the 3rd quest becomes Destroy Frankenstein, not Destroy the Guardian Spirit. Frankenstein transformed this dense forest, in which large animals combine with plants to become a strange half-plant, half-animal existence. The insect, on the other hand, grows in size under its influence, eventually becoming a hideous monster. Huang Ting successfully kills Frankenstein and follows up by entering another copy. Mission 3 is still about destroying Frankenstein, and as for the Guardian Spirit, it's like it never existed at all. After probing twice, Huang Ting finally determined that the Guardian Spirit had disappeared into thin air, while at the same time determining that this copy wasn't too difficult. Just after handing over the copy to Guanxi Lan to study, Huang Ting welcomed a familiar stranger. Mr. Huang Ting, I have returned with a blank pass, Lizzie said with a slight smile and wistful excitement. Chapter 79 Blank Pass, Devil's Pact. With this pass, you will be able to travel to Shangjing and not be subjected to special checks on the way, Lizzie said with a mysterious face. Hearing this, Huang Ting glanced at the blank paper in his hand and his mind moved. There's nothing to see in the center of the white paper, but the lines around it kind of look like demonic lines. Devil's Tattoo, blank paper. Is this a demonic contract? Huang Ting was overjoyed. Why isn't there a word on this pass? Just leave a place to sign anyway, he asked knowingly. This? He Lizzie froze, not expecting this question, but with a twinkle in his eye, he immediately thought of a good excuse. Because the passes for different regions are different, and last time I forgot to ask you where you were going, so I just didn't write anything on it. So that is all white paper, just find a piece of knot on the line, why bother you specially sent over from Shangjing? It's fine, I'm not finished with my mission yet, so consider it a side trip. You should hurry up and sign your name. I've got other things to accomplish and I can't stay here for too long, he Lizzie said anxiously. He was afraid that if Huang Ting asked further, he might reveal himself. Signatures are no problem, Su Dehai. Help me take good care of the guests coming from Shangjing. Yes. Su Dehai takes a big step forward and backhand locks He Li Ji in. Mr. Huang Ting, what do you mean by that? He Lizzie was shocked and panicked. Shangjing is really a good place. I didn't expect this short period of time to explode this kind of good stuff. He Lizzie right. Thank you for the gift you sent me. Honestly, this solves my urgent problem. Huang Ting sighed with emotion. Su Dehai's face showed excitement. Boss, are we going to do this guy in? Do what? To be able to walk on the wilderness, his strength must be extraordinary. First let him go and mine the ore on the Fenghua side, and see when he surrenders. With the arrival of the end times, survivors were already scarce, and humans were an even less easily regenerated resource. Someone like He Lizzie should definitely be utilized. Besides, he had also sent himself a demonic contract, just so he could experience the power of a demonic contract for himself. Huang Ting took away the demonic contract in He Lizzie's hand, and up until this point, He Lizzie was still betting that Huang Ting didn't know what it was. Unfortunately, in the next second, a line of text unexpectedly appeared on the originally blank piece of paper. The words twisted and twisted around each other in a way that made you dizzy. These are universal language scripts, and demonic contracts can only be written in demonic or universal language scripts. As for kanji or any other language, it's simply not useful for demonic pacts. Of course, the owner is not subject to this restriction. Huang Ting was not the owner of this piece of paper, so he could only use the common language to draw up the contract. I'm afraid that even Fan Rizhong and He Lizzie didn't expect Huang Ting to actually do this. It's a demonic contract, it's not your property, how could you possibly leave words on it? He Lizzie suddenly let out a shout. Ben was thinking of using this demonic contract to trick Huang Ting into entering the game and becoming his slave. But who knew that Huang Ting would recognize it at a glance and know how to use the devil's contract? The happiness of the rest of his life was all buried here. It would be strange for his mind not to collapse. Isn't it easy to leave a handwriting? Just study more, Huang Ting replied as he drew up the contract. There's absolutely no way that you could know that. There's no way you recognize this thing? It's mine, it's all my stuff, ha ha ha, it's all mine. He Lizzie yelled as if he had lost his mind, causing countless people to stop and look. What's going on here? I know that person, it seems to be a big shot from Shangjing, and I don't know what tactics the president used to turn the person into this. Since the other party is from Shangjing, the power behind them must not be small. Isn't the president being so reckless inviting trouble for us? Cut the crap. If the president knows that you're badmouthing him behind his back, none of you will escape, all of you will have to be sent to the mines to dig. The talking died down. Huang Ting's previous purge was still fruitful. At the very least there were none that dared to contradict him head-on. As for what kind of backstabbing was going on, that wasn't something he could anticipate. Not long after, the deed was drawn up, and at this time, He Lizzie was also tightly tied up by Su Hai, ready to be sent to the mine. Wait, since you're still here, go get all of our people, I have something to say. Su Dehai instantly understood and put down He Lizzie and started to go look for someone. Seeing him leave, Huang Ting walked over to He Lizzie. The reason why the Snow Wolf base was able to develop in the early stage is just to occupy a ruthless word. You guys were able to reign supreme in Shangjing in the early stage, but you will definitely not be a match for the other forces in the later stage, and they will surely join together to fight against the Snow Wolves. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that the Snow Wolf is now showing its decline and is about to die, right? He Lizzie, who had fallen into a state of madness, was startled at the words and looked at Huang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. How do you? You know? The fact that he was sent out to look for survivors was no small feat of intelligence in itself. Snow Wolf's predicament was one he could see. It was just that he was tied too tightly to the Snow Wolf, and even if he left, he didn't have a good place to go, and that's why he stayed where he was. He was the person from the Snow Wolf base, and his power was not small, so it was normal to know that the Snow Wolf base had this predicament. But Huang Ting was thousands of miles away, so how could he accurately guess the Snow Wolf's current predicament? "You're a smart person, Snow Wolf is hopeless. Why don't you join my side? Your future achievements will definitely be higher than if you stayed in Snow Wolf." Lizzie is not a stupid person, and with a little use, he can be a very good knife. Seeing that he was silent, Huang Ting didn't care and quietly waited for Su Dehai to return. After waiting half an hour, the crowd arrived. The first to start were Guan Xilan and Su Dehai, then Li Miexing, and Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hua, as well as Luo Shoping, who had just been promoted to the core circle. Luo Shoping is a tall, thin man, wearing glasses, looks very civilized. Huang Ting let him hold some of the power, partly because of his superior knowledge and ability, and partly because he saw his fervor in combat. The look of excitement that was about to crack was a far cry from now. In his normal state, Luo Shoping was a gentle, seemingly unarmed scholar, but once he entered a fighting state, even Huang Ting would be shocked. Seeing that the personnel had arrived, Huang Ting set out that demonic contract. "This is a demonic contract. I've already drawn up the contract on it. Next, I need each of you to sign your name on it. Of course, I know you can't read what's on it. I can translate it for you if needed." Huang Ting smiled slightly. "No need to translate, I'll sign." Guan Xilan was the first to step out and sign his name on it. It was because of Huang Ting that she had saved this life, and it was because of Huang Ting that she had gotten to where she was now. Even if Huang Ting told her to die, she would not bat an eye. Following her was Luo Shoping. "I absolutely obey the president." Luo Shoping gave a coy smile. Translation? He didn't doubt that Huang Ting would deceive them, it was just that once the contents were translated, he was afraid that the importance of the person who proposed the translation would be greatly reduced. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, but he couldn't just give up so easily. Chapter 80 Contents, Going to Beijing. "I'm sure the boss won't harm me." Next is Su Dehai. Huang Ting was slightly surprised by his choice. Don't look at Su Dehai, usually big-headed, in fact, careful as an animal breeder necessary character. Especially when it comes to animals like tigers, you need to be bold and careful. Huang Ting thought that Su Dehai would have to think about it for a while, but he didn't expect to decide so quickly. Right behind them were Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hua. "We, father and daughter, are in your hands today, and I hope we haven't misjudged you." Chu Jiazhen laughed and signed his name on the demonic contract. When you are born in a chaotic world, the value of force is the guarantee of everything. This he saw through. Of course, he was also certain that Huang Ting was not a bad person, which was why he chose to believe him. "More than that I can't promise. As long as I'm around, I'll do my best to keep you all safe." "What if even you can't defeat the enemy?" Chu was suddenly asked. Huang Ting answered very frankly. The crowd wasn't too disappointed to hear that, on the contrary, it was the truest answer. For this answer, Chu was quite satisfied, and very sharply signed her name on it. Everyone's gazes fell on Li Miexing in unison. If anyone is unlikely to sign it, it's him. Greeting the burning gazes of the crowd, Li Miexing stepped forward in silence and signed his name. Although the Stars Club had disappeared, the ex-girlfriend and that high-ranking official were still active and had joined the Ningqing base. If he wanted revenge, he had to be stronger. He had seen the increase in strength of the rest of the people these days, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't envy them. But he also understood that his position in Aurora was extremely awkward. It feels like having a relative living in your house, and even though you don't have to take care of your food, it's very diabolical to have to live there all the time. It's just that he's never found a good way to fit in, which is why he's been putting it off until now. So whatever was written on this paper, he would sign it, and would use it to integrate himself into Aurora's top circles. If we don't blend in, I'm afraid we won't have a chance later. The signature falls and the deed is done. Li Miexing looked at the few people and realized that the eyes they looked at him were much kinder. Sure enough, he hadn't made a mistake with that decision. Hey Lizzie, it's your turn next. You're the one I'm most uneasy about. Will you sign your name and gain more power in the future, or are you going to dig in the mines? Take your pick of either of these two. Hey Lizzie was on the verge of tears. Did he have a choice? He broke away from Sue Hai's restraints and went up to pick up the pen, leaving his name on the demonic contract. This time, it was really a loss. Not only did he fail to subdue Huang Ting, but he also got himself involved. With a flash of light, the demonic contract was officially in effect. Huang Ting put away the demonic contract and looked at the crowd. You don't have to worry, this piece of paper is called the demon contract. I think you should be able to guess its effects. I only wrote 2 articles on it. The first one is that you can't betray me, and the second one is that you can't betray your allies. Well, all of you go back to your work. The crowd was stunned, and then they were relieved. Signatures are signatures, but not being able to figure out what's on them is a bit of an itch after all. Well now, isn't it just 2 simple articles? They can do it casually. The appearance of the devil's contract left Huang Ting with no worries. In the next few days he swept through all the slightly more powerful monsters around Ningqing. Those copies weren't spared, and anything of some value got his patronage. With frequent battles, his mecha fighting skills became more and more skillful. Later on, he even compiled the set of mecha fighting techniques into a book and taught it to Guan Xilan and the others before hanging it in the guild warehouse. Finally, after a month-long sweep, the Aurora mecha once again saw an advancement, and at the same time, the first 3 basic attributes also saw a sea change. Name, Aurora Mech. Level, 3rd order. Power, 147/300. Defense, 161/300. Agility, 133/300. Mystery, 2 of 300. Exclusive modules, Limit State, Void Concealment. Limit State, when turned on, all major attributes will increase by 60%, and the duration and size of the increase can be increased by completing the mech advancement. The attributes had grown until now, and Huang Ting had finally encountered a bottleneck. As I said before, certain strengthening materials require special methods of concocting before they can be used. The concoctions were widely known due to the wide distribution of materials that appeared in the early stages, just like blood cores and other low-level materials. Huang Ting had also utilized those low-grade materials for strengthening before, and the process was very brief. But now, the attributes of the Aurora mecha had reached a certain limit, and the low-level materials were completely ineffective, with only medium and high-level reinforcement materials being useful. But he also knew very little about the concoctions of those materials, so he could only try them one by one, which was extremely wasteful. This job was temporarily handed over to Li Muixing. After all, he was the only one who dealt with these strengthening materials all day long. Unfortunately, there are so many different types of strengthening materials that if I want to fully utilize them, I can only slowly look for the patterns in them. I hope he can give me a surprise. Huang Ting didn't think highly of Li Muixing. This industry eats talent. Some people who are not talented enough, even if they work hard for their whole life, there is no way to determine the way to use a material, but there are some people who, just by looking at it and touching it, know the correct way to use this kind of reinforcing material. This one is a gift. Fortunately, most of the materials now belong to the low-level materials. The burst rate was not low, and it did not hurt to leave it to him to practice. With the issue of his men's loyalty resolved and the Aurora mecha successfully upgraded to the 3rd rank, Huang Ting was finally prepared enough to head to Bai City in search of another final stone slab. A month later, late at night, the moonlight waved. Huang Ting, who had been rushing for a day, spent 50 energy points to exchange a roasted chicken from the system mall, plus a bottle of mineral water, and rested with his back against a broken wall. He didn't bring anyone with him on this trip, not even Li Muixing, who knew the location of the final stone tablet. Leaving aside the fact that the road was long and dangerous, and he was not confident that he could guarantee that Li Muixing would not be harmed, a change in terrain alone could confuse Li Muixing. The original memories don't work at all. Anyway, there was a trace of inexplicable connection between him and the final slab, so it would be easier to search for it all by himself. The smell of the grilled chicken was delicious and wafted out a long way. A rustling sound soon sounded in the grass around them, like something was crawling through it. Huang Ting's hands were not stopping moving, but his heart was secretly on guard. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared from behind him and came running wildly in his direction immediately. Throwing away the roasted chicken in his hands, Huang Ting hailed the Aurora mecha and quickly turned around to check it out. When he saw the true face of that black shadow, his pupils quaked and his heart couldn't help but be flooded with shocking waves. Just as he was frozen to the spot, the black shadow carrying a vicious wind swooped in.